What is the most heartbreaking thing that has ever happened to you? When my twin girls were born, we had no issues in the hospital. When we brought them home, however, we noticed that one of the girls, Sarah, was developing a rash. I hadn't really dealt with allergies in kids since my older son didn't have them, and neither did any child or adult in my entire family. I stopped using fabric softener on all the clothes as I thought it was sensitivity to certain fabrics. I even made her clothes myself in the fear that maybe something in the manufacturing process was upsetting Sarah. We went to the doctor several times, and it took 3 more months to figure it out. During that time, her allergic reactions got more and more severe. At one point, she was the only baby in the history of the hospital who had to be kept in a clean room because she seemed to have a reaction the minute she left. When that happened, we began an elimination therapy that would rival the lifestyle of Buddhist monks. My husband and moved our son and younger daughter in with his parents because we needed to eliminate everything from our routine to figure out what was causing the reaction in our Sarah. It took us 3 more months, but we figured it out. Our Sarah was allergic to coconut. The doctors told us that it was a particularly rare allergen, and so it wasn't on any of the skin test panels they ran. When we found out that she was allergic, we were relieved. I also broke out into hysterical laughter from emotion. You see, I come from a culture that uses coconut almost religiously. The reason I was laughing was because of how much I hated one particular use for coconut. When I was a kid, my mother would put coconut oil in my hair all the time. I was laughing so hard because of course I had a daughter with a severe allergy to the one thing I hated my entire life. We told my mother and she laughed as well. She made jokes about how my baby must have heard me talking about my hatred for coconut oil while she was still cooking inside me and decided that she needed to hate it too. We all had a good laugh and left it at that. Or so I thought. My mother and I have always had a contentious relationship at best. We got along well enough, but we disagreed vehemently on certain topics. She wanted a traditional daughter who would be religious, marry a man that she and my father picked out, have 2 kids, a house in the suburbs near her, and be a stay-at-home mom like her. I was none of these things. Essentially, the best way I can summarize our relationship is by saying that she was very proud of me and loved to talk about my accomplishments, but I could always tell that she wished I was something else. We have a fair amount of safe topics that we can talk about, but I could never discuss anything too serious with her, such as politics or my career. Not because she'd get mad at me, but more so because she just wasn't interested, and I hate getting into conversations where I'm passionate about something, but the other person could care less. As far as raising my kids, my mother was a just yes 99.9% of the time. She was hands-off, and respected all of my decisions, even if she didn't like them sometimes. The only thing she continually got on my case about was the coconut oil thing. Mother always insisted that a little bit of oil would make the curls of our girls' hair soft and more defined. I always said no. Sure, we could have used a different type of oil, but my girls were still so young and the allergy process had made me terrified of incorporating new things into their routine. I made sure I explained why to my mom too. She remembered what we'd gone through with Sarah and her allergy. She brought me food and clothes at the hospitals more than a few times. She helped me move all of my furniture and clothes out of my house when I was eliminating every possible source of allergen. She taught me how to cook from scratch when I was eliminating certain foods from the kids' diet. She knew everything about Sarah's struggle. To this day I cannot understand how she did what happened next. I was giving a midterm that day to my students and I had to be at my research lab late that night. My husband was away at some conference and our nanny was down with the flu, so she couldn't watch the kids that day. So I had my mom come take them for the day. My son was almost 3 years old and the girls were a year and a half old. Overnight visits with my parents weren't exactly common, but they weren't unusual either. They had always come back from these visits very happy and well taken care of, so I had no second thoughts about leaving them with my parents. They spoke to me on the phone after their lunch and then, around 5 p.m., we video chatted. The kids were also happy and healthy. I got home around 10:30 p.m. that night and called my mom to see if the kids were up by any chance and I could say goodnight. I missed the kids by about 20 minutes, they'd already gone to bed. So I talked to my mom for a little bit, but she's a pretty early sleeper too, so we hung up and went to bed. I woke up around 5 a.m. the next morning to go pick up my husband from the airport at 6. We were going to get breakfast together and then go pick up the kids. I picked up husband and neither one of us was very hungry yet, so we thought it'd be a nice treat to pick up the kids first and go to breakfast and brunch with my parents. We got to my parents' house at 7:45 a.m. My parents weren't there. My son was at the neighbor's house, and ran outside with the neighbor as soon as he saw his daddy and I pull up. He was hysterical and crying and I couldn't calm him down. My blood pressure was rising because now I'm thinking that something horrible had happened to my parents. My neighbor tells me that she isn't sure what's happening, but there was an ambulance at my parents' house at 6 a.m. and my dad had run over and wakes them up to see if they could watch my son for a few hours until he got back. Of course they'd said yes. I'm calling my parents nonstop at this point and I'm getting frantic because I don't know what's happened. My son was still crying but he was calmer. He still couldn't really explain to me what had happened though. I honestly don't remember the details of what happened next, but somehow we figured out that the ambulance was from a hospital nearby and we broke several driving laws trying to get there. We got to the hospital, pulled into the emergency entrance that was for ambulances only, left the car and bolted inside. A few nurses took notice of us immediately and were asking us what was wrong. I was calmer than my husband at this point, so I explained that I didn't know, but my twin girls and my parents were here somewhere. I'll never forget the look on that nurse's face. She knew exactly who I was in that moment and she was about to cry. Another nurse took me and my husband to an empty room and asked us to calm down and listen to the doctor before we went to find my family. My mother had put coconut oil in both my daughter's hair when they were playing the previous day before bed. The girls loved it when my mom did their hair, and so they had asked for braids and my mom was doing their hair. She put coconut oil in both their hair because it would make for smoother braids. According to my son, Sarah started to get a little dizzy and itchy when my mom was doing her hair, so my mom gave her some kids' vitamins which made her sleepy. Since it was close to bedtime anyways, the kids then went to bed. Giving her vitamins was something we did whenever she had a mild reaction, since it usually meant she accidentally came across some coconut from a secondary source. We also showered her from head to toe immediately to erase any lingering traces of it. My mother simply gave her some vitamins and kept the coconut oil in her hair and put her to sleep. The vitamins made her sleepy and unable to wake up or be conscious enough to wake up her brother or cry. She vomited in her sleep and the rash spread all over. Her little body was swollen to twice the size. She had choked in her sleep. She passed away painfully and slowly in the early hours of the morning. My mother had found her when she went to check on the kids in the morning around 7 a.m. She was already dead by then. My mother screamed, called for my dad, and that's when they'd gone to the hospital. My dad hadn't known about the coconut oil until my mom explained, and to this day, I've never seen my father so angry. He was still unable to look at my mother, out of fury, or me, out of shame, when I saw him at the hospital. They had rushed to the hospital hoping there was some way to save my Sarah and to get my younger daughter checked out immediately, since he thought she might have a mild allergy as well. I remember seeing my little girl and just being in denial. There was no way that she was gone. This had to be a horrible, horrible nightmare. The following days, the funeral, and explaining to my other kids what had happened are events I still can't talk about because it just breaks a part of me. My mother was investigated, as was my entire family. I almost lost my kids to CPS once because they thought my kids were in danger. My husband and I had to fight tooth and nail to show that uprooting them during this time would be the worst thing for them at the moment. My mother was never arrested. My father did leave her. The majority of my mother's family refused to speak to her, and the few that do speak to her only do so on a limited basis. She currently lives on her own in a small town, and every couple months I'll get a call from her telling me how sorry she is and how she just wasn't thinking and can I please find a way to forgive her. She wants to come see me. The only thing I can find to ever say to her is, you can come see me when you bring my daughter with you.
I told my parents they should just get a divorce. So, a miracle happened. My mom came to my room and talked to me. She was way more calm than she usually is. She asked me if I really wanted the divorce to happen. I told her my side. I told her my experience of seeing them being hateful towards each other, seeing her suffer because my dad won't stop cheating. I knew dad was a piece of crap, but I was more angry with her for not leaving when she had the chance. How can she think that this is a good thing for us? She never cared how I thought of dad when I learned he was cheating. I dreaded seeing her suffer. I dreaded seeing their marriage, and I am afraid I am not going to marry in future because of watching them. I always wondered, why are they even together if they don't love each other? I was a child, sure, but I wasn't an idiot. My mom cried. She told me there were several times she thought about leaving but couldn't because she thought she was doing the wrong thing and it will make me and my sister suffer. When she started her affair, she was slowly sorting things out for her. She has been planning her exit since then. She had already contacted a divorce lawyer and drafted the papers. And she was going to serve my dad later, but her affair got exposed. She wanted the divorce to be amicable, but now it seems it is not possible because my dad is refusing to divorce her. I told her it will be better if me and my sister live with our uncle for a while. She admitted that it is a good choice. I hugged her and she called my uncle the next morning. Me and my sister left with him. My mom also left the house, leaving my dad alone. My dad tried to argue that she cannot leave him, but since my uncle was there he couldn't do much. My mom told me and my sister that she will call and she is staying with a friend of hers. I think this time she will go through the divorce. I don't care who cheats on whom. I just wish all of this to end. I may come back once my parents get a divorce. Edit. My father is now arrested and my mother is in hospital. He came home one day intoxicated while my sister and I were at our uncle's, and proceeded to lay hands on my mother really severely. The neighbors called the cops, and from what I have heard, if they did not, there is a good chance my mother would not be alive right now. I want to crawl into a hole and die.
What's the scariest, most stomach-churning thing that has ever happened to you? Years ago, my uncle attacked my mom, who is his sister, with a ball-peen hammer. The attack was done due to the fact my mom refused to lend him any more money. My uncle was a notorious dope addict and had already accumulated a lot of debt from various family members and was used to getting his way. So when my mother said no, he left her hospitalized. The family did what most do, visited her in the hospital, got updates from the doctor and so on. The doctors kept her overnight, to make sure no brain damage and injury was dealt, as one strike was behind an ear. Fast forward to 5 a.m. the very next morning. My mom called me crying. I could barely understand her. The same uncle went to my parents' home. He poured gas along the back door, and lit it. My dad managed to wake up first. He saw fire and ran to wake my brother, his younger sister who was living with him at the time, and the sister's 10-month-old baby. Brother left first, sister with child, then my dad. As my brother stepped off the stairs, my uncle fired at them 5 times with a shotgun. It struck my brother 3 times in the back. Dad scoops up my brother, they get in a vehicle to leave. Driving down the driveway, uncle steps out and fires at the vehicle, busting the windshield. They then drove 2 miles to my friend's parents. My grandpa ended up hiding the uncle after, as he was also a known dope addict. While my dad, 2 living siblings of mine, and I were holed up in my mom's hospital room, with police guarding us, until they arrested my uncle. My brother never survived. My uncle went to prison for life. Happened 19 years ago, the anniversary was recently, and it seems like yesterday. I cancelled my brother's wedding over a joke his fiancée made. My brother met his now fiancée Ella at a party 3 years ago. Honestly, we never got along, but I always tried to put up a peaceful front because my brother seemed blissfully happy with her. Ella was mean to me constantly. She would make comments about my weight, make fun of my scars on my arms, my makeup, and especially my dog. She hated animals and hated that I would bring my Labrador to my parents' or my brother's house. It always just felt like something aimed to hurt me. When the two got engaged, she asked me to be her maid of honor since she has no sisters or many girlfriends, and since my brother seemed thrilled, I obliged. What I failed to realize when I accepted the role was that to her maid of honor meant planning the entire wedding. Like I was booking venues, florists, jazz bands, doing everything. Even worse, she expected me to put my credit card down for all of it. Every time I asked Ella about it, she would say that it would all be paid back by her parents before the wedding. Well, flash forward to last week, about 3 weeks before the wedding, and she's unbearable to be around. She can't last more than a few sentences before snapping at anyone. So when I of course brought up the money, it hit the fan. I asked if she had received the updated receipt of everything owed when she exploded. She called me a whole line of terrible names, but the one that stuck out was her saying, "What do you need the money for anyway? Your sick dog is dead now." My beautiful dog named Toasty died about a month before this after he fought the bravest battle with cancer. He was my sole dog and I was devastated. I blinked at her and simply left the room, having no energy to even respond to something so cruel. I went back to my car, and after the 20 silent minute drive home, I parked the car and immediately called the vendors and canceled any deposit under my card. Every single one. After almost 20 calls, all that was left of her wedding was the dress and the flower arch. I texted my brother a short explanation. I told him that every vendor would be contacting him if they wished to keep their services, and they were now responsible for covering everything. And that I would no longer be attending. It was a matter of minutes before my phone started to explode and I just turned it off. It's been a few days and I haven't talked to anyone but my mom, who thankfully understands where I was coming from. My brother has tried to call, but I just feel terrible. Both about what I did and about what she said.
My wife married me because of my best friend. My wife has had a huge crush on my best friend since junior high. And my best friend knew about this. It's been 10 years since we got married, and she still loves him. That makes it 10 years of one-sided love from her to him and 12 years of my one-sided love to her. She only got close to me and dated me so she could be in touch with my best friend. She wanted to be a part of his life no matter what, so she chose me as a scapegoat. And here I thought she loved me. How did I find this out? She told me 2 weeks ago flat out. Why did she tell me? Because I decided we were ready for a child and brought up the discussion over dinner. She told me she could make love with me, she could marry me, and even act like she loved me, but she can't bear to give birth to a child that is mine and not his. She can't give birth to a child who looks like me and not him. So she can't have my child. Then she left me that same day. She didn't even say sorry, but she did say she did her best. I met up with my best friend last night and asked him what's new. We drank a bit, and finally I brought this conversation up. It wasn't easy to bring it up. My wife married me because she loved you. I told him. He was shocked, of course. It's probably just as much as I was. He didn't know what to say for a long time. It seems like she never contacted him even after she left. With that, to my surprise, other than our small dinner gatherings together that happens sometimes, she never really contacted him personally. To be honest, she didn't really join those dinner gatherings much either. I asked him, did my wife ever say that she had feelings for you? To that, he mentioned, a long time ago, yes. She did say she had feelings for me. But that was like more than a decade ago, long before you two were dating, when we were all young and dumb. We talked for a long time about a lot of things. And now here I am, feeling guilt. I feel guilty to the point. It hurts my guts. He didn't have to be involved in this messy story, but my selfish butt decided it was a good idea to talk to him about it. I regret it. He said sorry, even though it was not his fault. I'm a terrible person for this. As for my wife, we are meeting up in 2 weeks. She left an email for me saying she is in another country because she also felt like she needed to go off to somewhere to put things together and will return in 2 weeks. She wants to meet up for a talk. I agreed to it. I have lots of things to ask her. I haven't really had proper sleep for weeks. I'm tired. My wife married me because of my best friend. My wife and I met up 2 weeks after the email she sent me. The conversation wasn't pretty. I thought I could keep myself together, but I ended up being hideous. Never have I cried so much in my life, and never have I been so used in my life. I honestly, sincerely, deeply felt the meaning of betrayal. My conversation with her was basically a repeated routine of why did you do this to me and how could you do this to me, why did you marry me and why now you have chosen to reveal this to me. I sobbed in her arms as she held me. She didn't really give clear answers to my questions. She was mostly quiet, and she only gave answers that made me even more emotional. One thing I do remember her saying was, "I'm sorry." After some more meaningless conversations, I said I wanted a divorce. Not loving me was one thing, but to deceive me for a decade is another. She agreed to it. The last words I ever told her were "F off and die in a hole, you lying piece of crap." A week later I got a phone call from her mother. The mother was a wreck, and she told me that my wife took her own life. She left a note in which she apologized profusely, but reiterated her love for my best friend. She said she was sorry for hurting me and stated in the note that maybe this act of hers can bring some form of closure in my life specifically. The funeral took place, but I couldn't go. My best friend went, and I hope she is happy with that. It's been 3 months since she died. A deep trauma has been placed inside me and I have been seeking therapy since. Life hasn't got better, but with that, I am functioning as a bare minimum of human being at least. I don't think I'll ever find an absolution from this incident. My life has been torn apart and I myself can't function as I used to. What happened to the smartest kid in your class? I was the stereotypical gifted kid throughout school and even at university. I studied law because it came to me easily and was fun, and back then I still believed that economic success and prestige were the most important things in life. I believed that I had to live up to the possibilities given to me by luck of the draw with regard to smartness and ease of learning. Sadly, I developed an eating disorder from the pressure to succeed and because I was not at all adjusted to all the responsibilities of adult life. Depression then hit after a boyfriend of mine decided to rope me and I attempted suicide and failed. After all of this, I started intensive therapy to overcome the ED and depression, but still went through the practical education in law. During that time, I had 2 major breakdowns which I didn't recognize as burnout back then, but which in hindsight were clear signs of me being overwhelmed. I was on the verge of attempting again when I took the exams. However, I still passed despite barely studying by this point. I got the first job I applied to and started working as a lawyer in a big law firm. I liked the field I worked in, but hated every single day of work because I constantly felt overwhelmed, inadequate and terribly scared of failing. Social contacts and things to do for fun fell by the wayside because I simply didn't have any energy left for them after putting everything into trying to cope with work. Managed to do 2 years of that until my body said, "Nope, not doing this anymore," and gave me a really bad burnout. Took 5 whole years of doing nothing and 2 self-induced trips to a mental ward to recover enough to think about working again, though never in my original field of law. Now I work a part-time job in a super small publishing house, way beyond my facilities and making way less money, and I've never been happier in all my life. I no longer feel constantly overwhelmed or scared to fail. Because I've set my bars a lot lower. What I learned from all of this is that education, money, prestige, all that is not worth anything if you're not happy doing what you do. I don't regret my way to where I am, despite all the pits I fell into along the way, because I wouldn't know how to appreciate where I am now without it.
Women, what was your worst run-in with a creep? At age 18 I started living alone for the first time. The guy in the flat next to mine was around 35 and invited me round for a couple of drinks. He said he wanted to invite the new neighbor and get to know her, and like a dumb and naive 18-year-old I went in. After about half an hour, he started having a seizure. I call an ambulance and try to get him on his side. Ambulance crew turned up and took him to hospital. I let them know I'll lock up and he can pick up his keys when he's better. So the next morning he drops by. He is super apologetic, and asks if he can cook for me as an apology. I was kinda not feeling it, but said yes anyway. So I go round to his, he's cooked something that smells great, we sit down to eat and he has another seizure. Call another ambulance, same thing as last time. Next morning, he explains he's got a drinking habit, and the seizures are usually the aftermath of his drinking. I sympathize with him. About a week later, I leave for work and he's seizuring in the hallway. I call another ambulance, and halfway through the call, he full-on grabs my chest. I tell him to stop a few times, and I hear the call operator say that they're gonna send the police as a precaution. Everyone shows up. I decline to make a statement, and give the police the keys this time. Then weird stuff starts happening. He suddenly, accidentally, starts collecting my mail so he has an excuse to see me. There's a fire outside my window. There is someone listening to me in the hall when I shower. Then after a few weeks, his door is wide open and he's seizuring again. I call yet again, and police are sent out as well. He goes to hospital and I actually make a statement this time. I end up putting up a few cameras because I feel unsafe. Then about a month later, he snaps. Builders next door woke him up, so his reaction was to slash their van's tires, unalive the neighbor's dog, and use his firearm on the leg of one of the builders. I get it all on camera. Police come round asking for the footage, and it was the officer who attended his seizures. He pulled me aside and said that both times, once he got into the ambulance, he immediately stopped fitting. When he got to hospital, he was abusive to staff who said there was nothing wrong with him, and discharged himself. He'd been faking just to get close to me. He went to prison and I thought it was the end of that. Until I realized he put my name, address and phone number into every low-end adult worker site he could find. I got many calls from those sites, and a few weird men turned up to my house announced. I moved out quickly after that.
What is the most pathetic thing you've ever done? My first ever relationship ended when I cheated on my girlfriend. However, I manipulated her into remaining friends. We did remain friends, but I got very depressed over the next few months, and ended up dropping out of school for a year. Not going to school, and not going out on the weekends, of course resulted in me seeing very little of my ex, and any of my other friends for that matter. In my mind, this was of course her fault. The fact I was now a depressed loner who smoked all the time was indeed her fault. She left me when I cheated and she should have stayed, is what I thought. I then went on to tell her that my life is ruined because she left me, and all of the problems stemmed from the fact she could not forgive me. This, strangely, did not make her come over to my house to see me, and so I did the only rational thing to me at the time. I called her an effing dumb bitch, literally exposed her past trauma to the little friends I had left, blamed her for all of my problems, and said I was thinking of suicide unless she got back with me. This went on for a full year. I just got worse over time and more manipulative. I still smoked and this time began doing blow. I met up with her once during this period, and tried to initiate intimacy. When she turned me down, I tried to rope her. Thankfully, she managed to get out, as my brain was too messed up to realize she was escaping and I could not stop her. I left a voicemail right after and was calling her useless. I ruined her self-esteem. Following this, I was doing anything I could to try to break her. It reached the point where if we walked past each other in the street she would begin crying and running away. 8 months ago I stopped this. I was tired of her, and certain that the reason I felt so mad all the time was because she never answered my messages, of which I sent plenty. If I never saw her again, I would be so happy. Over the next 6 or so months I realized what an idiot I was, and 2 months ago I hand wrote a 4-page letter, apologizing profusely, and trying to make everything right. Telling her she wasn't useless, making sure it was clear that I regretted my actions, and wanted to take them all back. She effing accepted my apology. By no right in hell do I ever deserve her forgiveness, but I got it. I actually ran into her at a party a few weeks ago. I was there with my current girlfriend, and she was there with her new boyfriend, whom I hope is a better person than I am. She mentioned she was still struggling with some issues. I have never been so genuinely sorry about something in my entire life. I hope she turns out great in the end, and I will make sure I never become such a tragic, sad, demented excuse for a man ever again. I think my wife is starving herself. I talked to Allie when I came down for Christmas and I pushed the eating disorder thing a bit in my initial opening to the conversation. She just sat and listened to me, and I admit in my anxiety I kind of rambled for about 5 minutes, maybe longer. I told her I was scared about her starving herself, that she could pass away, that I empathized because I had an addiction too. Called her out on the pro-ana sites and lack of food. I don't think I'll ever forget her reaction after I finally shut up. She just laughed. This really cold and angry kind of laugh I have honestly never heard come out of her mouth in the almost decade I've known her. It was followed by her saying, "Are you serious right now?" She launched into what can only be described as an avalanche of anger and incredulity wrapped in a bomb. She ranted for about 10 minutes. In the beginning of the year when she'd left, she apparently got really into fitness and nutrition and after a couple of months started training for a half marathon. She pulled up her calories in an app on her phone and gave it to me. Always over 2,000 calories a day. She told me that she'd worked her way up from nothing to going 10 miles a day. She loved it, but I was so engrossed in my own addiction and 12-step stuff that she didn't really mention it because she didn't want me to crap on that, too, because I had a habit of not really saying much about her accomplishments. She kept it up all year until fall when she went back to her hometown. I had a relapse in late September, early October. I spent a lot of cash we didn't have, but I guess I didn't really realize how that would affect her. She apparently couldn't afford to eat. She stopped training because she couldn't buy enough groceries to even eat enough in general. She started crying and practically yelling at this point and told me about how her stomach started growling during one of her classes loudly, to the point where another teacher came up to her between classes and asked her about it. I'll never forget Allie yelling at me and saying, "Do you have any idea how humiliated I was?" I felt, and still feel, like an absolute piece of crap. The pro-ana sites were bookmarked from early October, not in her recent browser history like I'd thought. She said she ended up there after Google searches had lended results that amount to just eat food, when she literally could not. She said she felt disgusting and horrible even reading through those sites, but that they were the only things that got her through her classes without public humiliation. She said that practically not eating for a month was agony. The amount of guilt I feel is incredible. I asked her why she didn't say anything, and she said that after multiple conversations about money and begging me to budget she finally gave up and just got her own bank account. She did bring up my thinking of her as so strong and unbreakable and how much pressure that put on her. She was crying at this point more than yelling, saying how she lost her best friend to an addiction and how this hadn't been a partnership in a long time, and how alone she felt. How the program was almost as bad as my addiction, because it was the only thing that started to matter to me. I guess she had a point. I went to almost 2 meetings a day. It was like a second job. We talked a lot about all of this, but I eventually did convince her to come back to my place and work on our marriage. I made a big effort and got a new therapist too in addition to the one I had. We started counseling together. I hired a financial advisor and started to seriously budget. We bought a house with the profits from selling my mom's house. Everything was going well, but I had to go and royally screw this like I always do. In my new therapy sessions, my therapist helped me realize that a lot of my issues come from a place of not knowing who I am. He gave me a lot of homework assignments, one of which was on who I thought I was supposed to be in a marriage and if that was who I wanted to be. I don't really know what happened, but I was so tired of feeling guilty and tired of feeling like I failed as a husband and just sick of therapy and everything. I was tired of working hard all the time emotionally. I missed my addiction. I missed not feeling so much responsibly. I was tired of strict budgets. I just fantasized about back when I was in college and single and none of it mattered. I wrote down all these things. What I wrote on the page was raw and full of resentments I didn't know I even had and had a lot of stuff about Allie. I looked at it after I wrote it and it didn't even sound like me. It wasn't even true. I was just angry and hurt and feeling so much shame it was like I couldn't handle it anymore. It honestly disturbed me how ugly it sounded, because they were things I didn't know I even thought about. I left the paper on my desk and figured I'd look at it when I got back from work. Long story short, Allie found it and Allie read it. I came home with a note taped to it that simply said, "I do not deserve this." She's right. She doesn't. She moved everything she had to the office and divided rooms while I was at work. She even put a lock on the door. I sent an email trying to explain that I didn't even mean it but got no response. She literally didn't speak to me for 2 weeks and would walk out of the room when I came in. A week ago she sat me down and told me that since we just bought the house, we'd likely lose thousands in closing costs, so it didn't make sense to sell. I agreed. She told me that she was, however, filing for a divorce. And possibly going back to California. Then she left. I think I broke the heart of the woman I love more than anything. And she's gone and I miss her so much. She's back to not speaking to me. Half of me wants to beg her to come back, but I don't think I can keep any of the promises I had been making to her. I think I need to be single for a while and just focus on therapy. I don't know what's wrong with me or why I keep doing these things that hurt myself and others, but I need to get a handle on that before I think of tackling anything else. It cost me my marriage. It almost cost me my job. I think it's robbed my whole life. What's the scariest thing in the entire world? Rabies. It's exceptionally common, but people just don't run into the animals that carry it often. Let me paint you a picture. You go camping, and at midday you decide to take a nap in a nice little hammock. While sleeping, a tiny brown bat decides to bite in your sleep. His teeth are tiny. Hardly enough to even break the skin, but he does manage to give you the equivalent of a tiny scrape that goes completely unnoticed. You wake up, none the wiser. If you notice anything at the bite site at all, you assume you just lightly scraped it on something. The bomb has been lit, and your nervous system is the wick. The disease will multiply along your nervous system, doing virtually no damage, and completely undetectable. You literally have no symptoms. It may be 4 days, it may be a year, but the camping trip is most likely long forgotten. Then one day you get a slight headache. At this point, you're already dead. There is no cure. There's no treatment. It has a 100% unalive rate. So what does that look like? Your headache turns into a fever, and a general feeling of being unwell. You're fidgety, uncomfortable and scared. As the virus that has taken its time getting into your brain finds a vast network of nerve endings, it begins to rapidly reproduce, starting at the base of your brain, where your pons is located. This is the part of the brain that controls communication between the rest of the brain and body, as well as sleep cycles. Next you become anxious. You still think you have only a mild fever, but suddenly you find yourself becoming scared, even horrified, and it doesn't occur to you that you don't know why. This is because the disease is chewing up your amygdala. As your cerebellum becomes hot with the virus, you begin to lose muscle coordination and balance. You think maybe it's a good idea to go to the doctor now, but assuming a doctor is smart enough to even run the tests necessary in the few days you have left on the planet, odds are they'll only be able to tell your loved ones what you died of later. You're twitchy, shaking and scared. You have the normal fear of not knowing what's going on, but with the virus really effing the amygdala, this is amplified 100-fold. It's around this time the hydrophobia starts. You're terribly thirsty, you just want water. But you can't drink. Every time you do, your throat clamps shut and you vomit. This has become a legitimate, active fear of water. You're thirsty, but looking at a glass of water begins to make you gag and shy back in fear. The contradiction is hard for your hot brain to see at this point. By now, the doctors will have to put you on IVs to keep you hydrated, but even that's futile. You were dead the second you had a headache. You begin hearing things, or not hearing at all as your thalamus goes. You taste sounds, you see smells, everything starts feeling like the most horrifying substance trip anyone has ever been on. With your hippocampus long under attack, you're having trouble remembering things, especially family. You're alone, hallucinating and thirsty, confused and undeniably terrified. Everything scares the literal crap out of you at this point. These strange people in lab coats. These strange people standing around your bed crying, who keep trying to get you to drink something and crying. And it's only been about a week since that little headache that you've completely forgotten. Time means nothing to you anymore. Funny enough, you now know how the bat felt when he bit you. Eventually, you slip into the dumb phase. Your brain has started the process of shutting down. Too much of it has been turned to liquid virus. Your face droops. You drool. You're unaware of what's around you. A sudden noise or light might startle you, but for the most part, all you can do is just stare at the ground. You haven't really slept for about 72 hours. Then you die. Always, you die.
I broke up with my boyfriend over the Barbie movie. 3 days ago my boyfriend and I went to see the Barbie movie. I've been really excited as I'm a huge Margot Robbie fan and my boyfriend liked Ryan Reynolds. Other than him being in the movie, my boyfriend didn't know anything else about it. I, on the other hand, was aware of its feminist themes and was secretly hoping my boyfriend would get the message. Over the duration of the movie I could tell he was getting more and more uncomfortable and upset and I was getting really sad. I knew we would end up having a conversation about it afterwards. He didn't talk to me until we got in the car. He then told me that he was really offended by the movie and said that it was the kind of thing I should have watched with my girlfriends and not him. I understood where he was coming from, but I'm not going to even start explaining why I disagreed. We have been having problems with his weird comments about women, the LGBT community, and other stuff. He would deem it beach stuff. Maybe it was a long time coming, but this was the straw that broke the camel's back. I was tired of having to always deal with his attitude and disrespect and was also maybe on this girl power high. So I told him it was over. The complicated part is this: he lives with me. He has been in between serving jobs, and since he was my freaking boyfriend, I let him move in with me 6 months ago. Living with him is a whole other story, but I couldn't take it anymore and had him leave my apartment the next day. I stayed at my friend's house while he packed up his stuff. He said he understood and that he didn't want to live with me another second anyways. I assumed he had a place to go, but apparently he didn't. His brother called me a few hours ago saying he's MIA. His friends are blowing up my phone saying the same thing. I feel like this is all my fault. No one has heard from him in 24 hours. I did think it was weird when I came home and all the food in the fridge was gone, all the batteries in our electronics drawer were gone, he took my phone charger, and half the blankets. I know now he did not in fact have anywhere to go. The worst part is we still have his location and it's saying he is 2 states away. I don't know how he got there. I can't believe this is all because of the freaking Barbie movie. I broke up with my boyfriend over the Barbie movie. Well, I found out that he was cheating on me. The way I found out was actually kind of funny. His brother has been keeping me semi-updated on my ex, Ken, who is still missing. I haven't really been asking any questions other than how Ken is and how his family are doing. They're not mad at me as they are aware of the situation. His brother even thanked me for taking care of Ken for as long as I did. He texted me this morning around 9 saying we don't need to worry anymore because he's at their cousin's house in Colorado Springs. Then, around 12 in the afternoon, I got multiple calls from a friend of his saying that he heard from my ex. This friend sucks so much I'm not even gonna get into it. I supremely regret giving him my number. He was obviously under the influence of some sort, and he's telling me stuff like, Ken is literally so much happier now that you let him go, and that Ken just felt bad for me and that I was charity work. And then he said, now he can be with his main chick for real. Ken is getting some real guts now and that he is with her right now. He then went on to describe how voluptuous this girl was and what she looked like. Literally pause. I asked him to clarify and he gave me that, oh crap, laughing guy thing they do when they say something they weren't supposed to. Then he told me to F off and hung up. The potentially craziest part that has been getting to me is that he is definitely at his cousin's house. His brother confirmed. I think I'm going crazy because I've seen his cousin on his Instagram feed before and she's literally stunning. She looks exactly like Ken's friend described her as, and is with Ken right now. There's no way Ken's main chick was his cousin. There's no way.
What happened to your school bully? I got bullied really badly in school. Thankfully, it started slacking off in my junior year of high school when most of my bullies got jobs, started planning for college, or found themselves too busy with dating to make my life any more miserable than it was. The exception was Greg, a smirking, insufferable jerk who began targeting me in junior high school because I was poor, and then expanded into myriad other reasons, basically anything he could use as an excuse to humiliate or terrorize me, along with a bunch of other kids. The last memory I have of the guy was him sitting with his buddies and making them all laugh by making fun of me and my Megadeth t-shirt. I was into heavy metal and horror movies, which earned quite a bit of misery from Greg and his buddies. Anyway, Greg decided to go through with S-aside in his garage that year. The school allowed students to take off and go to his funeral, and I was one of a handful of folks who didn't. It's not that I was happy he ended himself. On the contrary, I thought it was an extraordinarily messed up and terrible thing that happened. Greg made my life miserable, but I had so many people making me miserable then that I halfway believed I deserved it. He was just one violent snowflake in a blizzard of misery. What I really felt was that it would be extraordinarily hypocritical and disrespectful to show up at this guy's funeral when he hated me, and I considered him a tormentor in turn. It was crazy to me seeing guys who were regularly brutalized by Greg going to pay their respects. They were serious about it, too. This wasn't just a chance to take off from school. I caught hell from some of these people for not showing up. They just couldn't understand why I thought I shouldn't attend the funeral of a person who despised me. Decades have passed now, and I still feel I did the right thing by not going. Greg's S-aside was a tragedy and I feel deep sympathy for his parents and loved ones, even now. No matter what Greg did to me, there were people who loved him, and the kind of wound any death leaves, especially a S-aside, never really heals. What's the creepiest urban legend you've ever heard? My mother grew up in a very old village in Scotland. This village has been home to the Picts and the Romans. The woods near the village used to be much larger. They are what survives of a large forest that almost completely surrounded the village. Legend says the forest was home to witches. When the forest was being cleared for expanding farmland, a lone witch came out of the forest to tell the villagers to stop. She said the trees would not forgive man for their destruction, and if the villagers did not heed her words, then all of their land would become infertile. And all the women. Frightened, the villagers agreed but asked for a small part of the forest. A deal was made that this, and only this, land could be cleared. The witch also said that for every harvest of every crop grown there, one sack of produce must be taken to the edge of the forest and left. This practice was followed for hundreds of years until the villagers abruptly tore down much of the remaining forest to grow wheat and build a mill. Again, a strange woman came from the forest into the village and threatened the villagers. She said they had broken the promise and would suffer. This time the villagers took the woman and unalived her. Her last words were that the price was now 3 sacks. The man who built the mill was scared, and after the first harvest he took 3 sacks into the woods. Unlike his neighbors, his crops did not fail and his wife became pregnant. Always he paid the woods their due, and before long he was the richest man in the village and had 3 beautiful, healthy daughters. Unfortunately, the man grew greedy and thought he'd no longer pay his 3 sacks. The next morning his youngest daughter went missing. The whole village came to help look for her, but the man asked that his men run the mill as normal so he didn't lose any money. There was soon a commotion at the mill. Some of the workers had fainted, others were crying, some were shouting. The man came to see what was happening. A horrified worker told him they had started up the mill as normal, but blood had poured from between the stones. They had found his missing daughter. Distraught, the man sold his land and fled the village with his family. The mill was torn down and years later a silo was built there. By the 1960s the silo was ancient and crumbling. It was also rumored to be haunted either by the farmer, his daughter or the witch. Sometimes all three. One day, my mother and her friends had a bet to see who could spend a night in the silo. One boy who was always boasting of his bravery volunteered. Between them, my mom and her friends conspired to keep this a secret from their parents by lying about camping in each other's gardens. That evening the boy, John, climbed the silo loft and mom and her friend gave him a bag of food, a blanket and a torch. They told him they'd be back in the morning but were actually planning on coming back later to frighten him. They had waited a few hours and snuck back to the silo and alarmingly they could hear John sobbing and crying for help. They found him quite away from the silo pulling himself along on his stomach. John had jumped out the silo loft and broken his ankles. He was carried back to his parents' house and taken to hospital. After the inevitable week of punishment my mom was allowed to visit John. She said he still looked as terrified then as he had that night. She asked him what happened. He said he told his parents and the doctors that he fell but the truth was he saw something. Not long after he was left on his own he could hear something shuffling around in the loft. He used the torch to see but there were only empty grain bags. He tried to ignore the noise but finally it sounded like it was moving toward him. When he shone the torch on the grain bags again he saw that they were crawling, dragging themselves along the floor towards him. That's why he jumped. The silo's long been demolished but they've built homes there now. Who is the most badass historical character? Miyamoto Musashi. Undefeated in 61 samurai duels, the first of which he was 13 years old. He invented his own fighting style using both a long and short sword called Niiten Ichi meaning two heavens as one. He once hit a sword master with his wooden sword so hard that his arm had to be amputated. He stood still in a sword fight against the previous master's brother so long that over an inch of snow built on the back of his sword, metal this time. He only moved when the brother's friend tried to sneak up behind him. He then unalived both of them with two swings. He unalived a monk who was a master of the long pole with his wooden sword. He unalived a master of the sickle and chain. When the master disarmed him he threw his knife about 10 feet and hit in the neck. One of the only true sword masters to live to old age with no facial scarring. He was publicly challenged to a duel by a 12-year-old kid who was a relative of a man he had unalived. When he approached the field from behind he saw 10 swordsmen and 2 men with muskets sitting in the tree above the kid. Musashi snuck up from behind, climbed the tree and unalived the musket men. He dropped out of the tree and unalived the kid who had challenged him and turned to battle the 10 swordsmen. It was during this battle that he was supposed to have invented his two-sword fighting style. He escaped with his life and a large body count. A short while later at a bar, Sasaki Kojiro was insulting Musashi to the people of the bar about ending the kid. A stranger wearing a hat approached Kojiro as the crowd cleared. He lifted his hat to show it was Musashi who sat in the back listening to Kojiro badmouth him. Musashi said he would unalive him one day. Musashi unalived him on the beach many years later. Musashi once unalived a samurai with his own wanted poster. Wanted posters were written on wooden boards like a for sale sign.
Why do you deep down hate your significant other? I have been dating my boyfriend for 3 years. He is a great guy in many ways, but not in the bedroom. I have always had an incredibly high intimacy drive, and have seemed to torment myself in relationships with men who are incapable of handling it. I don't know if he just doesn't know what he is doing or if he is selfish, but every time we have intimacy, he finishes and I pretty much don't. On top of that, he has an incredibly small PP. A few weeks ago I was giving him neck and caught a whiff of cheese which made me gag and I had to stop. After intimacy, he never asks me if I've finished. It's been like this since the beginning of the relationship, although things in the beginning were at least a little exciting because they were new. When I have asked him to make me feel good, he does it for a second and a half. He has made me unload one time and it's because it was so built up on my end that my womanhood would have basically exploded on any contact. That was like a year and a half ago. At this point, I have just been finishing myself off and it has become very depressing. The intimacy is so unsatisfying that I feel like I have been conditioned to literally not wanting it anymore, and when he asks I just say I am too tired. I also don't want him to ask, instead I want him to pursue me and initiate things, have told him that, and he won't. I tried to guide his hand to my feel-good spot the other day to show him the right pressure to do and he just wasn't into it. I finally snapped and told him that the intimacy just wasn't good for me. He lost his mind on me. Told me it was so effing weird for me to guide his hand and that he didn't like it. Started talking about how his high school girlfriend never had that problem. How he could find anyone else to love him. How he would have already asked me to marry him if he didn't have so many effing reservations. He says things like this all the time and then takes them back. I know that he doesn't want to break up. He wants to get married and have kids, and already has a very rigid framework for where he wants to live and raise a family, and he doesn't really care how I feel. He is close with parents and literally told me my mother and father will be moving in when I have kids and have unrestricted access. He goes to see his parents every single weekend, and although I think it's sweet he loves his parents, the frequency impedes on our relationship. His dad goes to sleep early and his mom is always trying to get him to stay and hang out with her. In the past and recently, he has called his mom when we are having fights and told her about them and insulted me to her. I've told him this really bothers me but he continues to do it. It makes the relationship feel super crowded.
How did you find out your significant other cheated on you? My girlfriend and I were together for 4 years and we were engaged to be married. Last weekend she had her bachelorette party. I didn't have a problem with it, especially after what she told me was the plan. She and some friends were going to rent an Airbnb, a big place with like 4 bedrooms, and they were just going to get trashed and party and hang out. The day of the party she was at my place, a 2-bedroom apartment, 1 room I use as a home office. She makes all of the arrangements and goes to meet her friends. We texted a little, but as the party warmed up we stopped and I figured they were just having fun. After midnight I start getting ready for bed and notice that the computer in my office isn't turned off, rather the black screen was just a screensaver. It turns out fiancé had not logged out and her messenger was still open on the computer. There was a group chat where her and the girls had been planning everything. And a lot of videos were uploaded to the chat. I was a little curious and I started watching some of the videos. Most of them were pretty innocent, just a group of 15 girls getting intoxicated and dancing. Then there was a video of a woman going to the front door and about 10 guys entering the apartment. I didn't know who they were and I didn't recognize anyone. There were a couple videos of the guys and girls dancing and drinking. And then the worst happened. A video started of my fiancé making out with a guy on the sofa. She stops and rolls over and starts making out with a second guy. Then there was a video of her and the 2 guys going into a bedroom. These guys were maybe 6'2" and black. There was also a video of them coming out that according to the timestamps was 5 minutes later. Seeing all this was like a sledgehammer to me. I walked into the bathroom because I thought I would be sick. I then paced back and forth in the apartment for about 30 minutes. Then I poured myself a rocks glass full of whiskey and chugged it down. I saved the videos and then made one of my own. Just a short little selfie video of me saying, "Hi, this is your ex-fiancé. I just wanted to say I saw the videos from the party and the wedding is off. I hope it was worth it." I'm glad I saved the videos because in less than 10 minutes they were all deleted and my phone started blowing up, but I didn't answer any calls or texts. At first it was just my girlfriend texting saying she can explain and it's not what it looked like. Then her friends joined in. But I ignored everyone and didn't respond. Then suddenly I got a request for a video chat and I'll admit my curiosity got the better of me. I answered the call but didn't say anything. It was my fiancée sitting in front of the camera and she looked like she had been crying and the other friends were around her. I really only know maybe 4 of the friends, but I recognize a lot of the others. First she started apologizing but kept saying it wasn't what it looked like. Apparently it was just a party and the guys coming over was not planned. She said it might have looked bad but nothing happened. When I didn't say anything she just kept going on with more of the same and her friends backed her up. The more I didn't speak, the more hysterical she got. Eventually she admitted to kissing the 2 guys but dumped the blame on her friends who all took responsibility for that, which surprised me a little. She said the kisses didn't mean anything and that's all that happened. Then she seemed to remember the video of her going into the bedroom and she started screaming that it was just a joke and nothing happened. All the other women confirmed it was just a joke and that my fiancé had walked into the room and then turned around and walked out again. This just kept going on and they just kept repeating themselves. Eventually everyone got quiet and all I said was, "Is there anything else to add?" She said no and I just ended the video call. I went onto social media and changed my relationship status to single and posted that the wedding was off and if anyone had bought a present they should feel free to return it. Fiancé saw the post and is freaking out even more and just keeps insisting that all she did was kiss and nothing else. I sent her a text saying if I suspect that her or any of her friends lie about what happened or try to make me the bad guy, then I will post all the videos online. Right now no one else knows what is happening. I caught my girlfriend in a lie that would have gotten my little sister in big trouble. 4 months ago, I took in my 11-year-old sister to live with me due to our mom being an addict and frequently hurting her. Everything has been great, except for one thing. My girlfriend is not thrilled that my little sister lives with us. My girlfriend has blamed my mother's actions towards my little sister on her, making her feel unwanted and dumb many times. Anyways, my sister has chores that she has to do and she has additional chores that she does that earn her money for extra things like going to movies or for going to the shop with her friends. Nothing big, no child labor laws are being violated. But from the beginning my sister has missed on doing some of her basic chores, cleaning her room, her bathroom, making her bed, vacuuming, and some kitchen stuff. My girlfriend was constantly doing it to pick up the slack and letting me know about it. I kept my sister home from some things she wanted to do with her friends and was even more mad that she would lie and deny she didn't clean her bathroom, for example. I came home several times to find my sister outside playing with friends only to walk inside and find my girlfriend making her bed, or cleaning her bathroom. My sister flat out started accusing my girlfriend of lying, but not to her face, just privately to me. Then on Saturday I came home after grocery shopping. I asked my sister to put away all the groceries in their right place. I had to run back to the store. I went in the backyard to grab some tools out of my shed that I needed to return to my friend on my way to the store. While I was on the phone with my friend from my backyard I could see my sister put away all the groceries. Then she got picked up by her friend's mom for a birthday party. I was in the backyard longer than expected and saw my girlfriend walk in the kitchen after my sister left and literally pull out all of the groceries from the fridge, cupboards, and everywhere else and stuff it back in the bags. I wasn't sure what was going on. I was so in denial I guess that I didn't immediately figure it out. I actually went out the side gate and drove to my friend's. I was at his house when my girlfriend called me and told me that my sister left to go to the birthday party and left all the groceries out everywhere in the kitchen. I don't know why, but I was so distracted that day that I didn't figure it out until I got the call. I briefly told my friend about this. He told me to break up with her. I really am in love with my girlfriend, but this is kind of big because it makes my sister's past claims suddenly seem true. To conclude here, I came home and my girlfriend was putting all the groceries away that my sister had purposely neglected to do. I was so shocked that I watched her finish the chore without saying a word as she went off about me not being able to parent properly and imply my sister needs a different place to stay. I confronted her after she was done and she just went silent. Finally, after being pressed, she snapped and told me she hated my little sister as I had to give attention to my little sister as well and not just her. I was dizzy from just pure disbelief. I asked her to leave for a few days, but now I'm feeling guilty and confused about what the right thing to do is. She has been calling me and I don't want to drag this one forever without a decision for everybody's sake, but I have zero idea what to do. I caught my girlfriend in a lie that would have gotten my little sister in big trouble. I decided to break up with my girlfriend. I drove to my ex's parents' house on Tuesday and took her the rest of her stuff. It started out bumpy because her dad met me on the driveway and argued with me about what he sees as my sister being a spoiled brat and turning me against his daughter. As soon as I started losing it and raising my voice, my ex ran out and sent him inside the house. I told her we're over and I'm moving on. She threatened to report me for rope, but I just told her to do whatever she felt like. I was not intimidated by this threat, but I was shocked at how low she could actually stoop. That night I took my sister for ice cream and apologized. I told her that I totally believed her. She was happy to hear everything I had to say. It makes a huge difference to a child when you give a sincere apology. She even texted a couple of her friends to gloat that my ex was gone. Okay, now the hard part. On Wednesday I took her to the park to kick the soccer ball around and to have an overdue talk with her. I asked her about my ex and she told me that she was mistreated by her more than I knew about. She had a lot to say about her time at mom's house during the time when I was away. I didn't know how hard it was for her when I enlisted and left. That was hard to hear. It was kind of a move to get myself out of a situation with zero thought to leaving her behind. The short version is that we have all failed her badly. When I was first discharged I got a good job working for the city. But I was drinking every weekend and my house was the hangout spot for my friends, and that's how I met my ex. I was even drinking on a lot of weeknights. I didn't immediately take my sister with me even though I knew about how my mom was living. My wake-up call was when my sister called me because the cops were there looking for mom to question her and her boyfriend. That was when I finally cleaned up, rented a house close to my sister's school and brought her to live with me. She doesn't remember that I waited so long to bring her with me. She remembers it as if I acted quickly, which is totally false and makes me look way better than I was. It was really shocking and brutal to hear things from her perspective. She has been through more than I can have imagined. She is a very strong person. So definitely no more girlfriends for me for a long time. That was an emotionally expensive lesson to learn with everything that my sister had to go through while I was being blind and dumb. I'm going to wait and literally become a monk until she is in college. When did the popular kid's life fall apart in a few seconds? So I went to high school in a somewhat rural area in Alabama. During my junior year the county's district attorney was coming to give a speech about intoxicated driving. Well, an hour before the assembly everyone was called to the gym and told not to bring anything with us. We get there and there are dogs and officers searching students. Everyone was freaked out, but we had assumed they moved the assembly from the auditorium to the gym and wanted to be careful because the speaker was a high public figure in the area. After he spoke, the principal told us we couldn't leave the gym and everyone was confused but didn't look too much into it. After an hour or so lunch had come and gone and people started getting rowdy. The principal told us we were going to be escorted to the elementary, intermediate, and middle school for lunch. This is when we started to panic and ask what was going on, but no one would answer. Grade by grade we were escorted by at least a dozen officers across the school lots to each other's school, given 20 minutes to eat then promptly escorted back. Another few hours had gone by and everyone was on edge but still no one would tell us what was going on. The principal had asked to see a handful of students then left us there again. We couldn't do anything but sit there. We couldn't leave the bleachers. If we had to use the bathroom we were escorted by an officer. We couldn't leave for the day, and no one was allowed on the property so we couldn't even leave with our parents. Well, it was time for school to be over and they still wouldn't let us leave. At this point students were mad and upset. People had jobs to get to and siblings to pick up. A few students tried to leave but were immediately returned to the bleachers. One guy had to be escorted out and arrested because he tried to fight an officer for not letting him leave. Finally, after seeing the students get riled up, the principal told us what was going on. A student had left a bomb threat in the girls' bathroom and there was a SWAT team and bomb squad searching every inch of the school building and we couldn't leave until it had been cleared and they found out who did it. This sent the whole gym completely silent and everyone sat that way for a few moments. We were all terrified and just looking around. After about another hour the principal called a student down and took her outside where she was arrested. It was one of the popular girls and everyone was shocked. But they let us go home so we knew it was her. The next morning we found out what happened. She had disliked the district attorney because he handled her family's case poorly. She had made a very poorly built explosive device with clay and bullets and hid it in her backpack and was going to set it off during the assembly. She was arrested and banned from all Alabama public schools. From what I heard she is still in prison and will be for a long time. I'm leaving my abusive family without a trace. I was adopted by a family when I was 5. I don't know my biological parents. The family already had 3 children who were all girls. In the first few years of my life they treated us all well. My sisters, however, were never able to accept me. They saw me as an outsider who doesn't belong in the family. Actually, it was the oldest one, Alicia, who poisoned the other 2, Maria and Juliet, against me by telling them that our parents would treat me better because I was a boy, which wasn't true. In fact, all 3 of them protested against me getting a room on the same floor as them. And my parents gave in. There was a spare room in the basement where I had to sleep now. This, however, just led to them making fun of me, calling me names like cellar rat and many more things. I just shrugged it off, assuming that's how siblings treated each other. But I realized that having my sleeping room in the basement somehow also affected the way my parents treated me. Sleeping down there felt like I was out of sight for them. They lost interest in me and I became less significant and important. while on the other hand they started to focus more on my sisters. When I was 13 they completely lost interest in me. It was like I was a homeless person living in the basement. They missed all the appointments I had. They didn't care about my grades. They never even called me to eat. Sometimes I would come upstairs and see how they already took away the plates. If I was lucky there were leftovers that I could eat. Do you think I got presents for my birthday? No, because they didn't even know my birthday in the first place. And last Christmas they forgot to buy presents for me. I don't feel hatred towards my sisters. I'm glad they have a home where they are cared for and that they can feel loved. I just don't understand why they would adopt me if they just throw me away like a piece of paper. I think they just wanted to have this feeling too. Have a son for some time but then realized they could never love me like one of their own. And I just can't do this anymore. I decided to pack my things and leave. I will do it tonight. I will stay at a friend's house for a while and try to look for a job that hopefully gets me enough money so that I can rent an apartment. I decided to leave a letter behind in my room. I wouldn't be surprised if they never even find it, let alone notice that I'm gone. I'm leaving my abusive family without a trace. When I left I decided to take my documents with me. I packed my things and left when all of them were asleep. Everything went as planned. I silently left the house and went to my best friend's home. He had an apartment in a neighbor city so I had to walk for a while. I arrived at his apartment at 3 a.m. He had a spare bedroom that he used for visitors who might want to stay for the night. We agreed that I could live with him as long as I want. I slept through the night and in the morning I started looking for jobs immediately. While I was on his laptop still looking through the online job advertisements and collecting them the doorbell rang. He opened the door and I heard a familiar voice. But it wasn't one of my parents. It was one of my sisters. Maria to be exact. The middle sister. I heard her ask if I was here. He wanted to lie for me but I decided to talk to her to find out what she wanted. So I appeared behind him and she went, "Thank God you're here," and hugged me. I was completely overwhelmed and surprised and didn't know what to say, and then she told me how she found me, and this is where things get more interesting. She told me that everyone except her was out of the house and she randomly got the urge to go and check on me. She went into the basement and into my room where she found the room empty and my letter. In the letter I did not mention where I planned to stay, but she just ended up driving to a few of my friends' houses in the slim hopes I was there. Apparently she also took the letter with her. She said she hasn't shown the rest of the family the letter yet and wanted to talk to me first. No one besides her knew where I was or what I did last night. She apologized to me and offered to talk with her on my side to our parents. She explained that the way I talked about her in the letter made her feel bad. She said she never hated me or anything. She admitted that she also protested against me having a room on their floor, but just because of Alicia's influence on her and because she believed her lies when she was younger. Now that I think about it, unlike Alicia and Juliet, she never called me bad names. She said that Juliet is just insufferable because of how Alicia manipulated her. She said she never realized how bad I was treated. She never gave a second thought about me because Alicia spread rumors that I was just very socially awkward and overall didn't like any of them and that I would just lock myself inside the basement. And as a reason for her claims she just reminded them that I was adopted and that is why I would try to make myself the outsider. I said to her that this might explain why she and Juliet might have been like that to me but not why my parents would have behaved that way. She replied that she also can just make claims here without any proof, but she thinks it's because even between them Alicia is the golden child as the firstborn. Her and Juliet are only the failed attempts at them having a boy. And her being the golden child made it easier for her to manipulate both of them into believing the lies she told them. Then she said that she knows that mom and dad would be pretty easy to manipulate if you know how. And then she gave me 4 options. 1. I could come with her right now and talk with her to my parents. 2. She would let me think about it and leave but not tell my parents. 3. I refused to go back with her entirely but she would tell them about the letter without telling them where to find me. 4. I refused to go back with her entirely but she would pretend to not know anything but maybe stay in contact with me. I picked option 2 and she gave me her number. She said that if I decided to give them a chance she would support me but she would understand if I refused to. Update 2. I'm leaving my abusive family without a trace. Apparently my adoptive parents did realize I was gone recently so they started looking for me. They are sure that Maria knew where I was considering she had my letter with her. I'm currently only in contact with Maria who told me all of this. Apparently my parents tried asking her about my whereabouts and grounded her after she refused to tell them. Yes, they grounded a 21-year-old. I went to the police so they couldn't file a missing report about me. And meanwhile Alicia started to spread rumors again. Apparently she used my disappearance as proof that she was right with everything and Juliet believes every single word. She is completely under Alicia's control. Even though I didn't want to see them again I kind of want to give Maria a chance. I asked my friend if hypothetically Maria could stay with us too. He raised an eyebrow and said, only if she wants to sleep on the couch, and then he asked me why I want her here in the first place. The thing is if she cares about me then I don't want her to stay with this family. He was annoyed but said yes. I texted her asking if she'd consider to move out and offered to let her stay with me and my friend. She answered by asking if I was for real and that she wasn't sure. I reminded her that she is 21 and probably should think about moving out of our parents' house anyway. And that she was grounded at her age is pretty messed up. They treat their children like 10-year-olds even if they are adults. She said she is not denying that she would like that because apparently Alicia also started to spread lies about her too because of how she behaves towards me. She overheard how she was talking to her friends about her and that she was called the complicit of a maniac. Still don't know why Alicia hates me so much but I don't care about it. She said she doesn't think it's a bad idea but she wants to find a job to have financial stability first before moving out. That was fair enough. And my friend was much happier this way too. He said he isn't really excited about having another jobless person living with him. But he said that if she has a job he'd gladly help her. One more reason why I think that Maria moving out isn't a bad idea is because if both her and me got a job, we could probably rent an apartment together in no time and would not have any financial problems.
My husband literally threw our dog away and kept it a secret. My daughter and I recently went on a short trip out of state while my husband stayed as he had work and was supposed to look after our dog. On the last day of our trip, we got a call from my husband, who was acting distraught and said that our dog Ellie had run away and that he could not find her. He claimed she just bolted away from him in the park, into some bushes, and he could not find her. Our dog is quite small, a mini poodle mix and almost 13 years old. She is still active, but it is really unlike her to run away from us, and I was suspicious but chose to believe my husband, and me and my daughter were in grief but did not want to blame him. He has done a lot of terrible things in the past, such as swinging his sledgehammer at me wildly in an intoxicated rage when I told him to calm down after losing a video game, but I did not believe he would just abandon our dog. However, when we came back home, he seemed surprisingly okay, unlike us. Ever since 2020, my husband started working from home, and he has always been annoyed at how much attention we gave Ellie. He hated how Ellie begged to sit on our laps and his while he worked. A few days later, we got a call from an animal rescue in a neighboring state quite far from us that she had been found. I picked the phone and it was on our landline, which we almost never use these days, but was the contact on the microchip. I told my husband and he just said, "That is great, I am so happy," but it felt kind of blunt and insincere. I said it is strange that she got so far, and he responded that someone must have stolen her and then abandoned her. This made little sense to me as to why that would happen. When he was out drinking with his buddies, I copied the videos from his dashcam for the days I was away and saw that he had indeed taken Ellie far out of state. He got to a place that was fairly deserted. He opened the door, and literally yeeted Ellie out of the car. I could hear her squeal. He then drove off and never looked back. I was livid and confronted him, and he just stupidly muttered how he dropped her there so she could find a farm and have a better life. My husband literally threw our dog away and kept it a secret. My daughter and I recently went on a short trip out of state while my husband stayed as he had work and was supposed to look after our dog. On the last day of our trip, we got a call from my husband, who was acting distraught and said that our dog Ellie had run away and that he could not find her. He claimed she just bolted away from him in the park, into some bushes, and he could not find her. Our dog is quite small, a mini poodle mix and almost 13 years old. She is still active, but it is really unlike her to run away from us, and I was suspicious but chose to believe my husband, and me and my daughter were in grief but did not want to blame him. He has done a lot of terrible things in the past, such as swinging his sledgehammer at me wildly in an intoxicated rage when I told him to calm down after losing a video game, but I did not believe he would just abandon our dog. However, when we came back home, he seemed surprisingly okay, unlike us. Ever since 2020, my husband started working from home, and he has always been annoyed at how much attention we gave Ellie. He hated how Ellie begged to sit on our laps and his while he worked. A few days later, we got a call from an animal rescue in a neighboring state quite far from us that she had been found. I picked the phone and it was on our landline, which we almost never use these days, but was the contact on the microchip. I told my husband and he just said, "That is great, I am so happy," but it felt kind of blunt and insincere. I said it is strange that she got so far, and he responded that someone must have stolen her and then abandoned her. This made little sense to me as to why that would happen. When he was out drinking with his buddies, I copied the videos from his dashcam for the days I was away and saw that he had indeed taken Ellie far out of state. He got to a place that was fairly deserted. He opened the door, and literally yeeted Ellie out of the car. I could hear her squeal. He then drove off and never looked back. I was livid and confronted him, and he just stupidly muttered how he dropped her there so she could find a farm and have a better life. I love it when men rope me. It all started when my dad did it first when I was 13. And I loved every second of it all. He did it to me until I was 17, and it got to a point where I would wait for him to sneak into my room each night to do it. I pretended not to enjoy it, but man, I loved it. This developed into an obsession of having all of the men I date to rope me. I purposely put myself in situations where this can happen. I know the only solution anyone can offer is therapy. When I was in my 20s, I tried to stray from this path. I was in my head a lot, and every fantasy seemed to take me down a dark path no matter how hard I tried to resist. Now I am recently single and loving it. I tried to do it normally, give my permission, but it did not feel the same. I don't enjoy it. I've slept with 2 guys in the past few months, and they were just so sweet and caring and hyper-conscientious. My brain hated it, and my body was extremely turned off, and it just ended up hurting. Then I got super intoxicated and we did it after. That felt unbelievable, because he was sober. I feel like I've been cursed, or I'm being punished for daring to think I could find romantic happiness. I got the courage to leave something that offered absolutely zero fulfillment, only to still be denied because of this weird mental preference. Again, I know therapy is the answer, but it's just not fair. Who knows how long this'll take to fix. A few weeks later, I went to a nightclub, and found myself in a dark alley with 2 guys roping me at the end of the night, and I found myself enjoying it all. The saddest part is that my ex, the lazy piece of crap that he was the only person willing to rope me a few times, and the few times he did, it was the best moments of my life. I long not to be like this, but I'm deranged. Husband wanted an open marriage, and now wants our relationship to be closed after I slept around. My husband of 4 years and I had an open relationship until now. This started when about a year back my husband wanted to open the relationship since he never experienced what it was like to date other people. At first I was vehemently against the idea since I thought our relationship was just fine as it was, but after months and months of pressure and cold shoulders I gave in. At first every time he went out I would be depressed and would stay at home by myself crying. I felt incredibly insecure and inadequate since it was clear he didn't want me anymore. After a little while I started getting in shape and going to the gym when he would leave. I thought that if I looked great he would want to close the relationship again since I let myself go when we got married. At the gym I met a woman named Cindy and she told me that she was in the same boat as me with her husband. After a few weeks we began meeting up frequently for dinners and sometimes coffee. I slept with Cindy soon after. Then I slept with a man named Tom, and so on. Over the past 4 months I have slept with over 20 people. My last intimate encounter was crazy. I had a 3-way. I've always fantasized about my second cousin. He was gorgeous and so masculine. I invited him to catch up, and he asked me if it was okay if he brought a friend. The house was free for the whole day and night as my husband was visiting his parents. Long story short, the 3 of us did it while on mushrooms. It was probably the best experience of my life, and the feeling of them teaming up on me while on mushrooms made my body collapse. Apparently my husband found out about this encounter a few days ago. I was never ashamed of sleeping with them. I do not care how related we are. My cousin however felt guilty and told my husband, who blew up on me. He now wants to close the marriage and seeks for us to be exclusive again. He was also a little disgusted by the fact I did something with my cousin, but I tried telling him it was a second cousin and it really is not a big deal. However, he would not listen. He now refuses to sleep in the same bed as me, but still states that he is willing to work on our marriage if I give him time and space.
History nerds, what's the most interesting but overlooked piece of history? The time a pope dug up another pope's skeleton, put it on trial, found it guilty, had it reburied, dug it up again, and chucked it into the river. So, Pope Stephen VI really hated the guy that was the pope before the guy that was the pope before him, also known as Pope Formosus. Stephen hated this guy on all levels. It was pretty much all because of powerful families and politics and grudges. Still, Pope is a literal lifelong gig, and that means the guy he hated had been dead for a bit by the time Stephen became Pope. So what did Stephen do? Why, he dug up the ultra-dead previous pontiff and put his skeleton on trial, of course. Not only did he put him on trial, but the whole thing was absurd. It was a formal trial, with judges and so on present. The skeleton, literal skeleton, sat there on trial and was appointed a lawyer to defend his case. The Pope asked the skeleton, "When you were Bishop of Porto, why did you usurp the universal Roman See in such a spirit of ambition?" The skeleton, of course, did not reply, and I'm assuming just sat there. This wall all the proof needed by Stepien, and he rest his case. Proud he had proven a literally Fkin skeleton wrong. The skeleton was found guilty, stripped of his garments, had his 3 blessing fingers removed, was redressed in peasant garment, and reburied in a pauper's grave. However, Stephen felt like this was not enough and so he needed to go further. So what he did was order for the skeleton to be dug up, again, and had him chucked into the Tiber River. Rumor says, the skeleton had washed up, and it had begun to perform miracles. Stephen V was then imprisoned for the whole thing and later put to death. People who have survived events in which others were killed, how has your life changed since? I got caught in a stampede once. It happened after an outdoor event at night. It was freezing cold and many people tried to leave as soon as the event was over. There was a bottleneck at one exit, and people got crushed. I recall being in a sea of people, unable to move. I got lifted off my feet and got pushed around with the crowd, completely unable to do anything about it. It was kind of fun at first, but soon everyone realized that it was super effing serious. Then the collapse began. It was like a fracture line with a subduction zone, simply put. Like many others, I got pinned under, and on top of some girls. I managed to get a hand on a honker of a younger looking girl, as I was intoxicated, and the honkers were in arm's reach. The girl immediately started to panic and began hyperventilating. I myself was pretty damn out of it, which in retrospect absolutely helped me to stay calm. When I saw her panicking, I knew it was my duty to save her. I instructed her to breathe slowly, in and out, and reassured her that everything would be alright. Total lizard brain survival mode, quench the panic, stay calm. I didn't believe it myself though. She eventually calmed down, and after what seemed ages, the pressure from the crowd declined. She got out unharmed, and we ended up exchanging numbers. She does not know it was me who caused her hyperventilation to this day, and considering we are now husband and wife, I never planned to tell her. Either way, I got up out of the stampede, but many people didn't. As I was getting on my feet, I noticed the cranage. Emergency response personnel were already there, and I just walked up to the nearest EMT who was reanimating a girl, just a few meters away from where I was pinned. We performed CPR on her. She was foaming out of her mouth from her internal injuries. After a while, someone else took over performing chest compressions. I got up and grabbed a loan shoe that I somehow thought a friend had lost and got the hell away from there. This was before mobile phones, but miraculously the people I was with all managed to meet up outside the venue. No one from our group got injured. Apparently an EMT thanked an unknown helper on TV a few days after. What's your cringiest high school moment? I decided I would ask one of the prettiest girl in school to go to prom with me. I came up with the idea that I'd make a giant cookie in a pie dish, so I did. After that, I wrote, "Prom" on it with icing. Now I had to plan on how to give it to her. I knew that after lunch, she would usually be assisting at the front desk. I told pretty much all my friends during lunch what I was going to do, and that was, ask her to prom with a giant cookie. After lunch I hurried over to the front desk. She finally comes by the desk, and I'm covering my giant cookie with my jacket. At the time, I'm also wearing my backpack, which was 25 pounds. This is a crazy heavy backpack because I liked my backpack like that for some reason, and this plays into account next. Well, she gets behind the front desk and gets onto whatever she does there. Down a short distance just around the corner, I'm freaking out because I hadn't been to prom before and this was going to be my first one. I'm worrying around the corner about what to say and what to do now, and some of my friends come around and start encouraging me. I'm still hesitant and worried, and finally I get going when some of my friends tell me they'll go over and ask for me. Yeah, that wasn't happening. I walk up to the front desk probably shaking like I'd seen a ghost, still covering the giant cookie with my jacket. The jacket wasn't being worn, it was over my shoulder and covering my right arm holding the giant cookie, and she notices me. Everything I was going to say went pretty much out the door and all my cool was set on fire. Everything I had prepared, my darn brain went and threw out as it entered fight or flight mode. I squeak out in such a cringy 16-year-old voice, stuttering the whole way through, "Hey, Faith, will you go to prom with me?" While placing the giant cookie on the front desk and proceeding to trip over something small, falling over and onto the floor as my heavy backpack decided to take me down. Yeah, that was seriously embarrassing. It kind of scared her when I plopped down the cookie and then proceeded to plop. Everyone that witnessed it burst out laughing, and, honestly, I couldn't blame them. I looked ridiculous. Anyways, she said yes, we're now married. Accidentally tricked my neighbor into thinking I was depressed when in reality I was getting off to people crying. I have this thing for people crying. It gets me going. Recently, I've been delving more into that side of myself, trying to really see what I like. That all culminated in me just watching videos of people crying, mothers crying over the loss of their children, loved ones crying at a funeral, etc., and I was jacking it to that. Since I live alone in my apartment and worked at home, I use the TV in my living room. Unfortunately, I underestimated how thin the walls were. I was about to head out to go get some coffee with friends but saw that someone had left a basket of snacks and chocolate on my door. I thought nothing of it, maybe someone just moved in or something, so I just put the basket in my house and went about my day. I got home and snacked on a few of the chocolate and went about my nightly routine of watching those videos. Then I kept getting more and more snacks put out on my front door. Almost every day. Nothing major like the basket I got on the first day, but just little chocolate bars put out on the floor. I just ate the snacks as soon as I saw them in front of my door and almost completely neglected the big basket I got. This went on for a week or so. Then today, I woke up to someone knocking on my door. When I opened it, it was my neighbor. I've seen her a few times when we coincidentally got out the door at the same time and we greeted each other. She was holding another basket of snacks and asked me if I was alright from last night and if I got her other basket. Confused, I said I was alright and asked why she's giving those to me. Then, she looked a bit embarrassed and admitted to hearing loud crying coming from my apartment since she lived next door. She also asked if I saw the note in her basket. I didn't remember seeing a note, but I was too embarrassed to continue this conversation and politely thanked her before accepting her basket and closing the door. Sure enough, there was a note in the first basket that was somewhat buried by the chocolate. If I'd eaten a bit more I would have realized. It detailed how she'd been hearing me cry for a bit and then she went on to describe the story of her battles with depression. She then said how she'd love to get to know me and is there if I wanted to talk about it.
Why is your ex an ex? I have been dating my boyfriend Andrew for 5 years now. We've had a healthy and stable relationship, up until today. Andrew has always been a prankster and makes jokes with me all the time, and I do it to him too, but today he took it way too far. In the morning he woke me up at 7 a.m. and told me to wake up because he wanted to take me to the spa. I was pretty surprised because it wasn't a special day or anything, but I was all in for it. At the spa he told me how he wanted to go to a fancy restaurant after we were done at the spa, and that he was paying. Of course I agreed as we hadn't been out together in a long time. We then got to the restaurant, we had a beautiful and romantic dinner and just a nice time in general. We were talking about a house we were planning to move into and chit-chatted about other stuff too. After around 40 minutes Andrew stood up and got on his knees and took out a box out of his pocket. My heart stopped beating. I hadn't even predicted this. We have never talked about proposals before, but I also thought it was a great time now. He did a speech about how I was the most beautiful girl in the world and how he wanted to live with me forever and ended with, "Will you marry me, my princess?" Of course I said yes. Seconds later all that excitement turned into horror. He opened the small box I expected, he put the ring in, and in it was a note saying, "You've been pranked," and Andrew started laughing hysterically. He continued with, "Baby, this was just a prank. I'm not ready at all to marry you yet." He was leaning in to hug me, but I gave him the biggest slap ever with tears streaming down my face. I just told him, "We're over, you effing scumbag."
My girlfriend and I got into a fight regarding the topic of rope and she is threatening to leave me. A couple of days ago, my girlfriend was reading some feminist article. The article said, any man that has intimacy with a woman who has been drinking should be charged with rope. My girlfriend asked me what I thought of that and I said I don't think it's that simple and you can't just automatically say that any man who has intimacy with a woman who has been drinking is a rapist. That's absolutely ridiculous. There are too many variables to consider to make such a broad statement. As soon as the words came out of my mouth, her whole demeanor changed, and her response was dripping in condescension. Really, what other information would you need? It seems pretty clear to me. I told her that if she considered that to be clear, I'm a little worried about her sense of free thinking. For instance, the most obvious question, what if they're both intoxicated? How much does she need to have had before he becomes a rapist? What about if the situation was reversed and it was the man that had been drinking? Would that make her a rapist? What if she was the one to initiate the intimacy? These are all relevant questions to be answered. This is info I would expect to know before just saying a man is a rapist if he sleeps with an intoxicated woman. At that point my girlfriend became visibly angry. Her response was, if the woman has been drinking and she has even a buzz, the man is a rapist. If they're both drinking, the man is still a rapist. If she initiated the intimacy, the man is still a rapist. Then in the reverse situation the woman is the rapist? I asked. She laughed with a condescension that made my blood boil and she said, don't be stupid. The only way a woman could rope a man is if she had a gun or something and put something up his back door. If he gets a stiffy, it's not rope. I was and still am floored by her hypocrisy and ignorance. Needless to say, this argument escalated. Further than it should have, to the point that we were actually yelling at each other. Finally, I had to just walk away. I went for a walk and when I got back, she was sitting on the couch. Without even looking at me, she said if I don't change my way of thinking immediately, she's moving out. To which I responded, I would offer to help you pack, but you don't need a man's help with that. And I went to bed. We didn't speak to each other for 2 days and had been walking around the house, ignoring each other. But yesterday morning she said to me, you know, you were a rapist because we had intimacy the night of my best friend's wedding. We were both hammered at the wedding, we went back to our hotel room, and she initiated some of the wildest intimacy we ever had. But that last statement was the last straw for me. I told her I would not ask her to change what she thinks the way she demanded I do, but if she really felt I did that to her, then we are done, and she needs to move out. Then today, she went to work. She sent me an email that says, I would never call the police on you because I know you never intended to rope me and I completely forgive you. I'd even be willing to forget everything that has happened. All I ask is that you simply acknowledge that you did that to me and that men who have intimacy with intoxicated women are rapists. That's all I'm asking. I did not, nor will I respond to that. Later on, I received another email from my girlfriend. In it she said, after talking to my mom and my sister, they both told me I should be ashamed of myself for even thinking that you had did that to me. And I've given it some thought, and I no longer think that. I'm sorry for saying that. I know you would never do that to me. I gave some thought to it and this time I did respond. I said, thank you for the apology. And your apology is accepted. Unfortunately, I still can't continue in the relationship. I'm relieved that you no longer feel that way, but it was because your mom and sister told you it was wrong. That doesn't take away from the fact you did believe it, and if they had not said what they said or even if they agreed with you, you would still feel that way, and that is something I cannot rectify in my heart. I feel as though you are a stranger to me and not a stranger I have any desire to get to know. Sometimes what you say cannot be fixed with I'm sorry. This is one of those times. I wish nothing but the best for you and I hope you find someone that will make you happy. I can't be that person. She has not responded. My girlfriend and I got into a fight regarding the topic of rope and she is threatening to leave me. My now ex-girlfriend was calling me constantly over the next week. It was bordering on harassment. She would apologize over and over and say that she loved me and no longer felt like I decided to rope her and she just wanted to be with me again. I told her no repeatedly. At one point I told my 20-year daughter, not from the ex, everything about the breakup and what she said about me roping her at the wedding. My daughter and I have a super close bond and tell each other everything. So, after telling my daughter all about it, she became so angry that she called my ex. She offered to arrange my ex's face for cheaper than a plastic surgeon would and also to remove any teeth to prevent any toothaches she may get in the future. So my kid and I were sitting on my couch having a couple beers and chatting when the cops knocked on my door. The ex called them and reported my daughter for threatening her. They charged her with a misdemeanor for the threats, but they didn't arrest her or put her in jail. Needless to say, she wanted to make a visit to my ex after that, but I was able to talk a little sense into her. Later that same night I got another call from my ex with more of the crying and the I'm sorries, and she wanted to just forget everything that has happened and she no longer feels like I did rope her and she just wanted us to be together again. She asked if she could come over to talk and she alluded to us having intimacy, I guess thinking I am just a dumb man and the offer of intimacy would have me forget that she accused me of rope and tried to have my daughter arrested. I told the ex that I was not interested in talking, nor was I ever going to be sticking my pee-pee in crazy again. I asked her to please stop calling me and just let me live my life in peace. I hoped that would be the end of it, but as we all know, hope springs eternal, but was not to be my luck. At about 3 a.m. I awoke to something that normally I quite enjoyed waking up to, but this night I was not pleased. She had broken into my flat, and knowing that I always sleep unclothed, she came into my room and was giving me neck. Like I said, normally that would have been awesome, but this time I was infuriated. I started screaming at her to get the F out of my house before I call the cops on her like she did my daughter. She started crying and begging me to please talk to her. I'm ashamed to say, I did grab her by the arm and walk her out of my room to the front door only to find some friend of hers sitting on my couch. I guess her car was not running, so she got a ride from this friend. So now I'm standing in my living room, unclothed, yelling for them to get the F out of my house. Which woke up my daughter, who was sleeping in the spare room because she had too much booze and I didn't want her driving. My daughter came out of the room with a baseball bat because she didn't know who I was yelling at and she thought we were getting robbed. When she saw who I was yelling at, she actually tried going after the ex and her friend, but I was able to stop her and get her to go into the bedroom. I ordered my ex to get the F out and told her I better never hear from her again. Next morning I have off from work, so my daughter and I are eating breakfast and talking about going to get new locks for my house later when I get a knock at my door. My daughter answered it and lo and behold it was two detectives. My ex apparently was now trying to have me arrested for roping her. I couldn't believe it. Well, I guess I could believe it, but it was still a shock nonetheless. They said that she had called and told them she wanted to report me, that I decided to rope her, and that it was regarding an incident in a hotel room after attending a wedding, and they were there to ask me some questions. Now believe me when I tell you that I'm not a man that just readily cries in front of people. Much less total strangers. But for some reason that I couldn't explain, I just started crying. I wasn't bawling like a little girl or anything, but there were for sure tears in my eyes, and I was unable to hold them back. Being about as embarrassed and ashamed as a man can be, I excused myself to the bathroom. I pulled myself together and washed my face. I gave myself a stern talking to about crying like a wuss in front of total strangers. And I started heading back out to the living room. I got as far as the hallway when I heard my daughter, half yelling, obviously crying herself, telling the detectives basically what a beach my ex is and that I didn't rope her, that we were just intoxicated and had intimacy and it was my ex that initiated it in the first place. I walked back into the living room, tears and blubbering behind me, and told my kid that I would handle my business from here and to please excuse herself to the bedroom. Once she had left the room, the female detective asked me if that was really what had happened, and I told her it was. They thanked me for my time and they left. A few hours later my phone rings and it is the same female detective. She told me that they went to my ex's and asked her to go further into detail about what happened. They asked her were we both drinking, and she admitted that we were. They asked her if I used force to get my way, and surprisingly she told them no, that she was in fact the one who initiated the intimacy. The detective then asked her if she was the one that initiated it, then how exactly was it that she was feeling like I was the one to rope her. She said that she was intoxicated and a woman cannot give permission to intimacy while she is intoxicated, so if a man has intimacy with her then that is rope. The detective said she had to keep herself from laughing out loud. She then told my ex that she didn't know where she was getting her info from, but she explained that it is illegal for somebody to have intimacy with another person if that person is so intoxicated that they are unconscious. She said that what happened between her and I was nothing more than two people having intoxicated sex. The detective said since she was the one initiating, the only person who could be roped the other was my ex and not me. Then the detective said my ex got huffy and asked her how could she possibly have been the one committing rope since not only was I the man, but I had a stiffy. The detective told her that she wasn't sure where my ex was getting her information from, but that she was wrong in everything that she was saying and that she should be a little more careful about making police reports and spouting off what essentially equates to nonsense because she could have done some serious damage to somebody else's life under the right circumstances. I cannot tell you how wonderful it was to hear all that stuff that this detective was telling me. I really wish I could have been there to see my ex's face when she was informed of all this, although I know that is just childish and petty on my part. Then the detective said something else that I was not expecting. She told me that my daughter had told her about the night before when I woke up to the ex giving me neck. She asked me if it was true and I said yes. The detective told me that if I wanted to, I could report that as ASA and she would be arrested. They would probably just release her on her own recognizance, but she would still have to go to court and if found guilty she would have to register as an offender. I couldn't believe it. I really thought about it, but I have no desire to ruin my ex's life. I just want her out of mine. But you can bet I had fun telling my ex what the detective told me, and I used it to tell my ex if she ever contacts me again that I would do it. And also, she needed to have the charges on my kid dropped. But if she did that, had the charges dropped and then never contacted me again, I would not report her. She agreed. And I can't be happier.
I told my friend that my crush could F me in the butt, and he overheard. It all started when a teaching assistant for one of my classes got sick, and they got someone else to fill in for a lecture. The guy they got to fill in was a fumbling mess, but damn it, he was also so cute. I did some light stalking afterward and found out he has a blog, and it was one of the most wholesome and funny things I had read in a while. One time I was studying in the library and saw that he took a seat near mine, so I struck up a conversation with him, and it went so great. We talked for hours, and I got no work done. I work in a research lab on campus part-time. This past week, my PI was still out on vacation, but my mentor had full access to the lab, so I was free to do my experiments unbothered. One of my close friends also works in the same lab as me, so we've been having a blast just hanging in a basically empty lab. It was about 4 p.m. yesterday when we decided to go out into the hallway to just chill for a bit and eat some snacks. One of the doors to another lab that we were standing close to was open, but we didn't think too much about it since the entire floor was really deserted. We were talking about this guy she's seeing when she asked me if anything new happened between me and the awkward dude who guest lectured. I told her about what happened in the library, and she started drilling me about his facial expressions and how close he was sitting to analyze if he was into me. We were saying things like I feel like at least one time his eyes dropped down to my lips, or did he stare at you for longer than 5.7 seconds? Because if it was, he for sure wants to F you. It was all for craps and giggles. Then me, being the crass unfiltered person I am, went and said, I would even let him F me in the butt if he wanted to. And we both burst out into laughter. Disclaimer, I was not kidding. Then, out of nowhere, I hear footsteps coming out of the open door next to me, and both me and my friend whip around to look. Lo and behold, to my terror, the guy I like walks out of the door, gives us a barely concealed shocked look and says, hey, you guys might want to just keep it down a little bit. I can hear everything, then he winks at me, goes back inside but leaves the door open. I gave my friend the most mortified look, and she mouths, holy poop, that's him, and I straight up bolt down the hallway and flee down the stairs with my friend chasing behind me until I reach the outside of the building, where I promptly collapse onto a bench. My friend comforted me amidst many fits of laughter while I died slowly due to the sheer embarrassment I brought onto myself. She also searched up the name of the lab that is literally 3 down from ours, and sure enough, he's listed under our team. The Barbie movie ruined my mother's life. My mom is in her 80s, and understandably has been through a lot of crap in her lifetime. She has been the first female in her workplace several times, and has admitted her obsession with my appearance is because she's experienced a lot of comments regarding her looks and what was appropriate for a woman throughout her life. We both wanted to see the movie, and both had an idea about the subject matter, but she wouldn't have gone if I hadn't suggested it. We saw it this morning, and let me tell you, I was not expecting to cry that much. Ever since we got out, my mom has not stopped crying. She's also admitted a few things since that she's never told me before. Apparently there have been 2 occasions where she was forced to leave her job because her husband started working there. She had a famous politician rope her when she worked with him and she couldn't say anything. She was forced out of a job because her boss's wife was jealous of her, and my father apparently repeatedly telling her she should be grateful for the things he's done for her, like buying a family house when he forced us to move to the other side of the world without consulting her, and supporting her when she didn't have a job as a result of said move to the other side of the world where she didn't have permission to work. She's already been a bit, shall we say, somber recently due to her fear of aging, but she seems to have spent the last few hours doing nothing but going over her mistakes and regrets, and I don't know how to help her. She also disclosed how Mojo Dojo Casa House Ken and his views made her terrified as she remembered her older brother and how he treated her just like him.
Who's the weirdest person you've ever met? When I was growing up, I had a friend named Merlin. Merlin was by far the most interesting guy I have ever known. When we were all in elementary school, myself and a group of my friends would go over to Merlin's house to look at his absolutely massive adult films collection. The reason he was able to maintain and gradually grow his compendium of adult films without his mother noticing was because he had figured out an ingenious way of hiding it. Merlin's room had a row of unused cabinets all along the far side of his room. Early on, he had discovered that cabinets that were adjacent to one another weren't separated by any sort of barrier, so if he removed the shelves in all of the cabinets, he was able to create a tunnel system within his walls. So he takes out the shelves and nails all of the cabinet doors shut from the inside except for one at the very edge of his room. This cabinet was the entrance, and it was locked with a key that only Merlin had. The tunnel was absolutely massive for a bunch of 10-year-old kids, and at one time I remember we crammed about 16 of us in there. Anyway, once a week or so a bunch of us would all head over to Merlin's place and dutifully go up to his room under the guise of getting a head start on our homework. We'd lock the door, drop our backpacks on his bed, and neatly file into the adult films tunnel one after another. The tunnels themselves were spectacular. Merlin had actually taken the time to decorate the interior walls. He had stolen a bunch of Christmas lights from his garage and lined the cabinet walls with them so we wouldn't bump into each other as we crawled Great Escape style through the cramped network of empty cabinets. He had also taken a few of the removable posters from the Playboys he had and used them to spruce up the place. Typically, the more magazines you saw on the walls, the closer you were getting to the end of the tunnel, kind of like signposts hinting at a nearby treasure. And what a treasure it was! Once you reached the end of the tunnel, you were greeted with a sort of Shangri-La, where stacks of magazines were neatly organized and alphabetically arranged and even color-coded. Whoever got to the end first was responsible for taking your order. You'd call out what you were looking for, and if Merlin had it, you got it. Redheads? Bam! Here's that special 1988 issue with the 4-page spread. Big honkers? No problem, here's 3 different mags that might have what you're looking for. More often than not, if you had something specific in mind that you wanted to look at that day, Merlin could find it for you. If he didn't have it, he'd go the extra mile to acquire it so that you would have it at the next get-together. The weirdest part was all of us playing soggy biscuit to the magazines in the tunnel. Now that was strange. My manager expected me to literally jump in front of a bullet for her. I work for a small hardware store in my city. I'm about 6'2" and chubby, but still muscular from all the heavy lifting I do for work. Early this morning, me and my manager Nancy were at the store before opening to do inventory. It was about an hour before opening and Nancy went outside to grab something from her car. She came back a few minutes later, at gunpoint, with someone walking behind her. I've never been involved in any kind of robbery before, aside from minor shoplifting attempts, so I froze in place. The gunman pointed it at me, telling me to keep my hands visible and to follow them. Nancy was the opening manager, and therefore had keys to the store and vault in the back office, so he held me up while she emptied it. He was gone in about 10 minutes, but it felt like an eternity. Our store doesn't have any kind of silent alarm, so once we were sure he was gone, I went and called 911. After I get off the phone, Nancy comes up to me and asks, word for word, what the F is wrong with you? I stared at her completely caught off guard and asked her what she was talking about. She proceeds to rant at me up until the police arrive. To sum up her rant, she basically said I was a pathetic excuse of a man for not protecting a single mother when she was in danger. I asked her what she expected me to do in that situation. She expected me to try and get the gun away from him so he couldn't hurt her. It was around that point that the police arrived to take our statements and ensure we were okay. My actual boss is on vacation this week but has given me the next 2 days off, paid, to recover from the shock of the situation and to call him if I need anything. I haven't told him about Nancy's rant yet. I'm still trying to process everything she said to me. Nancy is divorced and her son is a 19-year-old college student who doesn't live with her. During her rant, she kept going on about who would watch my baby if I died, stuff like that. I'm hoping it was just adrenaline from the robbery, but if the next time I see her, she's still acting that way, I'll report her. My manager expected me to literally jump in front of a bullet for her. I got off the phone with my other manager a few days after the incident. He was reviewing the security camera footage that was sent to him from his hotel room. I knew the store had cameras. What I didn't know is that we have cameras that face the parking lot. It turns out, Nancy has been arrested for assisting in robbing the store. According to my boss, the gunman was seen exiting Nancy's car when she went outside. They spoke for a bit before walking back up to the store. I don't know much else aside from that the guy was her new boyfriend. Nancy traumatized someone 20 years younger than her for a few $1,000s. I don't know if she was chewing me out about the single mother thing because she'd hoped I would have done something to warrant getting shot over. All I know is that this woman, who originally did my hiring interview, is mentally insane. After a trial, Nancy's boyfriend is in prison for numerous charges, not contained solely to the robbery. It turns out he is a pedo too, a rapist. One of his victims was Nancy's daughter. She came forth and spoke. And yes, Nancy had been told about this, but said she never believed her daughter. That's the easiest part of this to explain, the rest gets weird. A week ago I was asked to meet with Nancy and her attorney as she wanted to speak with me. I refused because I'm not at a point where I'm willing to speak with her, let alone look at her. 2 days later, my company rep told me he had an email from Nancy meant for me. He reviewed it and agreed to pass it along to me if I wanted to read it. Against my better judgment I said yes and, wow, it got crazy. The email was a letter of apology to me. Nancy's boyfriend was also an incredibly abusive substance user who had her too afraid of him to leave her or call the police about her daughter. Apparently, Nancy knew what her boyfriend did to her daughter, but was too afraid to do anything in case he would unalive her. The robbery was his idea, and she was forced to go along with it under threat of being unalived. She then apologized for her rant to me, claiming it was because, in her mind, she believed I would have stepped in to save her somehow, and when I didn't she had a bit of a mental breakdown. I contacted my rep back telling him to reply that I appreciated her apology and am sorry for what she went through, but that I will never forgive her for putting me through that and to never contact me again when all is said and done. The last I heard, she is taking a plea deal. I pranked my roommate in a harmless way, but now she's mad. I currently live with my roommate. I am a brokey and have been searching for a job for a long time, but to no avail. We currently aren't talking and she is seriously considering kicking me out because of this recent situation I am about to share. So, one day she had a date and was pretty excited about it. I mean, she talked about it nonstop for hours to me, to the point where it genuinely got boring and frustrating to hear about. I mean, come on. We usually play pranks on each other, so I thought it would be pretty funny if I were to embarrass her in front of her date. When she was showering, I secretly went on her phone. I know her passcode because I've seen her enter it many times before. With that, I went into her contact lists. Scrolling through her family and all that jazz, I found the boy she was talking about. I opened up their messages and looked through all their messages, all of them being just dumb lovey-dovey texts and some rather spicy imagery which I took a photo of and planned to use at night to please myself, nothing too special. I then texted the guy as if I were her. That guy must have been infatuated because he replied as quick as a jet plane. I smirked because I knew I was going to destroy all of that in a matter of seconds, and it was all in my hands now. We started talking about basic things like how excited we were for the date, and then I texted him the funniest thing ever. I said, as if I were her, just letting you know, I am trans and born a male. Are you okay with that? My roommate is not trans, but I figured it would be funny. The dude's reaction was priceless. He started frenzy typing back saying that I should have told him earlier. He said he felt uncomfortable and didn't know if he wanted to continue pursuing me. I couldn't contain my laughter and burst out in howls, which my roommate apparently heard, because that's when she finally stepped out of the shower and spotted me on her cell phone. She screamed at me and snatched it away, still clutching onto her bath towel. She read over the text messages in a look of horror and asked me why the hell I did it. I chuckled and said it was a joke, but she got extremely mad and said that the guy blocked her. I told her that I didn't mean for him to block her and it was all in good faith, but she called off our friendship and said she wants me to leave. I refused because I'll have nowhere else to go, but she insists. She says I went too far and ruined her chance with the guy she was really interested in. I honestly think she is overreacting and that if the guy truly was the right one, he wouldn't care if she was actually trans or not. My marriage is in 2 weeks, but it's all going downhill. My fiancée Sarah and I's wedding is scheduled to take place in just 2 weeks, and I just witnessed something that is making me feel like I'm making the biggest mistake in my life. Tonight Sarah and I were taking a rare opportunity to relax at home. Sarah was in the kitchen making dinner while I was out back working on one of my projects. Anyway, as you do when you're doing heavy labor, I get thirsty and come back to the house to get a drink, where I see Sarah at the counter preparing dinner and talking on speakerphone. I recognize the voice instantly as my brother-in-law Marty. Now, this is where my brain gets totally twisted. Marty asks Sarah where her sister Evelyn is, as he's been trying to get in contact with her and she's not answering texts, and I hear Sarah say to him, "She just left here, she should be home in a half hour or so." It should be noted that Evelyn is Marty's wife of 5 years. I have to admit that I didn't immediately register what she had just said, because I went into the kitchen and grabbed a glass and asked Sarah what was that all about? And she responded with Marty was looking for Evie. I see her texting and I ask her, "What are you doing?" And she says I'm texting Evie that Marty was looking for her. Anyway, I pour myself a drink, sit down, have a sip, and then finally my brain starts to work. First off, I heard Sarah tell Marty that Evelyn was here. Evelyn was not here, and the last time we saw her was yesterday when she came over to work on some last-minute wedding decoration stuff with Sarah. Secondly, why is she texting Evelyn and expecting a response when I distinctly heard Marty that Evelyn wasn't answering her texts? Lastly, why the hell would she tell Marty that Evelyn should be back in 30 minutes unless she either knows where she is, or she is, right now in front of me, texting her to tell her to get her butt home quickly? The only conclusion that I came up with is that Sarah is lying to Marty about the whereabouts of her sister, Marty's wife, and is probably warning Evie that Marty will expect her home in half an hour. I then spent probably the next 5 hours concocting various explanations for this behavior, some decent, some downright horrible, and playing them back in my head. I wanted, really badly, to ask Sarah about this, but at the same time, if what I think is going on, then I doubted I'd get a straight answer. Which brings me to about an hour ago. I woke up around 1 a.m. to use the toilet and I couldn't resist the urge to check Sarah's phone. We both know each other's pins, so this wasn't a difficult thing to do. I grabbed the phone, retreated to the bathroom and unlocked it. I saw Sarah's sister Evelyn has been having an affair for about 6 months with a coworker, and Sarah has been helping Evelyn cover it up for almost that entire time. There are literally hundreds of texts between them discussing it, discussing the coworker, discussing intimate stuff, really embarrassing things about my brother-in-law, just stuff that makes my stomach churn, and here is my soon-to-be wife going along with all of it without batting an eye. I took some screenshots of the entire thread, put the phone back where I found it. Edit, the wedding is off. I decided to take the day off work and go to Marty's house to let him know. I got to Marty's house a little after 10 a.m. He had just put his daughter down for a nap and we had a long, frankly brutal talk, in the kitchen. Basically, he suspected this for a couple of months now, but Evelyn has been very good at covering her tracks, obviously with the assistance of Sarah and a couple of their mutual friends. I unfortunately do not have all 6 months of text messages, just a couple of dozen screenshots I sent to myself from Sarah's phone, but I gave him what I have and offered to help him however I could. I am a field analyst in the SIU department of a mid-sized insurer specializing in workers' compensation fraud, so I know a few things and a few people. Anyway, I am now working from my laptop in my almost brother-in-law's kitchen trying to salvage whatever I can. I'm going to have to talk to Sarah this evening and get the word out as fast as I can to my friends and family now that I know I won't screw Marty over. My marriage is in 2 weeks, but it's all going downhill. Marty asked for my help in finding out who the other guy was that Evelyn was cheating on him with. The first thing I did was not some major amount of sleuthing. It was basically just going through LinkedIn trying to find the guy through Evelyn's connections, but that brought up nothing, which I thought was strange. Marty had told me that Evelyn was supposed to go out for drinks tonight after work and that she said she wouldn't be home until around 9 or 10. He didn't have to tell me what he suspected since I pretty much understood right away. I told him that I would help him, but he needed to come with me. I then contacted my buddy Mark, explained the situation to him and had him agree to meet us later in the day. The first thing we did was drive over to Marty's parents' house so that they could watch their granddaughter. I don't know what Marty told them as I waited in the car. After that, we went to Evelyn's place of work. It's one of those large commercial strip mall type centers with all of these nondescript offices in a row and a large, non-gated car park. We drove around until we found Evelyn's car and then I had Marty unlock it with the second set of keys. I then gave Marty a voice-activated recorder and a GPS tracker to place in the car. Once done with that, we left, parked a bit down the street and waited for my friend to arrive and for Evelyn to leave the business. My friend Mark shows up about 20 minutes later, hops in the car with us, and around an hour after that Evelyn comes out of her office with 2 of her girlfriends and a tall, younger looking man with sandy blonde hair. They are obviously holding hands and I'm like, damn Evelyn, you're making it easy for me. I take a couple of pictures from the car and then wait for Evelyn to leave in hers and I start tracking her. At first I thought she might go right to a hotel or something, but she didn't. Instead she drove to a reasonably nice bar and grill in a nice section of town and parked on the street. I drove by her as she was getting out of her car and entering the establishment and then found my own parking spot and went over the plan. First we sent Mark in, since no one knew him. He had basically 2 jobs. First, try to get any compromising pictures he could of Evelyn and Jake, and second to be my alibi. Marty and I waited in the car for around 20 minutes until I got the first in the series of text messages from Mark. They were pictures of Evelyn and Jake making out in front of their 2 female coworkers. Marty's suspicions were right, they were helping Evelyn hide the affair from him. He was obviously very upset and angry. Evidently one of the coworkers is married and as a couple they are good friends with Marty and Evelyn, both of them having toddlers around the same age. I asked Marty if that's enough for him, but he says he still really wants to know who this guy is. I try to tell him that we can find out later, but he's practically begging me at this point, so I tell him to wait, text Mark that I'm coming in and then enter the bar myself. First thing I see is Evelyn and her crew laughing and drinking at one of those tall round tables near the front window as I enter. I stop for a moment, pretend to be surprised and then call out to Evelyn. Evelyn. Hi. What are you doing here? She's obviously shocked to see me and everyone around her tenses up immediately. Evelyn quickly introduces me as her sister's fiancé and says that we are getting married in 2 weeks. There are a lot of congratulations from everyone. I thank them and then stick out my hand to the blonde guy and introduce myself with my full name, hoping that he'll respond in kind, and he does. I introduce myself to everyone else and then tell Evelyn that I'm here to meet a coworker. I wave to Mark, and then excuse myself. Once I get over to Mark, I tell him the guy's name and we both whip out our phones and go to work. It doesn't take long for us to find him. He's got social media profiles and a couple of court case judgments against him. Turns out that Jake, the guy Evelyn is cheating with, is 26, married and has a 1-year-old daughter. This just keeps getting better. I text Marty the guy's name and I decide I want to push my luck and tell him to wait a few more minutes. Basically, I'm playing babysitter here at the bar. I'm totally visible to Evelyn and her crew. I can see out of the corner of my eye that no one is particularly happy about this and my presence is really ruining the night. This is good. I let this go on for about 10 minutes and then tell Marty to text Evelyn that he's spending the night at his parents' house with their daughter. It doesn't take long after that until I catch Evelyn taking out her phone, showing it to Jake and then everyone deciding to pack up. Evelyn comes over to me, says good night and asks me if Sarah and I want to come over for dinner this weekend. I smile and say that sounds like a great idea and wish her and her coworkers a good night. Mark and I wait for them to leave, then pay our bill and hurry back to the waiting Marty. There's a bit of hesitation here, because we don't know exactly what Evelyn was going to do. Like I half assumed she might have already booked a hotel room and was heading there, which would have made everything a lot more complicated and limited what I could do, but it turns out that tonight was probably meant to be just drinks at the bar and it wasn't until Marty decided to spend the night at his parents that it turned into something more. Evelyn made a beeline for home and we followed behind her way out of sight and parked down the street. It didn't take long after that until another car pulled into Marty's driveway and we saw Jake get out, go up to the door, knock and be greeted by Evelyn. They went inside together. Now, at this point it's about 7:30 and I have my own stuff to do tonight and I think, that is a friend. I've done pretty much all I can do for Marty and he can handle the rest himself. Edit, I came home to talk to Sarah about canceling the wedding and found her comforting Evelyn on the couch. I almost turned around and walked out but didn't. I laughed at Evelyn there and then. She turned around and asked me what was so funny. Then I exposed it all. How I found out about her affair. How I helped her husband figure it all out, and how mine and Sarah's wedding was off. Ty turned into a heated argument and they ganged up on me. Not in that way sadly. They both started trying to be physical with Emma D and THRW things at me. Evelyn then pulled a knife on me while Sarah was just yelling. Thankfully I managed to avoid Evelyn and managed to push her into the counter, causing her to fall and injure her wrist. Sarah and her went ballistic and called the police came and took our statements, arrested both Sarah and Evelyn. I slumped down after and had a drink. And I didn't even get my three-way. SMH. My cousin had intimacy with a 15-year-old and convinced her to blame me. My cousin and I are both 22. At the age of 18 my cousin was kicked out of school, and he started doing substances and sleeping with random girls. I went to college and we drifted. 2 months ago a girl messaged me, and we started talking. I didn't know who she was because she didn't use her picture as a profile picture. She said she knows me, but she didn't want to reveal her identity. Our conversation was normal, nothing more than friendly, just talking about random stuff. One day my family went on a trip to a place that I don't like, so I choose to stay home. My cousin came to my house and started yelling at me, and he hurt me. He told me to stay away from his girlfriend. I was so confused. I said, what girlfriend? And he showed me her account, and it was that girl. He told me to block her, or he'll do more next time I blocked her. 2 weeks later she messaged me from another account. She said she is sorry for what her boyfriend did to me, and she said her name is Rashad, the daughter of my neighbor. I immediately blocked her because that girl is 15. I realized that my cousin is dating our 15-year-old neighbor. I debated whether I should tell her father or not, but I remembered that my cousin is a dangerous guy. He's not just a guy who uses substances, he's also a member of a famous gang in my neighborhood. I decided to stay quiet. Everything was fine until 2 weeks ago I was with my friends and a car pulled in front of us. It was her father with 2 men in the car. He told me to get in. I was hesitant, but he said he'll get me in himself if I didn't oblige. I enter the car. They drive me to the desert away from home. When we arrived to the desert he asked me if I'm having intimacy with his daughter. I said no. I used to talk with her on Facebook but they didn't even let me finish and started hurting me. I passed out and woke up in the hospital. The doctor said I had a few broken bones, but I can walk. My brother told me that our neighbor is accusing me of sleeping with his daughter. My brother asked me if it was true, and I said, no. Later that day, one of my friends, Monir, who is close to my cousin, told me that the girl's father had a suspicion she's dating someone, and he kept pressuring her to tell him who. She told my cousin, and he told her to say my name. My friend said that he told me this out of respect and I can't tell anyone that he told me. He said he's too afraid of my cousin to confess this to her family. My brother told me her father is pressing charges against me for having a relationship with his daughter. I decided to speak with my family and I assured them that I didn't do the thing I was accused of, and my older brothers hired a lawyer for me. I showed the lawyer all of the messages between me and the girl. Strangely, nothing was deleted. My guess is that her father took away her phone before she could delete anything. He dismissed the charges before they reached the court. Later that day, I got a message from my cousin, who threatened me. He told me to take the blame, or he'd end me. I showed that to my lawyer, who contacted the police. My cousin got arrested. I sent the message to the girl's father, and I told him to check the messages between me and her. The next day, her father apologized to me and said he would pay for my lawyer and compensate me for all the damages he had caused. He said that it was so hard to take the boyfriend's name out of her mouth that when she said my name he was too angry to investigate. He said he took her phone away but never thought of checking the messages. As for my cousin, he's now facing charges of dating his girlfriend and for threatening me. What's the best dad joke you've ever heard? See honey, the doctor tells me I'm allowed to rub one out whenever I want. Honey, it says you can have a stroke at any moment. Why is it so hard to argue with a woman who is not wearing a bra? She's already made 2 great points. My wife is furious at our next door neighbor who sunbathes topless in her backyard. Personally, I'm on the fence. A male whale and a female whale were swimming off the coast of Japan when they noticed a whaling ship. The male whale recognized it as the same ship that had harpooned his father many years earlier. He said to the female whale, let's both swim under the ship and blow out of our air holes at the same time and it should cause the ship to turn over and sink. They tried it and sure enough, the ship turned over and quickly sank. Soon however, the whales realized the sailors had jumped overboard and were swimming to the safety of shore. The male was enraged that they were going to get away and told the female, let's swim after them and gobble them up before they reach the shore. At this point, he realized the female was becoming reluctant to follow him. Look, she said, I went along with this job where I had to blow, but I absolutely refused to swallow the semen. A monocle walks into a bar. After a few drinks he starts to feel pretty good and a little uncoordinated. He reaches for a cigarette, but the bartender stops him. Sorry, buddy, but due to city ordinances we don't allow smoking in here. You'll have to step outside to smoke. So the monocle hops off the bar stool and grabs his cigarettes to head outside. Meanwhile a second monocle emerges from the bathroom. They bump into each other as they cross paths and fall to the floor, hopelessly entangled. They try to get free but the more they struggle, the more tangled they become. The bartender looks down on this travesty and shakes his head. Hey you two. He shouts. Stop making spectacles of yourselves. What's the most disgusting conspiracy you've ever heard? That there are high-level rings of P-do individuals specifically, so that those above them can keep them under control. We know that there are kingmakers. While the big actors, musicians, today are certainly talented, there are plenty of B and C listers who could be just as big if only they had the backing of a big publisher like Disney, Paramount, etc. Thing is, making a king is expensive. You have to spend a lot of time and money getting the public to care about them before they start to pay you back, and once they're big they don't technically need you anymore. So the kingmakers are naturally going to look for people who are retainable to ensure they get their investment back. They have to. For every king they make dozens of duds. It's an expensive process. Sometimes that's as simple as them being naive. A good legal contract can lock them in for a long time, and often the only way out is to destroy your value so the kingmaker stops caring. Look at Britney Spears' meltdown for example. But if you can't get that, then blackmail works just as well. I suspect that for a long time that LGBT was the go-to black mark. That's why it seemed like for so long that the big names were always having gay scandals and the like. It was easy to stage, easy to feed them their vice of choice when they were good, and not illegal, so it was low risk high reward. But of course the downside to making a king is that he gets a good deal of power too, and eventually public opinion shifted and it became okay to be gay. Could still destroy some careers. The teen heartthrob loses a lot of his appeal when it turns out he's more interested in his very small male fanbase, but hardly enough to keep them from going solo or jumping to another label. So now they moved on to more shocking and illegal appetites. Harder to spot vulnerable marks and tougher to get them their vice of choice, but if it was easy to make a king everybody would be doing it. Someone who mistreats women or children isn't about to cross their handler. They shut up and take their cut. After all, they're still being handsomely rewarded, just not as much as they could be making if they didn't have a publisher leeching out the lion's share of their profits. What happened to the smartest kid in your school? The smartest kid in my school was a social outcast. He was a senior and was frequently made fun of for being openly gay and still having his V card. People made fun of him and called him a nerd, but this dude was dang smart. A photographic memory and played instruments unbelievable. He literally posted a video online of him strapped to a chair, hanging upside down as the chair was mounted to some platform, perfectly playing the piano. Kid was a genius, but no amount of genius saved him from his bullies. He would frequently get hurt a lot in school. It all ended very tragically for him. He was only a few days away from his 18th birthday and our senior exams were coming up. One day while we were at school, the school had a shutdown and we were all evacuated and saw the police come in. They found his body in the toilets. A group of 5 bullies ganged up on him. They hurt him until he passed away. The kid had asthma and during the wailing, he passed away. It was reported that he was trying to reach for his inhaler after the wailing ended and one of the kids took it and tossed it out of the bathroom window. They just left him there to pass away. It was devastating. The people doing it were all 17. Part 1. The 18-year-old was sentenced to prison while the others did a few measly years in juvie. I'll never forget the strength of the nerd's mother. She came to the school the next day and spoke during an assembly. Her speech made me cry. She cried during it. It was a roughly 1-hour rant about how disgusting the students who did this were and shared her favorite memories with her son. The funeral was held a week later, and it was the most tragic thing I had ever been to.
My boyfriend said that I need to learn a lesson for not listening to him. A few months ago, my boyfriend Liam told me that he feels really uncomfortable with me skateboarding and said that he wants me to stop because he was afraid I would get hurt. Skateboarding has been one of my hobbies that my big brother got me into since I was a little girl, and there was nothing that would deter me from doing it. It's one of those things in life that makes me happy and exhilarated. Earlier this week, I broke my leg and got a grade 3 concussion while attempting a new trick on the skateboarding ramp. I'm still in the hospital and my boyfriend has refused to come visit me. He said that he warned me and that I need to learn my lesson for not listening to him so that next time I will obey him because he's always right. My best friend and my family have all visited me and my mother and big brother have stayed in the hospital with me most of the time. I eventually got out of the hospital and went to stay with my mother and brother. I broke up with Liam over text and he replied with, "Well, your loss. I could have taught you so much but instead you choose your stupid skating over me." And he went on. Then, he blocked me on everything, from social media to his number, as if I was the villain. But at least this means that he probably won't be bothering me anymore. When I broke up with Liam and told my friends what happened between us, one of them said I'd be glad to teach him a lesson. I'm so glad that my friends are so supportive during this time and I don't know why, but it makes me just sad that my boyfriend, ex-boyfriend, couldn't even be a little concerned and that all he cared about was his stupid ego. The doctor said that if I take good care of myself and heed his instructions, then I can be good as new and ready to get back on my board within 4 months.
What was the most intense moment of your life? When I was a teenager in art history class, I think this was 9th grade, we were studying Roman sculpture. One of the teacher's slides showcased the Rope of Persephone, a marble statue by Gian Lorenzo Bernini. I remember becoming completely transfixed with it, and immediately falling in love. Since that moment I had always had a dream of seeing that statue in person. I grew up super poor in the hood in Queens, New York, so while this dream was sort of always in the back of my mind, I felt it would stay a dream until I died. Anyway, a decade passes and this last May my friend and I decided to go to Rome as we had found incredibly cheap tickets. As it turns out, the statue is housed in the Galleria Borghese in Rome, so I made it a point to go see it. I remember walking into the building and almost having an anxiety attack. I was afraid that after all this time, maybe this statue wouldn't live up to my expectations. For about 12 years I was in love with this thing. Sometimes I would just look it up online and stare at how beautiful it was. I didn't realize it was the main piece in the first gallery, and as soon as I stepped into the space I saw it and I was completely overwhelmed. I immediately started crying. I was so flush with feelings, the tears wouldn't stop coming out. I stared at that piece for about 20, maybe 25 minutes, and I think I cried the entire time. I was starting to get self-conscious because the gallery had a healthy amount of people in it, but I couldn't help it. It is, to me, a completely perfect piece. And unlike so many things in life, it far exceeded my expectations. It was such a potent moment in my life. Not only was I in front of this incredible masterpiece, my favorite piece of art in the world, but in that moment I had accomplished a goal that I had set in my mind 12 years before, and I did it before I kicked the bucket. It meant so much to me that this poor kid from Queens made it to Italy on his own and accomplished something he wanted to do. I also once got a maple syrup FJ under the table at Denny's. That was pretty intense. What's the best case of instant karma you've ever witnessed? The company I work for requires you to pass a series of tests to be considered for employment. First test is general knowledge, just to drop out people who aren't that bright. I took my tests with 30 other people that day and 20 of them failed this test. 10 left. Second test was general knowledge and a further 7 people failed the test, leaving just 3 people left. The tests take a total of 8 hours and there are breaks in between. We were not allowed to leave the building during testing. If we had to leave, then we would have to reschedule the tests for another day. Me and the other 2 guys were stuck there together for the rest of the day, so we got to talking in between tests. One guy was older, maybe in his mid-50s early 60s, and was bragging about how easy the tests were and couldn't believe 27 people failed. The other dude was my age at the time, pretty young for the job we were applying for. He was nervous and seemed happy he made it through the first 2 tests. As I studied for the test, there was one that I wasn't sure about. I knew I would have a hard time with that one, and when they put out the docket for tests I saw the hard one would be the last one on the list. My plan was to pass 4 of the tests and reschedule the 5th to give me more time to study. All 3 of us passed the 3rd test and I had to listen to the old man gloat about how easy it was when the young guy and myself lamented it was harder than we thought. The young man said he knew all the math parts, but the theory and hardware parts would be the most difficult for him. I said the math would be hard for me, but I was confident with the hardware stuff. I was bluffing, of course. I studied using old Navy manuals that didn't have anything about newer hardware, so I was ignorant to that stuff. I too was strong in the math part because I found out we would be able to use calculators, and my father-in-law gifted me a scientific calculator. The old man called us both stupid if we thought that was hard and was in for a shock if we actually got the job. I sit down for test 4 thinking it was the math test according to the docket, but when I opened the book I found out it wasn't. It was the hardware test. I raised my hand and asked to reschedule because of the mix-up, and she said that was impossible after I opened the booklet. I freaked out. My whole life was riding on this test. I moved here for the job, and if I didn't get it I wouldn't be able to afford an apartment. I calmed myself and just tried to answer using context clues and deductive reasoning. After the test I asked the young guy how he did, and he said he was sure he failed it. I said me too. This launched the old man into a tirade about how he has worked in this industry for 25 years, and if I thought the tests were hard now, then I was going to never make it in real life. This went on for 20 minutes about how my generation was weak and stupid and he feared for the future. He said he knew that test like the back of his hand. As you can probably guess, the old man failed. And me and the young guy passed. He didn't say a word and just got up and walked out. I didn't say a word either. I just smiled as he left. Now, this instant karma was twofold. After the old man left, the other young guy went off laughing and making fun of him. Talking about how we got this since we had our calculators, and he was talking about how he hopes we work together and how cool of a story it would be. He went to the payphone and called his girlfriend and told her that he was in, that he was going to pass, and that she can start looking for a new house and everything. He had his calculator out playing with it while we waited for the last test. It was a graphing calculator. I was bad in math in high school, so I never took high-level math, but my friends did, and I loved playing with their graphing calculators. I looked at it for a minute and something hit me. Holy crap, this calculator didn't have scientific functions on it at all. He assumed since it was so fancy it did, but it didn't. I told him this and he went white. What do you mean, he said. So I showed him in my old beat-up calculator how I do number conversions, and he didn't have the buttons to do it. Now, being the over-preparing dude I am, I learned how to do it on paper in the event we couldn't use calculators. He was not so studious. So I tried to give him a crash course on how to do it on paper and write out number lines and all that. He wasn't getting it. I said maybe he should ask to reschedule and get another calculator. He suggested I give him mine since I knew how to do it on paper. Man, you are cool and all, but I just met you. I'm not good at math and this is the rest of my life we are taking about. I'm sorry, I need mine. He refused to reschedule, saying he got this far and would be fine. He failed. But silver lining, the 4 tests he passed qualified him for another job that paid almost the same, but it was not as good and the one we were going for. I got the job and have been here for 19 years now.
I cheated on my husband, but I don't think he should leave me because I'm a great wife. My husband is a real estate agent who works multiple hours and spends much of his time out. During October 2020, a guy named Jay messaged me on Instagram. We chatted in a decent way. Turns out he's the younger brother of a classmate with whom I attended high school. We chatted for 7 months and we met for the first time. Soon after, we began to have an emotional affair which later turned physical. Despite knowing I had a family, I convinced myself that I was right. That it isn't serious and should be okay. Needless to say, I was denying my husband any cuddling or romances. We were more like roommates at this point. We just basically slept on the same bed, we didn't talk much. He was struggling at his job. I still thought it was all okay, and my husband would be happy that I found someone to satisfy me while he was working, and it wasn't an issue. I used to taunt my husband, argue with him over small reasons. I used to absolutely despise him, as Jay was much more fit and handsome than him. Jay began to think I settled for less even after I had a family and a good marriage. A few months later, my husband's mother passed away and he broke down in a bad way. He began to argue with me more, blaming me for his mom's death, that I was what kept him from meeting his mom and I must be happy now that she's gone. Me and his mom never got along in fairness. While he was going through his mother's passing, I didn't support him emotionally. I shouted at him. I didn't realize the impact it had on our daughter. I told him in August I wanted a divorce. That further broke him down. I rented out a small apartment and moved out, taking my daughter with me. I told her I didn't want her near her father as he was having a mental breakdown and becoming emotionally abusive. Jay sometimes used to visit us. I introduced her to my daughter. They became friends due to similar gaming mentality. Things took the worst turn possible a month later. Jay tried to make a move on my daughter and turned out to be a pedo. She barely got out and called her father. I was working in the office then. She tried to reach out but couldn't due to my phone being on silent mode. When I saw her calls, I rushed to my home to find it filled with police and people. Jay was rushed to the hospital with a broken arm, broken jaw and swollen eyes. My daughter told everything to the police. Her eyes were red and she had been crying. I tried to console her but she pushed me away. As my daughter was the victim and my husband had friends in the department, no charges were pressed against him. After everything calmed down for a bit that evening, my husband reached out to me with my daughter asking for the truth. I gave him the truth then. I apologized, begged, cried for him, told him this was the worst mistake and I never thought for things to turn out this way. What hurt more is my daughter telling me I was a homewrecker. Husband said he's going to take our daughter with him and we will be getting divorced. He's pushing for full custody and filing a fresh paperwork for divorce on grounds of infidelity. I told him I want to work on our marriage. Beg him. I want a chance. He isn't listening to me. I cut off all contact with Jay October 2nd. Jay's girlfriend contacts me and types out all the worst names you can imagine on earth. After that day, I started to work on my marriage. I tried reaching out to my husband. He blocked me on everything, even has a new phone number. I began individual counseling, reading books and trying to come clean about everything. I had a chat with my daughter. She doesn't want to call. I told her everything. Told her I was sorry and all I want now is just a happy family and I'd gladly give up everything to make it work. She tells me I'm selfish and that I would have kept her father in the dark only to get back with Jay and thank me for breaking up the happy family and home she has. No Nov.
My son has started acting autistic, despite not being autistic. My 16-year-old son recently started following this account on social media by this mom who posts videos of her autistic teen son. The kid is low functioning and he can't talk, can't understand complicated concepts, etc. At first, my son started constantly referencing this account at inappropriate times like family dinner, and was making jokes about it, randomly showing me edits he made of the account, but that was harmless enough. However, over a few weeks span, my son started imitating this kid, and it's ruined my home life. When I ask him to do basic chores, he stims instead and refuses to do them. When I ask what he wants for dinner, he lists off ingredients in this weird way that doesn't make any sense. Instead of saying he wants chicken and pasta he will say, chick, sauce, ooh pasta yes pasta. He won't even answer me in complete sentences anymore when we talk. He's even doing random things around the house like dumping out entire cartons of milk into the sink and refusing to explain himself. At first, I laughed it off, but this is actually making it impossible for my son to talk normally. He even started randomly making these noises when he's talking to his friends, and I've gotten calls home from school. After a while I had enough of this. I decided to go ahead and restrict my son's access to social media. After thinking about it for a while, I decided to give him 15 minutes of supervised use of his phone every day, in case he had to text his friends. However, whenever this time happened, my son would spend just a couple of minutes checking and quickly answering his texts, and then he spent the rest of the 15 minutes just watching the new videos about this account he was obsessed with. He would imitate the kid while watching the videos and show me all the posts about him that he found funny. The first few times when I took away his phone after 15 minutes, he would get upset about it, dropping the autism act, and try to get more time, but that quickly stopped when I threatened to limit the time even more. After over a week, he seemed to still be just as obsessed with this account and imitating the kid's mannerisms, so I thought I might have to take even more measures to make him stop. However, soon afterward, I received a call from my son's school principal. It turns out one of the kids in his class had an autistic sibling and found his behavior offensive and annoying, so they reported him to the principal, who had brought him in to talk and gave him detention and was threatening worse if this continued. This finally brought my son to stop doing this in school and, after I spoke to him about his principal calling me, at home too. I made him unfollow the account on social media, and then I gave him normal access to his phone again. He has never explained to me what was motivating him to act the way he did, but I think it was a combination of encouragement from his friends and using it as a weird way to get out of doing work around the house.
My cat brings me gifts every day. Today she brought me a human bone. I have a black cat called Crow. 2 years ago, she showed up on my doorstep unexpectedly and I took her in. She is mostly an outdoor cat. Almost every day since I found Crow, she brought me presents, and left them on my pillow before I returned from work. She'd bring me things ranging from plants, or sticks, to some small animals she'd unalived, oftentimes a mouse or bird. occasionally a snake or squirrel, and very rarely she would bring little trinkets like coins, jewelry, or small toys. However, today when I'd returned home from work and greeted Crow per usual, then headed into my bedroom to see what she'd brought for me today. Every new random item she brings me I put in a box where I keep the rest of the items she's collected for me over the years, besides the things that would rot or smell over time. But today when I entered my room, I found an object on my pillow I've never seen there before. A bone. I let out an audible gasp and stood in the doorway briefly before I moseyed on over to my bed to inspect it. For a moment I just stared down at it, wondering what to do and what kind of bone it was. It was small and had no telltale signs of what bone it was or what it came from. It was small, about 2-ish inches long, and had a bit of flesh and dried blood attached to it. I just assumed the bone came from a poor animal who'd passed somewhere near my house and thought nothing more of it. I got a paper towel and grabbed the bone. I didn't know if it was carrying anything, so I decided to play it safe. Unsure of what to do with it, I stuck it in a plastic baggie. By then Crow had made her way to my room to see what all the commotion was about. As I noticed her sitting and watching from on my dresser, I held up the bagged bone and jokingly questioned her. "Crow, where did you find this?" I let out a chuckle finishing my sentence. She responded exactly as I expected, meow. Putting the bone in the box. With her previous gifts, I removed my pillowcase and put it in the washer, disinfected my pillow, and discarded the gloves and napkins. After that whole ordeal, I went on with the rest of my night as usual, as well as the next morning, and headed to work. When I returned from work the next evening, I continued with my usual routine of greeting my cat and then wandering into my room expecting a random article on my pillow. Tonight I was expecting something akin to the thing she's left me before, a stick or a leaf. Instead, I opened my door to be greeted with yet another bone upon my pillow, this one slightly smaller than the last, slightly less fleshy. I repeated the same steps as the night before, bagged the bone, washed and disinfected, and carried on with my night, this time a little more skeptical. I wondered if this was coincidence or bones from a singular body. Rinse and repeat the same cycle for another 2 days. The only thing that differed is on the 4th day, Crow's face seemed to have blood on it, and with that and a 4th bone I was done. I decided to try and figure out what the bones are from. I gloved up and put a sheet of cling film over my desk to contain anything the remains may carry. I took them out in order from largest to smallest. I started trying to piece them together, and the only thing that made sense was when I aligned them vertically, once again in order of size. The smallest bone was pointed at the tip. It's a finger. Roughly the size of mine. They're human bones. The discovery made me sick to my stomach, but I was in too deep now. I needed to know where my cat was getting these bones from. That's when I decided what I'd do. Immediately I cleaned up the area, washed my hands, and called in sick for work the next day. I was going to follow Crow and see if she'd go back to the body again. I went on with my night as usual. When I woke up I pretended to leave for work and parked my car about a block from my house, then watched the security camera feed of my backyard until the moment I saw Crow exit through her little door. While waiting I remembered I had an app on my phone that connected to her microchip and would show me where it was. I then waited 5 or 10 minutes before following the direction she was headed. By the time she was stationary, I had to continue my pursuit on foot. She had ended up in a secluded area of woods in a forest about a 20-minute drive from my house. I made my way through the woods following her tracker. I ended up in front of a small cave, or tunnel. Standing outside I could already smell a foul scent lingering inside. I retched but pulled myself back together. I can't go back now. I made my way inside and the loathsome odor just intensified. "Crow?" I called out, turning on the flashlight of my phone. As the light illuminated the small area, the sight was staggering. I saw a disfigured humanoid-looking thing, slightly resembling Crow. Taking it all in, I realized it was nibbling a body, and by the time I'd realized that, it spoke. In a rough, harsh voice it said, "You finally caught me, Mother," and with the last word, Crow made me its next victim. A stranger offered to let me stay with him when I was homeless, then made my life a living hell. When I was 19 years old I got kicked out of my house by my parents. I got caught being baked, and that was enough for my super religious parents to kick their own daughter out. I wandered the streets aimlessly for a few weeks, reaching out to friends for a helping hand. However, every single friend turned me down. Literally everyone. A few weeks into being homeless I made acquaintances with a man. I would roam around the same general area, and he worked close to it, and would stop at a grocery store near which I was parked every day. He gave me food every time I saw him, and soon enough he asked me a bit about myself. I opened myself up hesitantly. He asked me if I wanted to go to the nearby cafe so he could buy me some hot food. I agreed immediately. At the cafe, he propositioned to me that I come stay at his place. He told me he was recently divorced and had no kids. I hesitated a lot, and told him to give me a few days to think it over. After a few more days I realized I needed help and shelter, and he may be the only way to get it. Even though this man looked 30 years older than me, he had a comforting vibe. I saw him near the grocery store a few days later and told him I would accept his offer. Then I moved in a few days later. The first few weeks were okay, and I was thanking my lucky stars every day. Until one fatal night, he got intoxicated while I was asleep, and decided to rope me. He was bigger and stronger, and there was nothing I could do. He quickly realized this, and began roping me daily. He paid for my food and helped me look for jobs, and the only thing he would ask in return is intimacy. I gave in, time and time again, recognizing this as rope, but being too desperate and trying to cling on to life, I let him do it. Eventually, I had landed a job, and started paying for all my own food and offering to pay rent if we did not have intimacy anymore. He was angry by this, so he started to lay hands on me, and continued to rope me. I quietly started apartment hunting while he slept, and after suffering through over a year and a half of this man doing things to me, I quietly left in the night to a new apartment. With no note, no letter, just up and left. My future mother-in-law was trying to squeeze into my wedding dress and ripped it. I've been engaged to my fiancé for a year. We're planning to be married in December. My soon-to-be mother-in-law is extremely upset about this. I always knew that she wasn't really my biggest fan. She's polite and very fake-friendly, but she'll do things like sit on my fiancé's lap, or tuck his hair behind his ear, and cut his food for him, especially the crust off his sandwiches. On occasion I actually saw her actually feed him in public. Future mother-in-law is very upset about our destination wedding, which is Colombia. She has started exposing her prejudiced ways when talking about it. I try to limit her exposure to my wedding planning, though when I do this, she complains to my fiancé behind my back on how she's being excluded. She came over yesterday, theoretically to see our new house, but instead offered the following criticisms. She hates my engagement ring. Our house is an extravagant display of wealth and just isn't us. It's a townhouse that we got a steal on. I'm getting overweight. Need to watch the calories so I can fit into my dress. Future, meanwhile, is bragging about her diet and how chic and slenderizing her mother of the bride dress is. This delightful conversation was interrupted by my fiancé asking me to help him put a bed in the spare guest room together, so I left her to her own devices and Netflix while I helped. About 40 minutes into assembly, I went to take a bathroom break and headed into the master bedroom, and what do I find but future mother-in-law struggling to yank my dress over her head but was stuck. I blurted out, "What the hell?" And she immediately started stammering, "Oh my god." At that point my number one concern was her tearing the sheer backing of my dress, so I rushed over to help her. It was all for nothing, as she managed to scratch her way through the back of the dress and completely destroy the sheer material. She burst the side zipper of the dress and got a dirty footprint on the train. I asked her, as soon as I got her out of the dress, what the hell she was thinking. She responded that she was just trying to make sure the dress would fit me, because if the dress fit her, then it absolutely fit me too. If it didn't fit her, then I obviously had some work to do. Never mind that I just had my final fitting and it had fit like a glove. My future fiancé is very disturbed by what happened. I'm also disturbed, mostly because I doubt she was trying to just try on the dress for funsies. There was also a bouquet of dried flowers on the bed that wasn't there before. I think she was actually trying to pretend she was the bride, which for so many reasons, is so wrong. She hasn't offered to pay for any of the repairs to the dress. A section of the train is ripped. I have no idea how much it's going to cost until I can get to the seamstress tomorrow. In the meantime, in lieu of an apology, she's lecturing me on spending so much money on a wedding dress, and clearly the trouble she had getting into the dress was a sign to get something less dramatic and ostentatious. My future mother-in-law was trying to squeeze into my wedding dress and ripped it. First things first, the wedding is off. We are still together and remain engaged, but things are very strained between us. The only thing that has really stopped me from leaving this relationship is that I love him from the bottom of my heart, and I can see how much this is hurting him. After future mother-in-law ruined my dress, my fiancé confronted her by telephone and demanded that she help cover the damages to the dress. She refused because she said it was an accident and she really was just trying to help. She literally tried to spin this as Irby, and I quote, giving me a standard to aspire to, and she also admitted that she just wanted to feel as young and beautiful as me. The worst part is that he believed her. At this point, after she refused to pay, I started pitching a fit until my fiancé said that we shouldn't jump to conclusions on the damages until we visited the seamstress. Fine by me. We went together and the assessment was that it was completely trashed. It is beyond repair. Hearing how badly my dress was mutilated crushed me, but my fiancé's reaction at the seamstress enraged me. He kept minimizing the damage, pointing out how certain things absolutely could have been an accident, and he lied out of his butt to the seamstress to tell her that the dress had an accident when his mother attempted to relive her model days. I corrected the course and said no, that she tried to put it on without my permission, knowing damn well that she didn't fit into it, and deliberately destroyed parts of it in the process. The real fun started when we got home and I told him that if she didn't pay, then I wanted to sue her for damages to the dress. He told me some bullcrap about how the cost of the dress didn't meet the thresholds for a lawsuit. Okay. I took my butt straight to the internet, googled the thresholds for small claims court in Virginia before printing all of the responses I got and forcing him to read them. He conceded that she owed us something and called her, with me sitting there. As I sat there, I kid you not, he argued with her for all of 5 minutes before she broke down sobbing, accused him of not loving her, called me trash for turning him against her, and how money could be more important than her love for him. He actually soothed her and told her that he understood, but I'm being super emotional over the dress and this would help it blow over. She started babbling and sobbing and he said that he'd talk to me. After they hung up, he had the nerve to turn to me and say that all he wanted was peace and to please just let him pay for the dress and let this go away. I lost it. I screamed at him. I cried harder than I probably ever have cried because I honestly feel that he took her side over mine. I told him that it wasn't about the dress and that if he genuinely believed that this was over an overpriced dress at this point, then we needed to cancel the wedding and he and his mommy could have a nice vacation to Colombia without me. We argued, and like he's been doing, told me that he saw my point. I told him that I didn't want her at the wedding. Shockingly, he agreed. I sat next to him the next day when he called her and told her that because of what happened, we couldn't have her at the wedding. I actually felt proud when he hung up on her after she screamed and sobbed about how he can't do this. I began to consider that maybe I was wrong about how he refused to stand up to his mother. That is, until I was on our shared iPad. I rarely use the iPad because I'm way happier with my Kindle, but I'll reach for the iPad in the rare event that my Kindle is out of juice and my phone is out of reach. While I was using it, messages from my future mother-in-law popped up asking about the best way to purchase discounted flights to Colombia. I scrolled through the messages, and he had folded. The very next day, saying that he had disinvited her for my sake but he still wanted her at the wedding. That he'd slowly work on changing my mind, and hopefully on the weekend of the wedding I'd be feeling forgiving and welcome her, and if not, I could deal with it. I lost my mind. I actually packed my bags. He was the one that ended up leaving to stay with his friend while I stayed in the house. The fight wasn't pretty. And that's about where we're at right now. We have both committed to couples counseling. It's a must. I feel played right now. And that's what he was trying to do, play both sides. We both agreed that the best thing to do for us is to postpone the wedding until trust is reestablished, deposits be damned. And if anyone asks, I tell them the entire story. Future mother-in-law has decided to come between us in the worst way. She, for the most part, is fuming and trying to spin this into me being a trashy, greedy harpy that's determined to bring her and her precious baby nothing but misery. She's tried to come to our house several times to collect her baby and his belongings, but I haven't answered the door. Fiancé, to his credit, has blocked her on his phone and hasn't told her where he's living right now. He's gone no contact and has agreed to no contact until we begin therapy. He's turned over all of his passwords and the iPad so I can check his messages when I want to. Edit, there's several new things to report. One being that my fiancé has kept his end of the bargain, he's had no contact with future mother-in-law, and she's also losing her mind. This week, I've woken up to the following: my Ring app has gone off 4 times, all at odd hours of the night. It's her. I have footage of her shoving notes under my door. Nasty notes shoved under the door demanding to talk to my fiancé and accusing me of driving a wedge between them. Text messages asking me why I'm forbidding contact between my fiancé and his mother and how unnatural it is to stop a son from seeing his mother. I'm going to tarnation and am a disgrace to womanhood. She's come to my work. When I refused to see her, security escorted her out. When I pulled out of the parking garage, I saw her waiting by the employee entrance. Fiancé and I typically go shopping on Wednesday nights. She knows this because she's gone with us a couple of times. Guess who was waiting for us in the parking lot at 7 p.m.? We didn't get out of the car after we saw her pacing around the entrance. I'm documenting everything just in case she continues to get crazier. Fiancé and I will be going to the local PD tomorrow to file a report and look into getting a temporary restraining order.
I think my father is attracted to my girlfriend. My girlfriend and I have been dating for over a year now. Recently I've taken her to meet my parents. We visited my parents' house recently and my father wouldn't stop staring at my girlfriend, and especially her toes, as she had open-toed heels. He asked her some questions like, "Where do you work? How tall are you?" And things seemed mostly normal. He started complimenting her, but I didn't think much of it since my girlfriend is very attractive. He told her, "You have great childbearing hips," and that he'd want to see her pregnant with my child. My girlfriend looked visibly uncomfortable and my dad started saying even weirder things. "Your lips are very luscious. I bet you look great using them on my son." Once that was said, we just excused ourselves from the dinner table. She told me she was tired and wanted to go home. I told my parents we were going to leave and my dad looked angry. I took my girlfriend and drove back to our apartment. The next day my dad called and said he wanted to talk to me. It was the weekend and my girlfriend was working her shift, so I drove back up to my parents' house. My dad sat me down outside and told me how attractive my girlfriend was and that I was lucky to have her. He mentioned how he wanted me to get her pregnant and said, "It's like her body was made for it." I obviously got angry and told him he shouldn't say things like that about her, and marriage wasn't even on our roster right now, let alone starting a family. He told me it was about time I had a child, and mentioned my older sister who had her son at 20. He said my girlfriend had the perfect figure and genetics to help carry on our family name, and that he's proud of me as his only son. This is when I got angry and stormed off. A week went by without us talking, and yesterday my dad called and apologized for his behavior. I told him it was unacceptable and I don't want him around my girlfriend until he learns how to keep his gross thoughts to himself. He told me he wouldn't be acting like that again and realized he made a bad impression and just got excited that I brought a girl home after working my butt off for 7 years to land a job at a firm. I told him that wasn't an excuse to talk to my girlfriend that way, and if he wanted to see us again he needs to stop being a weirdo. He kept apologizing, and sounded sincere. He said he realized he made a bad impression and told me that him and my mother wanted to sit down and have a talk with us. I asked my girlfriend if she was comfortable going, and she agreed to go. I made sure to ask if she was being honest about 100 times before she got annoyed and made me take a bath with her. After that, we ended our night and went to bed. The next day we drove up to my parents' house again and my dad and mom sat us down at the table outside. My dad apologized to my girlfriend for the way he acted, and all of us including my mom had a relatively normal conversation, but here's where it gets strange. He brought up the offer that if my girlfriend and I decided to get married and have a child, he would pay for everything. All of the expenses. I was honestly shocked, but to my surprise, my girlfriend agreed. She told me she was ready for anything as long as I was there to support her. 2 scenarios have been on our minds since we got home: give in to my father and give him what he wants, or ignore him completely. I know my girlfriend is the woman I want to spend the rest of my life with, and she said she's up for anything with me, but a part of me doesn't want to give my dad the satisfaction. Missing persons who were found. What happened? One day my family stopped hearing from my brother who just moved to Hawaii from Iceland. Like he vanished off the face of the earth. He had stopped posting on social media. He had stopped contacting all his friends. It was always a possibility that he was going off the grid for some reason. But last we spoke, everything was fine and normal. Still, we thought he would pop up somewhere, as he was an extensive world traveler and often went incommunicado for periods of time. A year goes by. We are more worried. Why? If something happened to him, why wouldn't he be on social media anymore? Why would he cut contact with his entire network of friends and family? He had never done that before. There was no fight or drama. The last conversation he had with my mom was about Christmas presents. We start looking for him. We message everyone we know he knows. We message his best friend, who gives a very cryptic response, neither denying or confirming anything. This gets us worried. Why is this guy being shady? Last we knew, these two were traveling the world together. My mom email bombs his best friend, who refuses to respond. We wait another year. Nothing. We are starting to think he might be dead. My mom files a missing persons report and the police find no trace of him. I start posting missing persons reports. We scour the internet. We find nothing. Another year. I haven't seen him in 5 years. Now I think I'll never see him again. Half my family is convinced he died somewhere abroad. My mom hires a private detective for $10K. The guy can't find much. He is worthless. I started posting on Scandinavian subreddits because that was the region my brother was last seen in. I basically make a missing persons poster with his picture and all his info. A week later, someone sends me a message. They had seen my brother. We are freaking out. The person explains that he was in Norway and had worked with my brother doing construction. This gentleman was from Michigan, but owned a business in Norway so could kind of weed out the bullcrap. In my brother's story, my brother was telling people that he was adopted and that his family had stolen him as a baby. He said my brother seemed kind of mentally off with a lot of conspiracy theories and rambling thoughts. I thanked this guy profusely. It was so nice to know my brother was alive. Still, this isn't proof positive. There is no picture of my brother. And by the time this guy messaged us, my brother had moved on. Reddit dude told us where my brother had said he was going next. We contacted our local police with this new info. They messaged the police force in Uppsala, where my brother had said he was going. The police there know where he is. They go to his door and let him know his family is looking for him. He tells them he knows and doesn't want to talk to us. They check his passport to make sure he is actually my brother. This is the best and worst news we have had. It was now 7 years since we had talked to him at all. A couple months later, my brother sends me a Facebook message. He hasn't directly contacted me in almost 8 years. He wants me to remove my post about him being missing. It was showing up when you Google searched his name. I say I will and try start a conversation with him. Slowly we started talking again. He agrees to be taken to the rest of the family. We keep in contact for the next 2 years and I go visit him in Sweden. The year after that he moved home. What's the craziest thing that happened in your college dorm? Across the hall from me lived Ron and Todd. They were not a good match. Ron was basically an overweight hippie, and Todd was on the football team. The funny thing about it was that it was Todd who drove Ron crazy, not the other way around. Todd basically didn't care about Ron's antics, but Ron couldn't stand sharing his dorm room with a straight edge. So after a few months, Ron cooks up a plan to get Todd out of the room. One night, in the middle of the night, Todd wakes up, the blinds in the room have been pulled open, and it's light enough to see in the room. Ron is standing in the middle of the room, naked, painting a huge mural on the wall that has the door on it. As Ron moves from area to paint, he skips and quietly sings to himself. Ron also paints himself. Little paint for the wall, little paint for Ron. After 5+ minutes of watching this scene from his bed with growing disbelief and horror, Todd says something, and Ron turns slowly to face Todd, skips over to Todd's bed, kisses Todd full on the lips, and says, "Go back to sleep, Todd, you're dreaming." Todd is just sleepy enough to find this somewhat convincing. So he rolls over. Also, what else is he going to do? Fight his naked, paint-covered roommate? The next morning, Todd wakes up, and there's no mural anywhere in the room. No paint on the floor, no paint on any of Ron's bedclothes, and Ron is fast asleep in his bed, wearing a t-shirt. Todd wakes Ron up and asks if anything odd was going on in their room last night. Ron replies that he had a chemistry test that wiped him out, so he just came straight home and went to bed and had been asleep until Todd woke him up. So now Todd doesn't know what to think, but the best answer appears to be that he had a homoerotic dream about his roommate being a painting satyr. So Todd notes the fuck out of the dorm room and gets reassigned. It made no sense to the rest of us either, until much later when we were having a beer in Ron's room. He asked us if we wanted to see something cool. Sure, we did. So he shut off all the lights and then turned on a lamp hidden near his bed with a black light. All of a sudden, a massive, glowing mural appeared on the wall with the door on it. And all over Ron's sheets and comforter. And Ron just started laughing his full ass off. And that's how Ron got a room to himself. What's the most insane story in the Bible? Onan, dude gets smited by God because he refuses to impregnate his brother's wife. Genesis 38:8-10. Then Judah said to Onan, sleep with your brother's wife and fulfill your duty to her as a brother-in-law to raise up offspring for your brother. But Onan knew that the child would not be his, so whenever he slept with his brother's wife, he bust his nut on the ground to keep from providing offspring for his brother. What he did was wicked in the Lord's sight, so the Lord put him to death also. But it gets even crazier. The girl that Onan was supposed to get pregnant was his older brother Er's wife, Tamar. Did something bad so God unalived him before she could get pregnant. Then Onan pulled out and God unalived him. So Judah, her father-in-law, said, wait till my youngest son Shelah is old enough to get married and I'll set you up. In the meantime, why don't you go stay with your family? So she did. Shelah grows up and apparently Judah forgets about his deal with Tamar, because they never get married. One of Judah's daughters dies, so he decided to go out to shear some sheep. Tamar hears about this, disguises herself as a promiscuous woman, and places herself conveniently beside Judah. Judah sees her, not recognizing her, and asks her to do business in exchange for a kid from his flock. As collateral she also collects Judah's staff, signet, and bracelets. They bang, she gets pregnant, and leaves in the morning before Judah wakes up. Judah sends a friend to where she was with the kid, but no one is there. 3 months later, word comes to Judah that Tamar, his daughter-in-law, is pregnant by some fool. So he sends for her so he can unalive her for her sins. Tamar arrives with Judah's belongings and says, whoever stuff this is the dad. Then Judah realizes he was an a-hole for not following up on his end of the deal and lets Tamar live, so eventually she gives birth to twins. Rejecting him was the biggest mistake of my life. So I have a best friend who we'll call Jay, who's also my schoolmate, classmate, and we live in the same residential area. A little description on Jay. He's tall, handsome, athletic, fit, smart, funny and sweet. He even has good hair and the most beautiful eyes. Jay and I had been friends from kindergarten up till high school. When we were in primary school he confessed many times, but I only considered him a friend. I never saw him to be as handsome and amazing as everyone else did. Because I saw him almost all the time of my life. About a month and a half ago, Jay once again confessed to me. This time he did it more maturely and more in a sweet way that I actually felt butterflies in my stomach. But, I wasn't sure I felt the same. His confession did really make me think of it, but I really valued our friendship more and I didn't think I felt anything for Jay. So once again I rejected him in a way I regret to this day. I laughed and said, so I'm still your little obsession. Grow up and move on already, Jay. His face after I said that made me regret my words. He didn't laugh like I did. It seemed like he was fighting back tears. I honestly didn't think he was being 100% serious because he would always say how he will confess 100 times a week to wait for me to say yes. Jay just walked away and left. He didn't come to school the next day. He didn't come outside when I went to call him to walk together to school. He ignored my calls and texts, and when he did see them, he never responded. At first I was angry at him. Why was he taking rejection so seriously? I already rejected him enough times for him to get used to it. That's what I thought then. But the more I didn't get the notification of his text, his random FaceTimes, the goofy TikToks he'd send me, the more I didn't get to see his name pop up on my notifications. I felt bad. I had made so many tries to text him when I finally sent him an apology of a paragraph, but it was then I found out, he blocked me. He came back to school after missing 2.5 weeks out. Those 2.5 weeks I thought of him always. Our desks were together, so I'd zone out while staring at his desk. One of my friends even told me I might have fallen for you, but I denied it. I denied it until I saw him when he came back. Jay looked like a whole different person. He had dyed his blonde hair jet black and had gotten an amazing haircut. His aura completely changed as soon as he entered the class. Everyone looked at him and I did too. He sat down at his desk and didn't even turn to look at me. Everyone came and showered him with compliments about his good haircut, and he suddenly had the most charming smile as he thanked everyone. While everyone but me. I turned to him with a happy smile and said, black hair really suits you well. You look so handsome. But he ignored me and continued to speak to this other guy who even stopped talking so Jay would react my comment, but nothing. He ignored me the whole morning, and when our homeroom teacher came he asked to switch seats but was denied. He ignored me and hang out with the people he knew I didn't like. He always walk away when I tried to talk to him. I had actually come to accept that I liked him back. I even asked my friends and my sister and even my mom if feeling certain ways after he left meant I liked him, and my mom said, maybe he just needed to leave for you to realize how much you care for him. And my friends and sister said the same. I decided to go and tell him the day after he returned. I didn't get the chance in the morning because he went to his new friends, and when I tried to talk to him he went away. I felt so bad that I went crying in the girls' bathroom. I regretted it. I regretted it so much. I wished I had just accepted his feelings then and tried to see if I'd fall for him with time. I shouldn't have waited this long. He ignored me completely and acted like we were never even friends for the rest of the days that followed. I had enough of it though. Since he had me blocked everywhere, I took my sister's phone and sent him a long message confessing my feelings, apologizing and asking him if we could be friends again and telling him how much I missed him. I begged him to talk to me and really hoped he would see it. Now I'm waiting for his reply. I feel so distressed I want to cry. I feel anxious. I feel like he'll make fun of me. Or reject me, even worse, but I'm ready for any response as long as he talks to me and reads my message. To gain the ability to stop time, what do? I would become a King Anarchy God. Here's step 1. I would learn everything assuming the internet doesn't work because the electricity is frozen with time. I would read and memorize every book. I would also document the nature and laws of time being frozen. Let's assume anything inanimate I directly touch becomes unfrozen. Clothes, doors, air, etc., not people. Step 2. Get the media after me. I would do this by auditioning for AGT. I would use my various skills to work my way up the chain until the final round. While waiting between auditions, I would cause minor havoc, like unexplainable things disappearing. In the final round, I pretend I'm going to be singing. I sing horribly in midway. I stop abruptly and cut the music. This is an act, and I am the judge. Lights cut and all doors lock. Security is placed elsewhere. All cameras are forced on me with a spotlight. So tell me, Earth, can you win the golden buzzer? I make a golden star button appear in my hand. Or will you become another victim? You have 1 year. I freeze time and watch as everything unfolds on TV. Everyone freaks out. Some say it's the end of times, others say it's all a hoax. Regardless, I'm not a top story yet, so I will wait until the Prime Minister gives a speech. I appear in the background behind the important figure for long enough to be noticed, but disappear before security catches me. I leave behind a golden star sticker where I was standing. Step 3. I wait 6 months. Every time there are doubts, I break the left arm of someone and put a golden star sticker on it. The left arm is meant to throw people off. As time goes on towards the 6-month mark, the arm breakings become less frequent and people slowly calm down. But on the 6-month mark, I kill another, higher power and leave a golden star sticker on their head. Step 4. I wait until the day before the 1-year mark. Other than the occasional left arm break, I stop all activity. The day before the 1-year mark, I watch as people become scared. Then, at exactly 4 p.m., I kill all of the world leaders, front ministers, the Pope, etc. Everyone wonders what worse I will do on the next day. Step 5. The day of the 1-year mark. Countries are in a defensive position. Media is in hysterics. Civilians are unable to remain calm. 4 p.m. approaches, and I hack every computer. So everyone is watching me as I stand on the White House's roof and speak, holding a golden star button. Well, hello again. Earth. It's been a year, and I have finally made my decision about your planet. Pause for a good 10 seconds while smiling maniacally and hovering over the button. Suddenly, I press it. You've won a prize. Meet your new leader. I then disappear, and the White House is covered in golden star stickers. I wait for another week and kill anyone who tries to enter a prime minister position. Step 6. 1 week later, I bring about the next major step in my plan. I collect the world's smartest people and force them to work for me. Of course, I give. These astounding living conditions make them feel more inclined to work. I have them create immortality. After I gain immortality, I kill the scientists. Step 7. Wait. I wait for everyone to mostly forget me to the point where some are uncertain of my existence. Many years, I still make sure there's no global destruction or mass death. But overall, I stay hidden. Step 8. The reveal. I claim to be a goddess wanting to help humans. After showing people all the good I can do, I make it so they worship me. I have everyone advance space travel and invent ways for me to obtain godlike powers. I become a literal god that can create and destroy whatever, whenever. But what about when I get tired of living? What if I want to die? Eternal sleep. What did the weird kid in your school do that you'll never forget? One time we went to Spain for geology and I noticed this strange girl had a tally chart in the back of her notebook. Now, this girl was odd. She wore all black clothes that were clearly not washed very well. She had bright ginger hair and would wear huge spiky plastic jewelry that was usually bright orange. Big spiky plastic necklaces or bracelets. She would pick her nose aggressively in class. I asked some of the other girls if they knew what the tally in her notebook was about, and they said that she was counting the amount of time she had successfully taken a pee while standing up. I don't know about you, but I found this fascinating. I started casually following her one day on our field trip in Spain and sure enough, she would find somewhere she thought was discreet. It wasn't discreet. I saw everything. She would undress then take a pee standing up the whole time with a demonic smile on her face. It was scary. Then she'd put her pants back on, get out her notebook to add another tally mark, then saw her off into the Spanish wilderness to do more geology. It was almost as disgusting as it was mesmerizing. So one day we had a day off to relax and do what we wanted. So everyone agreed we would go to Madrid for the day. So we all get on a big coach and set off. The drive is like 2 hours, 30 minutes in, she starts mumbling to herself about needing the toilet, everyone around her going quiet as she became more agitated. Eventually she jumped up and waddled down the aisle to ask the driver to stop. After a bit of arguing and Spanish shouting from the driver, we pull over. The bus doors open, she walks back up the aisle and gets off using the door halfway down the bus. She takes 3 steps away from the door and starts digging a hole like a badger in heat. Now at this point I think deep down I knew what was about to happen. She's about to take a massive pee right here in front of everyone as the ultimate win against her classmates she clearly hated. But boy I was wrong. She finished digging her hole, it was quite impressive given how dry the ground was. She turned herself away from the bus, pulled down in jeans and took a squat over the hole. What is this? I thought. Maybe she's too shy for a stand-up pee. Nope, out comes the most horrific poop from her pasty white back door. Like gallons of it, I've never seen so much. The hole she dug, whilst impressive, was not sufficient for the brown mass that spewed forth. She finished, wiped with a small piece of tissue she had in her pocket and got back on the bus. With the same maniacal grin I saw her have with a wild pee. Everyone was silent, our professors just staring at each other, clearly thinking what just happened. Jim. Did that girl seriously just unleash its tsunami in front of 40 people? The rest of the journey was just silence. I think we were all in shock. We get to Madrid and everyone slowly gets off the bus. The girl starts saying again that she needs the toilet and everyone turns to look at her. Her bright orange trousers are soaking wet. Like she'd been swimming. One of the other students said, "Jesus Christ, what the hell happened?" And casually as anything. She turns to him and says the bus ride was too long. I peed myself a few times. Stopped doing my male duties when my girlfriend started acting like an entitled brat. My girlfriend and I have been together for 3 years and we live together. I pay for everything, whether it's something that benefits the both of us or something that just benefits her. I also have been paying for her university because I make a comfortable amount of money even though I've only been in my career for about 2 years. Recently, for the past few months, my girlfriend has been under the impression that she shouldn't do anything around the house because that's wifey duties. I ask if she could tidy up around the house since she's free 24/7 because she's on summer break, and she gets upset and says, those are wife duties and that she wasn't going to give me the whole package without a ring. I ask her if she could make me a quick lunch if I'm running late to work or at least put some ingredients in a grocery bag so I can make it at work, and she gives me the same bullcrap about how that's wife duties. It's even gotten to the point whenever I ask about trying new things when it comes to intimacy, and she says the same things. It just keeps getting annoying, so finally a few days ago, when I asked if she could pick up my dry cleaning today because I would be working late, and once again she replied with doing favors like that are for married couples, I lost it. I told her since doing simple tasks were for married couples then I wouldn't be paying for her next year of university, I wouldn't be funding her activities, letting her use my other car like it's hers, and she would need to start contributing to the house in terms of bills or she can leave because of course those were things that only husbands did and I was in fact not her husband. This resulted in her getting upset and claiming that I was manipulative and that I shouldn't hold things that I do for her over her head. I didn't care what she had to say and told her that if she wasn't going to fix her view on helping her partner out with simple tasks, then I wouldn't help her as well. We did not speak for a few days, but I finally decided to break the silence and talk to her about it. At first, I wanted to wait, but I felt like I just needed to get it done. The intention of this talk was to let her go because I wasn't interested in trying to work things out anymore when it was clear she didn't love or respect me. I also recorded our talk without her knowing. So, when my ex got back from her gay best friend's house, I decided to sit her down. I was upfront with her, saying I was unhappy in our current situation. I brought up how I felt used and I was expected to do all these different things for her while I didn't get anything in return. I brought up how I've tried to explain how I felt so many times and at which time she ignored it because she felt like she was always right. I then asked her what made her attitude change. She said wanted to get married to me but I wasn't getting the hint. So she decided if she stopped doing things for me then I would realize how much I needed her. I brought up the fact how I told her from the beginning I wasn't interested in getting married so young, and I also told her if she was then our relationship wouldn't work because we were expecting different things. I told her that it would be best if we ended our relationship because this obviously wasn't working for us and I wasn't interested in continuing it. She tried to say that she would change, how she loved me, and how she was being stupid. I was firm and told her that I'm glad she realized how her actions were stupid and maybe she learned her lesson for her next relationship. After I confirmed that I wasn't changing my mind, she literally went crazy. Mind you, I'm still secretly recording. She started screaming how I was a useless piece of crap, how she never loved me, etc. It honestly scared me how she went from calm to a scary lady in a matter of seconds. At this point, she started throwing my stuff at me and even went as far to throw my game station at me, which resulted in it getting smashed when it hit the floor. Like that wasn't enough, she went into the kitchen and started throwing glass plates at me while calling me useless beach. At this point, I was mad and I went into our room and started throwing her belongings into a trash bag and threatened to call the police. I didn't even get time to call the police because I guess my neighbors heard all the commotion and called them for me. The police ended up coming to my door and asking about the noise, in which I told them the whole situation and how my ex was being really violent towards me. She tried to play it like I was the one who was in the wrong and maybe he would have believed her if I didn't have the audio recording on my phone. He ended up trying to escort her away from my apartment, but she refused to leave without her stuff, so I had to quickly throw all her stuff into trash bags while she waited outside. The cop was kind enough to help because I honestly wanted her away from my home as soon as possible. After all her stuff was collected, she ended up leaving with the cop.
What's the most disturbing sight you've ever seen? My husband and I were out to dinner last night with a coworker of his. The restaurant faces a busy main street in an old downtown area. Suddenly one of the waiters starts yelling car versus motorcycle, and there is immediate panic in the restaurant. My husband and his co-worker are both physicians, so they both get up. I follow them, and we rush out the door. Across the street, the first thing I see is a woman laying on her side in a large pool of blood on the sidewalk. I instantly know she's dead. We ran up to her with a third physician who also happened to be dining in the same restaurant. There was so much blood. My husband turned her over. This woman had no face left. All of the skin, gone. She's groaning and gurgling. The third physician is holding her head and pushing her jaw slightly forward to open the airway, and my husband's coworker is trying to find a pulse. The paramedics and police arrived about 2 minutes after we got there. There was a bystander near the woman who was crying and saying, "God bless you. God bless you." The driver of the car was a young guy about 18 years old, just screaming and crying his heart out, just inconsolable. Once the EMTs took over, we stepped out of the way and went back into the restaurant so my husband could wash the blood off of his hands. He and his co-worker seemed fine and said they were fine and sat back down to finish our drinks, but I couldn't concentrate on anything else. I couldn't even talk. We called it an early night and went home. My husband kept checking on me and hugging me. All I can think about is the scene. It was the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. A news article about the accident was released this morning and confirmed the woman had died.
My wife is spreading lies about me on social media. My wife and I have been happily married for 8 years. We have 2 kids, 6 and 4. Until recently, we've been able to effectively divide our household chores and parenting duties equally. About 6 months ago, my wife's social media algorithm started showing her content that's primarily been involving criticism of men, particularly in terms of their contributions to marriages, parenting, and chores. I'm all for constructive discussions about gender roles and stuff like that, but the content I've seen from her account takes it to an extreme, stereotyping all men as lazy and neglectful. In the past few weeks, my wife began posting her own content about our personal life, portraying me as a negligent and uncaring husband and father who doesn't pull his weight around the house. I was really hurt when I saw these posts on our account, particularly because she has close friends and family members on both sides who follow her account and are reaching out to me asking me if everything is okay in our marriage now that she's posting her own content, and not just reposting other videos she finds. Not only was her content way inaccurate, but I feel uncomfortable opening up these elements of my personal life to all of our friends and family, let alone strangers who have found themselves engaging as well. I attempted to discuss this with her. She shrugged it off, and accused me of being insensitive to the struggles with women, and not understanding her need for an outlet to vent. I completely lost my patience in front of the kids. I told her she was being an effing keyboard warrior, more interested in getting clout from toxic women online than the reality of our life. I also told her she was being an ungrateful PP head and spreading lies about me and our marriage. As soon as I called her a PP head and seeing her reaction to what I was saying, as well as hearing my daughter starting to cry, I regretted it. She looked more sad than angry with what I was saying, and she just sort of shut down and hasn't spoken to me since, outside of very minimal conversations about breakfast or plans for the kids. My wife is spreading lies about me on social media. I'm pretty sure my marriage is over. I sat her down to talk to her about it again. I prefaced the conversation by saying I didn't want this to be an argument. I just wanted to explain how her lying about my actions on social media was affecting me. Pretty much the moment I began talking, she shut me down and started gaslighting. Basically, she said that everything she is saying on social media is true, and that I have no right to police what she does or says online. I decided my best course of action would be to try to challenge her on the everything I'm saying is true part by breaking down the chores for her and showing the division of labor. In fact, I used the chore list we have together and showed it to her. My duties: take the kids to school, pick them up from school, cook dinner, clean up and wash dishes after, lawn duties, adult laundry. Before I got to her chores, she cut me off. This is how she responded to all of it. Take the kids to and from school. Wow, you sit in a car for an hour. Great job, Dad. Cook dinner. Cooking is your favorite thing to do, so it's not really work. Dishes afterwards. Oh, you clean up after yourself. Do you want a cookie? Lawn duties. So you spend an hour away from the kids every weekend. Next. Laundry. This is also the bare minimum. It was at this point that I noticed how everything I'm doing is the bare minimum and expected of me, while she expects to be treated like a hero and a martyr for doing her chores. I found this to be highly transactional and adversarial for really no reason. I asked her why she was only bringing this up now instead of communicating with me, and she didn't have a real answer. Something to the effect of, "It's not my job to teach you things you should already know," and the discussion got really heated at this point. The discussion had spiraled completely out of control, and she started to pound the table, and at one point threw her mug into the sink so hard that it broke. Things had gotten completely unproductive, so I went to go wake the kids up from their nap, and take them to a friend's house for the day for things to calm down. I went into their room and started getting them ready, and when I walked out into the hallway, she came from around the corner and sucker punched me, and screaming that I guess because I was taking the kids out for the day, that I'm weaponizing them and manipulating the situation to make her seem crazy. I eventually got the kids into the car, and left. I went to my friend's house, who already knew everything that was going on. I just stayed there for a bit while the kids played with his dog in the backyard. A few hours later, the police show up at the house. Thankfully, she didn't make any insane accusations like I feared when they pulled into the driveway. Essentially, she just told them that I took her kids without her permission and told them where I was. They told her that they can't do anything about me taking the kids, because I'm their custodial father. They came to sort of tell me what was going on, and to let me know what they talked about. I did not tell them about her punching me. Update 2. My wife is spreading lies about me on social media. I spoke with the attorney that I set the meeting for this morning. We started discussing the paperwork, the fees, and basically everything I need to initiate a divorce. He did recommend I file a report with the police. About 2 hours ago, my mother-in-law called me. She had been speaking with her daughter for a couple of weeks, and was already worried that her daughter had been having an episode similar to the one she was having when she was younger. My wife is openly bipolar, but it's well controlled, and she hasn't really had an episode in many years, for lack of a better way to describe what she believed to be mild anger issues. Anyway, after our last fight, my wife called her sobbing, saying she doesn't know what's wrong, and that we just had a fight that spiraled out of control, and now I'm leaving her and taking the kids. My mother-in-law said she was going to fly into town, and told her to go to the hospital in the meantime if she's afraid of hurting herself or anyone else. So she called the police to tell them what was going on, and not to report me for kidnapping the kids, as I previously thought, and then she went and checked herself into the hospital for short-term psychiatric care. She was evaluated, and determined not to be a danger to herself at that time, and was sent home with an anti-anxiety medication and a referral. Her mom and I talked for a long time, and she started talking to me about her episodes and how they would present themselves, and to be honest, it sounded a lot like what's been going on. Apparently my wife was noticing something small or insignificant and then the anger would spike, and there would be a chain of different thoughts and a weird progression that ultimately ends up being angry at something that didn't really happen, but could happen. I'm not really sure I fully understand, but I listened, and appreciated her telling me. Not that I really know what to do about any of this. I can say right off the bat that I'm not as angry about her punching. Especially if she is having an untreated manic episode, realizes it, and tries to work on it. I'm going to take a few days to process this with my kids. My wife knows how to contact me if she needs to, but it seems like she's been giving me a lot of space, especially since she spoke with her mother. What's the biggest bullet you've ever dodged? 2 girls I grew up with became my tightly knit friend group and we were goth misfits in school. None of our parents paid attention to what we were doing and we had total freedom at an extremely young age. One had anorexia, the other had a crappy home life. I had a crush on the crappy home life girl. We had been getting closer and closer. Suddenly the one with anorexia threw herself at me in some very not subtle ways. Honestly, really hard to turn down the offer in the moment. I mean, she literally coaxed me into her bed when I had been sleeping in her mom's living room. Messed up home life girl was in a sleeping bag on her bedroom floor. The anorexic girl really wasn't someone I was interested in, and messed up home life girl was staying the night as well in the same room on the floor, so nothing happened. I resisted the call of the siren and went back to the couch. To put into context how hard it was to turn this down, I would have lost my V card that night. Instead I pursued the girl with the messed up home life. The one with anorexia threw the biggest, most dramatic fit I've ever seen in my entire life, including threatening us aside several times. Like no one has ever topped this breakdown, and I have seen a breakdown in front of me where they ended up committed against their will. Turns out the anorexic girl was just hanging out with my now wife because she wanted to have someone worse off than her around. She was a mean girl. Pretty sure the anorexic girl didn't even like me in the least bit, she just didn't want the other girl to get attention. She was trying to F up my chances with the sad home life girl to keep her under her skinny thumb. Good thing I kept it in my pants because that night, the girl I liked was actually awake listening to me turn down the anorexic one. She liked me back. A lot. We started dating. We were each other's first everything. I helped her emotionally survive her messed up home life and somehow miraculously the messed up environment started fixing itself. The more we were together the happier we were. We both started volunteering and working on making our city a better place. We started saving money to move out together. We did everything we could to be better for ourselves and each other. I ended up marrying this girl. We've been together for 19 years. I have one of the happier marriages in this world, and that would not have happened if I screwed the crazy anorexic chick when she threw herself on me. How did your entitled boss screw you over? I work for a medical equipment company, specifically in the contracting department. We handle paperwork for million-dollar instruments globally, and I handle half of the United States in my territory. It can be challenging, and if a customer fails to sign an agreement, it can cost them hundreds of thousands of dollars a day if something breaks. And if they fail to sign because of me, then that can come back to bite my company in the butt, because we might have to pay for the repair ourselves, so I'm fastidious about my work. A few days ago I got an email from one of my account managers, we'll call him Hank. Subject line wasn't directly hostile, but it was marked important and listed a bigger account. Hank emailed me wanting to know why a contract hadn't gotten to the customer, basically asking, hey, this is way past due, and it's your fault, care to explain yourself? He CC'd his boss and my supervisor so they could all see my big mistake. I dug and looked, and he was right, the customer's contract expired 8 months ago. A little more digging and I found out he emailed me about this customer's equipment last September. So I reread the email chain, it was a conversation from half a year ago, after all. Luckily for me I keep all my emails filed perfectly, account by account, and even color-coded in each folder based on info and subject. It's tedious, but it can definitely come in handy if I ever need to look back for any reason. Then I sent him a response, hey Hank, these are the 2 equipment pieces you asked about back on September 10th, correct? The ones that were outside my scope? In the last email I'd seen from you about that, you'd said you were putting together a contract for that equipment, because my team doesn't handle these types of contracts, which I confirmed for you in the attached email from September 22nd. If I've let something slip through the cracks here, don't hesitate to ask. Always happy to help. I then attached the email where I told him I wouldn't be handling this because it wasn't my job, and also attached the email where he acknowledged I was correct and said he would handle this himself. I kept both of our supervisors CC'd. After all, he'd been the one who added them. I basically told him, yeah, you did ask about that, and we determined it was in no way my job and definitely something you should handle, and you said you'd handled it 6 months ago, did you not handle it like you said you would? In front of our bosses. And now Hank's boss can start his day by reading about how Hank promised a customer a contract half a year ago and then never followed through. It was a tough day for Hank. Then I went face to face with Mary. Mary was an account manager a few years ago, ambitious, slimy, and willing to cheat. When she saw a woman near retirement making double what she made, she saw an opportunity. Sarah had a team of 3 under her, and she was old-fashioned and very particular. It would have been easy for Sarah to rub people the wrong way. Sadly, she was an easy target. Mary got some friends together and launched a character attack on Sarah, pointing out their slow meager growth and saying she could do that whole team's job blindfolded if given the chance. The company listened. Sarah was pushed into early retirement and Mary was given Sarah's job. But they didn't give Mary a team. Since Mary said she could do the whole team's job herself, turns out the company took her at her word. Company saw they could fire 4, promote 1, and cut costs. Whoops. Now Mary can't promote the AM buddies she'd conspired with. Not yet anyway. So she buckles down and does her best to stay afloat. Mary flounders. After a rough year and a half, she's deep in drugs and booze, her numbers are terrible, and she's facing a firing squad because there's an employee in her department, a lower rung contacting guy, who is outpacing her. That's right, if you haven't put it together. Mary was my current boss. Mary was doing the job of my 4 previous managers and definitely struggling to keep her head above water, having way too much to do as Sarah's team's replacement. My entire team knew she'd be promoting people into Sarah's team's old roles eventually and we all hoped for a spot. Since I was regularly hitting 200% quota, I was a shoo-in for one of those spots. Or was I? Sadly, it turns out that Mary's position was actually worse than any of us knew. After underperforming for too long, she was secretly facing termination. And turns out? They were looking to hire me in her spot when they brought me up for training, right after my vacation. Mary was panicked, facing losing her job, and she knew I kept receipts so she couldn't make up a story and write me off like she'd done to get where she was now. Then, the Hank problem happened. I emailed her my receipts, and instead Mary found an ally. She saw an opportunity to work with Hank, an AM who also wanted me gone now for his own job security, and together they devised a plan. While I was out for a week visiting family down south, they collect several account manager complaints that no one ever saw, just stuff she knew about AMs that didn't want to keep working with me. Hank and Mary worked together while I was out of the office and couldn't defend myself, pressured my weak-willed boss, and made their move. She said my emails were unprofessional, citing an email where I asked I was wondering if you'd had the chance to review the contract I'd sent over a few weeks ago? As being pushy, unprofessional, and accusatory. My boss crumpled like a house of cards. No warning. No write-up. No training to improve. No days without pay. No demotion. For a trumped-up email charge and some vague promises of whispers in the wind, my boss caved and went from a slap on the wrist to launching the nuke. When I got back on Monday, they met me at the door and let me know they had decided to let me go. No discussion, it was all decided and finalized. I was hired by another company the same day, so I'm fine. Making the same money, so the worst thing I'll lose out on is that 200% bonus payout every few months, which does suck. Hotel workers, who's the worst guest you've ever encountered? Yesterday, our hotel was sold out. A big corporate event took all but 10 rooms, and those 10 got reserved. Unfortunately, most of them were reserved by construction workers. For the most part, they're emotional Karens who freak the hell out about everything and like to flap their proverbial peepees at me. And then there's Gary, who is special, in that he's more of a jerk than all the others. Gary approached me at the desk. Checking in. Just need to see your ID. No you don't. I let that hang there for a moment, then, yeah, I do. No, you don't. I've been staying here for months. You don't need to see my ID. Yes, I do. No you don't. Nobody else checks it. They're doing their jobs wrong. ID, please. I'm not showing you my ID. I'm not giving you the keys to your room otherwise. So you're gonna deny me service just because I wouldn't show you my freaking ID? Yes. Gary huffed and puffed and tried to blow the house down, but I'm immune to the rages of middle-aged impotence. Nobody else ever IDs me. Sir, if Jesus Christ walked through that door and showed me the stigmata, I'd still ask for a government-issued photo ID. And I'd love to see yours. Now, Gary relented and pulled out his wallet. Yep, it's Gary. So I pulled up his reservation. Okay, now I just need you to swipe or insert your card here. No you don't and no I won't. Nobody ever makes me do this. Then they're doing their jobs wrong, and I'm doing mine right. No, you're not, you're just making stuff up to feel like a big man. I don't need to feel like a big man. I need you to swipe or insert your card. Why? If you dispute the charge, we have physical authorization showing that you authorize the payment. It helps us out with scammers. So I'm a scammer? No. Swipe or insert your card here please. I'm not going to. Because nobody else ever makes me do this, and I don't care about helping you guys out. Well I'm making you do it. No you aren't. I'm not gonna. Then you don't get into your room. Aren't you supposed to satisfy customers? I'm not satisfied. Call your manager. I won't be doing that. I'm not giving you my card. Then I'm not giving you your room. Have a good night. I turn to walk away, lo and behold. The card appears in his hand. He inserts the chip. Payment goes through. I get him his keys and hand them to him with a smile. Have a good night. You're a real jerk, you know that? He says. If you decide to become verbally abusive with me or any other employees I will have the police remove you. Only warning. Have a good night. You. I lifted the receiver on the phone and stared at him. Gary rolled his eyes and stalked off, muttering darkly. Coincidentally, his boss came through the lobby not 10 minutes later, and he was not happy to hear what I had to say about old Gary. I got into work today and as my supervisor is leaving, he says, "Oh. By the way, we don't take the construction company rate anymore and their employees are all banned from property." Why? Because Gary got into 3 fights with 3 separate employees yesterday, tried to rope a girl in the hallways and destroyed his room. The management decided to end their contract for the discount and kicked them all out. I decided to rub one out in the garage but locked myself inside it. I was staying at my grandparents' house one night and I was having trouble sleeping. At 2 a.m., like any teenage boy, I got a stiffy. From past experiences, I remembered that relieving myself often helped me sleep faster. As I shared a bed with my cousin at the house, I had decided to go to a private space to do the deed so as to not wake him up, and so my idiotic mind stumbled onto the garage. This garage is connected to the house and is a part of it leading to the rest of the house via a doorway. So, I get out of my bed and very slowly walk down to the garage, opening the doors as quietly and slowly as possible. Finally, I get to the garage, close the door, open one of the lawn chairs and get to it. It was a little cold, so it was hard to gain momentum, but I finally got the job finished, now sweating. After bussing, wiping and reminding myself in my post-nut clarity how disgusting I am, I get up to leave. I go up to the door, press down on the handle and it doesn't open. I push it harder and it doesn't open. I start tugging and pulling but the door doesn't budge. After a few minutes of this, I accept the door isn't moving. I start pacing the room, worrying. How am I meant to get out? I sit back down in my throne of shame and contemplate how to exit. I text my dad, he doesn't answer. I text my cousin, no answer. I'm beginning to panic as to how I will ever leave my prison. Thoughts rush through my head. I remember that the fob to open the garage door hangs in the garage, so I can open the garage door. But I'm shirtless and only wearing baggy, short pajama shorts. I can't go out onto the street like this. I remember my dad's balcony door was open so I could signal him or even climb in that way. An hour passes in my cell and a plan hatches in my mind. I gather the courage and take action. I open the garage door and I hear the only thing they fear is you, and who gone carry the boats, they don't know me son. Echoing in my mind as the door slowly opens to the cold Polish night. I step out, like a baby bird leaving the nest, and look onto the balcony. I grab onto the bottom bar of the rail as a 6'8" Polish beast. I bring myself up, slowly, and climb onto the balcony, hoping the neighbors or cops don't see a shirtless man trying to break into someone's house. I get up and close the garage door with the fob and notice. My father's balcony door is closed. I start knocking on it trying to wake him, but to no avail. Instead, my granddad wakes up as I'm knocking on one door. He comes out of the other asking me what the F I'm doing. I explain the absurdity of the situation but leave out the reason for me being in the garage. After an hour and explaining to my family why I was on the balcony and breaking the garage door, I lay in bed and contemplate the reason for my actions and their price. Conclusively, I regret this night and not using the bathroom like a sane human. This is a lesson learned for me and a story for my kids. Remember guys, don't jack it in a garage. I took my girlfriend out and made her pay. I don't know why she's upset. My girlfriend and I are not flat broke, but we are in a place where saving money is a priority. She budgets beautifully, and is wonderful with saving money, therefore it is fair to say she has more money than I do. My girlfriend makes it a point to make us go out to dinner once a week or every other week. Whenever the bill comes, the waiter hands me the check, and without missing a beat I always ask her, "Can you pay?" She always agrees. I think this is such a nice perk in the relationship. I like when she takes me on dates. It makes me feel good about saving my money, and she has more than me anyway, so she needs it less. I have good food. She spends the whole evening asking about me, complimenting me, enjoying my company, and planning our future. The problem came up last night when she had a huge craving for appetizers and margaritas. She complained about spending her day off cleaning the entire kitchen and she didn't want to dirty any other dishes. I suggested we go out, and she didn't see a problem with it. We had a great meal. Between the two of us we had a few margaritas and the bill was adding up. Before the bill came, she asked if I would mind if we split the check, and began to explain how much these nights out are really eating away at her food budget. This is where I got confused. I would have never offered if I knew I would have to pay for my half. She also jabbed at me for always letting her pay, and never once offering. She feels she's being taken advantage of, and if it wasn't for her, we would never go on dates because she's the one who pays. We had a small argument, she got really upset, paid the check, and we walked home without speaking. I said we just won't go out to dinner anymore. This suggestion or any other suggestions wasn't helpful. She's been distant and incredibly upset and is now mentioning the weirdest problems and making me feel like a bad boyfriend. She's even mentioned wanting to break up over a $140 check. My portion of the bill was $95, by the way.
Teachers, what's the saddest thing you've ever found out about a student? One of my brightest anatomy students named Molly is going on our school's spring break trip to France. While chatting with the teacher chaperone for that trip today, the French teacher mentioned that she bought Molly some clothes and was wondering if Molly was wearing any of them today. When we asked why the teacher had bought Molly clothes, we got this tale. Molly's mom died while she was in middle school. Molly's dad is a substance addict who has been accused of roping her. Due to this, Molly and her two siblings were living with Grandpa, also an addict. Last year, Grandpa also decided to rope Molly, and afterward she called CPS for herself and her siblings. However, she did not report the rope. The fact her grandpa was also doing substances was enough to have them taken away. Since then, Molly and her two siblings have been placed in foster care. The only reason Molly is able to afford the trip to France is because Grandpa promised to pay for it if she kept her mouth shut. Once the trip was financed, Molly reported Grandpa and he was arrested. Back to the clothes, Molly has about 3 outfits that she rotates through. And going on a 10-day trip to France, she simply needs more than that. On top of the crappy home life, Molly had saved up money to take on the trip with her, about €300. Who she thought was her best friend visited last weekend, and stole the money. So, she's now using her social security check for the month. The teacher has bought her clothing, is buying her travel-sized toiletries, and is covering her tip for the tour guide. And when the teacher gives Molly all of these things, Molly doesn't even know how to react or accept them. Her exact words were, "Why? You didn't have to do this. Molly is such a bright student, she has so much potential, she is so sweet and motivated and just an amazing person. Learning this about her past broke my heart today and has been weighing on me ever since. My boyfriend makes fun of my trauma and PTSD. When I was 13, a 27-year-old decided to rope me. He was the older brother of my best friend. Fast forward to now, I'm 22 and I seen the man who decided to rope me at a carnival in my city while I was with my boyfriend. I got stunned, and stared at him going up on the drop zone. My boyfriend saw me, and made a comment about me missing his PP when it had nothing to do with that, and everything to do with the fact that all of it was brought up again like a punch in the face. Throughout the festival he kept making jokes about, and even referred to the possibility of me provoking the act in some way. When we got home, I needed to talk to him about it, because I never, ever wanted this man to sleep with me, I simply didn't have a choice. And as I was telling my partner about how upset his comments made me, I really vocalized how he decided to rope me, and he cracked a smile and giggled at it. My instant reaction was resentment and anger. I smacked him hard on his arm. He looked at me shocked. I immediately apologized and told him I lost control, but I was hurt that he would laugh while I was talking about something traumatic. However, he never apologized for laughing or not taking my trauma seriously. A few days passed and the tension was quite high. We did not speak of that incident until he was over at mine. I was eating a sandwich for lunch and my boyfriend asked, "So was the mouthful bigger now or when you were 13? I lost it there and went on a rant on him. Indeed up dumping him at the end of my vent. He's now texting me and sending me sad songs and apologizing. I'm not going back. I realize my worth, and I am going to therapy."
My daughter tells me she is getting bullied at school, but I don't believe her. My 10-year-old daughter is a really nice girl, but she has always acted a little repulsed by boys. I explained to her that she needs to be interested in boys to procreate in the future, yet she is still repulsed by them. However, there is one boy in her friend group. She would always say things like the boys in her class are dirty. It's summertime right now, but school will be starting next month, and I was talking to her about whether she is looking forward to going back. She said she likes her teacher in class but prefers summer and claimed that the boys made fun of her and that it made her sad. I have always tried to teach her to look out for bias in case she only notices it when the boys do dirty things and ignores it when girls do them. I was obviously concerned and asked her if she ever told her teacher about it, and she said no, because it happens when teachers are not looking and she does not want to get in trouble for lying. So I asked her follow-up questions about what they did, and she mentioned many things like putting snot in her hair, mocking how she dresses, making fun of her speech impediment, as well as throwing pencils at her. This seemed almost outrageous to me, as I doubt kids would do that. I was suspecting maybe she was also making fun of them of the boys back. I asked her if she had done anything to them first and she denied it. I asked her if she was sure they were really being mean or just having some fun and being friendly. I suggested that they have a crush on her and that is why they pick on her. She got upset and ran off and accused me of not believing her, and now I feel like an a-hole. She has come back with bruises as well as chewing gum and glue in her hair. However, I assume she just tripped during lunch and was reckless enough to somehow put glue and gum into her hair, so I just never bothered to ask. I pretended to be a girl, shaved my butt, and joined my friend group's best butt competition. It all started around a week ago when some girls in my friend group came together and started drinking. They started boasting about their butt, and next thing you know they wanted to do a best butt competition. I wasn't there so I don't know details, but we were sent a message in a group chat. Rules were simple. If you wanted to join, you just had to send a pic of your butt to this certain girl who would present them anonymously to 8 guys, and they would all vote for the picture of the best butt. Well, I thought it would be funny to join, but I knew that they wouldn't take it seriously, because as a man, my butt is naturally extremely hairy. So I did the most logical thing at the time. I shaved it. The stupid person I am didn't lock the door. My mom walked in on me shaving my butt. She just awkwardly wiggled away and I turned extremely red. She didn't say anything, so I thought she would just ignore it. Well, she didn't. She started Googling. That evening, she asked me to come to the dinner table to talk. My father ran away, so I knew it would be bad, but I didn't expect it to be that bad. She wanted to talk about intimacy, safety, and gay relationships. Keep in mind, I'm not actually gay. She was extremely well prepared. Highlights of that evening were practicing with a rubber and a cucumber, the dangers of intimacy, and a brief summary of objects I should definitely not put in my butt, such as lamps and beer bottles. She would not listen to any of my denying and would just say, "It's okay, your dad and I still love you." I thought the worst was over, so I sent a picture of my shaven butt to the girl that was collecting them, and 2 days later the 9 pictures of all the contestants were sent, all without any distinguishable features, to the 8 boys. So one thing you should know is that I do have quite a good butt. I got pretty good genes in that aspect, and I've been skating since I was 14. I won with a total of 5 out of 8 votes. One picture got 2 votes and one got 1 vote. The fallout from this was not that big. Some of the more prideful girls wanted to start some drama, but they didn't want to admit their butt loss to a boy. It doesn't stop with this, by the way. I was gaming with my friends today and we started talking about the butt competition. We kept it anonymous which butt was from what person, and the people that voted didn't know who won yet, and I did not know who the guys that voted were. Well, the guy I was gaming with happened to be one of the people voting. He said he couldn't choose between 2, and so he started rubbing one out and voted for the one he bus on. I said something along the lines of "That's gross AF." He then said something like, "You would understand if you saw the butt," and then proceeded to send the picture he voted for via Snapchat. It was mine. I didn't tell him, but I now have to live with the knowledge that a good friend of mine nut on a picture of my shaven butt. My ex-wife left me 15 years ago, and now reached out to me. My wife and I were married for 7 years and divorced 15 years ago. The reason at the time was our vision for the future wasn't compatible. There is a cliche about remaining friends, but honestly I think we did at the beginning. She met someone and married her new husband in 2010. He was older and had money and gave her that luxurious lifestyle she wanted. We were close enough that I was invited to the wedding and made a brief toast. Obviously with him in her life we drifted apart and basically played Facebook tag. When we divorced I was depressed and got therapy, but after she was married and gallivanting around Europe and the Caribbean I got really depressed. Therapy only helped so much. It took about 5 years to really pull through and be myself. I tried dating again and it never worked out. I honestly felt that I could never have been happier with anyone than I was with her. I regretted putting my foot down about how I wanted to live. Meanwhile, she was Facebook documenting their attempts to get pregnant, which were unsuccessful. They announced they had gotten a surrogate to carry their child, and tragically the child was stillborn. Her husband passed away privately in 2021. People only found out a month after his very private burial. I messaged her saying I would be there for her if she needed someone to talk to. I did not hear back. Aside from posting inspirational messages, she went dark. On my birthday this year I received a card from her wishing me a happy birthday, thanking me for being such an important part of her life, and saying maybe we'll be in touch soon. This last Friday she called me. It was the first time I spoke to her directly in over a decade. It was light conversation. I didn't bring up much of the last 10 years, but she asked if I was free to get coffee or a drink on Tuesday. I agreed. Since then we've texted a bit back and forth, being slightly more intimate. I get the sense she's testing the waters, so to speak, to see if there is interest there. From my end it is a double-edged sword. There really would be interest in seeing where it might go, but I don't think I could handle losing her a second time. My wife cheated on me, then lied about the extent of it all. A couple nights ago, my wife of 2 years went to a metal show with a friend who was providing a professional service to the band, so she got to hang backstage beforehand for a couple hours. I didn't think much of this. She has done this before. She texted me throughout like usual. She seemed off when she got home that night, but just said she was extremely tired and it was super late, so I didn't think much of it. The next morning she confesses to me in tears that she ended up alone with one of the band guys for maybe half an hour and they ended up talking, then flirting, then more. The extent of what happened is she sat in his lap, they made out, and she felt up the outline of his PP, and she started giving him neck. Midway through, however, she stopped. He asked for more and asked her to meet him after the show, but she claims she said no to both. She says I can contact her friend to fact check that they left together immediately after the show. She can't exactly give me a reason why this happened. She's a fan and was flattered by the attention and was just caught up in the moment and it was a mistake, etc. I figured she would just lie, but I decided to reach out to my wife's friend anyway. She asked if she could call me and that I should take it somewhere private, so I went out to my car. Prior to the show, my wife made some comments to the friend that the band guy was attractive and asked her friend if she thought she had a chance, hypothetically. Friend said she thought it was odd but figured she was being light and jokey. Band guy and my wife were flirting heavily and openly in front of the friend the whole time backstage. To the point where the friend texted my wife asking her what her problem was. Friend left them alone not even close to a half hour, maybe 10 minutes, while she went to her car to put her supplies back and came back to find them as my wife described, sitting in his lap and making out. Prior to leaving them alone, she had asked my wife to go with her and my wife repeatedly refused. They broke it upon the friend coming back. He asked if they wanted to party after the show, to which the friend said no and my wife said yes. Friend practically dragged my wife back to her car after the show, and only then did my wife begin to panic about friend possibly telling me. Friend told her she wasn't sure what she would do. But her friend is mad at my wife and told me she's decided to cut her off. She feels she made her look unprofessional and like a groupie herself, and she's very mad she had to walk to her car alone at night because of her. And she's disappointed in her for cheating like that. My wife cheated on me, then lied about the extent of it all. I asked my wife to give me a few days to think things over alone. She went to stay with a friend. She would blow my phone up every other day or so, alternating between being apologetic and angry with me. She told her family I kicked her out. I eventually told them why, but I don't think they believe me. I decided to divorce her. I have a lawyer and I'm getting ready to start the process. I'm not sure how that's going to shake out for me yet, but I don't feel I have another option. Whatever happens, I'm just glad we don't have kids together. I informed her and she hit the roof. We went through every stage. Her crying and apologizing and making promises to getting angry and trying to make me sound crazy and downplaying what happened. She said some awful things, how no one else would love me and what a failure I am for giving up on the woman who loves me more than anything in the world, and how I'll never find someone like her. Eventually I just hung up and haven't taken her calls since. She had a case to stay in the house of course, but she is opting to move in with family. I left for the day while she packed her things to avoid her. I don't think she even has a lawyer yet, so things are sluggish and even texting her is terrible, so I think I'm going to go no contact and just have my lawyer communicate for me. I met with her friend, the one who informed me, and her wife for a beer. She's still friends with my wife's other friends and let me in on some gossip. Wife has tried hitting up the musician on Instagram and has gotten nothing back. She's deluded, and genuinely thinks that they had a connection, and denies all possibility that he was just going to F her then never think about her again. It's almost sad. Her friends all think she's crazy and messed up hugely by doing all this. They make fun of her behind her back, it's kind of brutal. So her telling me how sorry she is and still trying to get with this other guy is sick, but I know I made the right decision.
My boyfriend has no sense of hygiene and is proud of it. I met my boyfriend 6 months ago. He was a hippie, which I didn't mind. He is a hardcore vegan. He is someone you can call an environmentalist. He only buys clothes from shops that are locally owned. He is big on recycling things. He doesn't use toothpaste as his ancestors apparently never did. He is also anti-shave, though he trimmed his beard. So ever since I was with him, I always had this hunch that he is not washing properly. He always smells like spices, so I had no idea his hygiene was so bad until now. I mean, I noticed it. He never shaved down there. I always had a funky smell from his junk. He had cheese down there. He doesn't have cleaning supplies in his house. I asked about it and he said he doesn't use chemicals that will harm the environment, and our ancestors did not, and he won't either. He uses vinegar and lemon to clean stuff. It was odd, but I got it. I let it slide, though it should have been my first red flag. Now, I have come to the last straw. Last night when I was in his place, I was using the bathroom. After I was done, I didn't see toilet paper. This is one thing I used to be glad that he kept in his house. I asked him to give me some toilet paper because he ran out. He told me he threw away all the toilet rolls because they clog the draining system and go to the ocean, which then causes toxicity in fishes, plus it wastes money to make toilet papers. I asked him what he used to wipe himself. He told me he switched to reusable toilet paper a month ago. He just uses these and throws them in the washing machine. I wanted to vomit there. I went home that night and thought about our relationship. I broke up with Mr. Reusable Toilet Paper. I realized the issue is not just toilet paper. It's everything. He cried and told me he will never forget me, and I was the one and only person who had spiritual purity in me. I don't know what that means, but it is over. I wish it was over then and there. Until yesterday when I visited my friend Gabby's house. When she saw me at the door, she looked like a deer in headlights. She is also a bit of a hippie, but nothing like my ex. I noticed there was a strange lemony smell along with grass. I saw my ex was intoxicated on her couch. He waved hi to me. My friend told me she found him being sad in our usual hangout spot. He was singing a sad song. They are sleeping together. Furthermore, they are sleeping because he needs healing. Apparently, he was very emotional and depressed that he slept with my friend to cleanse my memories. I am done. I am not mad, but I do not trust Gabby anymore. She and Mr. Reusable Toilet Paper can live happily ever after with their stinky babies for all I care. But I am questioning my friendship with Gabby now. I am fine, but I feel like I dodged a bullet. I can go back to eating steaks and chicken without worrying. My boyfriend ruined my life over a stupid dice game. Last night my boyfriend and I were a little intoxicated playing a video game against each other. Each time someone lost, we threw the freaky dice and did the forfeit. These forfeits range from suck the belly button to kiss the lips, etc. Over the course of an hour, we got quite hammered, and I began to initiate intimacy. Right as that happened, literally midway through me taking his top off, I saw my best friend Monica call me. I ignored it, but Monica called a second time, seconds away from my boyfriend's PP entering my gob. Monica never calls, much less twice, and my boyfriend knows this, so despite us being intoxicated, I answered and figured we could F after the call. Oh boy, how wrong I was. Turns out, Monica had just been broken up with her boyfriend, and was near our house and intoxicated, having visited a bar to drown her sorrows. She invited herself over, and being her best friend I knew I could not turn my back on her. I let her come over. When she came over, she started crying and my boyfriend and I consoled her. We poured more whiskey, and over the next 90 minutes, Monica had cried her eyes out. By this point, all three of us were sloshed. Well, it got to a lighter point where we all started making jokes, when Monica spotted the dice we had around. The dice had landed on Kiss Ear previously, so it caught her attention. She asked and I told her the name Freaky Dice from pewturges.com. Then Monica made me uncomfortable. She asked me if all three of us could play. I knew Monica was bi, and so was I, but I never intended to do anything with her. However, my boyfriend perked up at this idea. I think he was realizing through his inebriation he could get a three-way with two bad bees. I reluctantly agreed after pressure from them both, and we began playing. I poured myself more alcohol to get through the night. After that, I do not remember anything. All I remember was waking up unclothed in bed, next to Monica and my boyfriend, also unclothed. I freaked out, and went to yell, but my banging headache stopped that, so instead I groggily asked my boyfriend what happened. He told me that I kept drinking and eventually just kind of conked out. Then he proceeded to tell me he and Monica kept playing and got so into it they wanted to have intimacy but felt bad because they felt like I would be upset if they did it without me. So these two, intoxicated stupid a-holes, carried my unconscious body to the bed. Then they made love with me. In their words they asked for permission, and I gave a silent hum in my sleep, which they took as a yes. I froze. The world went still for a second. I entered my bathroom and broke down. Neither Monica, nor my boyfriend are coming to check on me, and they are both awake. I'm still in the bathroom right now.
I think my wife is prejudiced against me. I am black and my wife is white. We have 4 children, and after our last child was born, I got the snip, so I have no chance of having any more kids. My family was never terribly supportive of me marrying a woman of another race because of diluting the black family. It did not help when all of our children ended up being female because that means no one will carry on our family name. There has been some tension in the family ever since me and my wife started dating, so I do not bring my family to family events terribly often as to avoid conflict. It was my dad's birthday one day last week and me, my wife, and our kids went to my parents' house for his birthday. In short, he got a little too intoxicated and said some things to my daughter. He called her a fake N-word. He went off about how she'll never know what it's like to be black, people like her are ruining the black family, and how it makes it worse that my daughters ruin the family name because they'll have to give it up when they get married. My wife was super angry about this, so we all left the party immediately and haven't spoken to them since. My wife got super angry when we got home and told me that my dad should not comment about race, and should not talk about politics when intoxicated. However, I called her out on it, telling her it is very prejudiced for her, as a white woman, to stand there and tell a black man what he can or cannot say, especially when it is about his own kind. The argument kind of stopped there. Last night, my wife was saying she wanted us all to go no contact and that this was the last straw. I do not want to completely cut off my family, so I was trying to explain where they could be coming from even, and called her prejudiced once again. I told her it is embarrassing having the only mixed race children at family events and how it doesn't make it any better that we never had a son. I was just trying to explain their point of view and how it affects me, but she got super upset about this. She made comments about how I'm a terrible husband and father for being ashamed of her and our kids. I tried to explain to her that I am not ashamed, just a little disappointed in how they're not darker and are all female. My little 12-year-old sister was just given 2 weeks to live. What can I do to make her enjoy her last days? My sister was diagnosed about 2.5 years ago with T-cell leukemia. She struggled through it, with the chemo, radiation and infections, and lately we thought she was about to overcome it. But a few months ago it started spreading again, and yesterday the doctors told us she has 2 weeks to live. We told her today about her situation. She cried a bit but told us that she was tired and she knew her time was coming. She will be given small doses of morphine to keep the pain away, have a hospice nurse and be able to pass away at home. I plan to make sure she's up for whatever I think we could do, but unfortunately big trips or doing big things are out of the question. She's very tired and she seems to want to relax. I also want to say that I am for sure going to be recording audio, videos and taking so many selfies with her before she passes. Some she'll know about and some she won't. I also plan on asking her to either draw me a tattoo or pick one for me, putting the recording of her saying she loves me and her name too. I'll let her pick the area, and see what she'd like to do. I have taken a leave of absence at my work and will be with her until her time comes. I will also be talking to my family about counseling and counseling for my little sibling as well. Edit. My sister actually survived longer than the doctors anticipated, but she passed away on September 1st. It's been a very hard couple of days and I've been grieving, as has my family. We were able to play board games, take pictures, laugh and share stories. I cooked her favorite meal in the whole world every single day, and seeing her smile as she ate it brought me to tears. From happiness, but also from the realization that I'll never get to see her beautiful smile again. I was able to hold her hand and kiss her as she went. She was given pain medicine and went peacefully. My family is now in the process of planning her funeral and laying her to rest. She will always be in our hearts and I know she's in a better place and not in pain.
I confronted my sister-in-law after finding out she has been keeping a life-altering secret from me. I've been with my boyfriend for almost 10 years. We have a rocky relationship to begin with. He has cheated on me before, so I have trust issues, but we're working on things. My brother has a wife, my sister-in-law. She's a lot younger than us, she's skinny, pretty, she's a great mom and wife to my brother and their kids. She's always the center of attention, even the other men in our family constantly drool over her. It's hard not to feel insecure around her, but she is all about my brother and she's the kindest person, so I never think negatively about her. We have a close relationship and I often vent to her about my relationship. I noticed behavior from my boyfriend a few years ago that started making me question myself. At first he would just stare at her a lot, laugh at her jokes. We have a family group chat and he would only reply to her or talk to her, no one else. Then I noticed when we would do double dates or attend family parties, he always wants to be next to her. If we go to dinner he wants to sit next to her. If she needs to use the restroom suddenly he does too. He always tries to get her intoxicated. He will keep pouring her drinks or buying her drinks. I figured it was because we are all close, but at the same time he never acts this way towards me. I've brought it up to him a few times and even joked that he seems to be in a relationship with her more than he does me. About a year ago it really started to bother me. I went through his phone and saw he always tries to text her random things, like "How are you? How do you feel?" She never responds to him. He doesn't ever text me first. I always have to reach out to him. I've seen him send her heart eye emojis on her stories. She never responds to him though. He looks desperate, to be honest. He also does this to other girls too, so I don't know what to think. Recently we went on vacation with them. He told me to take a nap and then left the room to go sit out there with her. He even texted her asking if she wanted to drink and she said no, that she wanted to wait for my brother who was also sleeping. When we were hanging out at the pool she had a bikini on and he wouldn't stop staring at her. I spoke up and said, "What are you looking at?" And he said some bullcrap that he was looking at a bird. My sister-in-law just had a baby and when they announced they were pregnant my boyfriend was visibly upset. You would think his mom passed away or something. He ignored me for a week and went out every day. I thought he was going through something till they announced recently they were pregnant again and he's acting the same way as before. I just started putting 2 and 2 together and I felt the need to confront my sister-in-law about what was going on. I asked her to meet up and I just straight up asked her if there was something going on with my boyfriend and her. She swore that there wasn't, but she did have something to tell me. Apparently he has tried making moves on her. One time at our niece's birthday party, he got really intoxicated and tried to rope her. She said she pushed him off and told him to knock it off, and he just said sorry. She said she immediately told my brother and that she wanted to tell me, but my brother said to just stay out of it. Also, I guess this has been going on for years. He will make comments like, "You look so beautiful," or "You have such a nice body." She said there was a time we all went to a club and he grabbed her honkers. She also says she has begged my brother to tell me, but my brother said he's cheated on her before. I doubt she will leave him, and it will just cause problems between all of us. They were worried it was going to affect our relationship, so they stayed quiet. I'm mad at her. I didn't even bother confronting my boyfriend because I feel so betrayed right now. My brother ended up calling me up and saying I was an a-hole for getting mad at my sister-in-law when I should be mad at my boyfriend. But they've kept this secret for years. How could I not be mad?
I'm having a child with a foreign woman I do not want to marry. I have been casually dating a girl since January, and we were reckless in our bedroom exploits. Before I left California for a wedding to see my immediate family, she tells me she missed her period by 2 days and she was feeling nauseous. Right before I got on the plane, she shows me the pregnancy test via DM. Now I am at the age where having a kid could be considered long overdue, and most of my family in Texas were happy for me and telling me it was about time. While we were dating, I told her I did not want a serious relationship. I was always straight up and honest about my relationship status, but the more we saw each other, the more it did not matter to her. I've been in this situation before when I have told someone I only want a casual relationship. It usually ends in two ways: either the girl leaves or sticks around, understanding the situation. My mistake is that she took the relationship very seriously. I also told her I cut ties with someone I have been casually seeing for 3 years, to focus on her and the baby. She was upset, and she told me she would have the baby in Thailand, that what we had wasn't casual, even though we broke it off a month before because I told her I did not want a relationship. We were reckless and I got her pregnant. She also said if she was having our baby in Thailand, to send her money while she was out there. She said $500 a month, but I told her $300. I told her I don't even know that the child is mine, even though I know it is. She agreed to a paternity test with no issue. I told her once I find out I am the father, she'll come live with me and we will get married. That was a straight up lie. She has no family out here where I stay. Neither do I. All of my family is in Texas. Her family is in Thailand. Her visa expired earlier last year, so the only way she has our baby here is if I marry her. I was previously married 8 years ago, and never wanted to get married again. I have been in such a state of shock since I found out about the pregnancy 2 weeks ago. I think I rushed making marriage and live-in plans. After talking to several people I trust about this, my older sister wanted me to go back to church and find God. She says the only way I will be at peace with this is if I surrender. She has been supportive, but what she wants me to do is eating me alive. This weekend I was paralyzed with fear and couldn't even get out of my bed both days, crying my eyes out and drinking alone. This girl is really in love with me and wants us to be a perfect happy family, but I can't live that lie. I ended up confronting her. I talked with her last night about not wanting to get married, and that it went as well as I expected. She was upset at first, then she told me she did not want me regarding the relationship. We both agreed to be civil when it comes to preparing for the baby. She then told me if we do not get married and she leaves the country, she will be banned from coming to the US for 3 years, and only after that can she apply again. If we get married and prove the baby is mine, we can petition for our child to become a US citizen, after our baby is born in Thailand. I agreed to get our marriage certificate this Friday, but again, I'm having doubts. I want to make sure the child is mine before marriage, but she says she is running out of time, and if we don't do it this Friday she'll be banned from the US, long enough to where I will miss the first 3 developing years of my child's life. I want to support my child, but I do not want to take responsibility for her overstayed visa. Continue watching if you seek a fate like mine. As the smell of dinner wafted through the air, an unfamiliar tension lingered in the room. My parents exchanged secretive glances, a hidden unease simmering beneath their expressions. Though I was just 12, I sensed an unusual undercurrent. Our family dinners, typically filled with laughter, now carried a strange weight. Laughter had given way to discomfort. Normally, our evenings were filled with shared joy and a hearty appetite, but tonight was different. Tonight, there was an unspoken darkness looming over us. The usual smiles that adorned my parents' faces were replaced by looks of concern and sadness. It was a stark contrast to the usual warmth that enveloped our dining table. As we ate, my curiosity grew stronger. My mother abruptly excused herself, her footsteps fading up the stairs and down the hallway. With her absence, I seized the moment to ask my father about the strange atmosphere. He let out a sigh, his gaze heavy with worry. "Dad, something's not right. What's happening?" I inquired, my voice quivering. My father leaned in, his voice hushed as if sharing a secret. "Listen closely, kiddo. Just trust me, okay?" I nodded, understanding the significance of his words. Though I wanted to inquire further, I recognized the need to respect his moment of solitude. Suppressing my curiosity, I continued eating. My thoughts raced as minutes dragged on like hours. Finally, the urge became too strong to ignore. I excused myself and climbed the stairs, my heart pounding with a mixture of fear and curiosity. Entering my parents' room, I found my mother kneeling on the closet floor. Her face was pale, her actions nervous and secretive. My voice trembled as I questioned her, a mix of fear and anger coursing through me. She covered my mouth gently, her eyes pleading for silence. In a soft tone, she implored, "Stay quiet, my love. Do you trust me?" I nodded, a reluctant agreement exchanged between us. In that moment, I realized that there were things I didn't yet understand. Our eyes locked for a lingering moment, an unspoken understanding passing between us. Her lips moved, forming words barely audible. "The man downstairs is not your father." Confusion clouded my thoughts, struggling to process her revelation. My mother had never shown any inclination towards violence, and the thought of her handling a gun was foreign to me. Before I could question her further, she pushed me into the closet, her touch both urgent and gentle. The metallic sound of bullets loading filled the room, my gaze fixed on her as she prepared the weapon. As seconds stretched into minutes, a sense of dread settled within me. Her words weighed heavily on my mind, the weight of her revelation both shocking and unsettling. Minutes turned into eternity as my mother's footsteps echoed down the stairs. I strained to hear every sound from the room below, my heart racing with a mix of anticipation and fear. The moments passed in tense silence, each second stretching as I grappled with the gravity of the situation. Then, the nightmare began to unfold. The first sound that shattered the silence was a scream, my mother's voice, filled with fear and panic. Her desperate cries mingled with other indistinct noises, forming a discordant symphony of horror. Amid the chaos, a gunshot cracked the air, signaling the eruption of violence below. The room reverberated with the sounds of movement and struggle, accompanied by shattering crashes. My mother's pleas were interwoven with guttural tones that seemed to emanate from the depths of nightmares. Two voices, one eerily familiar and the other monstrous, clashed in an unholy duet. The chilling realization crept over me, my mother's earlier words were true. That thing downstairs was not my father. Beneath the chilling chaos, I heard the sickening sounds of bones breaking, a grim symphony of destruction playing out below. The minutes that followed etched an indelible picture of horror in my mind. My mother's desperate struggle, her cries for mercy, were swallowed by an unseen malevolence. The image of her battling an unimaginable evil seared into my memory. As the room below transformed from a battleground into an abyss of quiet, I strained to hear any sign of life. But all that remained was a haunting stillness, a void that absorbed the cries and struggles that had echoed so violently. My mother's desperate screams were silenced, replaced by an eerie hush. Trapped in the darkness of the closet, I felt the grip of an otherworldly evil. The truth crashed over me like a tidal wave. The man I believed to be my father was something else entirely. And the sinister force that had overtaken our home was beyond comprehension.
Mama found a good hiding spot, baby. Daddy's never gonna hurt you again. I was my dad's only child. Being a daughter, you'd assume a father would be protective. I get hurt regularly, and much worse. When you're 6, you'll do what you have to in order to survive, because running away is not an option. I suppose I knew it was coming. It was Friday night, and once night had fallen and it was only my mother and I, the dreaded routine of herd and rope would commence. "Go, Lily. Go sit in the closet and wait for me," he would tell me. My mother was a Cuban immigrant with nothing but courage flowing through her veins. Still, I never understood at the time what a restraining order was, nor why it could so easily be broken. Predicting the level of his rage depended on the force of the car door slamming, so when it audibly shattered the driver's side window, I knew it was worse than ever. As a child, my anxiety would render me unable to move. A spider flash lit. I couldn't make split decisions. So when the door is kicked down and I hear Helena. "Helena, you piece of crap. That door better be unlocked," I likely was staying put, even if running was the best choice. By this point I dissociated from my body by focusing on 2 ants on the floor carrying piles of potato chip crumbs when the thud of my mother hit the kitchen floor. I could unwittingly escape the horrors inevitable to come by staring at a spot on the wall, and imagining myself watching from the other side of the room to cope until it ended, every single time. As for Mother, this night, no words were uttered. She never got a chance. "Lily, baby, Daddy's home. Come out and Daddy won't be mad." Muscles tensed agonizingly tight, I was frozen once again. Tears streaming down my cheeks, I'd learned to cry silently. The stumbling, uneven footsteps on the first floor told me he was more inebriated than usual, and also it told me that Mom was really hurt. Usually she'd fight him with every fiber of her being on his way to the staircase, despite it always resulting in wounds. And then, 1, 2, 3. The footsteps creaked up the steps. "Lily, here I come. Better be special for me tonight. Be good and come out." Mom always instructed me to hide in different places, but never thought to tell me to just leave. The internal force of my inability to react and the external evil of my impending doom had me feeling acceptance. At only 6 years old, I was already prepared to pass away. 4, 5, almost up the steps. I'm a spider under a flashlight, wanting so terribly to make the decision to run to the bathroom and hide behind the curtain, but too frightened to act on it. "Mommy, if ghosts exist, then please do something." Then, that inevitable cracking of the broken top step. He's here. Dad was at the top of the steps. The bathroom. The shower curtain. Hide in plain sight. Do it, Lily. It's your only chance. The first place he'll look is the closet. I was screaming inside. Then I heard the bathroom door slowly creak open, steps moving inside, and the shower curtain, metal against metal, he'd ripped it off the hinges. No Lily there. Where could she be? Where did Mommy hide you this time? How much worse will it get? How many wounds would I sustain today? Dad was just outside the bedroom, and then the footsteps halted, right outside the door. By the sound of the metal against the hollow door, I knew tonight he had a bat. He wounded my legs with it once. I began to grip and pull at my clothes, and then, I couldn't stop it. I began crying profusely, and in an effort to hopefully live, even if it meant permanent wounds, I stood up, and got ready to step out into the shadow of the 6-foot-tall, brooding figure bearing down on me. Ready to take whatever. If baby girl's in the closet, come out wherever you are. I'd accepted my fate. And then a dull, loud tack noise, and vibration of the floor from a loud slam. Dad was so intoxicated, he'd fallen over. Maybe now I could run, but I couldn't get my legs to move. And then, the visual of my mom's body flashed in my mind, and miraculously, something imperceptible caused me to jump up and run. I pushed out of the closet and ran to the door, prepared to jump over Dad's hopefully unconscious body and leave out the back door. And as I approached the door, I was stopped in my tracks. Standing in the hallway was my mother, unharmed and untouched. And at her feet, Dad's body with a fatal wound. I gazed up at my mother with watery eyes in wonder and astonishment, and when her eyes met mine, she said the sweetest thing to ever fall upon my ears. Mama found a good hiding spot, baby. Daddy's never gonna hurt you again.
I abandoned my family because they deserved it. I abandoned my wife and my 13-year-old daughter a week after I discovered my wife's affair. It's now almost 6 months since that day. I discovered her affair by chance. Our marriage had plenty of intimacy and was in good shape. I came home late from work, and there was a safety training seminar I had to attend. My wife Eve was sleeping on the sofa and a message with some emojis popped up on her phone. Emojis like I would use when I message her. I snooped and I found out what had been going on for at least 5 months. I knew the affair partner, Adam. He was a work colleague of hers. He was married and had 3 children. While reading the messages, something just snapped in my head. It fundamentally changed me. Over the course of reading their messages, I went from loving Eve more than anything, to hating her, to just going blank. Not just about her, but everything. Totally numb, I took pictures of the messages and went to bed. Eve was mad the next day that I went to bed without waking her up. She complained about neck pain from sleeping on the couch all night. I wasn't really listening, I just remember thinking how everything was muffled. During breakfast I didn't say a single word. My wife and daughter chatted away. They didn't seem to notice anything different about me. Or even acknowledge me. But I definitely didn't feel like myself. I went through all the daily motions, I went to work, did all the normal stuff. The only difference is I sort of stopped talking. Sadly I realized that nobody seemed to even notice. It's like I wasn't even there. I started to understand that Eve and my daughter didn't really love me. I was in the house with them, but unless they wanted something from me they didn't really interact. I would get these pangs of pain, they would come and go. Sometimes they would overwhelm me completely. I walked around like this for 5 days before Eve asked me if something was wrong during dinner. I had maybe uttered 3 words in total to her and my daughter in that period. I didn't even answer her question, I just made a confused face, then continued eating. She seemed okay with that. The next day I didn't go to work. I didn't really have a plan. I put it in my car and walked around the neighborhood for a while. I ended up at the kitchen table waiting for the wife to come home. She came home with a few bags of groceries. She immediately started talking about her day while unpacking. I just sat at the kitchen table in pain. She didn't even look at me apart from one glance as she entered the kitchen. Daughter popped in and did the same. Their backs were turned to me and they talked about some trivial crap on sale. I have never felt so rejected, unappreciated, so alone. I felt totally invisible, like I wasn't there, or that I wasn't worth acknowledging. I was thinking back on our lives and all I could see was that they didn't care about me at all. They probably never did, I was an accessory to their life. I was hit with a wave of pain, I cried, still they didn't notice, so I got angry, very angry. I had a glass of water in front of me, I stood up and threw it hard at the tiles over the sink. It just exploded, glass shards rained over everything. They froze, unsure what to do when they saw my contorted tear-soaked face. It was uncomfortably quiet for a long while before I spoke. Eve, I know all about your cheating with Adam. My daughter looked at Eve. What? Is that true, Mom? Eve started to try to explain. She briefly glanced at me and said, sorry, I can explain. Then she turned back to our daughter and they started arguing. Again, it was like I was invisible or something. After a few minutes watching their increasingly heated argument, I just walked out and got in my car. I looked at them again through the window, still arguing in the kitchen. They didn't even notice I had left. I sat there for a few more minutes before I gave up and just drove off. It took maybe 15 minutes. Before Eve tried to call me, then call after call after call, then a flood of texts from both of them. I just ignored it and eventually turned the phone off. The next day I took half of our money out and called my boss. I told him I didn't know when I would be back. He told me if I didn't show up I was fired. I just told him okay and hung up. I just didn't care. I went to Adam's house, his wife opened. I gave her a copy of the messages and told her what Adam and my wife had been up to. I left her crying on the stairs. At the end of the day I ended up in a cheap hotel at the edge of town. The next few days were kind of a blur. Eve's older brother is a cop named Bob. Bob showed up on the 4th day. I don't know how he found me. He tried to interrogate me, but I didn't say anything. When I didn't engage, he told me I was under arrest and put me in cuffs. However, he didn't take me to the station like I expected. He took me home instead. Bob dragged me into the living room where my wife and daughter immediately started berating me. Still I said nothing. I just listened in amazement while they told me how terrible this was for them. When a terrible a-hole I was for making them worry. It went on for a while. In the end Eve screamed at me, say something. I stared at her for a while before calmly saying, I have nothing to say to you, Beach. Bob freaked out, and slammed me against the wall, screaming at me to not talk to his sister that way. I got a lot of satisfaction out of Bob's violent reaction. I don't know why, it made me so happy I was laughing. Bob's wife left him 4 months earlier. I smiled at Bob. You're pathetic, Bob. Did you hurt your wife, Bob? Is that why she left you? Bob hurt me hard. I went down. Wife and daughter started screaming their heads off. As I started to get up, I just laughed even harder. I just couldn't help myself. I am still in handcuffs, laughing. I said, F you, Bob. He knocked me out cold this time. I woke up in the hospital. I puked all over the floor the second I opened my eyes, so I knew I had a concussion. Eve, Bob and my daughter were there. They were talking to me. I was too confused to make it out. A nurse appeared and asked them to leave. She got me a pan to puke in and called someone to clean. While she was taking my pulse, I told her that my family put me here and that they were not to come anywhere near me. If they came back into the room I would leave. I would just run away. She argued kind of sternly that running or even getting up was a really bad idea for me. But she would talk to security. I didn't see them again in the hospital. It was bliss. I decided to disappear, to turn into a ghost. I wanted nothing to do with these people ever again. I made a letter to each of them. I warned Bob that if he ever bothered me again I would report him. I told my daughter that Eve had betrayed me and that she would be without a father from now on. To Eve I made a longer letter. I tried to be as practical as possible. I told her to sell the house, that I won't be paying the mortgage or utilities anymore. I told her reconciliation, or even contact, was impossible, especially after she had sent her brother to drag me back and hurt me senseless in front of them. I explained that I won't do anything for her ever again, so if she wants a divorce she will have to arrange it. I told her I will disappear and I don't want to be found. I ended it with, if she interferes with my life again I will simply end myself. I really regret giving her that last sentence. It's like I let her steal a little bit more of me, like I let her give me a little more pain. In the hospital I made a plan on how I could disappear. Eve gave the hospital some fresh clothes that they forwarded to me. Then one evening I just went out the rear fire escape. I triggered some kind of alarm. I was panicking a bit, but thankfully no one stopped me. I got back to the hotel to pick up my car. I traded it with a small RV and set off. I got a new phone. The only person I called was my father. I told him everything and told him if he gave my new number to anyone I would become totally unreachable, forever. He could call me if he needed to reach me, if I needed to sign something. Other than that I wanted to be left alone. For the first few months I grieved the loss of my old life, but I came to realize that I grieved the loss of a fantasy. A memory that only existed in my head. The loving wife and daughter, the family, friends. It was all just an illusion in my head. These people never really cared for me. Over time I started to rebuild a sort of life. Only this time I was a total ghost. I rent a safety deposit box to keep valuables and cash. I do odd jobs for money. I hunt and fish and scavenge. My money consumption is insignificant, so my cash reserves are actually growing. I don't pay taxes, I don't have a bank account. When people ask my name I answer, people call me Fred. I go out of my way to not contribute to society or anything else for that matter. All in all my life is getting better. At least now no one is using me for nothing but their own benefit while pretending they care about me. I don't know what happened to my wife and daughter, my old friends, or the rest of the family. I don't know if I am divorced now or if I owe child support. I don't know what happened to the house. I don't really care. My father has tried to give me information a few times, but I shut that down hard. He is the only one I speak to occasionally from my old life. I abandoned my family because they deserved it. As I was reflecting on everything yesterday I was starting to experience something similar to the day I tried to confront Eve. The world got muffled. I felt I needed to log off. I called a hunting friend and asked if he could come over. We talked on the phone until he arrived, and the first thing he did was to confiscate all my ammunition. So he was pretty worried, I guess. He called my dad and stayed with me until he arrived. I have moved to a different city, so that took over 4 hours. Long story short. Dad arrived and he took me to see a doctor. As a result I have been committed to a psychiatric facility. The doctors suspect that I suffer from emotional and psychological trauma. Probably depression as well. Apparently, the numbness, extreme desire to self-isolate, strange reactive behaviors like laughing at being physically hurt, nobody loves me, feeling undeserving, reclusive, are pretty clear indicators according to the doc. I hope to talk to my daughter in the near future if the counselors say it's okay for me and her, and if she wants to. My dad has talked to her a bit about the situation. He tells me that she loves me and asks for me. My dad is with me for now and I will be monitored 24/7 for the next few days. They tried some medication but I had a very negative reaction, so they will try something else tomorrow. Also, Bob somehow found out about me and DM'd my account and apologized. Eve hadn't told him the real reason I left for the hotel. She had just told him about the glass in the wall, leaving the rest out. Bob told me he had informed his superiors what he had done when he found out. According to him, everyone that should be, has been informed. He was suspended and ordered to undergo anger management training. If I submit a complaint he would be dismissed. He has prepared a full written confession and all the paperwork for me if I choose to do so. All I needed to do was read it, and if I agreed to sign it he would be dismissed. I decided to call Bob's employer and plead in Bob's case that he continues as a cop. Bob visited me on Thursday. He had prepared all the paperwork for me to file a complaint against him. He made no excuses. He admitted his behavior was completely out of line. He apologized for losing his cool, and that it was entirely his fault. He pushed me pretty hard to file against him actually. But I have been thinking about him. I have seen him throw himself in the path of a punch to protect an old woman being attacked. I know a lot of his colleagues, and they always talk about how he will always go that extra mile to help someone. I found out why his wife divorced him as well. Bob doesn't make much, but he donates 10% of his salary and volunteers 3 days a week to help the homeless. Apparently his ex found this to be unbearable. Bob refused to stop helping, so she divorced him. Bob is a good man. He lost control one time. I lost my way for over 6 months. Edit. I have been out of the psych ward since Friday morning. I have been getting a lot of therapy and I am doing much better. I have daily treatment, but I no longer need to be committed. I suffer the after effect of emotional trauma and have mild PTSD. My behavior has naturally been off as a result of this. I have been in intensive therapy and I am getting some medication. I only take the meds now and again at this stage if I feel overwhelmed. Some of my behavior, especially the isolation, probably made things even worse for me. I have talked a lot to my daughter. She tells me she has forgiven me. She never meant to make me feel unappreciated. She loves me. The first few days I didn't actually believe her. But once I got some perspective, I realized this doubt was all on me. I have apologized more times than I can count. She started telling me to stop apologizing actually. She has moved away from her mother and is living with my brother and his family at the moment. She gets along really well with his kids, and my brother has told us that she can stay for as long as she wants. I am in no condition to be a full-time parent at the moment, so for now, she will stay with them. My brother has arranged therapy for her and I will do my best to be the best father I can be from now on. My wife, Eve, has also moved out of the house and is living with her parents. My father has been paying the mortgage for me, without me knowing. So the house isn't sold yet. I am not looking forward to going back there to all the memories. I have decided to sell the house and downsize to a tiny home and live a life closer to nature with less stress. I will try to rent or buy a plot of land and live as simply as possible, at least for a while. My daughter loves this idea and has been researching tiny homes like a pro. Adam, the affair partner, is trying to reconcile with his wife and has cut Eve off completely. Eve has been to my dad's house almost weekly begging for him to contact me and let her talk to me. If what her mother tells me is correct, Eve lost her job and is in a terrible way. Barely leaving her room at her parents' house, she is shunned by pretty much everyone according to her mom. I have found a lawyer today and will start divorce proceedings ASAP. I bought a whole case of my hunting buddy's favorite whiskey and spent Saturday night there, thanking him. He is a true friend. He probably saved my life. My wife's affair completely broke me and my family. I was so broken I couldn't even see it myself. Up until then I was sort of holding myself together by convincing myself that I was doing better. But the truth is I was hanging on by the tiniest of threads. Update 2. I abandoned my family because they deserved it. I have gotten a lot of therapy and I am fairly stable. My daughter is doing well. I am however a different person now. I have a hard time trusting people. Apart from my daughter, I prefer solitude and I have a very low public profile in general. I don't know if I would say something is broken inside me. I guess you could say I am broken compared to who I used to be, but I am not unhappy. I am perfectly okay as a partial loner. I am just different now, I guess. The house is sold and I bought a tiny home where me and my daughter live. It's not a tiny home like you see on TV. It has 2 separate bedrooms and a combined living room kitchen. It's in a secluded location on a forested hillside and it has a porch outside as big as the house and a wonderful view. I absolutely love the tranquility and the close proximity to nature in our new home. I am divorced, or almost divorced. It's just waiting for the formalities now. Expected time frame is 3 months. Soon-to-be ex has been begging me a lot for a second chance, almost daily, but she has not demanded anything from me. She doesn't try to excuse herself, she owns her affair. We used mediation and she has given me everything basically, all our assets and full custody. The only thing she has asked for is to be allowed to visit often so she can try to repair her relationship with our daughter. She has offered to cook and clean as well. But I don't want to feel like I owe her anything. I will keep the household operational, it's tiny anyway. And I need some chores for my daughter. I don't want her to grow up to be a spoiled brat. My daughter and soon-to-be ex relationship is very, very strained. We will have to see how it goes. From my perspective, I have told her I want closure, but there is no way of repairing our relationship. We will be co-parents, that's it. I have insisted on split custody since it's cumbersome to undo full custody after the divorce is final. Now that I can think straight, I want our daughter to have a relationship with her mother. I have forgiven her and moved on. I will live my life as I see fit from here on out. As for the assets, I will give her half at the last minute, or directly after the divorce. We built up these resources during our marriage, so it's only fair she gets half. But I really want to see if she will go through with it, actually giving me everything. She is very remorseful and I find it helps my healing. Soon-to-be ex is still struggling. Some would say she is an absolute wreck. She is going to counseling, we all are, including family therapy for my daughter's benefit. I am determined to try to make up as much as possible for my daughter for my mistake. My daughter is very sharp. I believe she has forgiven me, but she watches very carefully how I act towards her mother. I am determined to be a good role model, so I will act exemplary. It's been incredibly hard to deal with the aftermath, but I am finally starting to stabilize.
Am I the a-hole for telling my brother's fiancée that we don't owe her a family? My brother Nico has recently got engaged to a woman named Jenny after dating for 2 years. We all tried to welcome Jenny, especially knowing that she grew up in the foster care system and didn't have family. We tried to get to know her, but she seemed to want an instant intimate connection rather than building one. Me and my younger sister Chelsea bore the brunt of her neediness, but our parents have also expressed concerns. Since she met us, she has been trying to insert herself into pictures, family disputes, and social events. She has no boundaries. We've all talked to Nico about it so many times, even sitting him down as a family, and he keeps saying he will talk to her, but nothing changes, and it's got worse since the engagement. She tried to make me her maid of honor, demanded my mother throw her a bridal shower, started calling my parents mom and dad even though they asked her not to, and reached out to distant family members that we don't even talk to tell them about the engagement. Last week we were all staying at our parents' place. Jenny, Nico, and my boyfriend were the only ones not up yet, and the rest of us were in the kitchen. Chelsea, my mom, and I were talking about taking a weekend trip. Jenny came in, having overheard us, saying it sounded like fun, and proceeded to invite herself along. I was pretty annoyed by this and said she couldn't just invite herself. Jenny said why wouldn't she be invited, and I said because marrying Nico doesn't give you a blanket invite to every single thing all his family does. Jenny got upset and said she would really like to be included in our family, since it was the only one she knows and she doesn't have a proper family. I said I know that and we all sympathize, but that doesn't mean we owe you a new one. The whole room was silent and Jenny got up and went back upstairs. She didn't come out the rest of the day, but Nico came down to chew me out over what I said. Our parents defended me, saying he had an opportunity to talk to Jenny and he didn't. He and Jenny left the same day and he's now only keeping low-level contact with everyone. When I've spoken to him since, he's just said I went way too low with what I said to Jenny and that I've set her back mentally and that she's really down. I do feel bad, but I also feel like Jenny has been overstepping. We are all open to a relationship with her, but she never really made a genuine effort to build relationships with us. She just decided she was entitled to them, which I think isn't fair. My boyfriend has been making fun of me to his girl best friends. I had a moment of weakness and went through my boyfriend's phone. He was so cagey about his phone that it just started to gnaw on me, and I felt like I needed to know what was on there that he was so secretive about. His two best friends are female, Pamela and Elaine. I've never met them, but I don't particularly like them after my boyfriend once told me they tried to convince him on why dating me was a bad idea and expressed reservations over our relationship despite them not even knowing me. He also jokingly refers to his two best friends as his wives, which has apparently been their nicknames for years and years. I did ask him to stop calling them that when we started dating because I felt like calling his female friends his wives was disrespectful to his actual girlfriend, and he told them what I said, to which they responded, "No way, we've known you way longer than her," so the wives' nicknames continued. Fast forward to recently, I went through his phone, searched my name in his messages, and found a lot of really gross comments about me, personal and intimate details about our intimacy life, my reproductive health, my cycles, our fights, all being hashed out between him and Pamela and Elaine. Some of the comments and things he revealed to them included wishing my honker size was as big as Pamela's and wishing my butt was as nice as Elaine's. In one message shortly after me and my boyfriend were talking about marriage, Pamela wrote that the only ring I deserved was a Nuva ring, to which my boyfriend laughed and said that I used to have one but he knocked it out after effing me too hard. I did have an IUD at one point, but it fell out, so this seems to be what he was referencing. I can't even begin to describe how humiliating it is to read that he shared that with her and that our intimacy life is being discussed in such a way. There wasn't a single nice message shared in relation to me, and if you didn't know any better, you'd think my boyfriend hated my guts the way he talked about me, instead of someone who always tells me he loves me so much that it hurts, and that I'm the only one he can ever see himself with for the rest of his life. Most especially, I'm so hurt about the way he let his two friends talk about me without ever defending me or protecting me from their comments. He always said he's the most loyal guy in the world, but where was the loyalty when Pamela and Elaine were crap talking me via direct message to him and he's just laughing about it with them? I had already known these two girls didn't like me despite never meeting me, but I'm just borderline disturbed now that it seems more personal than that. I can't help but wonder about emotional cheating and if there is some resentment over our relationship, even if neither of them seem to be romantically interested in him.
What ended your relationship with your sibling? My brother is older than me by about 5 years. When I was a baby, he apparently played with me all the time. When I got older, he wanted nothing to do with me. What teenage boy would want to deal with their younger sister? So when I got to a teenager, I was like, fine, ignore me, but of course, he now wanted his little sis. But you see, I wasn't exactly up to his standard. It seemed like every chance he got, he liked to call me stupid, and not just in the siblings being siblings way. From adult conversations with him, he has it in his head that our mom pushed him to get A's, while I was allowed to get B's. What he doesn't seem to understand is that he has a near photographic memory, and him not trying hard got him A's, whereas me working my ass off, I was lucky to get a B in some classes. School was incredibly hard for me, whereas he skipped a grade, but he doesn't see that. I just had it easier. He later tells me that he was just being hard on me because nobody else would. Total BS. Then he insulted everything I enjoyed. Why do you like X? X is for kids, grow up. He's put down anything that I thought was fun. He'd shit on my few hobbies, tell me to get out of my virtual world. There's a lot of things I wanted to try as a kid, but my mom, being a single mom, could only do so much, and my brother, of course, signed up for everything and asked permission later. So guess who was dragged around to everything of his? So I had to find things to do on my own while he went and had fun. And then he insulted my looks. I still consider myself a tomboy. I've always been comfort over fashion. I'm not a slob though. I hate dresses and skirts. I hate the idea of a purse, and I have a very unisex bag now that is 100% function. But no, he always yelled at my mom that she was letting me stunt my growth, that she should be forcing me to wear more girly clothes and wear makeup. He wanted me to dress more like a typical girl. Screw that, I think it looks dumb, makes me feel dumb, and I didn't want to do it. I needed to do it and my mom was just enabling me by not forcing me. He always came first. For example, my senior year of high school, I'm in a club for the second year, which is a huge deal for me, since I never did clubs, and I was doing a competition that I felt great about and was about to head to the state competition. I had a shot at nationals. He was planning on getting married and had 2 dates he was thinking about: my birthday weekend or the week after, the weekend of nationals. I do not care about my birthday and really wanted to go to nationals. He said to my face that I wasn't going to make the cut and he planned the wedding for that weekend. I got first in state, and he made sure to say as much as he could to make me feel guilty AF if I decided to go to nationals instead of his wedding. And this competition was directly related to my future major. This is just the biggie that has stuck with me over the years, but basically, if there's anything you want to plan, his plans will always be more important, and screw you for thinking otherwise. But he never sees that. When I got a great internship offer, he almost immediately started trying to put it down like it wasn't that great. His wife shut him up. I'm a naturally shy person and don't like doing much that pushes me into the spotlight. But I should be able to share with my family, right? But after years of verbal abuse from my brother, I don't like telling him anything. I bring my first BF home for Thanksgiving, which at 23 years old, is still a very odd concept to me. He gets beyond pissed because I didn't tell him. He then starts bringing up every little thing that I have done wrong and that my mom has done wrong. He feels insulted and wants nothing more than to just storm off and drive home. His wife made him stay, but so much for a happy Thanksgiving. I try to explain why I didn't tell him, but nope, won't see it from my point of view. We managed to get him to stay for dinner, but he's more or less said that he's never going over to my parents' house again. He eventually called up my mom and said he would like to try and work on a relationship with her, but he might never talk to me again. Have you ever walked out mid-intimacy? When I was a teen, there was this girl I was seeing. She made a big deal about wanting to give me neck and to rock my world with her amazing brain game. I wasn't going to say no. I was a young teen person with a PP. Who says no to some neck? She kept talking up how when we could get away from everyone that she would blow my mind. She kept to her word because after what she did my mind was completely blown. She took me behind a shed and before I knew it she was getting ready to go give me that sweet sweet neck. She got to going to town and blew air extremely hard on my PP. Like, SpongeBob blowing bubbles type of blowing. Juicy exhaling on my PP. I started to laugh, thinking she was joking around before getting to the real deal. You know when in adult films the girl looks up at the guy and has that smug look on her face while going to town on his Johnson? To this day I have no effing clue how she managed to make that face while blowing on my PP like a didgeridoo. I mean, this girl was straight up just huffing and puffing. Big bad wolf up in this mother effer. So instead of nutting I'm doubling over busting a gut. Or at least I was until I heard a bubbly gurgling sound going up all the way into my bladder. She blew air through my PP all the way up into my bladder from her failed attempt to give neck. It didn't hurt per se, but it was very unpleasant and confusing. I pushed her off of me and ran away while trying to redress myself. I avoided her for the rest of the day, half out of fear and half out of embarrassment. It wasn't until hours later while trying to empty my bladder that I discovered what happens when you pee with air in your bladder. It sputters between urine and air once you empty it past being half full. Strangest series of events to happen to my junk to date. 0 out of 10 would not do it again.
Women who have rejected being proposed to. What was the aftermath? A few years ago I was dating a very controlling boyfriend. We were together for 2 years up to this point and we had talked about marriage and I told him I need at least 2 more years. I don't want to be married now. I want to spend a few years with him before we take that big step. He used to always express how he can't wait to marry me and wants to build a family together. Culture has an influence on his decision to want to get married, and he used to say he wants beautiful mixed babies with a beautiful black woman like me. He's told me plenty of times he sees no point waiting if we both want marriage. Well, he proposed while we were on holiday in Greece. I wasn't expecting it, he planned it well. It was beautiful. But I said no. He thought I was joking at first because with me when I'm angry, sad, happy, nervous, I laugh, so he wasn't exactly sure which emotion caused me to laugh. I laughed because I was shocked and nervous. Nervous because I was about to say no and shocked because I wasn't expecting it. I kept saying no and he realized I was serious. He got up from one knee and as he was rising he genuinely gave me an uppercut. He walked off and got a flight home that very day. I was sad, I felt violated and disrespected. We lived together at the time, so I was scared to go back into my apartment when I got a flight home the next day. I found his stuff missing, a note taped to the fridge claiming he still loves me, but since he can't be with me, he will love me from a distance, and he's moving back into his parents'. Hence began the next year of stalking from him. I never got any peace and quiet. Constant calls and updates, seeing his car parked next to the restaurant if I went on a date with a guy and so on. I started collecting evidence for a restraining order. It all culminated about 10 months after the breakup. He showed up at my door intoxicated, with a knife. He barged his way in. That is when he decided to rope me at knife point. Thankfully for me, I had a camera set up in the living room in case he ever tried to break in, and I led him to the living room. I knew something awful would happen to me, but if I survived and the events took place in the living room, I would have irrefutable evidence. After the rope concluded, he laid hands on me, then left the house. To make a long story short, I was able to get him arrested and sentenced. I'm in therapy right now and dealing with a lot of trauma.
My sister keeps using her amputated leg for sympathy and attention. Me and my dad have always cared a lot about our health. My dad pushed us to exercise very intensely regularly, and sometimes my sister and I would throw up from how hard he pushed us. Being an alpha man, I accepted this challenge. However, being a brittle female, my sister built up resentment towards exercise when she was hospitalized from over-exercising at age 13 and started hating it. From then on, she would always brush my dad and I off, saying she's fine, and at times she'd even blow up screaming at us, calling me the favorite child and our parents emotionally abusive, when all we wanted was for her to exercise and stop making excuses. Our dad indeed kept trying to push my sister a little more to get into a healthy lifestyle again. But that was only because after a year or so my sister started gaining weight and had dangerously high cholesterol due to genetics. So I would actually argue that she would have gotten more attention than me, since our dad was so worried about her. Recently, my sister fell off a small cliff and fractured both of her legs, but her right leg was the most damaged. Her right leg had an open fracture, meaning her broken bone actually broke skin, and because it took a bit for the ambulance to get there, my sister's leg got infected very badly. They had to cut off a quarter of the bottom of the leg so that the infection couldn't spread anywhere else. Although she has been upset, the things she was saying to us and her friends were rubbing me the wrong way. She was saying how she could never walk hikes, would never be able to go on runs, etc., which I'd say is normal, but she was literally a lazy cow who stopped exercising when she needed to push herself a little. She hates hiking nowadays, she hates going on walks, she literally sits all day in her room on her computer and hardly comes out. I tried to ignore this, but she kept saying these things, and now including sports. I got angry one day and told her to stop using her leg for attention seeking and sympathy, because she hasn't wanted to exercise and be healthy in a long time, so there is no way that she wanted that now, and that she could process what's happening to her without lying to us and herself. She lost it. She grabbed stuff and threw it around her room and yelled at me until I left. And when I told what happened to our dad, who normally is on my side, he looked absolutely horrified, as did my mom, and they screamed at me. They said that what I said was way out of line, and it wasn't the right time. And now they aren't speaking to me at all. My Hero Academia's most controversial character asks the fandom, can you be gay and homophobic? My Hero Academia is a series that follows teenager Izuku Midoriya seeking to become a superhero. Donning the hero name Deku, he would quickly learn how to do so upon entering a hero academy for high school students, stopping numerous villains and country-ending threats along the way. With the series coming to an end, many have looked back on the franchise and began to note some rather polarizing plot points and characters. The most disturbing character by far being the boy infatuated with rope. Minoru Mineta is a classmate of Deku at their academy, Yua High. While not completely insignificant to the story overall, he is relegated to a side character for most of the series. Though honestly, some fans may prefer he didn't show up at all. This can be easily understood when, during his first real scene in the series and after being saved by a female classmate from a villain attack, he compliments her assets and presses his face against her chest. He then proceeds to not so stealthily place his hands on her shortly after. Mineta plays a straightforward creep for most of the series, usually being punished immediately. When the boys and girls go to the sauna, Mineta attempts to climb the wall separating the two baths and join them. When he finds a hole peering into the girls' locker room, he wasted no time trying to peek. Over half of his dialogue has to do with his fixation on his female classmates, teachers, or pretty much any attractive girl in his vicinity. He even outright states he only chose to be a hero to impress girls. It doesn't help that he spends most of his early fights crying or screaming, which, while maybe understandable, only added to his long list of critics. To be completely fair, Mineta does still contribute more than just spouting creepy dialogue. His superpower only seems to be a joke at first but is used in a lot of creative ways. Mineta is portrayed as decently intelligent, and shreds some of his cowardice as the story progresses forward. He's clearly shown to be capable and willing to act on a plan to help his classmates, even if those flashes of genius are immediately undercut by more disgusting acts. But with little screen time to develop or provide a more interesting foundation, his constant antics and creepy advances makes it very hard to feel anything for him. At least, not anything positive. The creator himself stated Mineta was based on his more creepy tendencies and tried to balance him, carefully understanding how poorly a character such as this could be received if it goes too far. But when you have thousands of fanfics with dedicated tags bashing the character, making him not a creep, or just erasing him from existence, then something probably isn't working. If this was a more professional essay, this would probably serve as a good lead-in to discuss the treatment of female characters in shonen, how different cultures view creepiness, or even further detail the creator's own failings and successes with his cast of female characters. Skipping ahead to just before the final battle, the Dark Hero arc is essentially the penultimate act of My Hero Academia. Following the disastrous fallout of the arc before this, Deku leaves Yua High and attempts to hunt down the remaining big villains and master his abilities. Deku is eventually confronted by his classmates, including Mineta, who ask him to return to the high school and let them help in the final battle. Things come to a head when Deku attempts to flee, causing the group to chase after him. They do everything they can to slow him down, trying desperately to get him to listen to reason and trust them to help. After several near escapes and the combined powers of multiple students, Mineta manages to latch on to the hero-turned-vigilante using a chain of sticky balls and speaks. As the first translations hit Twitter, everyone could finally understand what Mineta told Deku. Mineta, I fell for you when you were scared and sweating buckets and quaking in your boots. Back when we found a path forward together. The way you were back then. Wait a second. I fell for you. That sounds romantic? and even the Japanese text indicated a more intense undertone. If Mineta is showing so much affection, then is he in love with Midoriya? And if he loves Deku, does that mean his entire character was actually the greatest deconstruction known to man? Reactions were swift. Many rejected their own romantic interests, unable to accept sharing anything in common with such a despicable creature. Others lashed out at the creator himself, angered at the audacity to have one of the most despised characters in the franchise be a member of the LGBT community. Just as surprising were the rare defenders of Mineta Proclamation, seeing this as a potential affair between two star-crossed lovers, coloring his interactions with Deku and the ladies in a new light. Reception was, ultimately, not positive upon hearing this news. While revealing your most creepy character harbored closeted feelings for the protagonist all along was definitely unexpected, it was also not the best way of showing representation. No one had a good answer to how fans should treat this development, and the fires would continue raging throughout the day. But as the dust began settling, more collected fans asked if this was actually true. Simply because it didn't really make any sense for such a big reveal to happen now, with these characters, after everything Mineta has done. People went back to the chapter and began analyzing the text to figure out one simple question. Is Mineta actually bi? No. No, he isn't. Turns out the English translation slightly mistranslated the original text. The original dialogue was more of a platonic show of support and encouragement rather than any dramatic confession. The phrasing and word choice just didn't quite match what the creator was going for. Disappointing to the 10 new Dekuneta fans out there, but much more logically sound than a love confession would be. And sure enough, Mineta would not act any differently towards Deku following these events. With that crisis averted, fans could go back to hating the character as much as they pleased. And with the Purple Devil pretty much sidelined in the story since, along with any chance to carry out his more egregious acts, it looks like the tyranny of the great boy has ended. Whether it be through fanfics, fan art, or written essays, the era of Mineta bashing has returned to its proper order. My coworker signed me up for a racist organization as a joke. I have a colleague, a very nice, very young man with a quirky sense of humor and a less than fully formed sense of boundaries around what's appropriate to say at work. I believe this is his first professional job after graduating. Recently, he joined a prejudiced alt-right political organization, and told me about this. I thought that was a very strange thing to do, and a strange thing to tell me about at work, but I let it go. We're both new hires, and I don't want to make waves. Today, he went online, impersonating me, and signed me up as a member of the organization. I'm almost completely certain it was a prank, but I'm now officially a member of this organization, which couldn't be further from my views. I was sickened to think that my name will now appear on their membership rolls and count toward the official tally of how many members they have. On the one hand, I thought if it's something anyone can just sign someone else up for, I like to hope my new membership in it won't do me any reputational harm. But on the other hand, I thought about the fact that if word got around that I'm a member, I would not be pleased. So I decided to speak with my coworker. I was polite but very firm with him about the inappropriateness of his behavior. He was offended in response. I thought you were cool and had a sense of humor, was the gist of his response. I ended up mentioning it to my boss in what I had thought was an offhanded way, just saying, Mo did this thing, it was odd, I thought you might want to know he does this kind of thing. A few weeks later, my contract with that organization came to an end, and was unexpectedly not renewed even though I'd been told to expect a renewal. On my way out the door, my boss gave me the feedback that I'm oversensitive. It was a long struggle to find another job, but 4 years later, I'm ED of a small nonprofit that does lots of good and important work in its niche. I'm much happier here than I was there, and my board treats me much better. Sadly, the coworker has skyrocketed through the ranks of that organization and is now at director level and is the public face of many of their initiatives. I follow him on LinkedIn, and in my view, his judgment about what jokes are appropriate in a professional setting remains atrocious, but his bosses seem to love him.
My brother shamed my 15-year-old sister for being gay at his wedding reception, and my parents are making her talk to someone at church. My brother and his fiancée were married last weekend, but my sister Iris has been punished and yelled at a lot this week. My brother and I don't have a great relationship, and when he lived with us, he barely spent any time with us either. My parents paid for him to go to college, and before last weekend, they were planning to help me and my sister go too. However, as a result of what happened last week, my parents told my sister that they're not letting her do sports or hang out with friends until she apologizes for being gay and talks to a pastor at church. They'd barely gotten on my brother mad for humiliating her last week. When I tried to defend her and talk to them on her behalf, they also yelled at me and said that they wouldn't pay for me to go to college if I don't stop because I should know it's wrong. But when I continued to argue with them, they said I'm not allowed to work next year and that I won't be taking driver's ed either. I don't know what made my brother shame and expose her last week. When he spoke at the reception, he said that he felt led to say something that was on his mind and told everyone that my sister is gay. He also said that she needed prayer to get support, and my parents had no idea that she was gay either. I knew because my sister told me some time back, but when I asked if she ever told Matt after the wedding, she said she didn't, but that she told Ariana, Matt's fiancée. Ariana would sometimes drive my sister to sports if my parents couldn't, and they became close and would sometimes go out for ice cream too. I wasn't particularly close with her, but she was close to her. Iris said that Ariana was very supportive when she told her about it and how she was afraid to tell her parents. And she also said that Ariana showed her some resources when they would go out for ice cream or sports too. However, the only way that she figured Matt would know was if she somehow told him and thought that he'd be safe. That's her best guess about how he found out, but my parents are fairly religious and opinionated on such matters, and that's why she was punished this week too. I used to know someone in my friend group who was gay, and my parents weren't crazy about him and encouraged me to not hang around him too. His parents went to our church, but he wasn't really religious, and Dad said that his parents were failing him among other things and how he will be punished because God never intended for that. Iris was embarrassed and started crying after he outed her, and while Dad later told my brother that he didn't like him saying that in front of everyone, he still yelled at her and took away sports and seeing friends until she talks to someone at church that hasn't happened yet, and he's also yelled at me for trying to stand up for her. I could care less about what happens with my college because she's barely talking to me and Mom took away her phone and laptop too. Dad actually laid hands on Iris when we came home. She has bruises down her back now. My brother also said that Ariana went to her parents the day after the wedding and has been staying there, and as of right now, she hasn't come back yet. He's also come over to talk to my parents, but I think that was more about Ariana for the most part. I can't tell you how much I hate him because she won't talk to me, but when I try to tell my parents that they are wrong to punish her, they just cursed at me and took away some of my privileges too. And they also said that I won't be going to driver's ed or working because I was being disrespectful and that if I keep it up, they won't pay for my college either, and I just feel hopeless. My brother shamed my 15-year-old sister for being gay at his wedding reception, and my parents are making her talk to someone at church. My sister was really afraid of having to talk to someone at church, and the pastor she ended up talking to was one of the senior pastors. She hoped that it would be someone from youth, but Dad said that I couldn't be there with her when they talked, and he didn't tell me when they'd be talking either. I hate how she went around my back to do it. I tried to talk to her when I got back and asked what happened, and she said they filled her head with scriptures about going to hell and Dad threatened to disown her if she doesn't charge her ways. I tried to tell her again that the safest thing to do is probably to lay low so that it passes sooner and they don't give her a hard time, and I told her that before that day too. However, she's recently begun to lash out at me for trying to talk to her about anything. She was distant before, but now she just gets upset and wants nothing to do with me at all. I was also able to talk to a teacher a few days after, and I told her everything. She agreed that my parents were being ridiculous about everything and that my brother was just as bad as them, but she also said that she would have to report it, and I told her that I wanted her to do that too, since she was also physically hurt in the aftermath of the reception. However, when she said that she could try to talk to Iris, I told her that maybe she would open up to her because she wanted nothing to do with me even after I told her about my intentions to tell a teacher, only for her to just get angry and tell me to leave her alone. She said that she would try and have to report it regardless, but my parents talked to me after they received a call from someone that they refused to specify about what happened. But they told me that Iris told them that I spoke to a teacher which led to them getting a call and that they want me to leave Iris alone and stop talking about our family. Dad also said that I no longer have my college fund and that he'll be using the money to help Matt try to sue Ariana for being abusive by ghosting him the day after the reception and that he'll kick me out if I bother Iris again. He didn't want me talking to her, but I was able to at school because there was no way that he could prevent us there. But, again, she wanted nothing to do with me and tried to avoid me with the exception of telling me to leave her alone and just getting upset. Iris still wants nothing to do with me, and she has been talking to my parents a lot more without the screaming from the aftermath of the reception. However, Ariana broke her silence along with her parents and told others why she left and that she wanted nothing to do with Matt. Ariana said she didn't know that Matt had such feelings towards his sister and that he was homophobic when he came across the LGBT resources she was acquiring for Iris and asked about who they were for. Personally, I didn't think that she tried to hurt Iris because it made no sense that Matt and Dad would try to sue her if she agreed. She also said that she wanted a divorce as well. However, Dad took to social media and fabricated a lie that Ariana had previously tried to pressure Iris into intimate activity when she drove her to sports and that it led to her being confused about being gay and that she tried to rope her. He also said that Iris told him about it, but I don't believe Iris told him that at all because he said it after she broke her silence. But when I went to ask Iris, she still refused to talk to me. I tried to stress to her that it's important to know because Dad's accusing her of something that's very dangerous. But she still refused to tell me much, and Dad made this post a couple of days ago, so it's still fresh. He also has a lawyer that's working with him and Matt, but Iris is only talking to our parents, so I feel really lost. Maybe they're pressuring her to avoid me and say nothing, but she still won't tell me much. When I asked her if Dad made up that lie about Ariana, she refused to answer and just got upset, but when I asked if they were pressuring her into saying nothing, she didn't respond either and just asked me to leave. However, when I directly asked if Ariana had ever done anything to her, she shook her head but didn't give me any more than that, and I honestly believe she's being pressured into saying nothing and that they're possibly threatening her with further punishment.
Tattoo artists, what's the worst reaction from a patient you've ever gotten? I had an 18-year-old girl come in a couple years ago looking to get some script on her ribs. We're talking like 4 ultra simple words, maybe 3 inches across. It should have taken 5 minutes of my time. The entire time she was filling out paperwork I had a bad feeling. She kept nervously talking to her friends about her low pain tolerance and how she wasn't sure if she could do it since it was her first tattoo. When I called her back she was pretty much freaking out, starting to sweat, nervous laughter and the lot. I placed the stencil and told her she could take a second to decompress while it dried. She went into the bathroom and came out after what felt like a good 10 minutes at least. With her out of the bathroom finally I asked her if she was ready to go. She hesitated but said yes. Regardless of her answer, I told her that she seemed a little too tense and if she wanted I could run my machine through distilled water and let her get a feel for getting a tattoo without actually getting one yet. She declined and said let's just do it. So begrudgingly, I begin. And I kid you not, I didn't even make it halfway through the first letter before she tried jumping to the ceiling from my table. Every effing letter was like this and then some. Her friends tried consoling her, then holding her down, and I would give her little breaks because she kept screaming like a banshee and eventually started crying. I told her to stop moving at least 50 times, starting off polite and eventually progressing to, "You're effing up your tattoo." Still she moved. It was close to 45 minutes or so before we finished up and I could hardly look at the thing, it was so jank. You could barely make out the letters, which looked as though they were scrawled out by a child on a car ride through the Rockies. It was depressing to say the least. She looked over the tattoo in the mirror and was like, "Thanks, what do I owe? You?" So I told her to go home, and didn't even take any money. Even her friends had dumbfounded faces. I explained that the work wasn't representative of what I can do and I wouldn't take her money for what I thought looked awful. She insisted that she felt like she should pay, but I just told her to get out. Tail tucked between her legs, and with a tiny pile of garbage on her ribs, she left with her friends. Not even 5 minutes later, her friend awkwardly came back in. The tattooed girl had left her purse and she couldn't come back to get it herself. What is the dumbest way you have ever gotten laid? I had an insanely cute girl who I knew from high school come up to me recently and ask me for my number. This girl was gorgeous, so I spent the next few days furiously rubbing one out 3 times a day to the thought of me and her. Throughout these few days, we talked a lot. Things seemed to be going super, and she eventually invited me over to her house to hang out. Oh yeah, it was time to finally lose my V card to an absolute 10. The day came around and I made sure to dress nice, smell good, wash away all the cheese that had built up on my PP as a result of jacking it 4 times a day for a week, and apply cologne. I got to the house ready to do my thing. She invited me and she was home alone. Not going to lie, as soon as she hugged me I got a stiffy. We sat down on her couch and started talking, and I thought we were both getting casual conversation out of the way before we got to banging. Oh how wrong I was. A few minutes into talking, the doorbell rings. My heart stops as I think her parents are back. However, calmly she stands up and tells me she invited one of her girlfriends over too. Now I was excited, I thought I was about to have a 3-way with 2 beautiful girls. However, tragedy strikes. The cute girl comes back, and in behind her comes in an absolute beluga. A whale so massive I wasn't sure what I was looking at. I try my best to hide the shock and horror from my face. No way am I going to have a 3-way which will end in me suffocating in between belly rolls. Without much thought, the cute girl goes to me, "Jack, here is my friend Chloe. She saw a picture of you and thought you were cute, so I set you 2 up on a surprise date, I'll leave you 2 alone." Without me having time to process it, the cute girl bolts upstairs, leaving me and this monstrosity alone in the living room. I do my best to hide my disappointment, and try make conversation with this wildebeest. Well, the wildebeest had brought alcohol, and it was consumed by us too. After many, many shots, Chloe's rolls started to look appetizing. In an inebriated state, I decided F it, I've made it this far, might as well do it, and me and the beluga proceeded to have intoxicated sweaty intimacy on the cute girl's couch. All while the cute girl was upstairs. After I was done, even through the alcohol, post-nut clarity consumed every fiber of my being. I felt like throwing up. Staring at her kebab womanhood, experiencing post-nut and on booze, made me sick. I darted upstairs to tell the cute girl I was leaving, and didn't even say goodbye to the beluga on the way out. The walk to my house was about 40 minutes, and I threw up during it.
My 10-year-old sister hasn't eaten since Dad laid hands on her for making us late to church. My dad and a few other men were installed as church trustees on Sunday and had to stand with the pastor on stage. Dad always yells whenever we're running late, and most of the time, he's yelling at my sister Carol because she takes too long to get dressed, and in the past, he's thrown or hit walls too. He kicked a chair in the dining room pretty loud when we were younger, and he also threw something that put a hole in the wall too. I used to get hurt for taking too long, but that was a long time ago. With Dad being installed on Sunday, he wanted us there really early, but when my sister was taking a long time like she normally does, he began yelling at her and cursing too, and I tried to help her get dressed in the past after finishing my stuff early, but he'll yell at me and says she has to do it herself. I've snuck into her room to help her when Dad doesn't want me to because Mom won't help her and is too afraid to say anything to Dad. He also yells at her and curses at her too. However, this Sunday, he had me and Mom wait in the car when we were done, and he did this before too. Carol wasn't done though, and when Dad came out, she wasn't with him, and when he came in the car, he said she wasn't going. When I asked why, he said she wasn't listening, and was calling her stupid, along with how we were already late. He's left her home before when she was sick or me in the past or if we're running really late, so I didn't think too much of it. However, when we got back, my sister was still crying in her room, and she had a bruise on her cheek as well. When I asked her what happened, she said that Dad hurt her, and she also hasn't eaten since. It's now Tuesday and has refused to eat with us at all. When I told Mom what happened and she saw for herself, she said that she would talk to Dad, but that was on Sunday and she doesn't want to talk about it anymore. I don't know if she talked to Dad, but when I tried to talk to him, he told me to mind my business and that I used to be just as bad at her age, but when I told him that he wasn't right, he just yelled at me and Mom saw and wouldn't do anything, and she also hasn't gone to school the past few days either because mom told them that she wasn't feeling well. My 10-year-old sister hasn't eaten since dad laid hands on her for making us late to church. I did tell my teacher about what my dad did, but I don't think anything major happened. My sister didn't go back to school until it healed, and I got punished for telling her. I'm guessing someone from the school called my parents, and that led to a big talk with my parents about how someone in the school called or spoke to them. My parents used to hurt me in the past, but they didn't hurt me when we talked. They took away privileges including my phone, laptop, not allowing me to see friends, and I was 15 when we talked. After the talk I got hurt badly. I was left with what I think was a concussion and major damage to my left wrist. I don't think it's broken, but badly sprained. They also yelled at me, and I didn't get to see some friends for months because my parents said I made up lies about them. I was also taken out of sports at a place I used to play at after school, and me telling the teacher just became a big thing. My sister said she didn't say anything about being hurt upon returning to school because it would have caused more trouble, and our parents told her not to. I didn't know that they told her that until too late, but things have been better with her and my parents since. But for me, things have been worse. I told my aunt what happened to me and what happened after my parents told my sister to deny my claims to the teacher. She said that the school should have called CPS and that she would because it wasn't the first time dad hurt us. He hurt me in the past for not wanting to go to church, and mom slapped me across the face for church too. I told auntie about how telling the school got me in trouble, and she said she didn't want me to get hurt for telling her, so she said she'd call CPS herself without talking to my parents beforehand. She also said that the teacher could have called CPS already, but that another call would add to the record for the future, and she told me to tell her if he hurt us again. Well, a few days later, my dad laid hands on me. As my aunt suggested, I told her. She called CPS and they showed up at our door. My parents were shocked. They investigated and my dad denied everything. However, I stood up. I was brave. I disagreed and kept telling the CPS people what happened and what happens in this house. My dad kept denying it, but it was my mother who broke. She is the mentally weaker and cannot dish out as many lies as dad. CPS then took my sister and I to auntie's house immediately, as they suspected leaving us there would result in harm being done to us. I do not know what is happening to my parents, but I want to be away from them forever. My husband's sister is in love with him. My husband and I met each other at a ski lodge 9 years ago. Many mutual friends attended and there was a singing competition and both of us were set up by our friends to enter it. Sparks flew during our duet and the rest is history. This was the first time I caught on to my sister-in-law, Tina's, disturbing behavior. After the singing competition, he and I went to the cafe to chat. Tina came storming up to us and demanded he come back to their group. She never looked at me and whined when he shut her down. She ran off crying and apparently took her sister's room key cards and locked them out so they had to stay with the friends in their room. Fast forward to when we bought a house together. We had a housewarming and invited family and close friends. Tina showed up in a suggestive club outfit. She ignored me the entire time and hung all over my husband. She kept recalling tales of them when they were little and how close they were. She'd kiss him on the cheek, hug him, and touch his arm when laughing. He was visibly uncomfortable, so I stepped in. She was going around reminding everyone that he used to say he never wanted to have kids, but now he's playing daddy to my daughter, as I have one from a previous marriage. One of my friends said she thought Tina was weird for talking about how hot his modeling photos were when he did print work back in college and that her favorite photo was of them at a beach in Hawaii during a family vacation a few years back. The most bizarre thing she told a few people was that he had never dated a woman of color before and now all of a sudden he's in love. Then things go south at the end of the night when he gets down on one knee and proposes to me. She started crying and ran to the restroom. Their dad went to check on her and then drove her home. My husband always equated her behavior to jealousy because she never had healthy relationships. After that tantrum, she skipped our wedding, baby shower, our children's birthday parties, and other family events that we attended. I was fine with extending invitations because I knew she wasn't going to show up. She had some sort of mental breakdown and was in and out treatment for years. I'm currently pregnant and our baby shower is at the end of this month. I'm having it a few months early because I'm at risk for going into labor early, like I did with my other 2 children. My mother-in-law called to RSVP and stated Tina would be riding with them and if it was okay if she brought her new boyfriend. I was surprised because we hadn't seen her in years, but I was apprehensive to agree. Eventually, I did agree and hoped that she resolved whatever caused her so much distress when she was around my family. Well, it took all of 24 hours for her to start her nonsense. She texted my husband paragraphs at 3 a.m. telling him how she felt about our family. First, she went on to say how much she missed them being close and how I came in and destroyed their close relationship, when I barely said 50 words to her in 9 years. She asked him if he was happy with his life because again, he used to say he never wanted kids or to get married. She then asked if he thought about her all this time and if he could meet up with him before the shower and talk alone, face to face. That was the last straw for me. I pressed my husband about it and tried resolving this weird issue. Apparently, my husband has known his sister has been mentally ill this way, as when she was 11, she asked if they could cuddle and kiss and he said no. He admits her behavior since then has always been weird and dramatic, but he didn't pay her much attention because there were many siblings and they all hung out all the time. I asked him if he could uninvite her and this new boyfriend because I think she's going to bring drama to our baby shower. He said he wants to talk to his parents first to see what kind of state she's been in, but I know in my gut that she's ready to ruin our day with her theatrics. My husband's sister is in love with him. My husband ran home from work because Tina blew up his phone, texting and calling. Now, my husband always texts or calls me on his lunch break to check on me, even before the pregnancy, so I knew something was wrong when he didn't. Since he left Tina on read, she started calling and sending a slew of unwarranted and degrading texts about me and our children, so basically Tina being Tina. He didn't run it by me, but he sent her a long paragraph, which he showed me when he got home, basically telling her off and told her that he would rather never speak to her again than listen to her talk bad about our family. He told her she would never be invited to any of our family functions and that she needed to check herself back into the hospital if she thought their sibling relationship was ever closer than it actually was. He closed it by saying he would let the family know the reason she was uninvited and that he hoped she's either seeing a therapist or would find one immediately. I'm not surprised at his response because the things she said pushed him to that breaking point. I think the worst thing she said was that my miscarriage years ago, which would have been our first child together, was caused because we don't actually belong together and that my body couldn't even carry any of my children to term. I expected her to bring something like this up, but I could tell it really hurt him, and that's why he didn't hold back from her. He then blocked her and told me he's changing our phone numbers. He called his parents and the oldest sister, whom he is close with, and explained to them why she's never allowed to visit our home. He shared all of their text exchanges, and they were mortified. He asked them not to share our address and when we changed to new numbers. They assured us that none of them shared this information with her because she actually asked for his work schedule and mentioned driving up a day early to surprise him. My father-in-law had the most to say, and I get it. It's his baby girl, but he hadn't shared much info beforehand with anyone besides his wife. Apparently, the dad knew Tina always loved my brother but never saw anything too much of it, and came to accept Tina the way she was. A few years ago, they had a conversation about her behavior, and she told him that she had been keeping a diary about him since she was a teenager. She explained it was to process her emotions and to challenge negative thoughts. All I heard was that she wrote about him for years. So there's several journals in their home, probably enforcing her beliefs. Apparently, she only stayed away from my husband because my father-in-law kept her in check and was able to get her hospitalized several times for being a threat to herself. They told us they would deal with her and apologized for thinking she had resolved her issues. My in-laws are saints, and I thank them for believing us and keeping her away for all these years. Luckily, she's currently living with them due to her issues, so they're going to speak to her tomorrow morning. The other sister-in-law called me when we got off the phone with the in-laws. She told me that she was really sorry because she's the one who hooked the new boyfriend and Tina up and suggested that she show him off at the baby shower, but admitted they had only been dating for like 2 weeks. She said she sent the text Tina sent to my husband to her then boyfriend, so I'm pretty sure they're probably not a thing anymore. I'm kind of nervous how Tina will deal with 2 rejections so close together. The 2 sisters aren't that close, and she was audibly disgusted to find out that her sister has been pining for their brother all these years. She has a theory though. She thinks it started with the older brother, Sean, because when Tina was little, she would follow Sean around all the time. He's older, so he went off to college abroad. Tina was about 10, and then he permanently moved to Europe. It seems like the crush transferred to my husband when Sean left. She suspects Tina has just severe psychological issues and does not see a problem with having a crush on your brother. Sean hasn't been back to the States since he graduated high school, and no one really has contact with him, so she said she can't call and ask him about it. I have to admit I'm kind of curious and would have been interested in hearing what Sean had to say, but I'll rest assured knowing our involvement in the whole thing is over. Edit. We just got a call from the older sister. Tina found out she will never contact my husband again and was devastated. So much so, that she took her own life. Rest in peace, Tina. You were a psychopath, but suicide is no way to go.
My girlfriend surprised me with breakfast in bed and I'm almost bawling my eyes out. My ex-girlfriend was an insanely jealous and controlling person. I was not allowed to leave the house without her except for my workplace, and there I had to follow strict rules not to talk to female coworkers. At home, if I didn't do chores in the speed she needed, she would yell at me telling that I'm a lazy F and many other insults. On the other side, she would then love bomb me telling me that's just how she is and she would still love me. And she expected me to spoil her rotten, and being the good boyfriend I always wanted to be, I gave her massages, cooked for her, bought her stuff, provided money for her because I figured that's what as a man I would have to do. And I was okay with not having the effort reciprocated. But it wasn't enough. She cheated on me and we broke up. Now 2 years after that I'm with my now girlfriend and she seems to be the polar opposite. But for me I would still do the same things I did with my ex. Spoil her as good as I can and be there for her. Making sure she has the world. We are now together for 3 months and today I woke up and realized she wasn't there. I looked around and figured she might have left, so I was about to text her to know where she was going. But then she came through the door with a tray full of food that she placed on my lap. She smiled and said she made me breakfast. And I couldn't believe it. I looked at her for about a minute in disbelief and asked why she did it, to which she replied that she did it because she loved me. I was flabbergasted. This never happened to me before. I mean, in my previous relationship I did it for my ex several times, and in this relationship I did it for my girlfriend a few times too, but I never received it. She kissed me and went upstairs to do the dishes. I commented on my girlfriend pudgy stomach during intimacy, and now she's upset. My girlfriend likes to read romance novels, and I will snoop through them when I'm at her place just to see what kind of stuff she's into. I was flipping through one of these books while she was in the shower last week, and I came across this scene where the male character was kissing the female character while stating what he loved about her. A few days ago, we were getting freaky on my couch and I decided to try it. I was kissing her and saying what I loved about her, and she seemed to be into it, until I got to her stomach. I gave her a kiss right under her belly button and said something along the lines of, "I love how pudgy your stomach is. There's so much room to kiss it." I then slapped it slightly and told her it even jiggles. This is the moment I effed up. My girlfriend immediately sat up and covered her stomach, and she looked like she was going to cry. She said something like I wasn't aware my stomach was pudgy, and I was like, "Well yeah, obviously, you've been eating out a lot, and although it shows, I really do love it." She did not like that answer, and after a little more back and forth she went home. I apologized profusely the next morning, but still remained firm on my stance of her being pudgy. I kept pressing her until she said it was okay. I thought the issue was solved, but when we had intimacy again she kind of wrapped her arms around her stomach and put her shirt on immediately afterwards. She also didn't want to take a shower with me, which is something we usually do after intimacy. I'm scared that my comment has made her insecure and worst of all uncomfortable around me. She can be very sensitive and has struggled with eating disorders in the past, but I think she should be able to see what I mean instead of taking it to heart.
How I destroyed my dad's abusive girlfriend's life. When I was 10 years old, my dad got a new girlfriend, Lauren. Lauren was an evil monster. When I first met her she was lovely and friendly. I quickly liked her. But over the years everything went downhill fast. It started small. Lauren would steal my things then deny it. Of course everyone believed her. She'd tell me that my dad loved her more than me and that if she wanted to she could click her fingers and he'd never see me again. She read my diary then told everyone what I'd written. She reported me to the Rishpa for hurting my animals. After a couple of years she had my dad laying hands on me. She would constantly tell my dad how bad I was and encourage him to hurt me. After a while he'd always snap and end up doing what she wanted. There are so many more things she did, but you get the picture. My dad and Lauren separated when I was about 16 years old, but they still had a house together. It was around this time I decided I'd get even. I spent months on my plan, and this is what I did. I wanted Lauren's entire life to fall apart all at once, so everything had to be perfectly timed. I started by getting her fired and a minor criminal record. Lauren worked at a police warehouse for seized items, but naughty Lauren was stealing from the warehouse, so I made notes on what she stole and when. Once I had a decent enough list I anonymously contacted her boss with my list. Lauren was immediately suspended. After a few weeks she was found to be guilty of stealing. She was immediately fired and charged with theft, including theft of a Class C substance. Now Lauren was unemployed and pretty much unemployable. On to stage 2, Lauren, with no income, needed to sell the house as she was now unable to pay her mortgage. My dad also wanted to sell so he could move in with his new girlfriend. So I made the house unsellable and pretty unpleasant to live in. My dad and Lauren were stupid and never locked their back door, so I'd sneak in when I knew they were out and hide disgusting things, bugs everywhere, old prawns hidden under floorboards. I even stitched some old prawns into the bottom of the curtains. Dead mice everywhere, including under Lauren's pillow. Live mice in the pantry. The house stank and no one could figure out why. Estate agents refused to list it or would only list it for far under the value, and potential buyers would leave quickly after no one could explain the source of the vile smell. Lauren was approaching bankruptcy, exactly what I wanted. Only one area of her life left to destroy. Lauren had been in a new relationship for a year or so with this guy. We'll call him John. Well, Lauren was cheating on John, and with his own father of all people. Poor John proposed to Lauren. He needed to know who she really was. One day when Lauren had John's dad over, I got in the house via the unlocked back door. I grabbed her mobile, which she'd left in the kitchen. I texted John from her phone pretending to be Lauren. I told him I was sick and asked him to come over. Of course good old John rushed over. I unlocked the front door and texted him letting him know to let himself in as I was in bed sick. I left and hid around the area. The drama was intense. Lauren and John's dad half unclothed chasing after John in the street, screaming, crying. I think John might have even punched his dad before driving off. Obviously the relationship was over, and John's dad even ditched her in an attempt to get his son's forgiveness. So Lauren was alone, broke, unemployable, facing charges and about to be bankrupt. I ended up finding out Lauren then went through with suicide a little while later. I have no regrets.
What's one thing that will haunt you for the rest of your life? From the time I was 2 years old, I loved my neighbor. She was probably around 50 back then. She always had a hammock in her yard and I would go sit on it with her. She was a bigger lady and I loved to poke her fat. Don't ask me why. But we got along great. She would read to me on that hammock and we would just hang out for hours. She loved the smell of lilac flowers and I would always pick them from my yard for her and bring her some. She also loved black licorice and I would always bring her some goods and plenty of candy. She could perfectly mimic a bird call, and whenever she was outside and she saw me she would do the call, and that was my cue to come over and hang out on the hammock and have her read to me. We were best friends. One day I even wrote her a breakup letter because she made me mad over something so silly. She thought it was the cutest thing. When I was around 8 years old, I was eating dinner when I heard sirens. I looked across the yard to my neighbor's house and saw her getting carried out on a stretcher. She had a stroke and was in the hospital. I was traumatized. I don't know what came over me, but since that day I never went back. I couldn't face her anymore. I don't know what was wrong with me or why I never went back. When she was better after a few weeks, she did the cardinal call and I ignored it. I wish I would have gone back because a couple years later she had a second stroke and died. I would give anything to go back and visit her. After she died, I went to her house to see her husband and found the letter I wrote her. She kept it all these years because she thought it was special and she wanted to show it to me at my graduation. I really wish I could go back and tell her that I'm sorry and that she was really special to me. I would give anything.
Rope me over and over? Enjoy lifelong consequences? During the first weeks of school, a guy in my class named Connor approached me and we started getting along to the point we quickly started dating. Little did I know Connor would become my worst nightmare for the next 3 years. He was 17 when we met and just like a lot of guys this age he was obsessed with doing it. He pressured me into having my first time with him and he broke up with me right after I eventually gave in. After that, none of our next times having intimacy were okay with me. He was very manipulative and gaslit me into believing I wanted everything that was happening to me. It took me a while to understand what he was actually doing. In fact, I only got it after hooking up with another person at the age of 17. Before it finally hit me, he did it more than 50 times. During our second year of high school, he made the mistake of roping my best friend. She ended up getting a termination because of him, and I started plotting my revenge. Originally it was supposed to avenge her, but it ended up working for me as well. I noticed that not only he would only approach the first years even if he was 20 when I graduated, but he would also target the youngest girls among them too. He was repeating to me how much more attractive I was at 14. So, knowing that it was pointless to tell the police because in my country only 0.4% of all complaints of rope end up in a sentence, I ruined his reputation. I told every single one of his acquaintances that he was a rapist, and to protect my best friend I told everyone I was the one he had violated. The rumor spread like wildfire and after a few days even the teachers were looking at him with disgust. I could have stopped there, but I didn't. When we were third years, I knew exactly which universities he applied for. By snooping in Connor's bag I found his application numbers, so using those I contacted every single university he applied for and explained the situation, providing screenshots of his conversation with my best friend where he was threatening her with a defamation case if she attempted to press charges against him. All of them thanked me and he ended up not being able to get into any university. He had to repeat his third year because of that, in an establishment where everyone knew what he had done and all the first years would know that they had to avoid him at all costs. The next year, since I wasn't there to foil his applications, Connor was accepted in a university that I hadn't contacted the previous year. Unfortunately for him, I ended up learning which university he was going in and repeated the same process. There were former students of our high school in the university he was going to, who spoke up to the uni's mental health center about the inappropriate behavior he had with them and told them what kind of rumors there were against him. Since I had provided proof that the rumors were true, Connor was permanently expelled for the safety of the female students attending the university. So now he doesn't have a degree and nowhere else to go study, with no social life. His situation couldn't get worse, could it? Well, yes. I made it worse. Connor tried to move to another region where no one would know him, and pass a diploma to work with kids. However, Connor is a phone addict, and couldn't help but share on his social medias that he had passed his diploma and started working as an educator for troubled kids and preteens. Little did he know, I had created an account pretending to be one of his only remaining high school acquaintances who I knew was chronically offline. With a bit of searching I ended up finding his workplace, and started the same process all over again. Needless to say they got rid of him really quickly fearing for the safety of the kids. I was planning on keeping reporting him to all the places he was planning to work, but his previous workplace took care of that for me. I don't know how, but according to Connor's social media they managed to get him blacklisted on a national level, technically invalidating his diploma. Due to this he couldn't pay his rent anymore and ended up being homeless for a while before his mother accepted to take him back in. I'm friends with his older sister who knows everything about it, and told the rest of the family what happened. From what she's told me, everyone cut off ties with both Connor and his mother, including her.
What's the most bone-chilling experience of your life? We moved into a new house a few months ago. As we were in the process of purchasing the house, the renter who was living in it died unexpectedly of natural causes in his mid-40s. He died right in the middle of the living room. Shortly after, we move into the house, and almost immediately our 2-year-old daughter starts talking about the ghost that lives in our house. She was always telling me that the ghost was in her playhouse in the basement, or that the ghost was on the stairs, or that the ghost was standing in the corner. She never seemed to be afraid of the ghost, and considered him to be her friend, so I wasn't all that concerned even if there really was a ghost haunting our house. If he's a nice and helpful ghost, it could certainly be a lot worse. I would often tell the ghost that he was welcome to stay if he wanted to, but he was also welcome to go if that would make him happier. I was about 30-70 on the ghost being real and she could see and talk to him versus the ghost being just her imagination. Until one day, when we were going out to the car to go to daycare in the morning. It was still dark out, and rainy. My daughter told me that the ghost was on the back deck, and then she told me that today was the ghost's birthday and she wanted to sing him happy birthday. Once again, I mostly disregarded what she was saying, as she is birthday obsessed and has in the past made us sing happy birthday to Mickey Mouse, a bowl of fruit snacks, and the bathroom. So we sang and wished the ghost a happy birthday and went on with our lives. Later that day, out of pure curiosity, I looked up the obituary of the man who had died in our house. And wouldn't you know it? It was his effing birthday. What's the dumbest thing you've ever done while baked? My friend and I decided to get baked on some fresh homegrown grass and mix it with vodka and some special brownies. The night started harmless, leaving pizza in the oven for an hour and then throwing the newly burnt charcoal pizza around the living room, destroying a few glasses. The night progressed and I got more baked. I literally learned to freestyle rap. I was so baked. I even recorded one of these freestyles and posted it online. I was so baked I even said the N-word in of these freestyles, as a white dude, thankfully that one was not posted. However, the downfall of the night came abruptly. It was at this point I became so baked that my skin was itchy, my blood was itchy, I was thirsty no matter how much I drank and I could not stand straight. Then I remember having a conversation with my friend for an hour. I heard him respond, only for me to open my eyes and realize he was not there the whole time. However, I blacked out. I do remember this. But apparently my friend's dad came home. Allegedly, I spent 10 minutes straight talking about how much I would love big black PP and me. In descriptive detail, I talked to him about this. The whole time my friend was yelling at me and telling me to shut up, yet I never would. I woke up the next morning, still blazed. I went through my full next day not even drowsy, but literally still baked. I was fully baked the day after too. It was only the day after I regained a sense of coolness. However, the morning after my original adventure I was walking home when I saw an overweight girl who was an acquaintance of mine. We talked and before I knew it I ended up at her house, still baked and trying to live down what happened last night. However, I manned up and effed her. Soon as I nut, I left, and never spoke to her again. Police officers, what's the dumbest thing you've ever seen a criminal do? A guy decided to steal some poor girl's car. It was her first car and she was crushed. Also in the car for some reason was her cell phone. So a colleague who has the gift of talking crap really well calls the number. Dude answers. It goes a little something like this. Cop, mother effer, you stole my girlfriend's car. Bad guy, bitch, I will F you up then F your girl. Cop, bring it mother effer, no cops, no friends, me and you, I'm at the Chevron on Main Street and 5th. I'm calling you out. Bad guy, bitch, I'm on my way. Click. Me, no way has coming. Dude rounded the corner and pulled into the gas station. We hid our cars behind it and then when he parked we boxed him in. He had a firearm too. Effing idiot. On probation, had a loaded arm. Came to us. Another time I was working one busy Saturday night. There was a huge brawl with about 20 brothers in front of a club. So we get there and start grabbing dudes, searching real quick then stuffing M in the nearest car then jumping back into the fray because we were fighting with them too. So it all dies down and immediately we get a call, we gotta go, lights and sirens to it. I ran to my car, nobody in it. Sweet, I get to go. So I jump in my car and I'm hauling lights and siren to this new call for a few minutes, apexing turns. It's 2 a.m. and foggy, not really anyone on the roads. So I'm rolling down this street in the fog with my lights and siren, and I see an object with a hoodie on its head slowly slide up behind me in my rear view. The jail's that way, where you taking me? I was going fairly fast on a straightaway and I nearly effing stacked it up into a pole when I was scared. I jerked the wheel and a little pee came out, I do admit. I pulled over and had to pace a few minutes outside the car to calm down. So the guy was stuffed into my car by some other officer and because he was intoxicated he just laid down on the floorboard, put his hoodie on and passed out. I woke him up by yanking and banking and slamming him into the doors of the car. I took him back to the club and no officer claimed him. So I just took the dude home and we laughed about it the whole way. I told him I totally peed. Who is the most evil person you've ever encountered? In college, I used to hang out at my mom's then boyfriend's law office. He had a spare room that I could go into and do homework in between classes. It worked out well because the office was literally just a block away from campus. Occasionally, he'd need an impartial witness to view last will signings. These were often done in the office and generally a painless affair. Sometimes, though, we had to load up and go to an old folks' home or private residence to sign a new will. The one I remember most was a little old lady who was probably the smallest adult I have ever seen. She was completely bedridden and could really only turn her head to look at you. She spoke in the quietest, softest voice you've ever heard, but was fully aware of what was going on. She explained to us that her eldest daughter, who at the time was the power of attorney for all medical and financial decisions, had taken almost everything from her. All of her savings were gone, anything and everything of value including jewelry, titles and deeds, real estate, you name it. The eldest daughter took absolutely everything. Problem was, everything was spoken for in a signed previous will to be divided equally among all of the old lady's children upon the old lady's death. So the eldest daughter had essentially stolen everything from this sweet old lady, and her siblings, illegally. When the old woman confronted her about it, the eldest daughter lashed out and laid hands on the old lady, and that was why she was bedridden. She wasn't expected to survive long, having been hurt, but she did not press charges on her own daughter. Instead, she had my mom's lawyer boyfriend write the eldest daughter and all of the grandchildren and great-grandchildren from her out of the will entirely, that she had to return and surrender all stolen property to the other two. She would get nothing. I've never been more happy to sign a legal document in my life.
I'm leading my family. I am the youngest of 5 kids. My parents are heavily religious and growing up, everything had to be done perfectly in public to maintain a great social status. I'm different from my siblings as I was never interested in maths and science like they were. I've always been the writer, the painter. I remember once when I was 13, I made a painting of a dove in a snowy field and won first in the competition. I told my parents, who got angry that I had wasted my time with something so worthless when I should have been using the time to study. I still had A's in every class. My mother won't even say more than a few words to me. She always seemed like she hates me and I don't understand. Father burned the painting to remind me of what was truly important before taking all of my art supplies until I showed more responsibility with my time. It's been like this as long as I can remember. I work full-time, and have since I was 15 at McDonald's, stashing every bit of money I could. Father took half my checks as tithing to help teach me what being an adult was like. I applied to several colleges but was told by my parents that they would not be helping me with tuition as they did for my siblings because they thought sending me to college would just be a waste of money. So I got angry. I am so tired of being the black sheep just because I like the arts more than maths and science. And then, I heard them talking when I got up in the middle of the night about the perfect man they'd found who was willing to take me in through our church. I am terrified, and so I'm leaving. I've got some money saved up, a good amount, and I'm leaving the country. I found a job that lets me work remotely doing freelance design work, and I've had my passport since I was a kid because of our family vacations overseas. I'm taking nothing other than a change of clothes, my laptop, and important documents I took out of my father's office. I booked a flight that leaves in 5 hours and I'm never coming back. I'm not even going to take my phone since I'd need to get a new number anyway. My best friend, God bless her, had been the one booking things and getting everything ready since I couldn't tip off my parents. She's also smuggled some of my more important things I can't take to hold on to for me. I'm leaving my family. My friend is completely amazing, she really is. She was ready and waiting for me when I crawled out through my window to meet her even though it was 3 in the morning. She bought my tickets to South Africa. I am in a hotel room. I landed only 2 hours ago after several layovers. Each time I was so worried that customs would decline or deny me entrance, but they didn't. I haven't slept yet, too wired up and twitchy. My hope is to gain citizenship, and I'm almost fluent in Zulu as I've always been a fan of languages. I already have an email from my father, but I haven't opened it yet. One thing my friend did when I met her in the car was that she bought another small suitcase and made me move my things to it before chucking my old one in a dumpster behind Taco Bell. She was worried they may have put a tracker or air tag in the lining of my old one. I was afraid I'd see someone I knew at the airport, but Salt Lake International is massive and I didn't run across anyone. I haven't decided if I should renounce my US citizenship when I gain my new one. Once my brain settles a bit, I'm going to start looking into apartments to get out of the hotel. I also now have emails from my siblings and uncle. I got to chatting with one of the hotel staff. She's about my age and we really hit it off. She went with me to a local shopping center to get some new and better clothes. She also told me to always shake out my shoes every morning just in case. I've started apartment hunting, and it's well within my budget, like super low compared to how sky high it is in the US. It's honestly jaw-dropping. Like $81 for a studio apartment with a loft and kitchenette. Edit. I finally opened the emails, deciding it was best to probably get it over with. My father's email was filled with anger. There is no other way to put it. He said that by taking off irresponsibly like I did cost them the friendship of someone they planned on introducing to me. He never admitted that it was the 53-year-old they'd basically sold me to. Father stated that because of the social relations that had been damaged and impacted by my actions, I owe them approximately $85,000 in reparations. He also claims that he will be taking me to court if I don't pay it in full within 30 days and return home, as I obviously cannot be trusted. I plan to ignore that as I believe him to be bluffing. He ended his email with, "You belong to me, and I won't tolerate such defiance when we've put a roof over your head and taken care of you for your entire life. You were never the child we expected. It's time you make up for your deficiencies. I expect you home within the next 2 weeks." Yeah. No. My siblings were basically copies of my father's email, admonishing me for throwing the efforts of our parents in their faces before running off like a coward unwilling to face the fallout of my actions. I skimmed them honestly, before just deleting them. It's nothing I didn't expect. However, my sister-in-law, she's married to my eldest brother, sent her own email before asking me not to reply as she would be deleting every sign she sent it from her end. She congratulated me on stepping out on my own and getting away from my parents and their demands. She said that she herself hadn't been strong-willed enough to stand up to her parents when they basically betrothed her to my brother. Which makes sense as I remember that they met and then married within 6 months, and even then I thought that was a bit strange. She pleaded with me not to return, and not to reply. That was it. It was a bit unnerving honestly, as I do believe her, and I'm sad that she is stuck the way she is. The last email was from my best friend. She said that the morning after I flew out, my parents had been on their doorstep demanding to see me. Apparently they believed I was hiding with her. They refused to leave, screaming for me to stop pretending I wasn't there. It caused enough of a scene that the police were called, but they only talked to my parents briefly and let them leave. It really angered my friend, who'd wanted them arrested for threats and trespassing. The police only claimed that there wasn't a pattern of behavior that would warrant them being arrested and charged. before just leaving. She didn't know when they realized I wasn't there at her house, but they didn't come back thankfully. However, word has spread of me fleeing the safety of my parents' home and how they wanted me to return as they were concerned and fearful of what may happen with me out on the streets alone. The church ward has actually done searches of the area trying to find me. I don't know what they'll do from here, but they have no idea I left the country, let alone the state. My friend has no plans to say anything, and neither do I. As far as I'm concerned right now, they can live with that state of wondering for the rest of eternity. Update 2, I'm leaving my family. I haven't replied to the emails, but I have saved them and printed copies and laminated them just in case. I will not be renouncing my US citizenship, and my passport is good for another 8 years. I don't hate religion, regardless of what it is or the fact that religion was going to sell me to a 53-year-old man known for roping women but getting away with it due to his ties in the church. Either way, in my eyes, a person's relationship with God is incredibly personal. If a person connects with him via camping, or walks, long drives listening to music, acts of service, that's their choice and it's just as valid in my opinion as sitting in a pew is. Possibly more as they're honest with themselves instead of just putting on a false facade for the public eye. I plan on ignoring any further emails from my family, other than printing them out just in case. They've made several phone calls to my friend who had fun with them. The first time your father called, yelling that I hand you over, I pretended to be cowed and gave him your location. It took him to an adult entertainment club. He came back screaming at how I had embarrassed him. I just hung up on him honestly. She did that each time they called, giving a different location each time. Her favorite was sending my parents to an unclothed beach. My mother passed out apparently. My friend is looking to move and eventually plans to join me but will jump around a bit so that they don't follow her to me. I did finally read my uncle's email, but it was just a copy of my father's with the added comment that he and his fellow cops would be looking for me to bring me home safe before I got myself in trouble and hurt. I am being watchful, and I know better than to wander into dark alleyways and abandoned places. My ex is a pedo. I was in an extremely toxic relationship in my early 20s for a little over 3 years. I remember when my ex first messaged me online, I told him I had never had a boyfriend before and was quite inexperienced, to which he replied that he would be honored to have the chance to be my first. I now realize he had a thing for inexperienced girls. I was completely love-bombed in the beginning. I often said to myself, this feels too good to be true. I was showered with gifts and affection. I experienced all of the hallmark signs of love bombing except I was too naive to recognize it. I was made to feel like I was the most important person in the world. He said he was in love with me after dating for 3 weeks. He said he had never felt this way about anyone before and I believed him. He also had a very high intimacy drive and pressured me to move very quickly intimately. When we would be intimate, which was often rope, he would ask to look at old pictures of me when I was a kid so he could cross the finish line. This was obviously a major red flag but I was too naive to notice. Over time he became extremely emotionally volatile and would constantly ask me for reassurance. I found myself walking on eggshells, unsure of what might trigger a depressive episode. I became extremely depressed and anxious myself and would have panic attacks almost every day. The first incident involved me finding random Facebook pictures of teenage girls on his iPad. I was confused and he explained that this iPad was years old and these pictures were from when he was that age and wanted to jack it. The second incident was when I was using his laptop for something and came across a hidden folder called JB. Inside there were random pictures of teen girls again. I was confused and disgusted. I impulsively deleted everything off his computer. When I confronted him about it, he confessed that he was into something called jailbait and that these were pictures of girls he would jack it to. I was horrified but at the same time, nothing he had done was illegal because they were all clothed pictures that were not adult films in nature. To anyone who at this point is saying I should have called the police, I spoke to a police officer at the time and there was nothing that could be done about it since they were pictures from Facebook. He was hysterical and begging me not to leave him. He said I now knew his secret and threatened to end himself if I told anyone or if I left him because of this. He promised he would get help and he would never look at JB again. He eventually broke up with and discarded me on my birthday after I found him looking up teenage girls on Instagram and confronted him. He claims he broke up with me because he fell out of love with me. Over the years, I've come to realize the reason he broke it off was because keeping me around meant he had to confront his problems. He wanted his secret back. He didn't want me around to make him feel guilty. 1 month after he broke up with me, he quickly moved on to date a girl who was 15. He was living out his sick fantasy. After they eventually broke up after 1 year, she messaged me on Facebook apologizing for ever believing the horrible things he said about me. She said she was an inexperienced V-card owner and he took advantage of that. She told me that he would often keep tabs on my social media profiles and would complain about how happy I looked. It was as if he copied and pasted the experience that I had and did the same with her. I also found out that he was diagnosed with borderline and antisocial personality disorder. He went through with suicide shortly after.
What was your weirdest experience at somebody else's house? My first substance dealer was a guy only known as Smithy. He was always dirty and smelled bad, a sweet guy but terrible hygiene. How he wasn't in prison always bewildered me because he made absolutely no effort to conceal his ways of earning money. He was the perfect first dealer to have as he was dumber than a bag of rocks. You could forget to pay him and he would forget about it himself. Always late, would sometimes give you just the substances without a bag and assume you'd have something to put it in. Once made me meet him in the pub and gave me my green in a used pint glass. It still had foam everywhere and the green looked very old, but it was dirt cheap. He was a man that put me on edge for sure. One time I was buying and he was giving me the vaguest instructions on where to meet. Each time I called he would get even more mad, eventually saying, "Screw it, you can meet me at my flat and then get out." I was half thinking, screw this, I can't be bothered anymore, but I wanted something for a little party. Me and my dad were celebrating the 10-year anniversary of me and him having our first smoke together. Went to his flat, he buzzed me up. Lift broke and I had to walk up 3 floors. I get to the floor below and I can smell the green and think that he is smoking himself. Reach the top floor and realize this man is on cloud 9 eating pizza without a shirt watching adult films. I see a Rottweiler who makes eye contact with me and charges at me. In that moment I froze and just accepted my fate, expecting to get unalived as a consequence for messing this guy around. Dog gets halfway down the hallway and just flops and slides along the wood floor on his back, so he stops at my feet, belly up, tail wagging. This dog was also intoxicated from the ambient smoke and was so chuffed to have some attention. I petted the dog for a minute, collected my green, and he shared a slice of pizza with me. I left him to his movies and continued buying off him until he finally got locked up. Not for dealing but for taking the life of his little brother. What is a very sad truth you have made peace with. I've lost the ability to feel emotions. It's like parts of my brain have been paralyzed and I don't understand. My life is now a disassociated plane, it's not even beating its own drum. It's a flat line. People approach me with something personal expecting me to give them an empathetic or affectionate reaction, but I cannot naturally do that. I've now been outcasted by friend groups, social events, political issues, everything is crumbling. My wife has left me because of this and I do not blame her. I was not affectionate towards her, not because I did not love her, but because my brain could not process what love is. I do not love anyone and have long forgotten what it is like. She took our kids and I did not even argue this, as it is a lot better for them to live with their mother. I have not seen them in years and I do not know if I ever will. Frankly, I do not care. I have a therapist and psychiatrist, and there's nothing more uncomfortable than people with over 20 years of medical and mental health experience getting quiet and losing confidence in how to handle my situation. I search the internet every day for people with my experience of what's happening. I search every day and can't find anything. But I've come to the conclusion that I will never feel the feeling of a cute puppy coming to my arms with such warmth. Or the butterflies I used to get when a pretty woman walked by. It will never be okay, but I've made an acceptance. Taste is my new form of positivity. I don't feel emotions. But I taste good things. I sit down with a plate of food and analyze the flavors, observe every detail. I make every meal count because it's the closest thing to a feeling of emotion I'm going to have. I'm not afraid of passing anymore because I'm at peace with my current hell. Most days I try to stay away from people that would make me want to take them with me. My life is not pretty, emotions are needed, my life is hell. I will live alone and pass alone. This is all my life will ever be and I am at peace with it.
What is perfectly legal, but creepy as hell? Child beauty pageants. My parents put me in a beauty pageant when I was 7. The school reports from my teachers and verbal reports from my parents as well as others around me note that after that whole shtick I became friendlier, more outgoing and more personable. That is not what I remember. I remember being judged by weird and creepy people. Weird men and mothers commenting on how pretty I looked. I remember hearing a man say about me, "Just wait till she's 18, out of earshot of my mother. What I remember is being forced to hold hands with someone's clammy, sweaty hands that always smelled like hair gel. What I remember is the humiliation as I realized I was supposed to walk to the center of the stage to receive my award, and I wasn't supposed to follow the voice that told me to come up. I ended up under the stage where the speakers were very confused, until they said they would like to request for me to come back onto the stage. What I remember is competing against 16-year-olds who were mean and awful to us younger ones. She stole my lunch and I was told I couldn't have more. Nothing happened to her. I was 7, but small enough that I could pass for 5. The bully was 16 and could easily pass for early 20s. I made one friend the whole time, in like 9 months from signing up until the final show, and she was the only good thing about that whole experience. She was like 10, so a bit older than me, and she had options for friends her age if she had wanted them, but she stayed close to me and made sure I was safe because she saw I was the smallest kid around and I was all alone. Then when I started getting a little older I became more of a tomboy. I was 12 at the time. My younger sisters were also put into pageants, and I believe they got runner-up a few times. My mother insisted I do another pageant. Despite me now being a tomboy, she dolled me up in this godforsaken dress, put enough aqua net in my hair to power a third world country, and constantly said stuff like, "Don't bite your nails, that's unladylike. Keep your hands folded in your lap, cross your ankles." When she went to use the bathroom, some gentleman gave me a card to fill out, asking me about my interests so they could interview me on stage. I wrote sharks 3 times. Then, when asked, I went into my 12-year-old spiel about the history of sharks, especially megalodon, all the while tugging at my dress, itching my arms, and throwing in the occasional stutter for effect. My mother sat appalled in the front row. Checkmate, mother. I hate my boyfriend's girl best friend. I got asked out by a distant coworker of mine a month ago and we have been dating ever since. In our conversations of family and friends, he mentioned a friend called Max several times. What I'd gotten so far from his stories was Max was a childhood friend his age. They went to the same college and kept in touch. They had silly traditions. He had some pretty funny stories about his family and friends, so I laughed and shared some of my own. On the fourth date, however, I found out that Max was a girl. I don't know how it never came up. He never said she, mostly referred to her as Max. I don't think he tried to hide that Max was female though. It just never came out. So, I sneakily asked if Max was single, and he said she was and has been for a while now. He was on board with setting up Max with my cousin. I also said something like, "Oh, so she's kind of like your best friend?" "Probably. She's definitely my longest friend," he replied. We continued the rest of the dinner talking about other things. I decided to stalk his social media. He had like 6 pictures on Instagram and 4 of them had comments from a Maxine. So, of course, I stalked hers too. She had a lot of pictures and saved stories with him. Probably 30% of her saved stories were of or with him. One post was of him, sitting across from her at a table at a local cafe. He was smiling towards the camera. The caption said, "Caffeine sessions with my therapist." The next day, he invited me out to lunch and asked me if I want to meet his parents. When he saw my hesitancy, he immediately asked me if I needed more time or if anything was wrong. So I kind of laid it out to him. Told him he was wonderful, but I'm not the type of girl who is okay with girl best friends. He didn't do anything wrong, but perhaps we have different boundaries and I don't want him to lose a 20 years friendship because of a girl he's known for a month. He said he understood where I was coming from. He also said that he could really see us being serious and long-term. He proposed that we continue seeing each other for a bit, meet Max, and if I'm still uncomfortable after 6 months, he'll go low contact with her.
Karen mother attacks me for not giving her son a black belt after 1 day of karate lessons. I teach Kempo karate as a second-degree black belt. I also have an assistant, Kira, a first-degree black belt in her own right. The kids' class I was teaching has just ended when a woman walks in with her son. She says her 13-year-old son wants to take karate lessons, so I shake hands with her and have her sit down with my instructor to fill out the waivers, and get him his GI measurements. Other students file in for the intermediate class and me and Kira get down to business. I take the bulk of the class, around 15 kids, while Kira goes with the new student one-on-one to teach him basic strikes and stances. Not 5 minutes later I hear Kira upset, telling the new boy to do 10 push-ups. Why? He called Kira, who's essentially a volunteer, a effing beach. Karen, the mother, stands up and says her son can't do push-ups, as she doesn't want her son to be sore. Kira lets him do the push-ups on his knees, but not 5 minutes later she makes him do 20 more, since he's now called her a useless dimwit. For reference, Kira is in her early 20s, and the boy is 13. Not to mention there's other parents and kids here as well. It's wholly inappropriate. So I walk over and ask Kira to switch with me. As she does, she gives me the bug eyes and mouths "What the F?" So I walk over and ask the boy why he insulted my assistant Kira. He said he doesn't like girls. When I asked him what he meant, he said he only listens to his dad or other boys. He won't listen to me at all. He needs some discipline. The mother confirms to me, chuckling. As if raising a monster is something to laugh about. When do I get a black belt like you have? The boy asks me. Mind you, he's been punching the air the entire time. This boy is aggressively hyper. Well, it takes quite a while. I've been training since I was 5, and earned my black belt at 21, so it took me a while. I say, "Nah, I don't want to wait that long. I want mine now." He says, his chubby face now red and sweaty from the shadow boxing. The mother motions me over and whispers in my ear. "Do you think you could give him one? Just to make him happy?" "No, sorry, he has to earn one. We aren't a belt factory." "Well, he never gets told no." "I'm sorry, but that's not how we do things here. I have money, I can pay you extra." "No, sorry, we only give belts when they're earned." After several minutes of arguing and conversation that leads nowhere, Karen snaps at me. "I paid you give my son a black belt." She stands up and points a finger in my face. It was so sudden that I reflexively took a step back. "Hey, chill out, lady." Some of the other parents chime in. Before I can reply to Karen, I hear a loud commotion behind me. I hear more parents and students shouting. I turn, and see a new boy laying hands on a girl in the class. Kira is shouting, "Hey, stop." However, this girl that new boy is laying hands on is a purple belt. She loads a front kick and hits the brat boy center, right in his flabby stomach. He shouts and doubles over, now crying. I was so freaking proud of her. "Hey, that little beach hurt my son." Karen runs past me onto the mat and gets in the face of the 14-year-old girl her son just attacked. This girl is already scared and starts to cry, but Karen ups the ante and shoves this girl in the chest with her hand. Kira gets between them and is red-faced and enraged. I immediately rush over and try to defuse the situation, but neither of them are having it. Parents stand up and start shouting. "Keep your hands off my daughter." The girl's father, who was with the other parents, yells at Karen. He starts approaching aggressively but backs off when he realizes me and Kira, both black belts, are by her. Now, you should know something about Kira. She's under 5 foot, less than 110 pounds soaking wet, but she can still kick my butt up and down the mat on any given day. She's fast, accurate, and insanely flexible. She can control her body and perform techniques that I just simply can't. So Kira and Karen get into a shouting match with each other. I tell Karen to leave with your kid and don't come back. Don't you ever lay a hand on any of my students. Do you understand? I raised my voice, and was genuinely mad. F you. My son needs a black belt and you won't give him one. She screams at me. Your son is crazy. He attacked our students. Kira interjects, but this set Karen off, as she reaches and tries to slap Kira in the face. Big mistake. Having had enough, Kira parries the smack and fires an absolutely vicious kick right into the meat of Karen's inner thigh with nothing held back. It was glorious. Karen gasped as she fell onto the mat in a heap. Oh. Oh my god. She held her leg as the brat boy got up and rushed at Kira. I got in front of her and grabbed the boy's wildly swinging arms. I let him tire himself out. One of the parents called the police. After interviewing everyone involved, they determined that Kira and myself acted in self-defense. Neither of us wanted to pursue charges against Karen, but the parents of the girl Karen shoved rightly felt differently about it, so Karen was hauled away in handcuffs. Karen said she'd sue me and Kira in civil court, but since we have legal waivers, here's hoping nothing comes of that. My crazy father assaulted me over casserole. When I was 5, my dad and I decided to get the camper trailer and camp out a weekend with a friend of his. We get there, and I'm invited to play with the other kids, including the 2 boys of the coworker, who were either my age or a bit older than me. There was a nearby creek that was a popular swimming area for the kids. I loved to swim as a kid, and my dad strictly told me to not get close to the creek, because he didn't want me swimming just yet. However, while I was playing with the kids, I ended up tripping on a rock and tumbling into said creek and getting completely drenched. I was a great swimmer, and the creek wasn't really deep, so I wasn't in any danger, but I was afraid my dad would be mad. The coworkers' kids were willing to vouch for me that I fell in by accident. We went to my dad's trailer, and sure enough, he immediately got mad, yelling at me that I wasn't supposed to go swimming. The 2 boys fulfilled their promise to try and defend me, telling my dad it was an accident, only for my dad to tell them both to scram as he dragged me inside. I was tossed into the bathroom with a towel and some dry clothes and told to quickly change. I did so without saying a single word. Even after I did what was told, he was still fuming. We were going to the coworker's trailer for lunch, and my dad threatened me that if I screw up one more time, I'll regret it. At the coworker's trailer, the lunch was some kind of casserole. I was a picky eater, so I already decided I wasn't hungry. But it took one glare of pure anger for my dad to get me to start eating. Within a couple bites I was getting nauseous, and I put the fork down and said I was no longer hungry. My dad flipped. He immediately started screaming at me to eat every bite of the casserole, and that I wasn't leaving that spot until I did so. The coworker, bless his heart, tried to be a mediator by saying I didn't have to eat the food if I didn't like it, and that he has no problem making me a sandwich. My dad told him to shut the F up, and threatened to sock him if he said another word. The next 5 minutes was me bawling my eyes out slowly eating the casserole as my dad was screaming right next to my ear about how he's gonna lay hands on me if I didn't do what he says. 4th bite in, my stomach turned, and I fell off the chair and threw up. I felt him grab me by the hair and drag me to the trailer, me wailing for him to not be mad at me. My dad had a wooden paddle. He swung the first blow of the paddle. He struck me with it until I blacked out. The rest of the story is from my grandmother's perspective. While I was getting stuck, my coworker called my mom in a panic, telling her to go to the campgrounds immediately, fearing for the well-being of myself. My mom and grandma immediately drove from their destination a little over an hour and a half drive to the campground. Unfortunately, my dad stormed out after, and threatened to hurt his coworker and kids if they ever mentioned what they witnessed, and the coworker fled. My mom and grandma pulled up to see my dad sitting on a chair in front of the trailer, still fuming. He immediately told them both that I got what I deserved and I was making him look bad. They both went into the trailer to see me face down, nearly black from bruising. My mom thought I was gone, and it took my grandma finding my pulse to find out that I was still alive. My grandma floored it to the town's police station and my mom stayed behind to make sure my dad didn't try to hurt me any further. That's when I regained conscious, and saw my grandma driving off. Thing is, my dad had no remorse for what he did until the cops were involved. He went inside and laid out a sob story about how he didn't mean to hurt me like that and, Dad always loves you bud. Being the innocent kid I was, I believed him, but now I know it was just a lie to relieve himself of guilt. I wish I could say that he went to prison and I never had to deal with him again. But that wasn't the case. My mom did have plans to fully divorce him and hold all charges on him, but when she visited him in the county jail, he thoroughly convinced her that she couldn't afford the divorce and that my brother and I can't survive without him, not to mention how she would be a social outcast for being a single mom. He also laid it thick that even in the case she got her kids away from him, my dad would not rest until he unalived her and took my brother and I to where nobody would ever see us again. My mom tried to remain brave but the threats worked, mostly due to how he was back to having no remorse over what he did to me. He was just upset he got caught. So my mom dropped the charges and she still lived with him until I was turning 11. However, the whole family was well aware of what he did, and they made it clear if he hurt me like that again, or hurt my mom and brother like that, they will not hesitate to call the cops. The only thing that managed to do was make my dad much smarter about how to hurt us, sticking more to scaring the daylights out of us and making us feel like accidents who nobody loves with his words. As for how he is today, he's not as aggressive as he used to be, but he's become even more heartless and unfiltered on his words, and continues to believe that he does no wrong, and even has the right, to hurt his kids, even when said kids are now adults. My sister attacked my wife, and my mom is holding our financial documents hostage because of it. My wife and I have been together since December 2019. Ever since then, we have had nothing but problems with my family, particularly my mom and my one sister, as well as occasionally my brother, sister-in-law, and dad. My wife and I have talked multiple times in the past few years about whether we feel like it has gotten to the point of us needing to go no contact, but haven't pulled the trigger quite yet. This past weekend, however, and the aftermath, are having us seriously consider it. My wife and I were asked to help with a home project for my brother and sister-in-law's new house. The only supplies that were brought for said project was one single paint sprayer, and one single roll of painting tape, even though we had 7 people at various points who were there to help. My wife, my mom, my sister-in-law, and I started taping up the parts that needed covering, and my brother started painting behind us. There wasn't a whole lot to tape, so once we finished there wasn't anything to do other than sit around and wait. Eventually my sister starts painting, and my wife and I decide around 7 p.m. that it would probably be smart to try to order food for everyone. My wife is with one group on one side of the year talking about food orders, and I am on the other side with my mom and sister. My wife heard them yelling, and was concerned that something was happening, so she came over and asked what was going on. Here is a play-by-play of this conversation. Sister, hands me paint sprayer, your turn. Me, oh, okay. I thought I was supposed to go get food? Sister, too bad. Mom, I did ask you to help paint. Me, well, I did help tape. Mom, well, I didn't ask you to help tape, I asked you to help paint? Didn't I? Me, I suppose. Wife, what are you guys yelling about? Mom, oh, we were just giving him crap. Wife, oh, okay, it just sounded like yelling. Sister, he can talk to his family. Without you. It's none of your effing business. Wife, huh? Sister, you have no right to be a effing beach to my mom, it's none of your business, and he can talk to his family without you around. Wife, I was just asking a question about my husband, is there a problem with that? Sister, you don't get to talk to my mom like that, you beach. Wife, again, I was asking a simple question about my husband. Sister takes a couple steps towards wife walks towards sister, sister is literally centimeters from wife's face, wife places her hand on sister's chest and tells her to back off, and then sister starts swinging. Basically, my sister started swinging on my wife, and my wife put her hands up to block her face and accidentally landed a blow on my sister in the face. After this, I pulled my sister back, and my wife stepped back. My sister was yelling things like she hurt me, call the cops, etc. After my sister eventually seemed to calm down, I let her go, and she lunged at my wife again, and this time got a swing in. I pulled her back again, and then my brother and sister-in-law walked up and started yelling at my wife. Sister-in-law says that my wife is making them look like trash to their new neighbors, and my brother tells us to get off his property. My mom started yelling at my wife, telling her she was being a beach, and that she had no right to come at her like that, even though my wife hadn't even moved yet from the spot where she was standing. Fast forward, over the past few days we have gotten many text messages and phone calls. The gist of those is basically continuing to blame my wife, and telling me that I am a terrible brother, son, and uncle. Additionally, we need some old tax forms for some financial paperwork we need to fill out, and while my wife's parents sent those to us as soon as they were able, my parents are holding them hostage and flat out refusing to give them to us. I was told that I would have to drive an hour to their house to retrieve them, and have a conversation with my mom, and that my wife was not welcome to this conversation. Additionally, my wife is no longer welcome in their house. When we called and asked if my mom could please just email them to us, we need them, her exact response was maybe. Withholding our financial documents feels like it should be a last straw for me, but it's really hard, and I want to make the right choice.
I unalived my baby and my boyfriend's family hates me. I found out I was pregnant a month ago. I've been on birth control since I was 15. Everything was going perfect. 6 weeks ago I missed my period by 10 days. This wasn't normal. I originally started the pill because of my irregular period. I couldn't stop thinking about it. On the way to class that morning, I grabbed 3 pregnancy tests from the campus bookstore. I sat my coffee and breakfast sandwich outside the bathroom door and went in. I've never taken a pregnancy test, but I've always heard the phrase pee on a stick, so I opened all 3 and used them at the same time. I waited 3 minutes and washed my hands, grabbing each of the tests in a paper towel. All 3 of them were positive. I cried. I dry heaved. I wanted to pass out on the bathroom floor. I called my boyfriend and he was as excited as ever. I was panicking, saying we weren't ready for a baby, how I couldn't stay in school and work with a newborn, how I would lose everything. I'm not ready, I don't want children right now. He started to say how I was selfish, and would just have to put my classes and whatnot on hold until the baby was old enough to go to daycare. That made me nauseous. I told him I was coming home and he met me there. He held me and cried, saying how happy he was. I felt so disgusted with myself for knowing I didn't want this baby after seeing him cry like that. I wanted to try and keep the baby for him. I thought about having the baby and just leaving him with it. I thought about disappearing and never having the baby. After a few days I had to ask what he thought of me getting rid of the baby. He told me he would hate me, he would never speak to me again. He laid into me, going on and on about me being selfish, evil, and immature for even thinking something like that. We got into a huge argument from there and I made him leave. He broke my TV and my favorite vase. I cried for days, begging him to take me back. He said I would if I kept the baby. Needless to say, he didn't take me back. I spent every night after that drinking bottle after bottle. I miscarried on a Thursday. Thought I had a really bad stomach bug until I saw the blood in my toilet. My neighbor took me to the hospital, where my now ex's sister works. He showed up with my mom, his mom and his dad. While she half hugged me, his mom and dad made comments about how I probably did this on purpose considering I didn't want the baby anyway. I just kept my mouth shut. My mom asked if they were here to support me or their son, and if they weren't here for me they should just leave. They started arguing and eventually it got loud and security escorted everyone out, but not before my ex and his family could start shouting at the top of their lungs how I'm an evil person.
My girlfriend humiliated me and I want to break up with her. I have been with my girlfriend Carly for 4 years and I wanted to marry this woman, until last night. Carly has been under more stress from work and family during the last few months. Her dad has cancer and it hasn't been easy on her. She's been drinking more and more, and while I don't mind her drinking, it's how she gets when she's intoxicated is where I begin to have issues. She has a tendency to get pretty mean and say some awful things, talking about my appearance or how small my PP is. She makes me feel like I'm not enough for her emotionally or in the bedroom. She is almost always apologetic the next morning, and will spend the next few days after that trying to fix things, but will turn around and do it again when she drinks. It really came to a head last night when I took her and her friend out to a local bar that's popular. I volunteered to be their DD for the night. She's driven intoxicated before and I didn't want her to make that choice again. I told her that I didn't want her to drink too much tonight, and she agreed that she wouldn't. The bar was packed when we got there, so we all went and sat at the bar and ordered some food and drinks. They were enjoying themselves and I watched the game while they drank and enjoyed themselves. I got up and went to the bathroom, and when I came back, I noticed my girlfriend was getting loud and her friend screamed PP sleeve while laughing. She then said, as I walked up and was in earshot, that her ex was the biggest she had and she missed it. I pretended not to hear it, because I knew she was getting intoxicated. I touched her back and sat down at the bar again, before the guy sitting at the table grabbed both our attention and asked us if I was the PP sleeve guy, and I immediately felt like I was going to be sick. These guys are laughing at me and I asked Carly if she was serious. She kept laughing. So I just grabbed my keys and walked out. I left both her and her friend there at the bar and I drove home. I immediately packed up my essential stuff and I went to stay with a close friend for a few days. I didn't get any texts from Carly until about an hour after I left them there, asking where I was. I then got a bunch of missed calls and texts that weren't anything but angry. I answered one call and she was still slurring her words and I heard she was still in the bar, so I hung up and turned off my ringer. I woke up to a stream of apology texts and more missed phone calls. She apologized and said she messed up and was wondering when I was coming home, that I satisfied her and that I'm more than enough for her, that she'll make this right if I come home. My girlfriend humiliated me and I want to break up with her. I drove back to our apartment to get my stuff and my cat the next morning. My ex Eva came with me. My ex and I are childhood friends and Carly knows this. I told Eva to wait in the car and I would text her when I needed help with things. I walked in the apartment and Carly was sitting on the couch crying. She saw me and ran over to hug me. She immediately started apologizing. She said she was sorry and that she knew she messed up, that her friend told her what she said. I asked her if she cheated on me. She immediately said no and offered up access to everything of hers. I told her that's not what I wanted. She told me that she didn't mean what she said, that I'm more than enough for her and she only knows she said the thing about her ex because her friend told her. She said that definitely wasn't true, that she didn't miss him at all and I'm the man she wants to marry. I told her that how she humiliated me was something I just can't get over, that her addiction and how she treats me when she's intoxicated has decimated any romantic feelings I've had. She said she understood, and that she was sorry for everything. The pain in her voice, I knew she was remorseful. I told her that I needed to go no contact for a while, that even though I still love her because we spent years together, with many positive memories, that she needs help and I can't continue on like this. She was crying the entire time. I gave her a hug and I told her that I hope we can reconnect one day, but that she needs to work on herself and clean herself up for herself, and only her, not for anyone else. I texted Eva and I told Carly that Eva was letting me crash and that she's been supportive. Carly was okay with this. I told Carly that I'll pay the last 2 months rent on our lease, then it's on her to find a new place or to renew the lease herself. Eva thought it was a good idea, in her words, so she knows even more what she lost in me. I don't mind, I already budgeted for it anyway. We got back to Eva's and I honestly felt free. I went to block Carly's number and I saw she sent me some texts, not trying to fight for me back, but just saying how I helped her and saying that she was sorry for everything. She said that she's going to take my advice and that she wishes the best for me. I did screenshot the text, but I deleted the message itself. Eva said that we should celebrate, and she made us some Bloody Marys. We turned on some music. Eva and spent time drinking and talking about memories we had. Eva and I began to talk about more personal things. She was way more hammered than me and she kissed me. I was into it for a few seconds before my brain took over and I pushed her away. I told her she's too out of it and she doesn't know what she's doing. I helped her get to bed and I crashed on the couch. I woke up to my cat jumping on me and Eva was making bacon in the kitchen. Before I even opened my mouth, she said that she was sorry about last night, that she knew better and that she didn't mean to make me uncomfortable. I told her she didn't and that I only stopped it because she was intoxicated. We kissed again in the kitchen and we went out to dinner that night. I paid for it to thank her and things actually got spicy when we got back that night. It was honestly the best I've felt in bed in a long time. I think she was just stroking my ego, but she said it was the best she's had in years with anyone. My confidence is through the roof right now.
My entitled sister made a degrading speech at my wedding. I got married last month. Me and my husband chose to have a child-free wedding, no kids under 13. The only exception to this was my sister-in-law's daughter who turned 13 a week after the wedding. My half-sister Emma and I aren't close and have a complicated family life, as my dad cheated on my mom with her mom. But we have a good enough relationship and I invited her to the wedding. Emma has a 10-year-old daughter. She asked if she could bring her daughter, but I said sorry no. She tried to use my sister-in-law's daughter as an example and insisted a lot, but I kept saying no. Eventually I thought she understood. Emma came to the wedding by herself, and during the reception, we had an open speeches part where people could come up and say a few words. At the end, Emma said she wanted to say something, so we let her. It started off normal. She congratulated us on our wedding and all that, but then made some really passive-aggressive comments about her daughter not being invited, and that I'm apparently an elitist for having this type of wedding and care more about looks. We were shocked. My husband quickly went up to move everything along, but obviously everyone was listening. I confronted her there, but she was leaving and I didn't want to make a scene, so I brushed it off in front of everyone else. Later me and Emma had a massive argument. I called her an entitled bitch who thinks the world revolved around her and her kid, and she's not special. She was pretty mad and upset and said she was just telling the truth to everyone. This made the rounds within friends and family, and people were torn. I've got some people saying I'm wrong for lashing out at Emma and not inviting her daughter.
What is the trashiest thing somebody has done at your family Thanksgiving? Years ago, when electric ice cream makers were relatively new, for Thanksgiving my wife's family decided that rather than have people bake dessert, after dinner we would all instead make homemade ice cream. We used good ingredients and made some really high quality ice cream. It was fun and all of the kids enjoyed it a lot. But when we were done making the ice cream, my wife's aunt put the ice cream aside and proceeded to pull out some crappy store brand ice cream to serve the kids. They explained that the homemade ice cream was only for the adults. The kids just got store-bought ice cream because they can't appreciate the good stuff anyway. Maybe that was true. But regardless, the kids really wanted to eat the homemade stuff simply because they made it themselves. They were really put out. Some tears were shed. I spoke up and said, don't be heartless, let the kids have the stuff they made, give them at least a little bit. My wife's aunts refused to listen, gave me stick about how you don't understand, you don't have kids, and I was like, yeah, but I was a kid and I know how crappy I would feel, but they put their foot down and said no, there wasn't enough to go around, the kids eat the crappy ice cream. If you want them to have some so badly, then you can share your portion with them. I said alright then, okie dokie, that's what I'll do. So when I went to serve myself, I got a big salad bowl and filled the thing all the way to the top, grabbed 6 spoons and then went and sat at the kids' table, and we all just pigged out on my portion. There was hardly any left, so what did the adults have to do? Pull the crap ice cream out of the fridge and eat that instead, sulking and at the same time trying to maintain their dignity. It was pretty much an angry silence for the next hour until we left. I was worried my wife was going to be mad and tell me off once we got in the car, but instead she laughed her butt off and told me she loved me.
My husband has a gym girlfriend and refuses to let her go. On Father's Day I noticed my husband texting and smiling with someone, ignoring or not seeing me when I invited him to the table for breakfast. I got closer so he could notice me and saw he was texting an unknown woman. We've been married for 4 years and have a preschooler and a 1-year-old, and our relationship has been strong up to this point. I didn't bring it up besides asking who is that? Since my mom was in town visiting. When I mentioned it later, I said I didn't know making friends of the opposite intimacy and not saying anything was okay for us. He didn't volunteer anything, but when pressed further mentioned that he'd been working out with her, which I know is 4 days a week for 3 hours before work most mornings. He ended up admitting he didn't tell me about her because he knew I'd be mad, moreover that he'll be working out with whoever he wants. Fast forward several one-sided, vulnerable conversations, and 2 months after a lot of feeling sick to my stomach and sleepless nights, I finally laid it out. I didn't give him an ultimatum, I simply told him I can't sleep, that I feel heartbroken and constantly concerned. That if I was doing the same he'd feel awful. And crickets ensued. I asked how long it was going to last and was met with, there's no sign-up sheet in the gym. I told him I can't imagine continuing our relationship feeling like this and needed to know in words how he felt. He reported feeling the same, that I'm his wife and he loves me. My boundary is unacknowledged and so far, unenforced. It's not that I think he's put his PP in her yet, it's that he won't budge or say anything knowing I'm hurting. Edit. I found texts on his phone and they confirmed he indeed has been sleeping with her. I'm filing for divorce.
Have you ever got revenge on a terrible boss? I worked in a pastry shop. To work there, my boss promised me 8 hours a day except Mondays and Thursdays and €700 a month, obviously all off the books. Although I had some resentment about working illegally, I accepted anyway because I needed some money. The first day of work, I was there for 11 hours. From 5:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. and then from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. I thought it was normal since it was my first day, even if in reality some doubts came to me right away because all the others had been there as much as me and for them it was certainly not the first day. The situation continued to be this, hours ranging from 10 to sometimes 13 hours a day. Furthermore, for 2 weeks in a row, on Monday we instead worked with the schedules of the other days even though it was a half day. At the end of the month, I asked for my well-deserved salary and my boss got angry telling me that I was only thinking about money when in reality I hadn't even asked him to pay me for the multiple hours of overtime. He then told me that he would pay everyone at the end of the first week of the following month. The following day, after working as usual for 11 hours, at the end of the shift he called me aside telling me that since I had been presumptuous I had to show up for work on Thursday even though it was my day off. Obviously I got angry and replied that I had worked much longer hours than those agreed and that I would not show up for work on my day off, and so I did. Thursday came and I didn't show up, ignoring hundreds of calls from my boss and his wife. The next day, I showed up for work regularly and was severely reprimanded and then sent home for bad behavior. He told me that we would meet on Sunday to give me the money and then I didn't have to show up again. So Sunday arrived and showed up with €300, telling me that I had done little this month and that I hadn't been respectful towards him and his business. I got very angry and also went to call my father, who was waiting for me in the car. The two almost came to blows. So I took my father and we left, saying it wasn't over there. I kept in touch with some of my colleagues with whom I had established a good relationship and who also worked illegally. They told me that, the next day, he had bad-mouthed me, saying that I was a person without any form of respect and dignity. They had witnessed the scene the previous Friday and were speechless. They thought I had to do something and not let me walk on my head like this. And they were right. So I decided to do something that no one has ever had the courage or the will to do, or rather go to finance to denounce the fact that he made most of his employees work illegally and that he exploited them by underpaying them. Obviously not alone, but with my colleagues, who were also tired of being exploited, to support me. So we decided on a day and time for a pop check and waited. The agreed day was Saturday morning from 9 to 10, the day and time when there was usually more workload. It goes without saying that, contrary to what is thought of in Italy, sometimes justice works, and that day finance with a surprise check discovered the whole situation and immediately closed the business. Subsequently, the owner as well as my former boss was investigated and sentenced to a few years in prison. The business was seized and now his family is having to pay more than €1 million in tax evasion.
Parents, have you ever traumatized your kid? My husband and I had been waiting to do a family vacation until our youngest daughter was old enough to be able to participate and have some fond memories. When she turned 6 earlier this year, we decided we would all go to Disney and Universal. Everyone was really excited. Now, everyone in our family loves roller coasters, except our youngest daughter. She is scared of everything. She's scared of the dark, she's scared of heights, she's scared of bugs, she's scared of planes, etc. The roller coaster fear is rational, as once I went on one with her at our local theme park, and even though it was a small roller coaster, it malfunctioned and we were suspended in the air for a very short time. Regardless, she was scared and was kind of traumatized for a while and has had a fear of roller coasters ever since. We figured this would be okay, because the oldest daughter could watch the youngest while we went on roller coasters if she was too scared to ride. This plan fell apart very quickly. Our oldest had some friends that were also visiting the theme parks, so she just went off on her own without taking no for an answer. That left my husband and I to constantly have to trade off watching the youngest, even though she's very tall for her age and could ride almost every roller coaster in the park. She refused because she was terrified. I got sick of this pretty quickly. I want to be able to ride roller coasters with my husband and kids together and not have to wait on the sidelines for ages only to not even be able to ride because I have to watch a kid that's too scared. Eventually I told the youngest that she has to ride the roller coaster with us or she wasn't allowed to ride any more rides and that she would be stuck in the hotel for the rest of the vacation and wouldn't be allowed to do anything else. She agreed to go on a coaster through a hissy fit, but we had to practically drag her kicking and screaming. She cried the whole time. Threw up, now she won't eat, and now she won't even go on any rides at all. We had to go back to the hotel and the rest of the holiday was basically ruined. I called her ungrateful because so many kids would unalive to have this opportunity, and she ruined the holiday for everyone else. I said she's not a baby anymore and she needs to grow up and try new things. We're all stuck in the hotel now, so that's an entire day of fast passes that just got wasted. My husband babies our youngest as she fidgets with her sling key to calm down, and he isn't talking to me much now.
My creepy neighbor wants to watch my baby while I'm gone on vacation. So I have an absolutely adorable 18-month-old little girl, Jane. She's the light of my life. I live about 1,000 miles from my family in a relatively touristy area, and when I go back to visit for holidays I take her with me. While I was talking with my neighbor about the upcoming trip I was taking in February and how my cousin had asked to use my place when I was gone. My cousin and I are extremely close and he has watched Jane for me in the past. I agreed to let him use the house on the condition that my cousin looks after Jane for me, as this time I am not bringing her due to personal reasons. My cousin agreed as she loves Jane and can't wait. While my neighbor was a bit offended that I wouldn't ask him to, he claims he'd be just as good as my cousin to take care of my little girl. But he said some things when we're over that just make me uncomfortable, about how overweight my little girl is and how I should let her go outside, and if he was looking after her he'd let her go outside and play. The thing about my neighbor is, he is a nice guy but he is on parole. I know him well enough to have a conversation about a holiday, but definitely not close enough to trust him with my baby. I told him this and he seemed a little offended and told me to think about my offer. The weird thing is, he can also be a bit creepy. I have seen him look at Jane from a distance sometimes for a little too long for my liking and has complimented her pupil eye necklace to me sometimes. Although I trust he would not hurt her, I had a weird feeling about it. Also, it stresses me out thinking he could have his door open and Jane could run off. I brought this up to my parents and my dad sided with me, claiming my guts were never wrong. However, my mom thinks my neighbor would be fine and doesn't see the problem, and I'm being a jerk for feeling uncomfy. I told her he is a 60-year-old man I don't know and neither does Jane, but she still insists. Also, Jane is an adorable bluff pinky orange cat.
My mother-in-law is furious that we won't tell her I'm pregnant, even though she only dreamt about my pregnancy. My husband and I have been trying to have a baby for over a year. I've had 3 miscarriages all at or before 6 weeks. When we told my mother-in-law, she said, in a phone call, after I explained we were heartbroken, I don't think my son is that broken up about it. Why are you even sad? Most people wouldn't have known they were pregnant at 6 weeks. So to say I don't want to tell her much about my fertility is an understatement. We didn't tell her about the last 2 miscarriages for obvious reasons. Fast forward a little bit. Mother-in-law had a dream that I was pregnant a while ago. Apparently the last time she had a dream like that it was her first grandchild. So I'm a little unnerved and nervous at the same time. She asks, non-stop, "Are you pregnant? You're going to tell me you're pregnant, right?" The problem is that her dream was right. 2 weeks later I turned out to be pregnant. Fast forward to now. I'm graduating college in a few weeks and am having a graduation party. I invited everyone in my husband's family except my brother-in-law, father-in-law, and mother-in-law. This is because my brother-in-law tried to lay hands on me because I told him he couldn't come upstairs to my husband's floor without calling or texting us because he's seen me unclothed and almost walked in on us having intimacy a few times. Frankly, it happened so much that it seemed intentional. When I confronted him in front of my father-in-law, brother-in-law swung at me and called me a beach. Father-in-law did nothing but say don't call her a beach. He didn't try to stop him from hurting me because it'd be an assault on an adult and I could get arrested. Fantastic. I have complex regional pain syndrome which makes the right side of my body weak, so I thought I was going to die. My mother-in-law and father-in-law said I deserved to be swung at and that I shouldn't have said no because brother-in-law has bipolar disorder. Another reason is that they have used my PTSD triggers against me many times. Told me they were glad I miscarried 3 times so they wouldn't have to take care of it, and asked me why was I so sad that I miscarried? My husband and I bought our own house in September so we aren't around them anymore and have gone into low contact with them. We tried before we moved to get them to understand what they did was wrong, but they doubled down instead. Now on to my husband's grandfather. He emailed me that he knows my mother-in-law and father-in-law didn't get an invitation and that I should bury the hatchet and correct this oversight because he's dealt with this before and I should so love. So I called him to explain all that was above because we had been holding off on telling him. I told him frankly, I am terrified to be around them. He said I need to be the bigger person. He said that he accepts my reasoning but I really need to think on this and not drive them away. This is because of how he had to deal with his wife's parents and they didn't talk for 6 months. They made me out to be a horrible person and that I should go away forever. I almost did and none of my reasoning is good enough for him. I don't feel like he really understands and wants me to just suck it up even though I have so many nightmares about this. I really miss my husband's grandmother because she would get it and she understood my triggers. She was the only one in his family that understood and accepted me. My mother-in-law is furious that we won't tell her I'm pregnant, even though she only dreamt about my pregnancy. I finally graduated and only my grandfather-in-law showed up. Mother-in-law is trying to make amends with me a bit but it still hurts to be around her. Father-in-law demanded an invitation for my husband but he had a spine thankfully. On to the better news, my husband and I found out we're pregnant again after 2 rounds of UI. I found out the week of final classes, because my child is as dramatic as me. My husband and I are giving mother-in-law one more chance to get her crap together and get to know me as a person and not just as her son's wife that she hates being around. It's going okay. Sister-in-law in the other state is telling off my husband already for eating my food or not getting me the things I ask for. I love her. My father-in-law and brother-in-law are completely cut off by me. I have now told grandfather-in-law and mother-in-law that I and the baby will not be around them as to not stress me out with the baby. I made something up about PTSD panic attacks having an increase of miscarriages. Frankly, the stress probably does. Husband told father-in-law and brother-in-law that I won't be around but hasn't worked up the courage to tell them they will not have any connection to the baby. I am not going to let them treat my kid horribly. We're also conveying that if anyone decides they want to break our boundaries they get no contact with the baby too. My husband is growing a strong spine by being so protective of me and the baby. He doesn't want the baby messed up and is really starting to be good and loyal. I do still have to remind him that we have to be of the same kind, so no saying well at some point I'd like father-in-law to meet the baby to his mom. Edit. It has been a month or so and it turns out my PTSD just boils down to hurt feelings. At least that's what my husband's family tells me. As I sit here 22 weeks pregnant with my PTSD worse because of it and with no meds because the baby can't have those meds, I feel like no one cares about what I went through. It doesn't matter that I somehow got the courage to go to the first family event in months. All that matters is that I sat at the kitchen island, away from the main table, with my husband and brother-in-law because there was no other seating. Because of this I didn't turn around to talk to the table, nor did my husband and brother-in-law, because we were eating. My sister-in-law's husband took it upon himself to tell my husband and I that I could at least converse with them. 1. I had just been talking with other cousins and his son. 2. They stayed very close to father-in-law and I already felt like I was dying. Sister-in-law's husband told me I know there are hurt feelings but you have to make an effort. These are my reasons for hurt feelings why I'm traumatized by father-in-law. He used my CPTSD and CRPS against me to win arguments on at least 3 separate occasions even when being told not to before, during or after. He said he was glad I miscarried because then he wouldn't have to take care of the kid. He acted like I was a child that needed to obey him. Talked down to me. My husband and I are trying to come up with ways for him to talk to his family because they've gone too far with denying my PTSD this time. After I told my husband I wished to just step out in traffic, he had enough. It also was the vivid stillbirth nightmares and the uncontrollable panic attacks yesterday. Update 2. My mother-in-law is furious that we won't tell her I'm pregnant, even though she only dreamt about my pregnancy. I'm 38 weeks pregnant and my mother-in-law just won't stop. My husband's sister has been trying to help me and telling me that the whole family is here for us, but it just doesn't seem like it. I'll give you some examples of what mother-in-law has done. I scheduled an induction for 39 weeks because my baby will kick or sit on my womanhood nerve, causing me to pass out without warning several times. They also like to sit on my CRPS nerves, causing my leg to either go limp, numb, or feel like it's being ripped apart by a lion. I told mother-in-law the date and she started questioning me and making me feel guilty for doing an induction. When I try to involve her in stuff, it has to be her way. Not what's most helpful for me or my husband. I said I needed help meal prepping after Costco. She said she could only help by helping me make the grocery list for Costco. Mother-in-law has demanded a list of things to help me after my husband goes back to work. I've said I'll try, but I have no brain cells and she acts like I'm pushing her out. Like if she was actually going to be helpful and do as asked I would, but good lord. She talked to my husband and I separately and together multiple times after being told no, about how we need to rehome our dog because he was a stray and is still being trained. The dog is fine, he doesn't hurt anyone, and I've had dogs around babies and kids and grew up with several and trained them. Any kind of opinion she has must be followed with, well, that's just my opinion and I made it known, so I won't say it again. Then we'll tell you it again the next 3 times you see her. She says I start things my husband is just defending me, setting a boundary for me, or saying no for me. This list is just stuff she's done in the past 2 months. I'm just fully done with her. She doesn't listen to my husband and I'm just trying to not start fights. Edit. I had the baby and we are home. Safe and sound. He was born by a C-section Saturday and had to stay in the ICU for a few days. It was all very painful and traumatic for me. The baby came out gray and was touch and go all night and I could only have my husband go and video call from the ICU to see him. Mother-in-law didn't visit at all in the hospital. Which I thought was odd, but I attributed it to no one except my husband and I could see the baby. I kept asking when his mom should come over to see the baby since we were going home, and husband said he'd figure it out or he's thinking about it. I told him I was going to just text his mom to come over and he said don't. Like very sternly. Last night I got it out of him. Turns out, she had taken my husband out to breakfast the morning after I got myself ready to see the baby for the first time. While at breakfast they were talking about how the baby was doing and when she would meet the baby and such. Mother-in-law has decided she isn't going to meet the baby without father-in-law, who she is divorced from and is a PTSD trigger for me. Father-in-law has been banned from being around the baby until I am comfortable being around him. My husband put his foot down hard. He also didn't want to tell me as I have already been so emotionally out of whack and he didn't want to make it worse. So now we're having other family members meet him and she isn't. She's dying on this hill, y'all.
Don't clean the rags I used to wipe my butt. When I was growing up, my mother was very particular about teaching us to clean properly down there. We were taught that after you're done using the rag to wipe your butt in the shower, just toss it in the corner of the shower, and my mother would pick them up while doing laundry. I understand to some people this may seem a little strange, but it's just how things were in my house. My wife and I have been married for 11 years, and she has known about this habit of mine since we were still dating. I managed to hide it from her for the first few months, but she kept asking why I never showered at her apartment, so I eventually confessed. The look on her face was absolutely priceless. I work 60 hours a week running my online business while she's a stay-at-home mother, so she does all the housework. Lately, she's been asking me to clean up my butt rags, because she's tired of having to deal with them. I told her if she wants me to do laundry instead of dishes, I can clean them up, but if not, cleaning up the shower rags are part of laundry duties. This argument has been going on for weeks now, and it all boiled over this morning after I took my shower. I came down for breakfast, and my wife asked me if I cleaned up my butt rag. I told her if she was planning on doing the dishes after breakfast, I would be more than happy to take care of laundry today. We bickered back and forth for a few minutes, and that's when our 6-year-old daughter piped up with, "I'll clean up daddy's butt rags for you, mommy." I burst out laughing, but my wife went ballistic. She told me I should be ashamed of myself thinking that this was funny, and got even more mad when I suggested our youngest is now old enough to start earning some money for doing chores, anyway, so why not? We pay our son to do yard work, and my other daughter gets paid to clean the windows, so our youngest would want to start earning her own allowance eventually, right? My wife flat out said under no circumstance will she allow our child to clean up my butt filth, and then went out for a jog. She's been gone for almost an hour, and I'm getting a little worried now because she's not responding to my texts. What's an unusual fact that most people don't know? When someone gets a kidney transplant, they generally just cram the new one in and don't take out the old ones. So the person ends up with 3 kidneys. More eels swim out of the Bermuda Triangle than swim into it. Pink used to be a masculine color. During the height of the British Empire, the soldiers in the far reaches of the world donned their red coats in battle and patrol. The newer recruits would look especially sharp with a bold red color. The rugged war heroes, though? Their coats were faded and worn into more of a pink color. If you saw a guy wearing a pink coat, odds are they have stories to tell with a 1,000-yard stare. This became a desirable thing to show off your experience and grit. Hence pink was associated with combat prowess and ruggedness, and became a masculine color during that time. MC Donald's engineered bubblegum flavored broccoli in an attempt to get kids to eat more vegetables. They still didn't want to eat it. The Korean people have an enzyme that makes us have dry earwax and a propensity to lack body odor. For the first 20 years of my life I had no idea why my earwax was flaky when everyone else's was more like a jam or paste and why I didn't have to wear deodorant. Medical students commonly learn how to administer pelvic exams by practicing on unconscious patients, often without first obtaining an explicit yes from patients to do so. While 21 states currently have laws that require teaching hospitals to obtain consent from patients to participate in this educational experience. If you were to scale an atom of average mass to the size of our solar system, where the nucleus is the sun, then the space between the nucleus and the orbiting electron field would be about 16 times farther than the distance between the sun and Pluto. Now imagine all the atoms around you. Basically everything you think is solid is actually mostly empty space. I'm attending a family vacation that my girlfriend was excluded from for not being rich enough. My family typically goes on 2 yearly vacations. My favorite out of these has always been going down the Cape. Our family friends own a house there, so our families will drive down in late July or early August and spend a week there together. Some of my first tastes of freedom, independence, and coming-of-age experiences were on the Cape, allowed to roam freely with my best friend Matthew. I got the okay from Matthew's parents to invite my girlfriend along, and had planned to introduce her to everyone on the trip. But after I invited her, she started acting strange. She was weirdly fixated on it, is the best way I can describe it. She was constantly talking about how excited she was for it and how she had never been there. She then asked about how expensive it was and was fascinated by how expensive it was. It was giving weird vibes, so I spoke with mine and Matthew's parents and arranged an earlier meeting so they could get a feel for the situation. They agreed that the vibes were weird. I don't know how much of it was influenced by her being something akin to a tourist considering she moved 2 years ago, but it was just bizarre. Matt in particular was pretty put off by it and we agreed it was best if she didn't come this year. The result was not a positive reaction. I told her we overestimated the amount of space and that we couldn't accommodate her this year. She started talking about plans she and I could make instead during that week, but I clarified that I was still attending. A switch flipped after that. She basically accused us of looking down on her because she wasn't as rich as us and that she was allowed to be excited. She also said that I never should have invited her if I just wanted more alone time with Matthew. This has left an even more sour taste in my mouth. I saved my life using a shoelace. I survived a plane crash by using my shoelace to stop myself from bleeding out. Yes, this is my bad beach story. Also the most traumatic thing to ever happen to me, but character development I guess. Back in 2017, I was on a vacation trip to Thailand with my family because we were bougie like that and honestly just wanted an escape from the monotony of effing Wyoming. Ever wonder what's in Wyoming? Jack poop. Don't go there. Anyways, suddenly midway through the flight, we hear a loud bang. Almost as loud as my current girlfriend's moans when I bang her. There happened to be a small explosion near the cockpit of our international plane. It was one of those big chunky ones with the 333 seating and I was lucky enough to get that delicious window seat view. I was 19 at the time while my sister was 17 sitting right next to me. This feminine demon downloaded 2 entire seasons of The Office to binge watch on this flight. That didn't age well, as she only got like 5 episodes in. Well, apparently there was an internal collision which interfered with the plane's engine which eventually gave out. Our pilot had to do an emergency landing, however he didn't quite stick the landing. Bro went almost full force into a group of trees and boy was I not ready for that impact. Most passengers got off with light scathing and scratches. However, even in the bracing position, my being at the window seat caused my right arm to be impaled by a large shard of broken glass due to a collision against a huge tree. We landed in the midst of Bumble FCK India and people were screaming and crying for help. Meanwhile, I'm bleeding out like crazy and my sister is hysterical thinking she's going to lose her amazing handsome incredible older brother. Suddenly I had one of those revelations and had a flashback to every motivational speech and TED talk I've ever heard and knew I couldn't die bleeding out like this. That would be such a stupid way to go. I'm hoping for a cool death like imploding in a submarine or something. So I thought back to my Boy Scout days and remembered compression helps to stop the bleeding, so not having many materials at my disposal, I yanked off my new Air Jordans I'd gotten for my birthday and unraveled the shoelace off the shoe. I quickly used my left hand and my teeth to tie knots around my right arm where I had been struck and ease the bleeding. I eventually received first aid and they let me know that I definitely would have died due to so much blood loss if it weren't for my quick thinking. I never got new laces for those Jordans though, so it looks like a limited edition bloody lace which I've even gotten compliments for. I've never claimed the window seat ever again. I gaslighted my entire school administration. I made my school believe they broke my iPad and made them buy me a new one. My high school didn't allow phones or tablets to be on your person throughout the school day because my school was filled with horny teenagers that would look up adult films any chance they got. Various students were caught stroking their willies under their desks while watching inappropriate videos or reading henny on their phones. Yeah. Weird school. So instead, they made us all hand our devices in every morning and pick them up at the end of the school day. They provided us with these white cushioned envelope bags to protect them, but they didn't really do anything. Anyway, one morning I was rushing to catch the bus and on the way out of my bedroom, I decided to throw my iPad onto my bed thinking I was Michael Jordan. Even though I yelled, "Kobe," it bounced off my super fluffy, wet dream-stained memory foam mattress, landing face down on the slate tiles. I knew straight away it had smashed from the shattering sound, and I stood there cursing myself until I had an idea. I grabbed my phone bag and put the broken iPad and shattered glass in it, and took it to school. I handed it in acting nonchalant about it, and when it came time to pick it up in the afternoon, I put my best shocked, sad puppy dog eye face on as I opened the bag. I went to the nearest teacher and told her that I found my iPad broken. She took me to the office and eventually to the principal. At first she seemed suspicious about the entire thing, but when my dad, a big buff 25-year Army veteran, came in to pick me up, he gave her and the entire admin staff a spraying. She originally agreed to pay for it to be repaired, but when that couldn't be done, she agreed to buy a replacement model. But the thing is that the iPad was an old model from 2018, so I ended up getting a brand new model as well.
My husband is leaving me over a stupid joke. Turns out he's been living a life of lies. My husband, 30, and I, 27, have a great relationship. He's the love of my life and we've always had the best communication. This afternoon, we came home after a little lunch outing with our newly engaged friends Kai and Marie. It went great, but it was like just another outing, nothing special, though we got some bomb pasta back home which I'm currently shoveling into my gob since it's too chilly for ice cream. We live in a super tiny apartment and so he showered first while I got the leftovers into the fridge and stuff. I went in after him, finished my shower, and put some lotion on my palm. I accidentally squeezed too much and dabbed some of it away. After I rubbed it on my face, I still had some of the leftover on my finger and I did exactly what any perfectly sane person would do. On my thumb, I whipped up a little smiley face and some spiky hair to create Lotion Man. I came out of the bathroom, giggling about it, and said something along the lines of, "Hey, look, Lotion Man to the rescue." He didn't really react, he just looked at my hand and blinked at me. I honestly was just goofing around and started making a silly voice and saying some random crap sprinkled with some inside jokes. I was blabbing for about a minute before he just got up and left. I was of course completely oblivious as he grabbed some of his crap and I was just smiling and asking where he was going in kind of a playful way. He has a huge truck and we just returned from a trip so he has enough stuff to last him weeks, so it didn't really dawn on me that he was leaving until he drove away. I honestly feel like Boo Boo the fool for making such a stupid joke and then letting him leave just like that. I texted him a few times and he's just said that he's thinking about things and that he's at his brother Tyler's place. I've been texting him nonstop but he hasn't been responding or even reading any of it. He also sleeps really early so I doubt I can get in contact with him anytime soon. His brother isn't responsive either so I'm just leaving my phone on the nightstand and holding my breath. I don't think it's really dawned on me yet. I stared blankly at the door for like 10 minutes before I got off my butt and actually tried contacting him. I've been with this man for years and I'm always cracking cheesy jokes. I feel stupid in my crap for making up Lotion Man and continuing after no response instead of just shutting up and accepting that I'm unfunny. At the same time I'm just confused. He's never been at this point even in our rougher patches. The worst we've done is just take breaks from intimacy or just talk to one another a little less. I'm all for giving him space but I can't say I'm not hurt he's just leaving. And the process of divorce is just so stupid. Ugh, I don't even want to think about this anymore. Was making Lotion Man as big of a mistake as I think it was? Any advice on getting him back home? My husband is leaving me over a stupid joke. Turns out he's been living a life of lies. He didn't leave me all due to Lotion Man. Apparently, Marie had asked him out and he got cold feet about our relationship after seeing my immaturity. Now I'm not sure what to do next. My husband came back the other day, apologized, and said he was ready to talk to me. I obliged. I tried my best not to be all over him, but quite frankly I missed this man so damn much. He's my husband after all. I mentioned previously that we went out with our two newlywed friends Kai and Marie. We did have some quality time with all four of us, but often one or more people were missing from the table, considering it was a fusion buffet and the food was amazing. Apparently, at some point, my husband and Marie grabbed some food together. Or maybe before we left, since I know I was talking to just Kai for a while before they appeared and we got to the car. Whatever it was, they were alone together. Marie, the fiancée, told my husband that when Kai proposed, she realized she was in love with him. My husband, though she accepted Kai's proposal and tried to put her feelings to rest by organizing a lunch out. Though apparently she was charmed or some bullshit tea because she asked him to run away with her or something. She wanted him to leave me and be with her forever. Now, Marie is honestly gorgeous, which I hate to say because I'm so pissed off with her. She's the typical blonde blue-eyed skinny pageant girl who looks just like Gigi Hadid. I'm not. My husband gently turned her down and wished her all the best. But he says he had her on her mind for a while and when I showed him Lotion Man, it all essentially exploded inside him. I had a hair towel and some crappy old clothes on and I was giggling over a stupid thing and apparently my immaturity ticked him off over however the hell Marie was. He got sudden cold feet about our relationship and left for his brother's place. He eventually came back and then said he loved me all over again. I was frozen in shock and asked some questions before asking him to sleep on the couch at least for that night. He did and it didn't really help me sleep. I can't believe it, honestly, that he was considering crapping away all of our relationship for a crush. The more I think about it, the less I can look him in the eye. We went to Thanksgiving lunch together with some of his family and some close friends and we spent last night together so I think he thinks he's in the clear. I can't lie and say I'm not considering just forgiving and forgetting no. He comes home soon and I don't know what to do next. I have off today since I'm a teacher and so I'm considering either A, contacting Kai and telling him about what his fiancée is up to. My husband begged me not to as Marie was apparently making a spontaneous mistake. B, contacting Marie and chewing her out for trying to F up my relationship. C. Contacting Tyler, his brother, and asking if he left the house at some point, though I doubt I'll get anything out of him. Or D. All of the above. Update 2. My husband is leaving me over a stupid joke. Turns out he's been living a life of lies. I'm in disbelief. Turns out he was the one who asked Marie out for a threesome. All this while, he's been having another affair. I decided to do all three and confront Kai, Marie, my husband, and Tyler, so I had to get smart with it since any one of them could twist the story had they known there was outside influence. When my husband came home, we had a conversation. He essentially said the same story and he told me he was open to marriage counseling. I gave him a big hug and did the laundry as to indirectly forgive him, in his eyes at least. We haven't really set boundaries with our phones, like we know each other's passwords and everything, but he would definitely get suspicious if I was just scrolling around on it. So instead I agreed to meet up with Kai first. A lot of you guys were concerned that he would tell Marie and everything would implode, but Kai is a big gym nut and I've been wanting to go recently, so I said it as casually as possible, using it as an excuse. He agreed. The next morning, I met with Kai. I sat down with him and told him all I know. Yes, I cried like a baby. Originally Kai was rigid and tried to poke holes in what I was saying with a few questions before he, too, broke down. Marie didn't tell him a word. That was a big red flag on its own. I then went to Marie with Kai. A few people told me to be as discreet as possible, and so, as a suggestion said, I just blurted to her that I know everything. She played dumb at first and then eventually broke. Marie trying to settle her crush was a bullcrap story. My husband was the one who approached her. She told me that he asked her, before she sealed it with Kai, if she wanted to have a night with him and another woman. Here's the kicker, Marie said yes. But wait, I hate to say it, but that's not all. Apparently, Marie has been cheating on Kai for a while, with men and women. And my husband has also been cheating frequently. They covered for each other, and occasionally met up. At the last moment, she declined because she wanted to be loyal to Kai now that they were engaged, as if she wasn't cheating for the majority of the relationship, and my husband got all pissed off for a while before saying he's just locked in his apartment now. Cue me showing him Lotion Man. He snaps and gets out of there. Kai and Marie are both arguing, in tears, and red in the face. I told them sorry that I butted into their relationship, and that I'll handle my husband myself. I found Tyler before the sunset. He told me yes, his brother stopped by, but only around 11 p.m. He left at around 8. So those 3 hours went F all. Tyler told me that he was angry and didn't tell him anything. I then tell him some context and he says that maybe he was driving around for a while. It doesn't sound like my husband to drive as relief, but I'm willing to look into it, since the future was already looking pretty effing bleak. I went home and I pretended to Google something on my husband's phone. Instead, I was just checking if any of them had contacted him. Nothing, thankfully. Remember how I said he sleeps really early? Well, that worked in my favor. Took his phone that night while he was snoring his butt off and ran into a million dead ends. I knew I was missing something, but I just couldn't find it. Finally, I opened his hidden photos. Kaboom! His story explodes to pieces. What did I find? Nudes. Nudes. More nudes. Even more nudes. All of one girl. Not me, shocker. But not Marie either. I don't recognize her. Let's call her Allison, considering Allison was the name of my second grade best friend who was actually a snake. She's absolutely gorgeous. Red hair, hourglass figure, you name it. I'm obviously broken. I traced her back to a contact. I feel sick. There it is, an affair. He's been contacting her since February, days before I surprised him with a Valentine's thing that I had been using up my paychecks for and thinking I was the luckiest woman alive. It effing sucks. I can't even read more. But I toughed through it. Then, I hit it. November 3rd, 2 days after the last nude. She's pissed off. She found out he was married all along, but she was in love with him. I would feel bad for her, but she didn't even bother trying to contact me out of love. Ergo, hubby has a genius idea. He told Allison that he'll bring his wife over in a hotel to show that his wife doesn't care about the affair. Sound familiar? So I assume when Marie canceled, there was nothing he could do. He became whiny and begged her to come. He told Allison that there was an inconvenience and that they'd meet up another day. Then the Lotion Man. He got pissed off at me and left. I don't know what he did after that, but whatever it was, he wasn't with either of them. Then he went to Tyler's place, slept it off, and came back afterward. I'll spare you the details. But I couldn't even pretend to like him anymore after I found that out. I brought Kai and Marie over the next morning. He started effing blubbering and tried to deny it all before eventually admitting he was into redheads. Marie is actually strawberry blonde, and Allison is very ginger, and it was the one desire of his I couldn't fulfill. Even I could see past his bull crap saying that he loved only me and that being with Allison and Marie only made him love me more. I just said F it and packed my stuff. He got more desperate, but even I, the girl who was honestly infatuated with him, knew it was over. He technically owns the apartment, so I had to leave. Now, I'm staying with Kai. He's as hurt as I am. I feel for him too. His wife was his world. We were hugging and crying for a while, ranting about God knows what, just trying to get ourselves together. He tried to lighten the mood by making lunch, and it was really nice. He's a wonderful cook. I showed him the other 2 posts and he got a kick out of some of your comments, haha. As far as I know, my soon-to-be ex-husband is with Marie for now. I don't care about either of them, and honestly, it's kind of therapeutic just having some kind of closure and not walking on eggshells like I have been for the past few days. Kai and I are going to the gym tomorrow to do some relaxing yoga and hopefully figure out what to do next. We've both taken off from work. I'm sorting out my finances and hopefully I should get the ball rolling to finally split from my husband and be able to call him my ex.
My fiancée cheated on me while I was dying with cancer, so I ruined her life. She left me over text because I was ill. When we switched places, I left her destitute. We dated for 4 years and had what I thought was a perfect relationship. We were both well-established professionals who lived in the same neighborhood, and we both had daughters. Her daughter was 11, and mine was 16 when we met. We had actually planned to get married, build a house, and raise the 2 together. We planned the house build because she had recently been diagnosed with a neurological disease that would eventually put her in a wheelchair, and needed something Aita-friendly. During the planning stages, I began doing landscape and construction projects on her home, and, altogether, I invested roughly $30,000 into the home. We had a contract that the payment would be made upon the sale of the home. I produced invoices for each and every project but never pushed for payment because of the prior agreement. Fast forward 6 months, we're looking at property to develop and finalizing drawings on the home when I began feeling ill. I couldn't eat, constantly vomiting and passing blood. I began noticing that my abdomen looked swollen, which was odd because we were both very clean eaters and were in the gym every day. So I went to the doctor and began having tests done. During this time, she began having small cognitive issues, and the stress of her current position was exacerbating her condition, so she took a $20,000 per year cut in pay along with a lower position inside the company. After a month or so of different tests, and a biopsy, it came back that I had a golf ball-sized tumor in my stomach, and would need to begin chemotherapy. So I began chemo and radiation treatments, which made me extremely ill. She was spending time helping around my place on the weekends and staying over more, to the point that she and her daughter were both at my home more than theirs. At this point, I suggested that we go ahead and put one of our houses on the market, and move in together until the new house was built. I have great supplemental insurance as well as a long-term illness plan, so using that coupled with the sale of one of our houses would push us through comfortably, and help ease the financial stress on her. Shortly after this discussion, she became extremely distant. Her daughter wasn't coming down and hanging out with my daughter anymore, and kept coming up with excuses for not getting together. She quit driving me to treatments and stopped staying over. She then dropped a bomb. A sentence that will forever be burned into my psyche: I love you, but I can't see myself taking care of someone this sick in the long term, and I don't think we should see each other any longer. In a text. It broke me. I won't lie. This was the first woman I had ever opened up to and planned a life with since my wife died when my children were 1 and 3. However, I tried to be mature about it. I forced myself to understand her position and to accept what I could not change. I calmly, the next day, gathered all of her things, packed them neatly, loaded them in my truck, and took them to her house to leave on the back porch while she was at work, in order to avoid any awkward exchanges. Walking around the back and under the porch cover, I sat down a box, and saw her in her back living room, on the couch having sex with a man that she had introduced to me as a lifelong friend. I had dinner and drinks with this man and his girlfriend. We had gone on vacation with them, as well. I never spoke of the incident with her, and simply sent her a text later, explaining that I would leave her things on my side porch to pick up at her convenience. I discovered 8 or 9 months later from his now ex-girlfriend, that they had broken up due to him confessing that he had been sleeping with my significant other, dating back to about the time we were finishing drawings on the new home. Now I'm pissed. Revenge. Time. At this point, I had finished chemo and radiation for the time being and was feeling healthier. I was going through some much neglected paperwork when I ran across the file that contained $32,680 in unpaid, long overdue invoices, which were promptly sent to my attorney to begin lien proceedings on the home. It turns out that I couldn't have done this a moment too soon because she was set to put her house on the market. Coupled with interest over the course of, what was then, 19 months overdue, the invoices were hefty. That, along with the agreement of settling them when the house was sold and attorney fees, left her with roughly $10,000 after the sale of the home and settling her current mortgage. She promptly had to back out of the purchase of another home and moved in with her oldest daughter, sister-in-law, and 2 grandchildren. She also had to leave her job and begin receiving disability. I ran into her a little over a year ago, and she looked as if she had aged 20 years, and was in the wheelchair we had talked about. We chatted cordially but briefly and I excused myself and went on with my day. A few days later, her younger daughter called me and spoke of my running into her mom, and could we hang out sometime? I gave a vague answer, thanked her for calling in again, went on with my day. The ex then called me a week or so later, and began apologizing for leaving me as she did. Again, cordial but short, I thanked her for calling and hung up. She began texting and this went on for several weeks until once she asked if I could ever see us rekindling what we had, to which I replied, I can't see myself taking care of someone so sick in the long term. Remember the box on your back porch? Did you think that lifelong friend brought that over to you from my house? Good luck to you. Goodbye.
Today I effed up by accidentally destroying my boyfriend's family. I accidentally revealed that my boyfriend's mom was cheating by pointing out the fact that his older siblings, who both had the blood type AB, could not have been biologically related to their own negative father. I was an 18-year-old female dating my 18-year-old boyfriend, Jacob, at the time, and his father, who was in his early 60s, was a mechanic, and his mom, mid-50s, was a stay-at-home mom. They were a pretty typical white suburban family in the South, and I had asked Jacob if they could meet me even though we had only been dating for a month. At the dinner, I met his mom, dad, older brother, older sister, and her newborn daughter. The dinner went well and I was chatting about my volunteer work at my college's blood drive, to which his father explains that his doctor told him he was O negative and a universal blood donor. My boyfriend mentions he is also O, but his siblings casually mention they are both AB. I don't think anything of it because my boyfriend had mentioned that his mom was married once before and was widowed. The following conversation went like this. I said, "Oh, that's really cool. You're a really rare blood type. If you don't mind me asking, is your mom's blood type A and your dad's B, or your dad's A and mom's B?" The older sister goes, "What do you mean?" "He's O." Gesturing to my boyfriend's father, I go, "Oh, I know. I was just asking about your bio father, but of course, you don't have to answer if you don't want to." I notice his mom get really pale, and it was in that moment I realized I effed up. The older brother goes, "What do you mean bio father?" I just started profusely apologizing and said, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean anything by it." Then, Jacob's dad got real quiet and looking at his wife's face. He knew instantly. I look over to Jacob, who I think was starting to put the full picture of what was happening together. Jacob's dad asked, "Are you saying they're not my biological kids?" Because my wife swore up and down in marriage counseling that they were my kids and she would never cheat on me. Yeah, turns out she never had any kids from her previous marriage. Jacob's mom said, "I would never cheat on you. They are definitely your kids. Don't be ridiculous." Jacob's dad then turns to me and says, "Why do you think they're not my kids?" I tried to excuse myself because it was very clear the cat was out of the bag, and with a quick Google search for my boyfriend he starts cussing out his mom. She starts to sob and apologizes over and over again. And I am forced to explain 9th grade biology to his father about the fact that the only kids he could have produced were with a blood type O, A, or B, but absolutely not AB. Jacob was the only one with the possibility of being his son. They all start screaming at one another. Jacob's older sister eventually leaves because her newborn is screaming too. His mom goes and locks herself in the bedroom. Jacob's older brother follows her screaming, asking who his real father is. My boyfriend is trying to figure out if his dad still wants to be their father. I eventually have a friend come pick me up. We broke up shortly after, but not after figuring out that none of the kids produced from the marriage were his, and they divorced soon after.
I made my daughter run away, but I don't feel sorry. I don't think she's my kid, in complete honesty. My wife and I have 3 daughters. The oldest is 16, the middle is 14, and the youngest is 10. My entire family and my wife's family all have straight hair. My oldest and youngest also have straight hair. Then there's my middle with curly blonde hair and green eyes. The rest of the family have brown hair and brown eyes. I admittedly am not very close with her because I had doubts that she was mine, and I had a hard time bonding with her due to that. My middle daughter insists that she needs special shampoo and conditioner because of her curly hair. She found some that wasn't too expensive, so I bought it for her, but she goes through the conditioner like water. She came to me after a little over a month and said that she needed another bottle. I told her she doesn't and that her conditioner should last her at least another month and probably longer, but she insists that you need to use a lot of conditioner for curly hair. I bought her another bottle and told her to use less because she wasn't getting another one for at least 2 months. She used it again in a month, so I bought her shampoo and conditioner from the dollar store. She had a meltdown about how this is going to ruin her hair and that she just got it to a place where she liked it and it was manageable. She blames us for her hair being uncontrollable for most of her life because we didn't learn how to take care of curly hair, even though it's not different than straight hair. She even threatened to shave her head, which I know she won't do because she's obsessed with her hair. Now she's refusing to speak to me and she's being extremely disrespectful to me and my wife. My wife thinks we should give in, but I think she needs to learn her lesson. She apparently had enough because the next day she ran away. I can't help but feel it's my fault. Update, she's not coming back. We found out she had been planning this for months. My oldest daughter was in on it and helped her hide the fact that she's been working after school for months. She taught her how to hide her money and showed her what to put in her bag and where to hide it. What a snake she is. When they were leaving for school, my middle daughter had a new backpack. My wife asked about it and middle said that it was her friend's, but she didn't want it, so she gave it to her, which was completely plausible considering that friend gives her stuff all the time. A couple of hours later we got a call from the school saying that my middle daughter wasn't there. My wife came home and checked her room and she found a note on her dresser saying that she couldn't handle living with me anymore. What an absolute moan she is. Back in my day, my parents made me live in a cold house so my dad could afford his beer at the weekend and you didn't see me crying and running off. My wife has a sister around 45 miles away and our middle daughter showed up to her house after being missing for 3 days. She refused to go home and threatened to run away again if she tried to make her see us. At first my wife told me to move out so our middle daughter could come home, but she quickly realized that she can't afford to live in our house on her income alone because I am significantly the breadwinner, plus our oldest and youngest deserve to have their parents together, so the middle is going to stay with her aunt until we figure out a plan that works for everyone. I personally feel that she is being dramatic, but I also need to ensure I do not come across as insensitive. I think my brother is in love with me. I snooped on my brother and just found something pretty horrifying, and I'm not sure what really to do next. My brother is usually a super private person and doesn't hand out his phone to anyone. We're currently on a family vacation overseas and he is the only one with a working data plan, so we've been using his phone quite a bit. His open web tab was on a popular fiction website and he was logged in before he swapped tabs to a new one. I frequent the site too, and when we got back in the hotel, I went to check his profile to see if he too ran in the same fandoms as me. I must admit that this situation is entirely my fault as I snooped. I know I shouldn't have, but I was so curious. To my surprise, he had a few published works, but when I opened one, I almost puked. His latest story was of a brother violently forcing himself on his sister in graphic detail, who had the same first name and general description as me, in a setting I recognized as my parents' house. He insulted my eldest sibling and also my parents in horrible ways too. The writing seemed as though he was completely infatuated and obsessed with his sister. I won't go into further detail, but suffice to say it was the single most horrifying thing I've ever read. Now I'm in the bathroom of this hotel typing this and I'm not sure how I'm going to go out and face my family. Should I just ignore this? Is this normal and am I overreacting? I mean, everyone has their kinks and my brother has never acted inappropriately towards me or anyone in my family in real life. I really do get that it is fiction and I completely understand that part of the appeal is to push characters to extremes because it would never happen in real life. It would not have disturbed me at all if the people involved were literally any other fictional character, emphasis on the fictional. All I expected when I searched his profile was to find a list of his favorite fictions and thought we could discuss any shared fandoms, and I know I shouldn't have gone looking. I didn't expect him to be an author, much less this. It's late at night and I can't bring myself to sleep in the same room as my brother. I might just crash on the couch where I am at now. Also, I'm planning to beg off tomorrow's planned tour. We'll catch up on sleep then. Update, I wasn't going to do anything about it, but I found that I couldn't just sit there and pretend everything was alright. So I spoke to my brother. We were alone, though our mother was in the house. It was filled with lots of crying. He basically confessed to having those fantasies, but said that he would never hurt me in real life. I only read one of the stories and apparently many of his other works also included me. He promised to stop publishing new ones and to get rid of the old ones. He asked that I not tell anyone about it because it would ruin his life, he said, and in exchange agreed that he was going to get therapy when we both returned to our colleges in the fall. It sounded fair, so I agreed, and we ended the conversation with a hug at his request. In a sense, it felt like a really weird breakup. Not sure how to better describe it. We most definitely will not be able to have what we used to have in the past, and I hope any awkwardness at future family events can be overcome by time and a load of therapy. I'm glad it was sorted out, although that conversation was definitely one of the most awkward ones I ever had. That said, the past week I have started to think. I think my brother did something to me. He left for a road trip to college 3 weeks ago before I did. The night before he left, my parents had a cookout with our neighbors. There were drinks, and I was allowed a glass of sangria. Next thing I know it was the next afternoon, and my brother had already left. I was told they tried to wake me up to get me to say goodbye, but I was too fast asleep, and that I absolutely should watch myself if I was going to drink in college because my alcohol tolerance sucked. I woke up feeling really off, but I don't actually know what. I have a vague memory of opening my eyes to see a hand on my left wrist and someone grinding on top of me. The feeling of being pinned down comes to me in flashes, but nothing concrete. The only real evidence that something actually was wrong the next day was that my pajamas top was buttoned all the way to the top, as I usually leave it 2 buttons off. I've since moved into college and I'm hoping it was really just a nightmare. I did keep my distance, but I don't even know what happened. My neighbor opened my parcel and yelled at me for it. I ordered a mug from Amazon as a gift to my best mate. The mug had the word effing PP on it, with it as the handle. There is a house on the street next to mine that has a very similar address to mine and I will often get their post and they sometimes get mine. I had the notification from Amazon to say my mug had been delivered and in the safe place. I go to check and it isn't, and so I go round to a similar address house to see if it was indeed there and get no answer. I decide that I will try again later or they will bring it over, before I contact Amazon. A few days pass and they don't bring my parcel round, so I get Amazon to replace it. But then half an hour ago there was a knock on my door. I open the door to the father of the family at the similar address holding my Amazon parcel that's been opened and he quite literally throws it at me. Before I can form words he says, "My 11-year-old child opened that. Don't you ever order something so disgusting again. How dare you?" And started to storm off in a fit of rage. I register what the hell he just said and I shout after him, "Wait, what the? No one should be opening my post anyway? It's a criminal offense. How dare you have the cheek to come to my house and berate me for opening my post?" He just waved his hand at me dismissively and carried on walking before throwing up his middle finger and literally mooning me. I just stood there for a good minute trying to figure out if that actually happened. Well, it did, and now I have 2 effing PP mugs. I'm so tempted to leave one on his doorstep with a note saying, "You can keep it, mate, it's definitely been made for you."
My mother-in-law tried to use my miscarriage to manipulate me. My mother-in-law used to babysit my 2-year-old child when I had to go into the office to work. Typically this was 1 day a week or less. In May she laid hands on 12-year-old sister-in-law and slapped her in the face with my child present. We obviously will no longer allow her to babysit our child. We told mother-in-law if she wants to be eligible to babysit ever again she needs to go to therapy and show consistent improvement in her behavior. She refused to go to counseling or therapy or receive any kind of help. We refused to let her babysit, that's that. I got pregnant at the end of May and found out beginning of July I had a miscarriage. This past weekend we all attended a family wedding. My father-in-law suggested my husband dance with his mom since we didn't have a mother-son or father-daughter dance at our wedding 5 years ago. At the end of the dance she starts crying very loudly, basically making a scene, and very loudly states that us not allowing her to babysit is putting her through the same emotional pain that we are experiencing from my miscarriage. My husband responded by saying, "You can still work on that and we still love you." He tried to placate her since they were in the middle of the dance floor at a wedding so she wouldn't make a bigger scene. In the moment he also didn't fully process what she had said as he was more immersed into calming her down. Since she said this, we are both very hurt and angry and don't even really want to communicate with them at all at the moment. She is literally trying to use the death of our unborn child to manipulate us into letting her babysit again without doing any work to resolve her issues. I can't believe she thinks she's entitled to watching my child after everything she's done. My wife took things way too far during a fight and I don't know what to do. My wife and I have been married for 4 years. Our relationship started perfectly, but looking back I think I might have been love-bombed. We fight about once every other week or so. And by fight I mean blowout screaming fight that leads to me Googling divorce lawyers. During these fights things can get out of hand. She tends to be very verbally and emotionally abusive. I suffer from BPD, and early on in our relationships I would split during fights and take a swing at her, but after therapy and counseling for me specifically that has stopped and hasn't been an issue at all. I'm 100% aware that physical force is unacceptable and I got the help I needed to manage my mental health issues. Today was a blowout fight. She will occasionally get bored and be in a mood knowing it will stir up an argument. Today it was me not saying the word patronize properly. We bickered about how to pronounce it, which led to an even bigger fight about who is more educated, and that led to her screaming at me that I'm beneath her. We got to the gym to work out together and it escalated. She shoved me and I raised my arm to defend myself but didn't hurt her. After a few minutes of screaming we headed towards home, but here is where things get extreme. I was saying I don't know why she's saying I'm a horrible person when she's had emotional affairs in the past, and I started insulting the girl she was friendly with. That led to her laying hands on me in the leg, arm, bicep, neck, and face, all while she's driving. I was crying and leaning as far away as I could, and she told me I deserved this because years ago I hurt her in a fight. She said it was payback for how I used to act. Here is the extreme part. We live near a large national park. Instead of pulling into our driveway, this lunatic starts driving towards a national park. I was sobbing telling her to turn around, but she was laughing. I kept saying, "Take me home, I want to go home, please turn around," and she said, "Oh, I'm taking you home. It's going to be a different kind of home though," and kept laughing. I threatened to call 911 but had no cell service. She pulled into an empty parking lot for one of the hiking trails and kept taunting me, saying stuff like, "Are you nervous? Let's go on a hike," and reaching for my neck almost like she was kidding, but after being hurt so much I didn't find it funny. I begged and cried and she just kept laughing. I begged her to take me home and she pointed at a ditch and said, "How's that for home?" She took my phone and locked it. I kept screaming and crying and she was like, "What, you don't want to go on a hike with me?" Finally I got out of the car, but there was nowhere to go, which is why I didn't get out to begin with. She said to get back in and we can go home. "I just wanted you to talk to me. Now you know how it feels and we'll see if you ever insult me again." And I was still crying and shaking and she said, "This should be a lesson for you. Are you done insulting me now?" And I told her she was sick. No normal person does this sort of thing, and she was like, "No, I'm not, you're just overdramatic and you always take things the wrong way. You know it was a joke and I thought you'd be laughing. I can't even joke around with you." She just keeps insisting now that she was taking me there to hike because we skipped the gym and she assumed I'd just get out and hike. She keeps saying, "You know I'd never actually hurt you, don't be ridiculous." She has severe anxiety and is bipolar, so I feel like I'm obligated to cut her more slack. This seemed too far this time. It's never been this bad.
My ex cheated on me in a disgusting way. I had to humiliate her. I was with my ex for 3 years. I had noticed that she was being extremely controlling and I was expected to give every little detail of my day and tell her my schedule in advance, and if I deviated from that, she would be very upset. She chalked it up to just bad feelings she was having and shrugged it off as her paranoia for past relationships of infidelity. Now this is where it gets juicy. After she had asked for my schedule to make plans, as mine tends to be more hectic than hers, I noticed she was texting someone. In my line of work, if I put in more than 40 hours, I have the ability to take time off at will as long as the work is completed at a later date. I was very good friends with her brother. I messaged him stating I wanted to do something special for her a little bit earlier than our anniversary to make sure it was a special surprise. They both worked in the same fabrication facility. He was a fabricator and she was a shipping manager. He was kind enough to let me know her schedule. That's where the discrepancy falls into place. Without my knowledge, she was foregoing overtime. She worked 12-hour shifts Monday through Friday, with the exception of Wednesday, when she would only work half a day. She had been taking Wednesdays off right around the time that she started getting extremely controlling. Lucky for me, I had stacked several days of leisure time up, so taking a Wednesday off for me was not an issue. A few days go by, and Wednesday's here. I put on my work gear and leave for work. I was expecting her to leave as our apartment complex had 2 exits on the same road I could see directly across from a shopping center, so I parked my car near the back and waited. After about an hour, I noticed a very specific red Mustang with a specific decal on the back window. It was her cousin. I had also done my due diligence to take an old laptop, which we kept on our desk in an office area with a full view of the living room, bedroom door and bathroom plus the kitchen. I had set it up for remote access and had it alert me when the webcam noticed movement. Giving her the benefit of the doubt, I thought he may be dropping something off or coming over to assist her with something, as her family sometimes does. Sure enough, a message came through, so I remote into my laptop. He walks through the door without skipping a beat, she unbuttons his shirt and begins kissing him. I created a URL link for the live stream. And as she was preoccupied, we had a family group text and a friend group text. They were both part of it, but at the current time, they were currently indisposed and didn't look at their phones. They didn't even wait, they could have gone to the bedroom, but no, they decided to get freaky deaky right there on the couch. I sent the link off to the friend group chat and the family group chat. Within minutes, I'm getting calls nonstop from friends and family alike. There was no turning back. She was getting blown up, but she was ignoring her phone. Not until the fourth or fifth call came through did they decide to take a break. The call she had picked up was from her aunt, the cousin's mother, who she was banging. She answers the phone on speaker, and I kid you not, the first words out of his mother's mouth were "Stop effing my son." They both became rigid, and she began to stutter over her words, saying, "What are you talking about?" The mother then divulged that there was a live feed of them sent out by me to her family. She grabbed every pillow off the couch and covered herself up. The cousin staggered off, trying to put on his pants and shoes, just to trip himself up and bang his head off of my coffee table, leaving it with a divot. By this time, I had made my way to the front of the apartment complex. I was there to greet the adulterer as he came out of the front exit. He froze and began to cry, apologizing profusely. We got into a fight. Afterwards, I went up to the apartment, where she was now fully clothed and crying inconsolably. I asked her if it was snot or nut on her face. Then I told her not to answer because it didn't matter anyway. I gave her 1 hour to remove all her belongings, as again, everything in the apartment was mine except for clothes, some makeup, and a few kitchen utensils. Her mother would not let her move in, as she was just filled with embarrassment. Same for her brothers, and the cousin's mother kicked her son out. Rumor spread around our town very quickly, and for a lack of better words, she was untouchable. What is the naughtiest thing you and your partner have ever done at church? Me and my wife got kicked out of church for bringing in a sex toy. Let me preface this by saying I'm not at all proud of what I've done, so let me give you the blunt version of this story. Me and my wife have been married for 11 years, and when you're together that long you get very comfortable with one another and are also able to tell what the other is thinking at times. In order to stay with someone that long you have to have something others want. Something like money, a huge Johnson, etc. And let me just say, I am not rich. So you already know what it is. You should also know me and my wife are very adventurous. Last night me and my wife were about to do crazy things, and before we were able to, our son Cameron, 8 years old, walked in extremely tired, sleep deprived, rubbing his eyes and ruining the moment after claiming he had a nightmare. Fast forward to the next day, me and my wife were headed off for church after dropping off the kids at the sitter because there's nothing more annoying than kids ruining the peacefulness of a public setting. Right before we entered the church, as I'm holding the door, she looked back at me and bit her lip. I already knew what it was from that point on. She took out this toy I got from Lover's Pulse. It's an app-controlled vibrator called Flamingo, because it's shaped like one. She basically put it up her George W. Bush, and that's when the show started. I started it almost immediately. She was wearing a sundress for the record. I activated it as we were walking down the aisle looking for seats. I turned around for a moment and realized my wife left a trail of water all the way up to our seats. One of the members of the service noticed the trail, then saw my wife readjusting the toy in her buttosie and went on a tangent. In the Lord's house? How dare you? Out. Now. The both of you. You're lucky I don't call the police. We ran out of there but slipped on her trail of juices, got back up and laughed as we ran out of the church. Now that is what marriage is about. We cherish all the time we have together.
I told my extremely religious mother I'm taking off my hijab. I told my mother last night that I'll be taking off my hijab at the family vacation. Before I spoke to her, I told her how much I love and appreciate her. When I told her I'm taking off the hijab, she was quiet and looked me in my eyes for a few seconds. I was really nervous and couldn't maintain eye contact. She asked me if I was just planning to go on that plane without it on. I told her that that's what I want to do, but I was still going to run it by her first. She then told me that I'm an extremely selfish person and that I've never had to beg on my knees for God since I've never needed Him. She said that my life has been so easy, and that's why I choose not to believe in God. I clarified that the reason I don't believe in it is because that religion violates human rights and has many scientific fallacies. I don't believe in it because of that and not because I think I'm all high and mighty. That's when she began yelling with her finger in my face. I got really scared because I honestly thought she might hurt me. She said that I just can't get over what happened to me in the past, and that's why I hate my religion. I never said I hated it, I've always said I just choose not to believe in it. The past she's referring to is when I liked a guy and was innocently texting him. We just had casual conversations for a day or two, and nothing inappropriate happened. In fact, he acted like he didn't even know me at school. My parents found out and flipped. I got taken out of school abruptly, no phone, and was completely isolated. I remember sobbing outside my mom's door begging her to change her mind because her taking me out of school was because of my stepdad's influence. When she finally had enough, she slammed me against the wall and yelled, spitting at me for disobeying God. So, When she was yelling at me again and coming close, I thought that she might hurt me like last time. She said a few other hurtful things and stormed out of my room. I was really scared and locked my door, but I still couldn't sleep because my parents had my room key. In the morning, my mom didn't speak to me at all. So, I called my grandma and I told her what happened. She completely switched up on me and told me that I'm a minor and I have to do what she says. The only reason I felt like I could take off my hijab was that I thought my grandma would take me in if anything happened. And that's what she previously told me. She told me that she supports me and I could live with her if things got rough. But now that it counts, she went back on her word. So I told her that, and she said that it was out of her hands and I just have to talk to my mom. I contacted my therapist and told her everything that happened between my mom and grandma, even expressing how badly my hair looked and how everything was falling apart. She apologized about what happened and asked if I wanted a session on Wednesday. I told her I'd be gone by then, and I guess to lighten the mood, she texted me that I could always go back to the hijab and to talk to her when I get back. I have absolutely no words. I feel like everything is caving in on me. My supposed support system came crashing down, and I really regret saying anything at all. My husband wants me to cut contact with my sister because she cheated on her husband. Months ago, my husband bumped into my sister's fiancé Mark. They were not particularly close but they know each other. My husband was coming to pick me up for a date, and Mark was surprised because my sister told him she was hanging out with me. This set off an alarm with both of them. Both me and my sister moved to the same city for jobs, our parents are back in our hometown. So both of us are very close and spend a lot of time together. Sometimes my sister would just show up after work and we would go for a drink. Then, at one point my sister told Mark she was going to hang out with me again. My husband nonchalantly mentioned it and thought we would be hanging out instead of my sister. I didn't think much of it since my sister sometimes just shows up. I ended up calling my sister to say I would be hanging out with my husband, asking her not to come if she planned to. My husband and Mark take this as I was helping to cover for my sister. They then checked both mine and my sister's phone. Of course, my husband found nothing on mine, but Mark found some suggestive texts. They hired API to follow both me and my sister. They caught my sister going to a hotel with a guy multiple times. I am really angry. I felt like my husband couldn't trust me at all, but the circumstances seemed reasonable. I asked him why he didn't talk to me. He said if I knew, my sister would know and they wouldn't be able to get any evidence. You know what, I am angry that he is probably right. I will definitely talk to my sister if I had known and talk her out of it. My husband now wants me to cut contact with my sister, because he said we are too close and will be a bad influence. Our relationship will be over if he found out I am helping my sister. My sister has been my support when I am going through hardship. Now that she is going through a problem, I can't imagine not being there. I also hate that I know. I should be angry with my sister rather than my husband, but I just don't. My entitled sister wants to use the wedding venue I have waited 3 years for. My fiancé and I have been engaged for 3 years. I was doing my PhD program and was juggling planning the wedding. My fiancé took much of that work, but it was perfect because our dream venue was booked till after my graduation. So what we did is book our dream venue 3 years in advance. My sister got engaged a few months ago to her fiancé. They were planning on having a spring wedding next year. They had no venue lined up, but had a few vendors lined up as well as a set date. A week ago, our parents invited us and our partners to a family barbecue, where my sister announced to our extended family that she is expecting. Everyone was so happy for her and my brother-in-law. My nan asked my sister if the wedding was still on the set date or if they were going to wait, because of the baby. She said no, that she hoped to move it to September. Nan was happy and asked sister if she needed help planning such a short-notice wedding. My sister then turned around and said, "That's what I wanted to talk to you about. I was really hoping we could take your venue? I really cannot stress myself too much with planning a wedding while going to maternity classes. And I think it is so beautiful. It would really mean a lot to me." It went silent. But everyone was looking at me expecting me to say, "Yes, of course, everything for my little sister." My brother-in-law looked very uncomfortable and told her that they had talked about this and that it was not okay to put me on the spot. But my sister just said, "Don't be like that. My sister wants to do what's best for me, so it's no big deal, right?" I just said, "Well, it kind of is. I don't know. I have my heart really set on the venue." Cue the crying. She stormed off. Nan told me that I was being selfish because she needed the venue more than I did. I tried to defend myself and my mother said, "You waited 3 years. Would it have unalived you to wait a few more months? When? Has your sister ever asked you for something?" A few comments later my fiancé got really mad and we left. My sister called me crying and said that it was unfair that I always get what I want and that I could have done this one thing for her. My brother-in-law then called me and apologized for the inconvenience. He told me he had discussed it with my sister and she had told him she would not ask. He is properly mad with her now and warned me that my sister is blaming me for potentially ruining her marriage. My father has sent me about 5 texts along the lines of, "I hope you are happy your sister hasn't stopped crying since yesterday." My fiancé and I have decided to boot my sister from the bridal party and replace her with my aunt, who is the only family member that took my side. We have not decided whether or not we will invite my family as a whole. Furthermore, my mom took it upon herself to tell on us. She called fiancé's parents and told them that it would be best if my sister gets it because she is pregnant. My future father-in-law told them to F off and basically rip my mom a new one for expecting something so ridiculous and that they were going to lose me if they keep playing favorites. So my mom is now crying too and saying that my father-in-law is a buttface. This is just getting so pathetic. It seems straight out of a bad soap opera. My in-laws are driving to us currently with some supper and wine and basically told me to not worry and that no matter what happens that they will be my safety net. I cried of happiness. My entitled sister wants to use the wedding venue I have waited 3 years for. My sister kept berating me about the venue and she said that I was being unfair. That she is family and that she asked nicely because she loves me. She sent me a huge text about us being family and how I should have her back and not be so selfish. The only text I sent back was this. I'm sorry that you perceived it that way. I am sick and tired of bending to your will. My whole life I have been your servant and your doormat. Remember all the birthdays I had to share with you because you would throw a tantrum because you didn't get presents? Or when you cried so that I would fill out job applications for you? But the thing that has hurt me most till now is when you ruined my graduation. I am done. I admit that I also spoiled you, but I will not any longer. If you want to marry so badly before your baby is born, then you could look at a different hotel that offers last-minute weddings. I have spent too much time planning my wedding to gift it to you. And if you want to ruin our relationship over this, then go ahead. I will sleep sound and safe knowing that it wasn't my fault. She only sent me a wow. You must love me so very much and blocked me. She unblocked me this morning to send me this, wedding planner. Hello dear, I got the message from your mother and will proceed with the rebooking of the venue on the spot. However, this will have extra costs as we have to change the names on the contract. Please come by my office tomorrow so we can sign a new contract. My parents. My parents haven't actually written to me since the thing with my father-in-law. My older brother contacted me and wanted to know what happened because he got a weird story from mom and dad. Mom had told him that I had offered previous to the barbecue to give up the venue to my sister and that I humiliated her. I told him what really happened and he had no problem believing me. We talked a lot about our parents' behavior and he confessed that him moving was partly due to our parents being jerks to us. He told me that mom had gotten mad at me for betraying my family. We called my planner and she was actually really horrified. She told me she never had as much as talked to my mother since the day we went to book the venue. She assured me that even if they were to call and say that I wanted it, I had to be present to make any changes. So we informed everyone that will work for us on our wedding and they offered to hire security for that day at a reduced price. Update 2. My entitled sister wants to use the wedding venue I have waited 3 years for. My sister is now brigading against me on Facebook, making constant passive-aggressive remarks, and claiming I have made her depressed. I have received many messages from her friends saying that I am beach for treating her that way. I blocked every attempt at online harassment and my sister as well. But 2 days ago my sister's best friends egged my car. I called the police and my neighbor, whose hobby is to look outside the window and spy on people, identified them too. She is a grumpy lady but actually very lovely once you get to meet her. After not talking to my parents in several days, they called and asked if we could talk things out. I was wary but agreed to meeting them with my fiancé in our apartment. When they arrived you could tell my mom had been crying. And I honestly felt bad for 10 whole minutes. Turns out my sister is just an a-hole. No medical history. No diagnosis, nothing. We started chit-chatting awkwardly, then we began talking about the matter. My father first asked us why we canceled the caterers, to which my fiancé responded that we didn't want to have anything they could hold over our heads. Dad acted offended and said he would never do that, to which I said better safe than sorry. My mother continued with calling me disrespectful for talking in that manner to them. I called the disrespectful for all what they had said and done over the last few days. We got in a heated argument about the venue again, to which my father repeated the "it doesn't matter where you get married but the person you are marrying" bullcrap. And finally I gave him the comeback, "Yes Dad, exactly. But isn't it weird how that only applies to me and not my sister? As long as she is marrying brother-in-law it doesn't matter where, right?" It was dead quiet and my father was red like a tomato and gasping for air like a fish on land. My mother was quietly crying again and So I said, "Well, I am waiting for your reasoning." My father slapped his hands on the table and went on a rant about family and sacrifices and how a loving family should do what's in their power to make each other happy. I just responded, "Like how you tried to make me happy on my graduation day? You know about the time my sister smashed my cake because she wasn't in the limelight?" Quiet again. My mother quietly said, "Why do you hate us so much?" I looked at her and said, "I could ask you guys the same thing." Again nothing. My parents knew that they had effed up but they were not ready to admit it. My mother tried to guilt trip me saying that my sister is miserable, that she hasn't gone out in days because people judge her so much. My father went on a tangent on how my little sister just needs more time and attention because she is the youngest. So basically excusing her behavior. I told them that I felt hurt because I now saw their blatant favoritism. That they didn't even try to conceal the fact that they loved my sister more. My mother tried to say that's not true. We love you all the same. I wasn't having it. I opened a list I had written on my phone where I had written every point I could remember about them putting my sister before me. It was a very long list. Some had dates to it, some were more specific situations. When I was finished, my parents were horrified, betrayed, and near tears. They wanted to start explaining again how I was wrong, but I said that this conversation was leading nowhere. They either set family counseling up for us and apologize to me, or they won't be invited to the wedding. They left and haven't called since. Update 3. My entitled sister wants to use the wedding venue I have waited 3 years for. After I last spoke to my parents, they did not let go of their position. I was the bad guy. I was responsible for my sister's depression and her failing relationship. It went so far that I had to block them and change my number as they were contacting me from relatives' phones and so on. It was a real bummer, especially during a time that should be so special. I was harassed by my sister and her entourage on Facebook and Instagram, so I simply deleted it. It was a mentally draining time, but my husband's family and friends and my brother helped me get through it. I had basically cut off every family member that had given me crap for keeping my wedding date. My Nan came to my door a few days before the wedding begging to let her come. I had a long talk with Nan and she ended up apologizing, even though she still failed to see the logic in switching weddings. But she did not want to pressure me and wanted to be there for me. We hugged it out, but our relationship is not back to normal yet. The bachelor party was amazing. We were cooking until dawn and everything turned out to be delicious. My husband made a beautiful 3-layered cake. Wedding day. The morning was really good and relaxing. But then came time to leave for the ceremony. We were at the venue taking before pictures with my friends when I saw my sister's car approaching the venue. One of my friends ran to the venue to get one of the security people that we hired. I really didn't want another Hulk smash moment at my wedding. She had been angry, crying, and as soon as she saw me she started screaming obscenities. Apparently I am a filthy bitch that made her fiancé break up with her. She was possessed, and at that moment I couldn't help but feel pity for her. A thing to explain is that in the mornings the plants are always watered at the venue by some of these sprinkler systems. Thus the earth was a bit muddy. The next thing happened really fast. My sister bent down to take mud and was getting ready to throw it at me in my dress when my maid of honor sprinted towards her and pushed her so that she fell with her butt into the flowers. The security officer arrived seconds later and removed her. And with that, I had enough ammunition to file for a restraining order against her. I didn't even want to file a police report at this point. I just wanted her to stay away from me. The rest of the day was just amazing. I married my best friend, the love of my life and just my rock. My brother walked me down the altar. We all cried at the vows. It was just spectacular. Of course, I miss my parents, but it is what it is. The celebration was very funny. My husband had studied a choreography to a Taylor Swift song with his groomsmen, and the speeches could have been from a stand-up club. We left for our honeymoon, and when we came back I decided to start looking for jobs in a different city. I didn't want to lose my friends, but I just felt like I needed a clean break. I got a new job at a university in a bigger city, and we are currently in the process of moving. But maybe the biggest change, and also the most cliché change, is that I am pregnant. It is a classic honeymoon baby. I have only heard through people in town about the rest of my family. My sister is still going around telling people that I was the reason brother-in-law broke up with her and that I was trying to dox her. She has moved in with my parents again and refuses to work. Nan told me that the last time she saw my parents they looked exhausted because my sister was behaving like a baby. I guess their parenting is catching up with them. I can only say that I am really happy right now. It hurts having lost family, but at the end of the day cutting out toxic people is the best I could do.
I called off my wedding because my fiancé made me choose between her and my best friend. My best friend Sarah is a female, and I love her. We have known each other for years now, and she's practically family. I care about her and my fiancé equally. As we got older, of course I understood things had to change. I would often end conversations with saying, "Take care, pretty girl, I love you," and maybe a hug and kiss on the cheek. Sarah is married and lives a few states away, but we make plans to at least call each other on the phone, or play some video games at least once a month to talk and catch up. Well, my partner Jane has always been iffy about me and Sa. I try to tell her that she's just a friend, and she always brings up how Sarah and I have slept together before, but I tell her that it was a high school party that means nothing now. She also brings up the fact that Sarah and I used to write letters to each other fantasizing about having kids and marrying each other, but once again, that was a long time ago. But, to appease Jane, I've even talked to Sarah less, and changed things so my partner wouldn't get mad or get upset. However, when Sarah got married she didn't have bridesmaids, I was her best man instead of having bridesmaids. And when I get married I wanted to have her as my best man. My partner thinks it's ridiculous that why would I want her? I told her that I grew up with Sarah. She had gotten mad and wanted me to pick one of my male friends. She's literally told me that it seems that I would pick my Sarah over her. I told her that she was just being unfair. I never say anything when she goes out with her best friend. And well, her best friend is a gay man. I trust her, and I'm not the jealous type. Then Jane asked who would I choose between Sarah and her, and even though I said her, I did say it is very complicated due to mine and Sarah's lost lasting bond. I've been talking to Sarah about it, because I needed to vent. Sarah went on to explain that nobody has the right to make you choose between people, especially lifelong friends, and told me Jane is probably insecure of her. I reflected on Sarah's words, and called the wedding off. I mean, if she's getting this upset about this, it's just going to cause more problems in the future. What's your family's disturbing secret? The only thing that was unusual about my family was that my parents always tied and locked my sister in her bedroom every night. They always told me not to question my elders, so I never asked. My parents were going out for my dad's birthday party in San Francisco and trusted me enough to not get a babysitter and to follow the same routine for my sister. Now honey, remember to tie her to bed before 9:30 p.m., and lock the door. My mother said to me before following my father out the door. Then she turned to me with a straight face, and do not, I repeat, do not unlock that bedroom no matter what. Call us on the phone in the living room if there is an emergency. I turned the lock to the main door and then looked at my sister. The clock read 4:45 p.m. Only 5 more hours. Once the clock hit 9:25, I told my sister to go brush her teeth and head to bed. Once she told me she was in bed, I ran upstairs to tie her to the bed. When I went into her room, I froze. All the walls were scratched up, the windows nailed shut, and all the furniture was gone. Except her bed. Just a single bed in the middle of her room. Of course this shocked me because I've never gone into her room before. Okay Ally, go ahead and lay down. I told my sister. She laid down and I tied her up. How the hell could she possibly be comfortable? I left her room after but did not lock the door. I wanted to see if anything really happened. I went to my room shortly after and watched some TV to pass the time. Around 11 p.m., I started hearing growling. I brushed it off as it could have been my Rottweiler, Peanut, growling at someone walking past our front door. Then 12 o'clock a.m. hit. The growling grew louder and then I heard a door open. My sister's bedroom door. What the F was she doing, walking around 12 in the morning? I could hear her go downstairs and that's when the growling stopped. Everything went silent. Then I could hear Peanut start whining. I got up from my bed. And slowly opened my door. As I was walking down the stairs, I noticed a trail of blood go from the living room to the kitchen. Right next to the end of the stairs was the archway to the kitchen. I peeked my head into the archway to see Allison eating something. Allison, what are? I stopped dead sentence as Allison turned around for me to see Peanut in her hands and mouth. She unalived him. And she was eating it. I ran upstairs and locked myself in my room. I grabbed my cell phone and hid under the bed. I called my parents' phone and waited for them to pick up. I called 6 times and got no response. I was out of luck, then my phone buzzed. A random number? Hello? I asked. Oh God honey, I'm so sorry. Both of our phones were dead. What wrong? My mom responded, Mom, I forgot to lock the door and now Allison was just eating Peanut. What do I do? I asked. My God Blake. I knew you were too stupid. I want you to run to one of the bathrooms in the house and start running any faucet. My mom responded. Wait, why? I asked. Just do it. My mom said. Now she had a deep, horrifying voice. Okay, sorry Mom. But when will you be back? Well, San Diego isn't far from home, so about a couple of minutes. My mom said. San Diego? I thought it was San Francisco. Maybe they just changed plans. Okay, love you, please hurry. I hung up. I ran to the closest bathroom, which was the one in the study room, right next to the living room. Lucky Allison wasn't there. I ran the tub and the sink and just waited. That's when I heard someone walking towards the door. Who's there? I said. Blake? Blake, it's Mommy, you can come out now. Everything is safe. Oh, thank God it was my mom. I was going up to unlock the door. Then the living room cell began to ring. It went to voicemail and that was when I heard my mom on the phone. Hey Blake, it's Mom. Sorry I didn't get your call, I lost my phone. Me and your father are leaving San Francisco now. It'll take a couple of hours, so please follow these rules. 1. Don't pick up any unknown numbers, Ally can trick you. 2. Don't make any noise, especially through the pipes, she can hear pretty clearly. 3. Lastly, do not listen to any voices, they aren't us. The message ended. Fortunately, I didn't open the door yet. Blake opened the door now. I could hear what must have been Allison but sounded demonic. She banged on the door for hours and all I did was sit down near the door and waited, crying and sitting in my own pee. That's when I heard a huge gunshot. It rung in my ears. The door opened and there was my parents. I hugged them tightly and said I was so sorry. They didn't say anything but just cried. Mommy, Daddy, what happened to Ally? I asked. We have no clue. Even a medical team couldn't come up with an answer. My dad said. It started when she was around 5, she would just bite us, then it turned into eating animals. Then around 7 she tried to unalive us. We didn't want to scare you, so we didn't tell you. I'm so sorry honey. My mom explained. Well, we have to make this look like an accident, my dad said. We all cleaned up the scene and made it look like a suicide. We also wrote a letter about how Ally felt pressured and wanted to end it because of it. Everyone believed it and now that's a little family secret.
I witnessed pure evil in human form in high school. Back in high school I met a girl named Carly. Carly had a loud and outgoing happy personality, and Carly and I became friends. She took me exploring a bunch of abandoned houses in our town, and showed me a lot of cool places. Carly kissed me one day in her car, that led to us making out quite frequently after that. One day, she began taking videos of us making out on her Snapchat account. She told me she was going to send the videos to her ex-boyfriend Michael. I thought that was random, but I didn't say anything. The next day at school, one of my friends Allison came up to me and was very upset. She told me Carly had sent videos of us making out to her boyfriend Carson. She asked me why we would do such a thing. I was very confused and told her Carly told me she was sending those videos to her ex who lived in another state. Allison warned me and told me that Carly wasn't my friend. She said she wasn't anyone's friend. I didn't listen and continued hanging out with Carly. I started dating one of Carly's guy friends named Garrett. She did not like this. One day, I walked to Garrett's house and called Carly to say hi. While doing so, she told me to be careful but that she had to go. Garrett and I started walking around his neighborhood talking. Then next thing I know, Carly shows up out of nowhere with my ex in the back seat of her car, screaming at the top of her lungs that I don't know what I want and that I need to get in her car so she could take me home. Garrett tried telling her to leave but she went ballistic and kept screaming. So we got in her car, she dropped Garrett off and took me home and was acting all nice to me once I got in her car. She was telling me how much she loved me and how much I meant to her. I ended up staying the night with her that night. I remember becoming emotional in her room because I didn't like seeing my ex who I had recently broken up with before Garrett and I started dating. She climbed on top of me and started making out with me. She then proceeded to rope me. Later that day I had been admitted to the hospital because I was feeling unwell, so I was in the hospital for a few days. During this particular day, my boyfriend Garrett, my mom, and Carly had come to visit me. We were all visiting when Garrett kissed me. I didn't know this at the time, but my mom later told me that when Garrett kissed me, Carly had a dark and evil look in her eyes as she stared at me. My mom said the look gave her goosebumps and chills that ran up her spine. She said Carly looked completely evil. Like she wished I would just die. Shortly after, I was released from the hospital. A few days later when I was back at school, Carly completely shunned me. She wouldn't look at me, she wouldn't talk to me, she completely acted as if I didn't exist. I had no idea what I had done wrong from the time she visited me in the hospital to now. At school, she gave me a very cold and dark death glare. I avoided her after that and had no clue what I had done. She just acted like she hated my guts. Garrett and I eventually broke up and I got back with my ex now. After I was first released from the hospital, I noticed the sticky stuff all over the screen outside of my bedroom window. I had no idea what it was or where it came from. I was waiting for my boyfriend to get off of work one night and he randomly handed me his phone, so I got bored and decided to go through it. I saw that he had been texting Carly. As I was going through their texts, I saw that she had been sending him explicit photos. And during the time that I was in the hospital and Carly would come visit me and act like my best friend, she was going behind my back and sleeping with my ex. And that sticky stuff on my window? There was a text to my boyfriend from Carly that said, "Let's egg her house again, that was fun." I immediately started crying and my boyfriend of course was trying to justify all of this, claiming that he had only hung out with Carly because he missed me and that he was upset that I was dating Garrett. Carly never spoke to me again, and when I tried to confront her as to why she would egg my house and get with my ex while pretending to be my best friend, she tried to pin it all on my boyfriend, claiming that he was after her and that she had rejected him. That summer, Carly told all of my close friends that I had taken my own life. She started telling everyone that she had loved me so much and that I effed her over. But I'm telling you, that look in Carly's eyes. It was like looking into pure evil. It was horrifying. It was like seeing who she really was, and to this day it still freaks me out. Years later I had spoken to a girl who Carly and I had gone to school with named Maddie. Maddie and Carly had become the best of friends after Carly dropped me. Maddie told me, "You're nothing like she described you and she made you out to be this really horrible person, but you're nothing like that." Turns out the reason Maddie and Carly stopped being best friends is because Maddie told me that Carly got her to do blow with her one night at a hotel and then they had intimacy. She told me Carly then left the hotel and went to find Maddie's crush. Carly had intimacy with him that night, dumped off Maddie, and began dating this guy. Maddie's words were, "She's not at all who she presents herself to be." And she wasn't. My addict sister is trying to unalive my dog. My current dog used to be my sister Candy's dog. Candy abused her with a shock collar. She wouldn't just use the shock collar as a punishment, she'd shock the dog, Penelope, whenever she felt like it, causing Penelope to be terrified of collars. Penelope also used to be terrified to eat in front of people, and it took me a few weeks of giving her a ton of love and praise to get her to realize that it's safe to eat in front of me and that I won't punish her for simply eating food. Candy keeps claiming that she's taking Penelope back, despite having no legal claim to my dog. Because of Candy's claims, I bought a security camera and placed it where I could clearly see Penelope's dog run so I can keep an eye on her when I'm not at home. The camera works great, and I can access it remotely from my phone or computer, and I can also talk through it, which helps when Penelope is having a barking fit at something. Well, Penelope ended up getting pregnant. She's starting to show, and she's overall a very happy and excited dog. Although her food standards have gone way up, she's decided dry food isn't good enough for her. Well, Candy was recently at my house to have a visitation with her child Nugget, along with our newest social worker as well as one of her three boyfriends. This one just so happens to be her sugar daddy. Candy decided to go to Penelope's dog run, and not only that, but she brought her boyfriend to the dog run. Mind you, Penelope is absolutely terrified of men. She was caged in and had nowhere to go, and Candy brought her boyfriend up to my dog, scaring her. I was at work and watching through my camera. Candy was talking really low so I wouldn't be able to hear what she was saying, but she had noticed the camera. When I got home, Nana informed me that Candy had looked at her boyfriend and said, "Oh, guess what? We're having a litter of puppies. I'm not letting her anywhere near those pups, and she will never get her hands on them. I am going to find the puppies good homes that won't abuse them or get rid of them for them just being dogs." Candy has a habit of getting rid of her dogs if they act out in any way, or the dogs mysteriously die. One of her dogs is actually buried in my backyard after she gave the dog the wrong heartworm medication, unaliving it. She didn't want to take the dog to the vet. Since my social workers know the legalities behind these things, I've confirmed with them that I'm legally in the clear to keep Penelope. I've had her for nearly 6 months, and all of her vet records are in my name. Candy had never taken her to the vet, so she has no official documents proving Penelope was ever hers. If she removes Penelope from my property, I am absolutely filing charges. I adore this dog, and Penelope absolutely loves Nugget, and she gets along well with my other dog. Penelope also does this thing where when she sees me, she gets super excited and gets all wiggly, and she does this little prance and does tip-taps on her front feet. And she's only gotten more affectionate since getting pregnant. I've had to increase her meals since she's become absolutely ravenous since getting pregnant. I'm doing my best to make sure she's happy and comfortable, and soon I'll have to set up a safe nesting area for her to have her puppies.
Man, what's the dumbest thing you've ever done to impress your girlfriend? My ex Amy broke up with me a few months before starting college. When she did so, I was intoxicated and messaged her some nasty things, including calling her the N-word. We blocked each other on everything. A few months later, I met a girl named Lauren. I used her to cope with the pain of losing my girlfriend, and was only supposed to use her as a rebound. Fast forward 2 years and me and Lauren have a baby. Throughout this new relationship I still had the notion that I needed to impress Amy with my new girlfriend. The relationship with Lauren fell apart, but we co-parent extremely well. At this point I realized I still loved Amy. She really is my high school sweetheart. Another year goes by and I call Amy and we catch up. Her family is still in the same home as before and she's traveling back and forth more often since it's her last year of college and she will be working a couple of miles from our hometown. We go on some dates, reminisce, and boom. We are in the talking stage again. At this point in my life my finances are very good. Everything was going well. Today was the first day going out with Amy and her family again and everyone was meeting at my place before driving to dinner. I was shaking in my boots. I could finally talk to them as a rich man. I called Lauren to pick up our son from my house because it would be a hassle trying to bring him to the restaurant. She agreed and I came up with an idea. I would pay Lauren $300 to ask me some questions in front of Amy's parents to make me look like a big shot. Lauren says she won't be able to remember all the questions, so I should text her a list of them. How are the businesses doing? Did you buy any properties recently? Are you guys going to an expensive restaurant? Those were the type of questions I wanted her to ask in front of everyone. I also asked her to act a little flirty and jealous. Lauren agreed. She screenshotted the message with the instructions and questions. She then sent it to Amy an hour before the dinner. Amy is super confused and suspicious right now, and I feel severely embarrassed. Lauren never even came to pick up our kid. I'm in such a weird position and now I look super bad in front of everybody. Reservation had to be cancelled and we spent the evening awkwardly playing with my son and microwaving TV dinners.
CPS workers, what's your worst experience on the job? A report came through about a stepfather who was mistreating his children. When I interviewed the eldest kid with the police she had very visible injuries and told me exactly what had happened. The dad was a monster who laid hands on them all the time, even in their sleep. As the children were in his sole care we knew that they needed to be removed immediately. We sent a team of 2 workers out to the children's school while myself and a colleague called the stepfather into the office. I led the interview and it was horrible. He didn't even try to deny that he had hurt his stepchild, basically saying that's my kid, I'll do what I want and you can't stop me. When I served him with the paperwork he absolutely lost his mind. He was swearing and screaming and said if we were outside this building right now I would effing unalive you. We ended up running out of the interview room, pressing our emergency alarm and I even had to make a police report about the whole thing. It got really messy. The next day we had court for the children and my manager decided I shouldn't attend due to everything that had happened the previous day. My colleague who attended told me that this man was at court and yelled several times something to the effect of where is that beach of a worker who took my kids. I felt scared, but mainly felt relieved that those children had been placed with an aunt and were safe. About 2 weeks later I had to stay back late at the office on an unrelated job. It was about 9 p.m. when I finished and I was the only person there. I walked out the back of the building to my car. It was really dark but when I got close I thought I saw a shadow moving at the front of my car. Just for a second and then it was gone. I was about 20 meters away at this point but it startled me. I stood there for a second just looking at my car wondering if I was just being paranoid. While staring into the darkness I started hearing tiny rustling noises. Safe to say I freaked myself out and sprinted back to the building. I called my boyfriend to come and pick me up, explaining what had happened. By the time he drove up to the front doors I had convinced myself I was being silly and asked him to drive me around to my car. He circled around and with the headlights shining on my car I could very clearly see that all 4 of my tires had been slashed. I was an absolute mess that night and called the police immediately. I was pretty sure that this man was responsible but as I hadn't seen him I couldn't say for sure. I took a few days off and came back to a meeting with my manager who had put together a safety plan for me and the other staff. She'd organized to have a security guard escort us to our cars and said very clearly that no one was to stay in the building after hours alone. Then about a week later a letter was delivered to the office addressed to me. Any mail that comes into the office goes through our reception staff. Our lovely receptionist opened it and it was a note that said, "You're as good as dead." The words were typed and printed. She was an older woman and burst into tears when she read it. It didn't say who had sent it, but I was convinced it was this same man. Over the next few weeks letters kept coming, each one getting longer. They addressed me as beach and home wrecker, saying that I mistreat children. It was just horrible, horrible stuff. The threats in the letters were the worst. The letters talked about roping me, unaliving me. To be honest, the police were less than helpful. They basically said that given the nature of our work they couldn't conclusively say it was this man, although they had questioned him. To me it all seemed like a pretty massive coincidence. I'd never had anything like this happen before. They did say they were taking the letters very seriously and tracking down where they'd been posted from, but I never heard anything back about that. My workplace took the threats very seriously too. All of the security was bumped up across the building and all staff completed refresher training on emergency management. One day on the way home from work I noticed that a car was following me. At first I thought I was being paranoid, so I drove down a bunch of little streets, double-backed onto the same route in a way that would make absolutely no sense. Even after all that, a dark green Camry was still paced a little way behind me. I freaked out but had already planned in my head what I was going to do in this situation. I headed straight to the police station, planning to pull right up to the front of the building and beat my horn until I had someone's attention. The second I pulled into the police station the green Camry drove straight past and disappeared down a nearby side street. I sat there for a good 20 minutes too scared to get out of the car in case they came back around the corner. It dawned on me that in my panic I'd forgotten to get the license plate. That upsets me to this day. I told the police what I knew, but they told me that the man didn't have any car registered in his name. This was the final straw for me. I was a nervous wreck. I was looking around constantly at work and at home. I knew that he lived relatively close to me, so I even stopped going grocery shopping in case I ran into him. I stayed on stress leave for a month and heard from colleagues that the letters kept arriving. I was very honestly ready to quit, but then the bid happened. It really changed everything. I started back working from home, driving a work car to and from appointments. I didn't go into the office regularly anymore, only allowed in small working groups when absolutely necessary. Over the next year the letters slowed and eventually stopped. By the time we were allowed back in the office there hadn't been any sign of this man for almost 7 months. About a year later I left child protection. I don't know what happened with those children, but my hope is that they are happy and safe with their family. I found out that my best friend has fabricated her entire life. I met my best friend Jessie through a close friend of mine named Bea and her little sister Sharon. Bea and Sharon's father passed away from brain cancer less than a year ago, and this has brought us closer. He was also like a father to me. Jessie has a childhood history of lying, which we attributed to her being the youngest sister and the fact that she didn't have many friends growing up. I have a large friend group outside of Bea and Jessie. After he passed, I ended up introducing both Bea and Jessie to this friend group, as Sharon got a boyfriend and started to spend most of her time with him. Jessie latched onto the group and got comfortable enough to hang out with them without me around. She uses Bea and I's car frequently as she doesn't have her own. Bea got her a job at the restaurant she worked at. We buy food at our apartment we know she likes. She eats dinner that I cook, drinks or alcohol, etc. She has never offered to pay us back or contribute to food and alcohol consumption, but we figured she was just forgetful. Shortly after I introduced her to the group, she confided in everyone that her mom may have lung cancer. We all were there for her and supported her while she was waiting for the test results. When they came back positive, we all offered to cook meals and send cards and letters, but Jessie declined, stating that none of that was necessary. It was caught early and she just needed to have it removed. We never heard anything else about it, other than her mom was doing fine. In late March, she started casually seeing a member of the friend group named Jack. He lives about an hour away from us, but visits the group when he can. I had also been seeing someone named Peter. Jessie said that she and Jack had gotten really close, that they were possibly talking about dating, but that they were probably going to hold off because of the distance. During this time, she also got a new job as an engineer at a very prestigious company that was out of the area. It started as an internship, but transitioned into more. She said that it was a mostly work-from-home position, and that it paid incredibly well. When my birthday came around in June, we planned a big party in our friend group because 2 of our other friends have birthdays around the same time. It was a costume party where you show up as either a hero or a villain. About 2 hours before the party was supposed to start, Jessie texted me saying her mother had tried to take her life and was in the hospital, but that Jessie was still going to try and come to the party, just without a costume. I was very understanding. When she arrived, she took Bea and some of my other close friends into a private room away from the party and explained in detail what happened. Everyone still had fun, but it took a lot of joy away from the party. At the time, I was trying not to be selfish because I knew that her mom was important to her. Right after my birthday, I found out that Peter was manipulating me and everyone else in my friend group into thinking he wanted a relationship with me, told me he wanted me to move cross-country with him, etc., only to find out that that was all a lie and he was using me for emotional intimacy. While I was going through this, Jessie was saying that Jack was doing the exact same thing to her. We sat on the couch and grieved together. I was sad for her. She dragged his name through the mud in our friend group, but continued to say she was seeing him just for intimacy now without any emotional involvement. A few days ago, Jessie confided in us that her mother's cancer had possibly come back. She had the scan results in a matter of days, and said they were positive. We were there for her. I decided to do something nice for Jessie to try and show that I care. I am autistic, and I have a hard time offering physical and emotional comfort. I am an artist, and I was trying to draw her a picture of her horse and paint it with watercolors. I realized that I didn't have any pictures of her horse, so I reached out to Jack and asked for a description since I knew he had met her. He responded with "Jessie has a horse?" I thought he was joking at first, but I very quickly realized he had no idea what I was talking about. Turns out, he and Jessie hadn't been seeing each other at all. They had slept together a few times in April, but had cut it off after that. He provided screenshots of their conversations since then, and it was captured in 2 pictures. He also provided time-stamped photos of him literally out of state when she said that they supposedly were together. This started an entire spiral of realizing that nothing she had ever said actually made sense. I reverse image searched a photo she had sent us of her at a rodeo, and it was literally a doctored stock image. This is the only picture of her with a horse that she has ever sent and that I have ever seen. There is none on her social media or on her phone. I asked everyone in our friend group, and no one had seen pictures of her horse, and it isn't on any of her social media. There's almost no way that she has this job at this big company, because she never graduated college and her position requires a college education. She also had previously used B's laptop to work, but upon checking computer history, the only thing it shows she was working on was a D&D campaign. She also is never in the location that the company is actually in, always seems to have the day off with PTO or be done with her work, and conveniently never has her card on her to pay for things or is locked out of her Venmo and will bring cash the next time she sees us, but somehow always forgets that she owes us money, almost as if she doesn't have any money to give us. She literally told Jack that she had a car worth $100K, but that she wrecked it. Neither B nor I have ever heard of this story. I started to remember things. She told us that just didn't make any sense and felt like they had been taken out of our own lives. She said she was robbed at gunpoint, but the timeline of the police making an arrest and returning her belongings made no sense. I have a copy of the security footage of my phone because I had to turn it into my insurance. I have also had a gun put to my head by an ex-partner who I literally had to have arrested. She said her mom attempted to take her life, but Jessie's location never once said she was at a hospital, and B has seen her mom over FaceTime since then. No scars where there definitely would have been based on the details that Jessie provided. I have proof that at the time Jessie says she was at the hospital with her mom who was having multiple seizures literally last night, her location shows her sitting at home. Things in our home have also gone missing: chargers, grinders and their contents, clothing. Jessie is always the first to blame other people that have been in our home, but she literally has access to our apartment at all times. She has been there before when we aren't home. What if she's been having people over and claiming it's her apartment? Stuff has been moved and things have gone missing. I did some sleuthing and messaged her sisters on Instagram asking for a photo of Jessie's horse and offering my support with their mother's diagnosis. I'm anxiously awaiting a response. In the meantime, B and I have to see her tonight and put on the performance of a lifetime. Even if she isn't lying about her mom, the way that she manipulated me into offering her support during one of the lowest times of my life and lied about my friend to our entire friend group is enough for me to cut her off. We lied and said they were doing a battery check on our key fobs, and asked her to bring hers with her tonight, as well as all of the clothes that she has of ours so we can take inventory and figure out what we need to buy for our winter wardrobe. She will not be getting the fob back or be borrowing any clothes. She will absolutely not be coming back with us to our apartment to stay and won't be left alone with any of our belongings. Examples of some other likely lies: she is a licensed mechanic even though she wasn't able to help me with an oil change because she didn't know how. Her dad was abusive, said this after she found out that my dad decided to rope me. Her ex was abusive, she said this after she found out that I survived 2 DV relationships. My pupil necklace went missing after I gave it to her, claimed she lost it, never bought me another one. She had a terminated pregnancy at 7 months, she said this after she found out about my termination due to the DV situation I was in, and claimed it was for the same reason. I found out that my best friend has fabricated her entire life. My close friend V, her sister Sharon, and I took my best friend Jessie out to a Mexican restaurant and waited until she ordered her food and drink before we started the official intervention. She has a nasty habit of leaving her wallet at home or getting locked out of her bank account, so we had all agreed not to cover any part of her tab and to turn her information over to the server if she tried to dine and dash. She was supposed to bring my pair of shorts, as well as a $50 bill to pay me back from buying her Barbenheimer tickets, and the shared alcohol we pre-gamed with as a group. As soon as she sat down, she was going in on how stressful her day at work was and how she had screwed up something major in the company's budget. After we placed our food order, I made eye contact with B and Sharon and pulled out my phone. I set it to the voice memo record and placed it face down on the table. I was sitting beside her, and B and Sharon were sitting across from her. I started the intervention by giving her the opportunity to be honest. We let her know that we knew she had been lying about things, and that she had this one opportunity to save her butt and explain everything. She said she had no idea what we were talking about, and pretended to think back on everything, saying she couldn't think of anything we were talking about. I asked her if she needed any assistance, and she said yes. I pulled out a screenshot of the blueprint she had sent us claiming to be her work. Right as I put it on the table, she said, "Oh, that," and then the food came out. She made a big show of hiding the printout from the servers. After the server walked away, I asked her to bring out the blueprints because they weren't classified. She tried to say she uses templates for her job, but I told her that we knew that wasn't what it was. She then said okay. So these are from NASA, and I immediately cut her off. And said try again. And it just went to crap from there. She just tried to double down the entire time, and Sharon, B or I would have to stop her and sat him, "No, that's not true," or almost there. We were in the restaurant for 3 hours, recording for 2 of the 3. I'll give you some of the highlights. She tried to say that her location showed she was home every time she said she was at the hospital with her mom because she could switch whose location her Apple account showed her Find My Friends. I asked her to show me how to do it, and she couldn't. Tried to say that her family had to sell the farm for cancer treatments, but that it wasn't as big as she had said it was. I asked for pictures or an address to the farm, and she couldn't provide this. Eventually tried to say that her family sold the farm a year ago, but couldn't provide any information. She tried to say that she did actually work for this big company, but that she was just a paid intern. When I showed her the job listing from the company website, proving it was 100% on-site and that she didn't have the required experience, she had nothing to say. Her mom never tried to hurt herself, she was just really sad. She finally came clean and said she was using substances again, meaning every time she was driving B or I's car for a work meeting or business trip, she was just buying substances. This explains some of the lies, as she was using them for a cover, but there were just other things she lied about for literally no reason. This also explains the missing cash, clothes, and items around our apartment. If she didn't have a job, she was likely selling or trading our stuff. While this is very sad, it's not an excuse for her behavior or manipulation. After a while, she came through about some stuff, but not everything. We plan to talk to her family this weekend about our concerns for her mental health and substance use. She tried to say she had already told them about everything, but who would let their 21-year-old daughter take their car 20 minutes away to go get margaritas with her friends after coming clean to them about addiction and manipulation? I really think Jessie thinks we're stupid. When we got the bills for our dinners, her meal and drink was $16 and she only brought $18 in ones. She was going over to a mutual friend named Calvin's house. Jessie has been trying to romantically pursue Calvin, and we told her that she needed to tell him the truth by midnight that night, as well as come clean to the rest of the friend group about everything, or else we would do it for her. Lo and behold, she continued to try and lie to him, telling him half-truths, leaving things out, and other times still flat-out lying. I don't know why she didn't think we would follow up with him, but he was able to provide little to no detail matching what we had on recording. He was very angry and wrote her off completely. She also never came clean to anyone else in our friend group, so as promised, I typed out a message and sent it to a group chat that included her, as well as offered to provide screenshots and the voice memo. She is still trying to lie and manipulate the situation so that we look like the bad guys to people she thinks we haven't told yet. She still hasn't sent me my $50, but she has a shift at the restaurant coming up, and I'll be stopping by to ask for it in person. I've been sending her daily reminder texts and have received no response. What's the biggest bullet you've ever dodged? There is a coworker of mine who is higher ranked than me. He lives around the corner and asked me if we want to hang out once. Sunday evening I helped him packing his stuff for vacation. When I arrived he sweated extremely and was jumping around like he's on substances. He behaved uncontrolled. Whilst packing there was a moment where he slapped my butt. I didn't react to that. He gave me sparkling wine to drink and I took a few drags of his J, not much. At the end I had 2.5 small glasses of sparkling wine and maybe 5 hits from the J. I was feeling good. He assembled a mattress on the floor. When I asked for what, he didn't answer. There were a few situations that felt extremely weird and uncomfortable. Also I had the feeling he secretly hates me, due to the backhanded compliments and sentences. So that's how it started. He brought me a glass of orange juice mixed with water. I didn't see how he mixed it. Then it took maybe 15 minutes and I randomly had the feeling everything around me got extremely loud and fast and I couldn't move my body anymore. That's how it stayed for a few hours. I do not how long exactly. And my heart started racing randomly and then I had to throw up. I threw up a lot. He called me an ambulance after the 3rd time of me asking and actually screaming help. Every time he showed concern it didn't sound honest. He sounded numb to me. I don't know if this was paranoia or real. Then when the ambulance arrived I didn't say that we smoked and that I didn't drink much. I said I drank too much, which wasn't true. At that point I still thought my body was playing tricks on me. Or that I just had a bad day. Why I thought more about that is, I felt bad for 4 days. That's not normal. 4 days straight I had issues with sickness and dizziness. And I feel violated, even though I know nothing more happened. My intuition is telling me that I was lucky. I didn't drink the whole glass of orange juice, and when he offered me more drinks I said no. I was still able to speak and think. I remember everything. I just couldn't move anymore. I found out that my mother is into some really disturbing things. I recently discovered that my mother has been having consistent intimacy with her brother, and I am the product of it. I'm pregnant with our firstborn currently, and my husband and I have just gotten married. I'm 8 weeks along. My husband and I were staying at my mother's house for the evening to catch up and talk about pregnancy. I left the house, but when I got home I realized I left my wallet in my mother's. Since it is about a 20-minute drive, I decided to go back. When I came in the house I was the shoes of a man. My mother is single as far as I know, and I never knew my dad, so I assumed my mother found someone and I was happy for her. I crept into the kitchen to take my wallet. I peeped around the corner to make sure the coast was clear, and there I saw them, on the living room, having uber silent intimacy. My uncle, and my mother. I was so shocked. I didn't tell anyone and they didn't see me. I told my then fiancé, now husband, after, and we both thought it would be best not to say anything close to our wedding. Then I was paying more attention to my uncle and I realized that we looked alike. He's my mother's brother and I noticed we share eye color, nose shape and some other features. Also I look more like him than my mother, as they aren't identical. I tried not to think about it, but it was eating away at me. Then my wedding came around. During it, my uncle seemed to be looking at my stepdad in an angry way when he walked me down the aisle, and my husband said he had a talk with him to treat me well. I don't know if that's not normal behavior. Also during my childhood he was weirdly involved with mine and my siblings' lives. My friend keeps saying I'm straight after I came out to him. My friend came out to me as gay a few years ago, and not long after that I came out to him as bi. But after I read about compulsory straightness I realized that I'm not interested in men at all, and I told him that. After I told him this he kept questioning my romantic interests, but before all this he said that being bi was only a phase for me. He acts really condescending about this, like he knows me better than I know myself. He said that because I haven't dated anyone yet he will consider me straight. Well, I wasn't really interested in dating men, and when I discovered that I like women I haven't really gotten the chance to date, but I really want to. I told him that I'm not completely against the idea of dating men, that I'm still exploring my interests, but he keeps bringing up the subject that I'm probably straight and it's just a phase. I told him that I'm not physically attracted to men, I've never been, all my crushes were out of convenience and because I thought I should like the boy that confessed to me, but in the end I just couldn't see myself with them, so they were just crushes. But he keeps saying that I'm just confused. It annoyed me in the beginning, but now I just ignore him. Recently he made some hints that he might be bi, but I haven't pressed him to tell me more. I felt like he would tell me if he wants to. I don't know if this has anything to do with it. A while ago I told him that I thought I had a crush on him because everyone told me we were too friendly with each other, but I couldn't see myself with him. I might be self-centered here, but maybe it makes him mad that I can't be attracted to him or any men. I tried to talk with him about it, but he dodges the subject or flat out ignores it or denies it. I really care about him, but he's making me feel really crappy about coming out to him. I really regret telling him. He's really mean with me recently, and when I mention it to him he says that I've become too sensitive.
My marriage is in 2 weeks, but I just discovered a disturbing secret about my fiancé. My fiancée Sarah and I's wedding is scheduled to take place in just 2 weeks, and I just witnessed something that is making me feel like I'm making the biggest mistake in my life. Tonight Sarah and I were taking a rare opportunity to relax at home. Sarah was in the kitchen making dinner while I was out back working on one of my projects. Anyway, as you do when you're doing heavy labor, I get thirsty and come back to the house to get a drink, where I see Sarah at the counter preparing dinner and talking on speakerphone. I recognize the voice instantly as my brother-in-law Marty. Now, this is where my brain gets totally twisted. Marty asks Sarah where her sister Evelyn is, as he's been trying to get in contact with her and she's not answering texts, and I hear Sarah say to him, "She just left here, she should be home in a half hour or so." It should be noted that Evelyn is Marty's wife of 5 years. I have to admit that I didn't immediately register what she had just said, because I went into the kitchen and grabbed a glass and asked Sarah what was that all about? And she responded with Marty was looking for Evie. I see her texting and I ask her, "What are you doing?" And she says I'm texting Evie that Marty was looking for her. Anyway, I pour myself a drink, sit down, have a sip, and then finally my brain starts to work. First off, I heard Sarah tell Marty that Evelyn was here. Evelyn was not here, and the last time we saw her was yesterday when she came over to work on some last-minute wedding decoration stuff with Sarah. Secondly, why is she texting Evelyn and expecting a response when I distinctly heard Marty that Evelyn wasn't answering her texts? Lastly, why the hell would she tell Marty that Evelyn should be back in 30 minutes unless she either knows where she is, or she is, right now in front of me, texting her to tell her to get her butt home quickly? The only conclusion that I came up with is that Sarah is lying to Marty about the whereabouts of her sister, Marty's wife, and is probably warning Evie that Marty will expect her home in half an hour. I then spent probably the next 5 hours concocting various explanations for this behavior, some decent, some downright horrible, and playing them back in my head. I wanted, really badly, to ask Sarah about this, but at the same time, if what I think is going on, then I doubted I'd get a straight answer. Which brings me to about an hour ago. I woke up around 1 a.m. to use the toilet and I couldn't resist the urge to check Sarah's phone. We both know each other's pins, so this wasn't a difficult thing to do. I grabbed the phone, retreated to the bathroom and unlocked it. I saw Sarah's sister Evelyn has been having an affair for about 6 months with a coworker, and Sarah has been helping Evelyn cover it up for almost that entire time. There are literally hundreds of texts between them discussing it, discussing the coworker, discussing intimate stuff, really embarrassing things about my brother-in-law, just stuff that makes my stomach churn, and here is my soon-to-be wife going along with all of it without batting an eye. I took some screenshots of the entire thread, put the phone back where I found it. Edit, the wedding is off. I decided to take the day off work and go to Marty's house to let him know. I got to Marty's house a little after 10 a.m. He had just put his daughter down for a nap and we had a long, frankly brutal talk, in the kitchen. Basically, he suspected this for a couple of months now, but Evelyn has been very good at covering her tracks, obviously with the assistance of Sarah and a couple of their mutual friends. I unfortunately do not have all 6 months of text messages, just a couple of dozen screenshots I sent to myself from Sarah's phone, but I gave him what I have and offered to help him however I could. I am a field analyst in the SIU department of a mid-sized insurer specializing in workers' compensation fraud, so I know a few things and a few people. Anyway, I am now working from my laptop in my almost brother-in-law's kitchen trying to salvage whatever I can. I'm going to have to talk to Sarah this evening and get the word out as fast as I can to my friends and family now that I know I won't screw Marty over. My marriage is in 2 weeks, but I just discovered a disturbing secret about my fiancé. Marty asked for my help in finding out who the other guy was that Evelyn was cheating on him with. The first thing I did was not some major amount of sleuthing. It was basically just going through LinkedIn trying to find the guy through Evelyn's connections, but that brought up nothing, which I thought was strange. Marty had told me that Evelyn was supposed to go out for drinks tonight after work and that she said she wouldn't be home until around 9 or 10. He didn't have to tell me what he suspected since I pretty much understood right away. I told him that I would help him, but he needed to come with me. I then contacted my buddy Mark, explained the situation to him and had him agree to meet us later in the day. The first thing we did was drive over to Marty's parents' house so that they could watch their granddaughter. I don't know what Marty told them as I waited in the car. After that, we went to Evelyn's place of work. It's one of those large commercial strip mall type centers with all of these nondescript offices in a row and a large, non-gated car park. We drove around until we found Evelyn's car and then I had Marty unlock it with the second set of keys. I then gave Marty a voice-activated recorder and a GPS tracker to place in the car. Once done with that, we left, parked a bit down the street and waited for my friend to arrive and for Evelyn to leave the business. My friend Mark shows up about 20 minutes later, hops in the car with us, and around an hour after that Evelyn comes out of her office with 2 of her girlfriends and a tall, younger looking man with sandy blonde hair. They are obviously holding hands and I'm like, damn Evelyn, you're making it easy for me. I take a couple of pictures from the car and then wait for Evelyn to leave in hers and I start tracking her. At first I thought she might go right to a hotel or something, but she didn't. Instead she drove to a reasonably nice bar and grill in a nice section of town and parked on the street. I drove by her as she was getting out of her car and entering the establishment and then found my own parking spot and went over the plan. First we sent Mark in, since no one knew him. He had basically 2 jobs. First, try to get any compromising pictures he could of Evelyn and Jake, and second to be my alibi. Marty and I waited in the car for around 20 minutes until I got the first in the series of text messages from Mark. They were pictures of Evelyn and Jake making out in front of their 2 female coworkers. Marty's suspicions were right, they were helping Evelyn hide the affair from him. He was obviously very upset and angry. Evidently one of the coworkers is married and as a couple they are good friends with Marty and Evelyn, both of them having toddlers around the same age. I asked Marty if that's enough for him, but he says he still really wants to know who this guy is. I try to tell him that we can find out later, but he's practically begging me at this point, so I tell him to wait, text Mark that I'm coming in and then enter the bar myself. First thing I see is Evelyn and her crew laughing and drinking at one of those tall round tables near the front window as I enter. I stop for a moment, pretend to be surprised and then call out to Evelyn. Evelyn. Hi. What are you doing here? She's obviously shocked to see me and everyone around her tenses up immediately. Evelyn quickly introduces me as her sister's fiancé and says that we are getting married in 2 weeks. There are a lot of congratulations from everyone. I thank them and then stick out my hand to the blonde guy and introduce myself with my full name, hoping that he'll respond in kind, and he does. I introduce myself to everyone else and then tell Evelyn that I'm here to meet a coworker. I wave to Mark, and then excuse myself. Once I get over to Mark, I tell him the guy's name and we both whip out our phones and go to work. It doesn't take long for us to find him. He's got social media profiles and a couple of court case judgments against him. Turns out that Jake, the guy Evelyn is cheating with, is 26, married and has a 1-year-old daughter. This just keeps getting better. I text Marty the guy's name and I decide I want to push my luck and tell him to wait a few more minutes. Basically, I'm playing babysitter here at the bar. I'm totally visible to Evelyn and her crew. I can see out of the corner of my eye that no one is particularly happy about this and my presence is really ruining the night. This is good. I let this go on for about 10 minutes and then tell Marty to text Evelyn that he's spending the night at his parents' house with their daughter. It doesn't take long after that until I catch Evelyn taking out her phone, showing it to Jake and then everyone deciding to pack up. Evelyn comes over to me, says good night and asks me if Sarah and I want to come over for dinner this weekend. I smile and say that sounds like a great idea and wish her and her coworkers a good night. Mark and I wait for them to leave, then pay our bill and hurry back to the waiting Marty. There's a bit of hesitation here, because we don't know exactly what Evelyn was going to do. Like I half assumed she might have already booked a hotel room and was heading there, which would have made everything a lot more complicated and limited what I could do, but it turns out that tonight was probably meant to be just drinks at the bar, and it wasn't until Marty decided to spend the night at his parents' that it turned into something more. Evelyn made a beeline for home and we followed behind her way out of sight and parked down the street. It didn't take long after that until another car pulled into Marty's driveway and we saw Jake get out, go up to the door, knock and be greeted by Evelyn. They went inside together. Now, at this point it's about 7:30 and I have my own stuff to do tonight, and I think that as a friend, I've done pretty much all I can do for Marty and he can handle the rest himself. Update 2, my marriage is in 2 weeks, but I just discovered a disturbing secret about my fiancé. I walked into my house to cancel the wedding, and saw Evelyn crying on the couch with Sarah. I froze for a moment and almost turned around and left. Still, I entered the room, both Sarah and Evelyn looked up at me in acknowledgement, but the tirade of accusations never came. I just stared back, raising my eyes in question. The moment passed and Evelyn went back to crying, Sarah back to comforting, and I let it awkwardly hang in the air for half a minute while I thought. It seemed that Marty hadn't mentioned my assistance in the uncovering of Evelyn's affair. I decided to play dumb. Not for any reason other than I wanted to see how Sarah reacted. I took a seat on a recliner and then asked them what's going on. Evelyn just continued to cry, but Sarah looked at me and said Marty is divorcing Evie. Well, yes, I figured as much. I decided to push ahead with the obvious question. What for? I asked her. Sarah stopped patting Evelyn's back for a moment and looked at me. I could almost see her face twist and contort. Imagine the look a 5-year-old makes when you tell them to eat their broccoli or finish their lima beans. Evelyn shot Sarah a look that I didn't need to be a sister to understand, and there was a pregnant pause until Sarah finally said, she cheated on him. Now, I have to admit, this response freaking floored me. This was absolutely not what I was expecting. Evelyn wasn't happy about this. She kind of crumpled into the couch a bit and did this strange combination of a sigh and sob at the same time. I wanted to press on, go for the gold to sort of speak, but I must have stammered a bit. Sarah probably interpreted it as shock, and well, she would have been right in a sense, just not how she assumed. Did you know? Sarah didn't say anything, she just nodded, her hand still rubbing her sister's shoulder. I didn't hesitate and asked for the obvious follow-up. How long? The answer came back a lot easier than I thought it would. 6 months. I was shocked by how easily she admitted to it. Evelyn was shocked as well. She smacked her sister's hand off her, and I think even Sarah was a little shocked at saying it out loud. I leaned back in the recliner and rubbed my face. Time to tug the rest of that band-aid clear off. We're not getting married. There were 2 looks like stunned goats and a chorus of huh? What? From both sisters. I stood up and repeated myself. We're not getting married. I can't marry someone who would cover up adultery, especially not for 6 months. Sarah sprang off the couch and opened her arms. The body language was, you can't be serious? But I just put my hands in front of myself. I'm serious. I don't like this, not one bit. I don't like that you took part in this, and I can't get married to you with how I feel. It would be a mistake. The waterworks started immediately, and even Evelyn did that thing with her mouth that looks like a perch trying to suck air. There were wails from Sarah, accusations of not loving her, appeals to my sense of duty, to the loss of money, the inconvenience to all our friends, the embarrassment of it all. It was frankly nothing I hadn't already thought about, but it definitely felt different hearing Sarah say it through body-racking sobs. It was at this point, I probably made a big mistake. In an effort to convince Sarah of the finality of it all, I said, look, I already canceled the honeymoon. It's not happening. I knew it was a bomb the second it left my mouth, and the explosion was damn near immediate. Evelyn, to her credit, had always been pretty quick on the uptake, which is probably how she had managed to fool her husband for so long. I could almost see the realization dawning on her when she put it all together with my appearance at the bar earlier in the evening. She screamed, "You mother effer," and flew across the room at me. Now, I'm not a huge guy, but I'm no slouch either, but the force that Evelyn flung herself at me had me staggering backwards, and I barely had enough time to get my hands up before she started raking my face with her fingernails. I almost lost the phone I still had in my hand, but still managed to push her away and say very loudly, "Evelyn, get off me. Sarah, get your sister under control." Evelyn made another lunge for me, but surprisingly Sarah did exactly what I asked her to and wrapped her arms around her sister's waist and held her in place. I looked at Evelyn and yelled, "Get out of here right now or I am calling the police," holding my phone up for emphasis. Sarah asked both of us to calm down. She said to me Evelyn doesn't have anywhere to go right now and Marty took her car keys. I did not care. I was 100% through with Evelyn and I was going to make sure she knew it. I marched into my home office and locked the door and dialed the popo. I told them I had been attacked by my fiancé's sister and had locked myself in my office, that I was bleeding from my face and that my vision was blurry and I feared for my life. I even told them that I had recorded the entire altercation on my phone. Just as I was finishing up my conversation, Sarah comes knocking on the door. "Please come out, we need to talk about this. And please, I love you, don't do this. We don't need to do this. And even Evelyn is sorry, she wants to apologize." I'm pretty sure that last one was a lie, but Sarah was obviously losing it. I didn't answer her, and her attempts to cajole me out of the office ended probably right when the police rocked up to our front door. I could hear Sarah talking to them and I decided to come out. The cops were 2 males, one of them looked younger than me, maybe around Sarah's age, and the other one looked older and more annoyed about life in general. I introduced myself, pointed at Evelyn, stating that she attacked me, and offered to show the cops the recording I made. The younger one asked me if I wanted to press charges. I said yes. He asked me again if I wanted to press charges. I said yes again. At this point, both cops looked at each other, and before the young cop could open his mouth again I said, "Yes, damn it, I want to press charges. I have video evidence and this is going to court, or else I'm going to call up your boss and ask him to come down and do it himself." Honestly, at this point, I was getting pretty hot under the collar, and while I get what these guys were thinking, I don't agree with it at all. Facts are facts. Sure, I might not be bleeding out on the floor, but Evelyn assaulted me in my own home and I wanted her gone. Thankfully the situation didn't immediately escalate, and the two officers handcuffed Evelyn and put her in the back of the patrol car. She was squealing and crying like some sort of gibbering maniac the entire time. Sarah wasn't much better. She just kept going, "No, please, no," over and over again. At this point, the younger cop circled back and asked us if everything was okay here. I just told them I was going to bed. He asked Sarah again and she didn't immediately answer, so he goes, "Is everything okay here, ma'am?" It was clear what he was fishing for. At this point I really disliked this guy, but I bit my lip. Sarah finally realized that the cop was addressing her and she just nodded at him. Obviously the guy is not satisfied with this and starts to ask her again, at which point I interject and say, "If you want to go on a fishing expedition, you might want to do it over there on the lawn where my doorbell camera isn't recording you." I think at this point I had pushed my luck with this guy one too many times, but what could I do? I think I was probably about 30 seconds from getting the cuffs slapped on me until his partner came up and basically pulled him away. He was an older man, probably in his late 50s, and probably didn't want to process 2 arrests right at the beginning of his shift, especially when one of them was obviously going to be more trouble than it was worth. I'm pretty sure he talked him out of it and they left, carrying Evelyn away and hopefully out of my life forever. Update 3, my marriage is in 2 weeks, but I just discovered a disturbing secret about my fiancé. The next day was by far the weirdest day of my life. I woke and Sarah was still home. She had cleaned the house from top to bottom. When she saw me, she sort of hovered out of immediate range, not quite engaging, but looking like she wanted to say something. I took a deep breath and told her we needed to finish talking. She tried to sit next to me on the couch and I thought about rebuffing her, but I didn't. We were not getting married, but I didn't need to act like I hated her, because truthfully, I didn't. I was disappointed in her, decently disgusted by some of the things I had read in her text exchanges between her sister, but we were both hurting here and I didn't want to make it any worse, or escalate things to a point where life could get any more complicated than it already was. It took some more convincing on my part for Sarah to truly and fully believe the wedding was off. She was a wreck. I think she was hyperventilating a few times. Finally she asked the serious question, "What about us?" I didn't have an answer for Sarah in that moment. I just didn't know and I told her so. I said I read all those text messages and it showed me a side of her that I didn't know existed and that I wasn't certain about her, or our relationship anymore. I said I couldn't understand why she would go along with Evelyn putting down Marty and joining in, and even egging her on and cheating on not only him, but their daughter too. She just kept saying, I know, it was wrong, I know." I asked her for an explanation, but she couldn't provide one. She just said that she got carried away and that she had to choose her sister. I told her that I thought a good sister was someone who kept you on the straight and narrow and didn't give you a free pass to be a douchebag. She agreed with me and said that she would do better, but that Evelyn had always been the boss when they were kids and she was always the follower. Now here is where I get the second major shock of my life in like 48 hours. Sarah says to me, "It's not fair. It's not fair." "What's not fair?" I ask her. "You were texting that stupid wife Mandy on Instagram last year and I got over it." I was so hurt, but I got over it. "Why can't you get over this?" "Why?" "Huh? What? What the hell is she talking about? Who is this stupid wife Mandy? Like I have no clue." I ask her if she was baked or having a psychotic break. I'm protesting pretty loudly at this point and Sarah is yelling at me through her tears, telling me that she saw the messages last year and that she decided to not confront me because I had stopped it. Evidently she had been checking my socials from my home computer when I am at work, which should have been really boring because I have only family and a couple of work friends on there. I try to make this case to her, offering to let her log into all my accounts and check for herself, but she's just calling me a liar and a creep and all sorts of crap. She starts throwing stuff at me and so things are getting out of hand and I tell her that if she throws one more thing I'll have her taken out of this house just like her sister. She swears at me and stomps off to the master bedroom and slams the door. Now, at this point I am so damn confused I barely know what to think. I head into my office, fire up my desktop and type stupid wife Mandy into Google. Sure enough there is an Instagram, a Twitter, a Reddit even and of course, an OnlyFans. I click on one of the Instagram links and up comes a post of an extremely honkered woman, like clearly pushing the limits of science and technology, and she's from Australia. My brother was staying with us last Christmas all the way from Australia? Guess who I told? Sure, go ahead and use my office computer to play games if you have jet lag. As far as I can tell, my brother, after his wife and kids went to sleep, logged into either Insta or OnlyFans and was probably paying money to text with this girl. What a great guy. Update 4, my marriage is in 2 weeks, but I just discovered a disturbing secret about my fiancé. I decided to carry on with what I needed to do. First thing up was attempting to contact every person from my side that I had invited to the wedding that I had not yet informed about its cancellation. I called everyone and had to explain it to everyone, which took a long time. Because of this, it wasn't until late into the evening when I finally managed to contact everyone. After this was done, I thought about it and realized I had no idea when she left and sat down to eat and think about what to do with my brother Carl's situation. Carl and I have always been pretty close despite him being 13 years older than me. I respected him greatly for taking care of me when I was young. The idea that he had been texting with a girl who wasn't his wife, in my house, was something that I was still coming to grips with and I needed to decide what to do. Talking to him about it was obvious, but at this point, given how much of a shambles my relationship with Sarah was, I didn't know if I cared about having him confess just for the sake of clearing my name. Was there anything to salvage anyway? I needed to, for my own sake of propriety, at least yell at him about this and convince him to stop. However, I wasn't sure if I was going to rat him out or not to my sister-in-law Karen. It all depended on what he told me and if I believed him or not. I logged into Facebook and video called Carl and he answered. We greeted each other, exchanged some pleasantries, and then I just sort of dove into it and asked him if he had been using my computer to intimacy chat women on the internet when he was visiting me. Carl's face froze and he leaned over out of frame of the camera. He was obviously closing his office door. Yeah, I did. Why? He said to me. I swore under my breath and explained to Carl how Sarah had thought that his flirting was me, since he used my computer. I explained that I wasn't happy to take the hit for him and I asked him point blank if Karen knew about this or not. He waffled for a few seconds, stumbling over his words, and then looked a bit sheepish and said that no, Karen didn't know, and he'd prefer if it was kept that way. He went on to explain that their relationship had been pretty rough since their youngest was born 4 years ago, mainly in the bedroom department. Carl had always been a pretty private person, especially when it came to intimate details, or at least he had always been that way when talking to his much younger baby brother. However, this time he just let it all lay out. Things had been bad, he had been tired of getting rejected, Karen was always tired no matter what he did or how much he helped out around the house. Eventually this led to problems on his side, some sort of performance anxiety on the few occasions where Karen would actually feel up for some bedroom fun, and things just got worse from there. Basically, he said, there's no amount of socks picked up, laundry folded, dishes washed, or time spent minding children that would get me laid. It was just not happening, so I started to spend time in my office at night working. He even did the finger quotes when saying this. Evidently his working at night turned into a pretty hardcore dependency on OnlyFans sites, which, given the relative privacy he had in his office for legitimate work, spiraled out of control pretty quickly. I asked him if he was still doing it and he swore up and down that he wasn't. I thought I believed him when he said it. He seemed to be sincere. But I just had this niggling feeling in the back of my skull that something was off. Now, the problem I faced was pretty complex here. First, if I wanted to clear my name, then I would have to get my brother to tell Sarah that it was him all along. However, if he did that, then there was no guarantee that Sarah wouldn't spitefully inform Karen. I personally thought it would be best if Karen knew, but at the same time I didn't know if I felt comfortable potentially dropping a nuke on my brother's marriage over something he not only said he stopped, but is in this sort of moral gray area for me. I didn't have an answer right away as to what to do, but I did urge him to tell his wife about this and to get into marriage counseling. He said that they actually had been going for the last 6 months, and while it was helpful, what had really helped him was getting a prescription for some generic blue bedroom pill. I actually did a spit take at that, neatly spraying my computer screen with water. He told me that they had been trying to make sure they have intimate time at least a couple of times a week, and the pill had cured him of his performance anxiety to the point where now they were both looking forward to spending time together after the kids went to bed. The general gist of this was something along the lines of, hey, this is actually going in the right direction now, please don't screw this up for us. I really didn't want to be in this position, not just for the sake of Carl and Karen, but for my 2 nieces as well, and if what Carl was telling me was the truth, I could be tossing a firebomb into a relationship that was starting to mend. It was unpredictable what would happen, so yeah, it may disappoint some people, but at the time I felt that the best option I had was to wait and see. I was, after all, going to meet him in a couple of weeks in the flesh, and once I got him alone in a room and a few drinks into him, I was going to definitely get to the bottom of this. It seemed like the best course of action. Anyway, that night I went to bed early. I didn't see Sarah until the next morning. She looked haggard, like she had a distinct lack of sleep. I asked her where she had been, mostly out of habit, after all we had been together for almost 6 years. She told me that she had gone down to the courthouse for Evelyn's arraignment to post bail, and that afterwards she had driven her to her parents' house and spent the night. She made a point of telling me how horrible it was to have to explain to her parents that I had called off the wedding. I asked her if her parents knew the reason why, and she barked, of course they do. I tried to remain calm, but by this point in this ordeal I was losing it. I bit back at her, are you going to move back there so that they have both girls at home now? It was childish and petty, but the fact that she bailed Evelyn out of jail annoyed me to no end. You don't need to be a butt about this, she said, to which I said, and you don't need to be Evelyn's underling. I could see Sarah visibly flinch when I said that to her. It obviously had struck a chord, and the corners of her eyes started to tear up, and I cooled my temper. We just sort of stood there, miles apart in the living room of our house, and didn't say anything for a good solid minute or two until Sarah decided to continue talking. Our parents are going to be here at 3. I actually face-palmed at this. I was about to go off on her for not consulting me on this, but decided that was just my own ego. After all, I did need to sit down with them and work out the details around the wedding and whatever remaining deposit we had, and I needed to, at least once, face-to-face explain to everyone why it wasn't happening. So fine, let's do this and get it out of the way. Update 5, my marriage is in 2 weeks, but I just discovered a disturbing secret about my fiancé. 3 p.m. came and so did our parents. The next 3 hours were grueling. No one was happy. The best support I could get came unsurprisingly from my own parents, but even that was tempered. Eventually we worked out a decent deal in regards to the wedding. We would try to get back whatever money we could, split it back however it was contributed, and then eat whatever losses there were communally. However, when it came to the subject of the house, Sarah vehemently objected to my idea of paying back her or her parents for the deposit. Basically, she didn't intend to move. Sarah and I hadn't really talked about the us or us living together situation in too much detail. The fact that I even brought up settling the house equity seemed to shock her because the implication here is that I expect her to move out of our home. She threw a fit and I don't blame her. I should have settled our relationship status with her first before trying to negotiate a payment plan with her parents. It really tipped my hand to everyone about how I was feeling about our relationship, and while I think our parents expected it, or at least understood, Sarah was beside herself. She was absolutely not accepting of us breaking up over this, and she made it clear. I am not moving out of my house and we are not breaking up, she declared. And that's pretty much how my Sunday night ended. After our parents left, Sarah and I tried to talk it out some more, but we kept running in circles around each other and I had to curb my natural inclination to run her down until we got a resolution. Truthfully, I was pretty damn tired as well and I just wanted to turn off my brain. Believe it or not, we just ended up sitting on the couch and watching a movie together in silence until it was time to go to sleep. We left it there with a "we'll talk about it more tomorrow" and retreated to our separate rooms. On Monday, I woke up to a large handwritten letter slid under the door from Sarah. I took a brief look at the first few pages and decided I would deal with it later and went to work. When I left, Sarah was still in bed. She must have been up late writing that letter. At work, I started calling vendors about the weeding. During the day between making calls and doing work, I read Sarah's letter. It was a 20-page handwritten letter. The gist of it was that ever since childhood Sarah has been bullied by Evelyn, and in response, Sarah's way of dealing with this was to essentially go along with whatever Evelyn wants to hear. She went on to say that it had become sort of a general way of operating in her life, that she was just afraid to rock the boat, to cause a problem, or sometimes even to voice an opinion. I reflected on this because truthfully, when I look back at our relationship with a more critical eye, I kind of think that Sarah was a bit too perfect of a girlfriend. What I mean by that is, she never disagreed with me, never picked her plans over mine, or even really advocated too strongly against anything I wanted to do. She went out of her way to make herself appear useful and all around acted more or less like a yes woman in our relationship. I mean, we had never even so much as had a minor disagreement in 6 years, let alone a full-blown argument until now. It sounds great from a relationship standpoint, until of course, it's not. I couldn't shake this feeling that Sarah has this deep-seated insecurity and need to make people happy. You know what they call people-pleasing behavior. When I start looking at it this way, a lot of things make sense to me and I start to realize that despite being with Sarah for 6 years, I don't actually know her that well. It's like she's put up this image around her which is really just a mirror, a reflection of whatever she thinks people want to see, and in the case of our relationship, she's more or less been acting my role of the perfect girlfriend while never really letting me inside to see who she is as a person. Hell, I can't even say that what I saw in those text messages is the real Sarah because it's almost certainly just another reflection, this time of Evelyn and all her warts and faults. This may sound weird, but it's like we are in this unequal relationship. Whereas maybe she loves me for who I am and how I wear my thoughts on my face and my heart on my sleeve, but maybe I only love her for the mirror she is holding up to my face. That night we talked more about this specifically, about her childhood, about her behavior. The conclusion that we came to is that she needs help. She's a grown woman who is sadly stuck acting like a child, too scared to displease anyone, lest she face her sister's wrath, or her parents' disapproval, or the loss of love from the one she loves. This is no way to have a relationship, and I can say that I feel much more confident and assured that my decision to call off the wedding was the correct one. In fact, it could not be any more correct. That night, after our talk, I went to bed with much less angst than I had in a few days.
I am running away after what my brother said to me. My sister is mentally ill and has been struggling a lot recently with her self-image. This has been going on for the past few years, and in the beginning I was sympathetic and helpful, but as of recently it has begun to drain me. Every conversation we have ends up being about her and her problems, even when we are talking about something fun. It's almost as if I have become her therapist, and it is damaging me to the point I avoid her when possible. We have had a rough childhood and often didn't connect because of her issues, but I have always loved her and wished her the best, but I have come to the realization that even if I see her as a sister and love her, she will only see me as someone she can vent to and then ignore me. Today I was making coffee when I opened the fridge to see all my milk was gone and replaced with sugar-free versions, which I cannot have. I got a bit annoyed knowing my sister was responsible, and my parents sparked the conversation about how she has been doing this a lot. Obviously my sister heard and came down and was not happy. She started acting aggressively and my dad reciprocated, telling her until she gets her act together he will not be supporting her in any way. This caused a huge argument, and unfortunately at the time my 6-year-old brother was sitting next to my sister. I told him to get up and leave, but he was frozen in fear, so I had to grab him and hide with him so he would be okay. I shut the door and he immediately sat down at his computer and started messing with his headphones as if it was some sort of routine. I asked what he was doing and he said, "My headphones have a button to volume up and down so I can't hear the sounds." My heart immediately broke and I think I truly realized the extent of everything that was happening. He said it so casually and innocently and put on the headphones like he knew what to do. It really hit me that he thought this was normal and had already put a plan in for when it happens. I immediately started tearing up, but I had to be strong and try to distract him and make sure he didn't see anything. At that moment, I realized that I cannot stay in this place for any longer. I feel selfish for deciding this and leaving everyone behind, but it is honestly so exhausting having to take a parental role and protect everyone when things go down. It happens almost every day and has been going on for years.
What's the scariest thing that's happened to you on Halloween? My husband Jim and I own a business in a big old barn of a building which has 5 floors. Halloween was a Monday last year. We locked up the business at 5 p.m. and we went to an early dinner across town. Then we got a call from Sonatrol, our security monitoring company at 6:30. A motion detector on the lower level. Then another. We left in a tearing hurry, but figured it's a bird or something. I went inside the main level upstairs and disarmed the alarm, and started fumbling noisily with the keys and the big iron gate, one of many that separate the floors at night. Jim checked the perimeter outside for signs of a break-in. Nothing, doors and windows intact. Dusk was long gone. The shadows had settled in and taken over. Just wardrobes loomed in the dark. Wardrobes and nothing more. Right? I headed down below to the location of the alarm, trusting Jim would follow. After all, it was a rat. Or a cat. Or a bird. I am accustomed to the building after dark, so I just turned on my phone light, not the overheads, and walked around boldly like I own the place. I looked in the corner with the motion detector. Nothing, just its red eye blinking mindlessly at me. No rats, no cats, no birds. I turned and went the other way while Jim poked around a few aisles over. And there it was. A burglary kit sitting in the middle of the floor. Bolt cutters, a fire extinguisher, just sitting there, waiting. I have never gotten a bigger case of sheer terror so fast. After all, there was no broken window or door. So he was still there. In the dark. With me. I hissed Jim, please, 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 and he didn't hear me. I literally couldn't scream, just like in those stupid goddamn dreams, my voice stuck. Just me, the spotlit burglary tools, and a hostile presence lurking in the dusty shadows watching while I whispered for someone to save me. Finally, Jim wondered why I had taken root in the hallway and came to see. He saw what I was frozen pointing at, and was like OF. We bolted out the front door to call 911, and waited. And we abandoned the building to the burglar. An eternal 5 minutes later the police showed up and were initially pretty unimpressed with our find of the crowbar and fire extinguisher. Until we pulled up the security footage that revealed the actual horror, the man who planted the kit there. So this guy is built like a lean, mean, brick house. He'd crouched on a landing behind a bookcase when we closed, and watched me and my staff lock up. Bided his time. Then calm as could be, he walked out and went to the men's restroom in the hallway downstairs. That area isn't set for motion detect for a variety of reasons. He spent a while in there moving around with the door open. He constructed the mask using one of ours, and a fake flower wreath to hold it on. Purple plastic clematis. He looked right into the camera barefaced, and then put the mask on, stared at it fixedly in his mask for a time and finally pulled his gloves on. He stacked a few solid body vintage suitcases in front of a tall iron gate and hopped right over like it was nothing. He ran down the hall and looped the floor. He ran back into the hall, and moved a ladder to hop back to the other side of the gate and, bizarrely, just repeated this whole thing a few times. Then he went to the basement. Wormed over a 15-inch gap over yet another iron gate. Back to the hall again. Stared into the camera more. Repeat. He was moving fast up and over, back and forth, upstairs and downstairs. Parkour style almost. Then he got the tools out and peeled apart one of our steel lock boxes with the crowbar, and stole a handful of our keys to access showcases. At this point he heard me fumbling with the gate and keys upstairs. He ditched the stolen keys and tools and hid, watching me while he waited in the dark. We exited to call 911, and he ran back to the basement. In the basement there is access to a dirt tunnel that circles the perimeter of the building. He broke the door open and entered. Spiders the size of dinner plates live there. He had no light. It's muddy into 4K. It's, in a word, petrifying. There is a tiny exit hatch, if you walk the whole thing and take the multiple turns, that dumps you into the busy kitchen of a restaurant, whereupon one would need to stroll past the line cooks, out into the restaurant proper, and then one could leave their front door. When we found it, there was a clear entrance into the tunnel but no exit tracks. No muddy footprints, nobody walking out on the restaurant cameras, and the cooks noticed nothing. Reviewing the footage, timing it all, tracing his path from camera to camera and searching the building carefully took hours. By the end, all of us including the police were starting to lose our collective cool and freak out. There was no chill, when even the guys with guns were rattled. After all, where the F did he go? Jim and the two officers had no choice but to walk the dirt tunnel. The cops took one look and were like absolutely not. Jim insisted and so they made him walk point. They made it about half the tunnel before the cops were like F no, you are leaving with us and we are gonna review more footage from the restaurant where there are no spiders and F this. Jim got the okay from them to board up both ends of the tunnel. Which he did, solidly.
I have been stalked for the past 15 years. When I was 13 years old I started noticing a weird boy, Victor. We went to the same school. He was always staring at me through the windows of my classes while he was in the hallways, and at lunch. It was an everyday thing. The girls in my class started saying that Victor had a crush on me, which creeped the hell out of me because he was 18. I was creeped out but still didn't care, as long as he didn't approach me or anything. But things escalated quickly. Victor would follow me home every day. The most annoying thing however was that he constantly asked his friends to try to talk to me and try to convince me to go out with him and make out with him after school. These talks would usually take about 30 minutes of them trying so hard to convince me to agree with this. While Victor was behind them watching the conversation like a freak. Obviously I rejected him all the time, but being the nice guy that he said he was, he spread rumors about us making out anyway. Nobody believed anyway because he was such a weird guy and the whole school knew it. The final straw was when our school had a trip to a book fair. I was super excited. At this point I had made a couple of friends. On our way to this fair, I was on the bus with my friend and Victor was on 3 seats behind us and I could feel his eyes on me the whole way. Out of nowhere he came and asked for my friend's cell phone and she gave it to him, so stupid of her. He returned her cell phone not even 2 minutes after. She checked the cell phone and showed me he had taken a bunch of photos of me. I guess this was his way of saying that he had already done this at some point. She got heated and went to go talk to him. When she returned she said the creepiest thing I've heard in my life. She said this with a very scared face. He said to me that when you least expect it he will push you into a bathroom and rope you. Today. The only thing that went through my mind was, what should I do now? I looked at him and he gave me a creepy smile. After this I spent the whole day looking behind my back, not leaving the side of my teacher. She didn't even understand why I didn't want to walk around at the fair. I was in alert mode all the time and thank God nothing happened. When I came home I cried in my room like a baby. This was at the end of the year and thankfully I switched schools again. I told this to my mom last year, and she was like, yeah, it happens. It happened to me too when I was your age. So shocked about how this is such a common thing. I'm now 28 and I still see Victor on the streets. He has followed me around a few times. I always walk in circles until I lose him, but sometimes he waits for me outside the stores or restaurants. I think about what would have happened to me in the book fair if I didn't have my teacher next to me the whole time. And I wondered if one day he'll do something or just keep this creepy behavior. People who are no longer best friends with someone, what happened? Jay was like my brother, and I was like his sister. We spent tons of time together, but then he just started drifting away. He'd come over and just go to sleep on the couch. Wake up eventually, and leave. Things would also happen like we'd get together on Halloween to watch movies, he'd disappear 20 minutes in, then not see if we were still there until like the end. I needed help with rent, and he was getting evicted. He only lived like 2 blocks away so we agreed he could move in for a bit, against my better judgment. He had been so unreliable in the past times he lived with me, so I doubted this time would be any different. I was at a friend's place one night and he texted me to accuse me randomly of replacing him with new friends. I told him, Jay, I didn't replace you. I've gained additional new friends. We invite you to everything and you either say no, say yes then don't show, or say yes and then cancel last minute. It's been like this like 3 years now. He then started threatening us aside on a daily basis. It got to be too much and I was almost at the end of my rope. He was still living with me during this. He was starting to spend all his apartment time in the bathtub. Like, I'd get up in the early AM for work and he'd be in there. He'd have to get out so I can get ready. He'd get dressed and say he's going to the gym and leaves. I leave for work. I get to work and it turns out it's one of the rare times it gets cancelled. I get back home and he's already back in the bath. Nowhere near enough time to go to the gym now. I'm a girl who enjoys my baths. Sometimes I'll soak for 4 hours. But he was wanting to do nothing but be a merman. Then, the incident. I woke up at 3 AM and felt it. The type of urgency where I have about 30 seconds to reach the toilet to pee. I go out there and the door is shut with the light on. I can hear him snoring in the bath. I knew there was no time. I have to go into the kitchen and pop up to use the sink. Gross, I know, but the sink was empty and I didn't know what else to do. The kitchen was right beside the bathtub. Like, a 2-foot gap separated them. I turned and made it 2 steps into the kitchen and I peed myself. I just stood there, mortified and furious. I cleaned up the best I can in the kitchen, changed, and cleaned again. Then I pound on the door. Jay. Wake up and get out here now. He came out and insisted he wasn't sleeping. I called him out on it and told him I could hear him snoring. The next day, I told him that it hasn't been working at all and he needs to move out immediately. I told him I can't handle the stress and being I just got out of the hospital for mental health issues, it wasn't a good thing to be around. Steve always been on good terms with his family. I think sometimes they'd secretly hope we'd get together so their son isn't single and alone. I don't know what he told them but his family showed up a day later. About 10 of them. They were like an assembly line going in and out from his room to the outside. Probably took less than 10 minutes and he was out. But, none of his family would even look at me. I just sat there on the couch stunned. After they were gone, I thought long and hard about things. I was going to tell him I think we needed space so we could both cool down and think about things. But, I also wasn't in the mood to verbally talk at that moment, and I didn't want to put it off. I loaded up Facebook to reach out to him, only to find out he had unfriended me. I thought to myself, I guess he made the choice for us, and I blocked him on everything. I moved to the other side of town but sometimes I'd see him out walking someone's dogs. I would feel some remorse and want to reach out but thought better of it. I ended up moving to another state because of feeling a need for a life reset. That was 2019. November 2022, I got a text from an unknown number. Turned out to be Jay using WhatsApp. He wanted to say hi. I debated on whether or not I should message him back. I sat on it for a few days and finally responded. I kept it light and not too personable. I didn't give too many details of my life, but we ended up talking about Fallout 76 a lot. He would steer every conversation to his health problems. He had issues in the past, but it appears that in the 3 years we didn't talk, more issues mounted and the original ones got worse. I'm pretty sure most of them were diabetes related. He wasn't even a big guy. Just bad luck. Convos would start randomly and not last long moving forward. I think we were both tentatively gauging if the damage could be repaired. After a period of not hearing from him, he messaged me in March to wish me happy birthday. I thanked him and asked him a question and never heard back. I didn't think anything of it. May rolls around and I wake up one day to a text from my mom. Jay's brother was in here earlier. He says Jay died a month ago in his sleep. I was stunned. Way too young. I looked up his obituary online, and he had passed 1 week exactly from our last text. That explains why I never heard back. I reached out to a lot of mutual friends to tell them the news. Almost none of them knew. They were shocked. No one had kept in touch because a lot of them only hung out if I was there. I was the glue and I had moved states. They were all friends, but I was always the one to get people together. I escaped a trafficking abduction in my late teens. I grew up in a small town. The internet wasn't fully accessible like it was in larger cities yet. I was trying to find a job, desperate to get out of my small town. I wanted to leave and travel. I found a job posting in the classified ads section of my local newspaper that offered to pay for my training and ticket to get me to California. The transportation provided was by Amtrak train. And, of course, a one-way. I had never left my town before, other than for school trips or travel sports. I was intrigued. There was a number to call, so I called it. I was advised my caseworker would call me back at the number provided. A day goes by and I get a call from some woman. She was friendly, and had a lot of information about the job. It was a door-to-door sales job that was 4 months long. The job was more money than I had ever seen at that age. I fell for it all. She said I would be leaving in 2 weeks if I accepted. So after some back and forth I agreed to the position and they got my ticket ready for me. The next day I put in my 2-week notice at work. I received calls daily from this woman, confirming that I was still coming. Each day she became more and more pushy for my leaving, telling me the tickets were not returnable and so on. When I would suggest any hesitations, she would get short with me, and would gaslight me into thinking it was all in my head. I wasn't comfortable with her behavior, but I didn't really think too much into it. I figured that's just how people acted from where she was from. Very bossy, direct and pushy. I was working one day and had missed her daily call, so she proceeded to call me a bunch of times back to back. That's when I knew something was off. Mind you, I was only 18, nearing 19. I was really ignorant. That day I decided to retract my 2-week notice I had put in at my job, and talk to my manager. She had mentioned that it seemed suspicious and that I needed to not go. The next day, I had called the woman back and told her I had changed my mind and that I would not be going. I thanked her for the opportunity and she abruptly hung up. A week or so goes by and I had a curiosity about the number she had been calling me from. I decided to try calling it one afternoon and it was disconnected. I was so confused. I never thought of it again. Fast forward to when I got my current job. I'm a flight attendant and have been for over a decade. We have annual training and in 2016 we began integrating our training for human trafficking, as it was on the rise. I knew of it, but never knew the seriousness of it all. Small town mindset, growing up extremely disconnected from social norms or even real life issues. That's when it clicked in my head. I had an overwhelming, gut-sinking feeling. I thought about the weird calls, the pushy behavior and the disconnect when I decided I wasn't going. I couldn't help but wonder how many people fell for the same ad, and how many people actually went through with it.
My wife is leaving me over a plushie toy. The day after my wedding day, I decided to invite my closest friends over to the house for an after party. My best friend Dominic came with his wife Canella and my good friend Adam with his wife Lynn. Dinner was going great until the topic of how the wedding came up. I insisted my friends tell the story of the day I confessed my feelings to the love of my life. After the story ended, Dominic decided to tell the story of how I got my wife her favorite plushie toy. Dom explains the time where he and I were driving around on a Tuesday being bored off our butts and just listening to music. This is the part I truly wished I shoved a firearm up his mouth. He goes on to explain how as I was driving around, he saw a plushie on the side of the road next to a garbage bin. Me being the idiot I am, I told him to pick it up for the jokes and giggles. It was all going funny until he came up with an idea, to give it to my wife. Since it was still the honeymoon phase, it was a great present. I started wiping off the grass and particles, making sure it looked clean. I even smelled it to make sure it was clean. My wife ended up loving the plushie. I was the happiest man during that moment, nothing could ruin it. Now before Dom could finish his story, my wife paused him. She says what Dom was talking about, and he decided to explain in more detail how her plushie came to be hers. At this point she was furious. She gave me a look and told me she needed to excuse herself. She then went on a drive with her friends Sophina and Lisbeth to talk about what had occurred. At this point I was getting scared and worried, thinking why I decided to tell the story, or in fact, let Dom tell the story. After 4 hours Sophia had came into the house. She whispers something into Dom's ear since I don't think I wanted to hear what she had to say. After that she left and Dom decided to go drive around with Adam and I for a bit. So Adam, Dom, and I go for a drive. And Dom tells me the story on how my wife thought this whole time it was her brother that gave her rabies since he always bit her. It turns out it was the plushie. If my wife wouldn't have gotten the serious bad rash and got sent to the hospital, she wouldn't be with me right now. In fact, she would have been 6 feet under. I sent her over 100 messages and calls, but so far she hasn't replied to them. I also heard from Dom's wife she'll be staying over with her for the next week.
I fell in love with a sociopath and he ruined my life. I met Jez on OkCupid. I was 28 and he was 42. We hit it off very quickly, and I agreed to meet up with him for dinner. After, I invited him over to meet my husband, as my husband and I were poly. Things went very well and they seemed to get along, so Jez and I started dating. This guy completely swept me off my feet. Over and over again he absolutely revered me for my strength and wisdom. He showered me with gifts, flowers, and random good deeds just to make me feel safe, wanted, and cared for. After the first few weeks, he had a meltdown over my poly nature. He pulled the plug because he said he was already falling for me and couldn't handle sharing me. I stood my ground and accepted this boundary and the fact that I would have to let him go. I left that night sad but confident that I had done the right thing for the both of us. That next week he sent me flowers and a card to my workplace, begging for another chance and reassuring me that he would rather try than not and end up regretting it. Even though it was scary, he wanted to take this journey with me. We continued dating and it was just as wonderful. Long nights we spent awake talking, sharing, laughing, lovemaking, and planning. We went places and did things that I had always wanted to do. By August of 2018, my marriage had ended, by no fault of Jez's, and by October, my husband had moved out. I was on a lease at the time and knew I couldn't afford the place on my own, so finding a roommate was essential. I had no support system to fall back on, nor did anyone else I know need a place at the time, so Jez offered to move in. Even then I was hesitant. We had only been together about 4 months and I knew everything always changes when you move in with a partner. Despite my hesitation, I agreed. He was wonderful to me. How bad could it be? I was not prepared for the change that was to come. It was literally like night and day. Jez suddenly became a different person. He was extremely controlling, jealous, and lazy, nothing like the person I thought I had met. And the way he treated me progressively got worse and worse. Hanging out with friends became a burden, if not impossible, because he would blow up my phone, guilting me about leaving him alone or not involving him in some way, yet when I tried to, it was also treated as a burden and inconvenience, as he would huff and puff his way through even the concept of leaving space for anyone but ourselves. In December of 2018, we attended my work Christmas party. I had given him the option whether he wanted to go or not. It was really neither here nor there for me, especially because I had already learned that he really didn't do well if he felt pressured into social situations. I opened the invitation to him because he had expressed to me over and over that it was important for him that he was involved in my social life. For the full month he knew about it, he insisted that he wasn't going. I took it as him being introverted and didn't push the issue. I let him know that I would make sure he felt welcome if he decided to go, but not to feel obligated. I was surprised when he changed his mind at the last minute and insisted on going. And even more stunned when we went and he actively acted as though he did not want to be there. Everyone there was incredibly welcoming and included him in the festivities and conversation. However, he still practically grumbled the entire night about the whole thing, mumbling insults and critiquing every little part of the party under his breath, as though being there was absolutely awful to have to endure. At one point, after a couple of glasses of wine, my direct manager leaned into Jez and started praising him. She and I were very close, therefore she was intimately familiar with what I had gone through with my ex-husband. "I am so happy she has you." She bleated through wine, "Happy you have been absolutely transformative for her. It's so nice to see her finally happy and appreciated." Without missing a beat, Jez grimaced at the comment and quickly snapped back, "You don't effing know me." I honestly didn't believe my ears. It was one of those moments where time stops and you just know you couldn't have heard that correctly. I sat brewing on it for a minute before another light-hearted interaction with Jez prompted him to suddenly snap at me through grit teeth. "Stop it." This triggered me and I lost it. I pulled him outside and asked him what his problem was. I called out his behavior and told him if he was going to act that way then he could just leave. That if he didn't want to be there, he should have stayed home. He ended up giving a sort of half-baked apology and we went back inside and finished the party. I remember the drive home that night, staring out the dark window at nothing in particular, in worried silence. "I might have messed up," was my only thought through the entire drive. This all started out slow, of course. Like, waving me away or invalidating my experiences and ideas due to my age, that I was just dramatizing my experiences because I was young, etc. The man who, not 6 months prior, had validated me, my trauma, and experiences to the ends of the earth. Now every time I started a story or tried to share anything, even trying to plan out meals for the week, he would openly show annoyance as though I was violating his time and attention. Before I knew it, he was snapping at me over every little thing. If I asked how his day was or talked about my day, I would aggressively shut it down. "Why do you always ask me that? I don't want to talk shop at home. I really don't care about your work. It's work." Before I knew it, I couldn't even bring him a plate of breakfast without being snapped at. It was as though he was testing me. When Jez and I first started dating, He flat out refused to talk about his exes. He refused to name them or discuss any of the issues or lessons learned. They didn't matter, he would claim. They weren't in his life for a reason. It was the same reasoning he also used in reference to my more recent exes. Talking about them, including my now ex-husband, may as well have become off limits. Anytime I brought up either of our exes, he would become incredibly agitated, belittling, and just overall very aggressive. I took this as both an age gap issue, as I have a tendency to dwell, as well as insecurity and a threat to the life he was trying to build. However, after he moved in and this hot-button topic had been established, several times, he would bring up his exes and how they looked, telling me on more than one occasion he would have never dated me back in the day. And that I was lucky he lowered his standards. I didn't even really know what to say to this. I would laugh it off and shove it in my back pocket. He then started bringing up my looks and accusing me of catfishing him. I had stopped taking care of myself due to the isolation and had also put on some weight, so most of my clothes that I had once felt great in, no longer fit. And since Jez had also been dishonest with me about his financial position, he was always needing extra money here and there, leaving me broke almost all of the time. A horrible tragedy happened that following summer, while Jez and I were together. I received notice that a good friend I went to art school with took his life while on mushrooms. I was rocked. Jez, however, was far from supportive. He pretty much immediately shrugged it off. That's life. I guess that's what he gets for effing around with mushrooms. I was baffled at such an unsympathetic response, and even more later when Jez started to interrogate me about my relationship with this guy, asking when the last time it was that I had even talked to this friend. You don't even know this guy anymore. Who cares? I broke up with him the first time after he called me at work. Raging. I was busy, so I wasn't able to answer right away, but once I was finally able to answer, I was met with intense anger. It was storming and one of my dogs was having an anxiety attack due to storm and separation anxiety. This wasn't the first time and he was well aware of what she needed in those moments. Why the F aren't you answering my calls? You answer when I call you, I don't care where you are. He went on for a few minutes, calling me a crappy girlfriend and laying into me over my sudden distance and lack of communication while I was at work. I fell in love with a sociopath and he ruined my life. At this point, I was done and I lost it. I tore into Jez over everything, especially causing problems for me at work. That being in my life is a privilege, and if he's going to wake up every day acting like he hates me, then I don't know what on earth he's even doing with me. I told him that I expected him to get his things and leave. I didn't want him there when I got home and we could coordinate times for him to come and get the rest. He flat refused, suddenly victimizing himself, claiming he had nowhere to go. How dare you make me fall in love with you? How dare you take me to meet your father and then dump me? My manager and her husband ended up following me home that evening because she was concerned for my safety and had offered to let me stay with her for a few days. I will never forget the scene as I walked into my house. My boss stood next to me, watching as this 42-year-old man literally crawled on his knees before me, begging for mercy and communication. At one point, wrapping his arms around my legs, crying into them, "I can't believe this is happening. She's the love of my life, you know that?" He cried to my boss. I couldn't believe what I was witnessing. This was the antithesis of the heartless person I had been spending my days with. I shook him off and went to the back of the house, gathering enough of my things to get me through the next few days, as well as any and all valuables I could think of. It took a few days, but after about a week, Jez started blowing up my phone, apology after apology. Suddenly, he was the man I met again, full of humility and self-awareness. He acknowledged the awful way he had treated me and sent me walls and walls of well-thought-out messages, psychoanalyzing his own behavior, where it comes from, and the ways he knows it needs to change. I took him back. Like a dumb, desperate girl, I took him back. It wasn't long into the second round that he started to guilt me over the breakup. My panic had damaged his relationship with the people in my life and he made sure that I knew it was my responsibility to fix it. It wasn't long after this that my car ended up breaking down at a gas station close to home. There was a very nice couple in the vehicle next to me that came to my rescue and checked things out under my hood. The gentleman turned out to be a mechanic for a living, so he had a pretty good theory about what could potentially be going on. By this time I had already attempted to contact Jez to let him know what was going on and where I was. It wasn't long till he got off work, so he told me to sit tight and he would be there shortly. Meanwhile, this sweet couple stayed put and kept me company while I waited. Jez barreled in about 15 minutes later, completely ignoring the couple that had helped me. Touching base, the gentleman handed me a slip of paper with a name and phone number on it, reviewing what he thought was going on with my car. Before Jez butted in, cutting him off, I said, "She's fine," he snapped. I could see the woman out of the corner of my eye slink away at this comment and get into the passenger seat of their car. I could feel the sudden tension, like maybe she's been here before. The gentleman didn't move and shifted his attention to me as Jez walked into the store. I could see he was clearly concerned. "Are you okay?" he asked in a low, almost whisper. "You don't have to answer that, but if you need anything." He looked down at the number in my hand and nodded to it seriously. With that, he got into the driver's seat of his car and drove away. I've thought about that couple countless times since that night. Everything went right back to the way it was before. As though the initial breakup never even happened. The same eggshells, the same belittling. If anything, it was worse, because I had permanently damaged our relationship. If I had just not been so dramatic. If I didn't run away from everything, then maybe he wouldn't have to work so hard for respect in my life. One night we got into an argument, but I paused the argument in order to get some sleep before work. When I went to lay down, I heard the TV turn on. I have a soundbar, so the volume can get pretty loud. Jess proceeded to turn the volume up and up, and up. Far past any volume I ever pushed those same speakers to, even for parties. The very walls were reverberating with the sound of the TV at astronomical volumes. Jess then started laughing hysterically. It was a laughter manic with anger, as though something might be funny on TV but he might also jump through a window right now. I remember laying in bed absolutely horrified at what was happening. I knew things had gotten bad, but now I was scared. I got out of bed and asked him to turn it down, to which he responded, scoffing, "I'll watch TV if I effing want to." And turned it up even louder. I felt like I was in a horror movie. I started crying at this point, begging him to please just let me sleep. He started mocking me and calling me names for crying. Oh wah. Poor baby is crying again. That's your card, isn't it? Crying? This caused the fight to start again, and he started screaming at me, followed me to my bedroom, where he suddenly punched a door not 2 inches from my head. His eyes were black and he looked me in the eye, sending the clear, unsympathetic and hostile message that was a warning and next time he wouldn't miss. My whole system had shut down at this point and I sunk to the floor in a panic attack. My ex-husband had issues with violence. Jess knew that. All our rentals prior to that one had holes in walls and doors peppered throughout our unit due to my ex-husband's inability to handle his emotions. But he never hurt me, or even came close to it. I crumpled to the ground feeling powerless, trapped, and afraid. As my thoughts continued to race, he continued to berate and mock my panic state. Most of our argument from that night was a blur, but ended abruptly once he threatened to put my social security number on the dark web. At this point, all that was left in me was to fight. I blacked out and went ballistic, screaming at him to get out. I felt rabid and dangerous as I screamed like a banshee for him to leave my home. It was over and I was ending it that second. I contacted my landlord and explained what had been going on. Jess would also end up contacting her, weaving his own tale that I was moving out and tried to have the lease transferred into his name. Luckily, since I was several steps ahead of him, my landlord didn't fall for it and contacted me immediately. She personally came and changed my locks for me, gave me the personal contact of a police officer close by in case he showed up again, and took half off my rent for the next month. I am forever grateful to her for these simple acts of kindness that were above and beyond anything I would ever expect from a landlord. It took weeks for him to stop messaging me. The only reason I didn't block him was out of fear that he would show up at my house. Though I had contacts for protection, I knew I would rather get a daily apology video than have to deal with him on my doorstep. So they persisted. For a while. The same act from before, the love bombing, the promises, grasping at straws trying to find the weak spot where I would let him back in. But I ignored it. It continued for weeks before he finally gave up. He bowed out gracefully, stating boldly that he will always love me. I left him on red. The illusion was destroyed. In one of our last discussions, I asked him desperately what happened to the guy I fell in love with. Jess looked me dead in the eye, smirked, and said that guy doesn't exist. I told you what I had to tell you in order to get you away from that effing a-hole husband of yours. You're just stupid and fell for it. Guys, how did you completely destroy your chances with your crush? I have been seeing a beautiful girl I met on Tinder for the last month. We hit it off well, became exclusive and became intimate in the bedroom. I was moving house around this time, and the last night before my move she came over after work and she had work the next day. We hung out a bit and then went to bed. We made out a bit, but she said she was too tired for intimacy. I figured she just wanted me to initiate a little more to get her in the mood. So in my foolishness I went to town on her using my fingers. I wanted to give her the chance to ask me to stop, so I went really slow, and I could hear her murmur something, but she never said not to, so I kept doing it either way. I did apologize the next day when I spoke with her. I didn't think it was a huge deal, but I understood she wanted to sleep and I shouldn't have done that, and she said it was fine. After that, texts became less and less frequent. She became harder to get into contact with, leading to this last weekend where I didn't hear from her for over 48 hours. I wasn't sure what was up, so I asked her yesterday and she gave me some devastating news. She said that while she had said it was fine that day, it really wasn't, that she had been scared of me that night, scared to say no when I made moves after she said she wanted to sleep. Apparently she had bad experiences similar to that, and what I did broke her trust in me. She was trying to get over it the whole week, but it kept nagging at her the whole week and she couldn't get past the thought that I would do it again. I apologized profusely. I didn't try to make excuses. I knew I effed up and I promised I would never do it again. I just hadn't understood. I asked if she could forgive me and she said relationships are built on trust and you broke the little bit I had for you. I understand, I agree. We decided to break it off there. I don't want her to try to force it if she isn't feeling right about it. We both said some kind words of encouragement for future dating and it ended on really good terms, all things considered.
What's the best kept secret from Hollywood? My best friend Cindy, whose was a child actress until 9th grade, told me not to tell this to anyone, but she should have thought of that before she decided to screw with my 14-year-old brother. Throughout grade school everyone used to call me Butterface Betty, and Cindy was always praised for her talent. She could cry on command and had the loudest singing voice. Some people are just born to make way for the winners to succeed. That was what I thought until I looked through her book bag. Freshman year of high school, I was looking for my chapstick and I decided I'd look through her purse for some. I kept rummaging through, and as weird as it sounds, there was a book with a skull on it. I don't know what came over me, but I just took it home. That same night Cindy had to leave school early to go on a film shoot, and I spent my time reading the book. Everything I knew about beauty I guess was a lie. I knew about mewing and gua shas, but there was a shitload of easy practices to use to just fix your facial shape naturally. I had always been under the impression that plastic surgery was the primary method, and it just wasn't worth the effort when you see terrible freak cases like Michael Jackson and Linda Evangelista. There wasn't any way I was going to remember everything in that one night, so I found it online and bought a copy of my own. When I returned to school with the book the next day, I was instantly met with a backslap to the head by Cindy asking for her book back. I didn't have the nerve to fight back as I was in the wrong, so I just gave back her book and hid in the bathroom. The next week Cindy made my living hell. She knew that I found her secret and knew that I was starting to sculpt my face better. She did what she could to bruise my face and make the process painful, all this, and I still considered her my best friend. Though that ended once she started manipulating my 14-year-old brother into thinking she was into him and he had a chance to get with an older girl. That's where I drew the line and cut her off. After a few weeks off following the instructions in this book, I developed a more Hollywood facial appearance, and Cindy got fired from her show for leaking the secret and other behavioral issues. Edit: for those of you who asking me what the name of the book is, look up Facial Gains Guide.
My golden child brother disowned me for being adopted, but now wants favors from me. I ended up talking to two of my friends from high school. They were actually there during multiple occasions when Chad publicly said all the stuff about me not being family. We talked and we all mutually agreed, I do this once, see if we can mend things. If not, I can tell my mom and sister I tried and we are done with the whole thing, and if the whole negative thing with my family keeps up, I will cut them off for good. So I accepted to go babysit. I went over to Chad's house around 8 p.m. As soon as I showed up, I was greeted by Chad's wife, who was extremely happy to see me. She talked to me for a few minutes about how happy she was that I came over and how she was glad to be going out with Chad. I kinda just listened to her go on and on before she finally got to the baby named Seth. She explained to me his night route, feedings, etc., nothing too big. Then she got to the end where she started going on about how he was having crying fits at night and how he wouldn't get to sleep until mid-morning. She then said they would only be gone about 4 hours and that they would be home around like 12:30. After this, Chad shows up from their room, literally starts talking to his wife, looks at me and then just looks me over for a minute and gives me a small wave and nod before heading out of the house. His wife follows and simply tells me to call or text if I need anything. For a minute I was just stunned but went to work to see Seth. Which was odd, because it was my first time seeing him in person and not in the photos that are hung around our partner's house. In person he is the cutest little baby ever. He was fine the whole time, and he only cried because there was no one in the room, not because of the weaning. By this time it was around 11:30. I would check the clock every few minutes just to see what time it was. 12:30 rolled around and I'm like, should I text them? But I gave them another few minutes until I needed to text them. I ended up texting both of them at one asking where they were because they did say they would be home by now. I got no reply from either of them. They finally show up at 3 in the morning. I'm livid at this point. Not even over having to take care of Seth for a longer period of time, but just because they never texted me back. Like, what if there was emergency or something? They walk into the living room and I'm just like, I texted asking where y'all were and no one answered, and Chad's wife starts saying that Chad said it was fine and that it would only be an hour more, and I was just like, you know what, it's fine, whatever, Seth is sleeping. She looks at me all weird and I rolled my eyes, say it's not the weaning that's making him cry at night. He gets lonely, he's clingy. Just let him know you are in the room when he starts crying and he will go right back to sleep. I started to walk out with my stuff, as I was right about to walk completely past Chad when I turned around and was like, so you aren't going to say anything to me? After I looked after your kid for like 7 hours now? He snorted at me and was like, no? My wife is the one who talked me into this anyway. At this point I said, so this wasn't a way to be able to apologize for high school or maybe all those other times you decide to outcast me from the family? Because I was under the impression that maybe you want to patch things up because of you asking me of all people to watch your kid. He sat there for a minute and just said, why should I apologize? Because literally nothing from high school has changed. Man, you really do need to just grow up and understand that me and my wife aren't going to cater to you like mom and dad did because you're adopted. You ain't our family and you won't ever be. At this point I just got in my car and left. I ended up texting my mom about all of it thinking she would get it in the morning when she woke up. No, of course she had to be awake. She apparently told Chad's wife about the conversation we had about all the stuff Chad had said and done to me in school. Apparently his wife felt bad because she had an adopted sister too and felt horrible that Chad had done and said all those things. Apparently mom didn't know about Chad asking about the babysitting thing until now, and she started talking to the wife, who is now upset. Apparently she thought Chad would have changed since then and didn't think he would act the way he did when I left. I told my mom that I'm done with him, and that if something ever happened with Seth then I would be there, but I was done with them until that happens. The way things are going, I will most likely be cutting my whole family off. Update 2. My golden child brother disowned me for being adopted, but now wants favors from me. The first day or two after the interaction with Chad was a bit hectic. Both of them were blowing up my phone, trying to get me to talk to them, mostly my mom just making excuses for Chad and my sister trying to basically just tell me to get over it. I ended up telling the both of them, in text and over the phone, that I was over it, and I would be going no contact with Chad and his little family. This sparked some anger, but my mother soon went quiet and later my sister. Everything seemed to be going pretty good after that for a while. That was until a week later when my sister showed up unannounced at my apartment demanding that I take the blessing of getting to be around Chad's sheltered child when no one else seemed to be able to. Basically acting like it was some huge honor that I was asked to babysit. I almost snapped. I wanted to call her a bitch and to get off my property and not come back because I was just so sick of it. But I didn't. From my doorstep I told her that if she wanted to see the baby so bad just go over and see it. It wasn't my issue to deal with, and I slammed the door in her face and watched her leave. It's been radio silent for a while now until earlier this week. I was scrolling on Instagram when I noticed that my oldest brother, the one that supported me about curing Chad off, and his girlfriend of 4 years are now engaged. I noticed their engagement post had been made last week, but no one had told me? Not even my mother? I texted my brother's girlfriend asking her about literally everything that was happening. She was surprised because my mother had said she had told everyone in the family about the wedding. She then told me that they would be holding a family meeting at my parents' house to talk about the wedding plans. I said okay. The meeting was for today around dinner time. I showed up and walked into the house and noticed that a lot of stuff was different decoration-wise. My parents had our family photos all arranged around the living room, and a few random frames with multiple small photos in them as well. I noticed that they had replaced multiple small photos of specifically me from the frames, and replaced them with now pictures of Chad and his wife and my older brother and his girlfriend. What were maybe 6 pictures of me on any of the walls, there were now 2. A baby picture of me and my senior high school photo, that are now in the hallway, not even the living room. I ignored it and didn't say anything. After a while everyone showed up, except for, of course, Chad, who my mom pulled that he wanted to spend time with his baby bullcrap. They all started talking about the people plans of the party, also known as people who were going to be key parts of the wedding cast. I tried my best to listen and take in all of what my brother's girlfriend was saying. I noticed by the end of it all, my name was literally never added into any of the main plans. I wasn't mentioned at all for another in the plans. I started to question why I was there if I wasn't going to be in the main plans of the wedding. I was kinda like, why not just send me an invitation then? I went home and texted his girlfriend asking about what had happened at the little meeting. Apparently my mother had told her that I wouldn't want to be involved in any of the wedding stuff and that it wasn't my thing. She called me unfeminine and that I wouldn't like doing any kind of bridal stuff because I'm not girly. She then said everything was set in stone now. My older sister is going to be a bridesmaid and my little sister is to be a flower girl. My little brother will be the ring holder and my other little brother and Chad will be groomsmen. And apparently my mother also told her that because of what happened with Chad that I shouldn't be sat at the family table but at a guest table. I will just be another guest at the wedding. I didn't really say anything back because it hurt. It hurt that my mother would say that about me, that I was infeminine and that just because I myself didn't do a lot of girly things in my spare time, I wasn't going to be able or enjoy doing something like a wedding or be a bridesmaid. I can't believe she would say that about me. To be honest, I don't know if I'm even going to go. Update 3. My golden child brother disowned me for being adopted, but now wants favors from me. My golden child brother Chad's wife is pregnant again. My mother is still taking time to bother me and showing up at my new place and only giving me a second of a heads up. I have decided I will go to the wedding but leave right after the ceremony. Chad's situation has grown only by the fact that over a group chat they decided not to have any kind of gender reveal or even a baby shower. They just announced that they are now having a girl. Chad also announced that he is going to college now. And asked for a $10,000 loan, which my parents gave to him. They have always stretched that they will never loan money to any of their kids. My stomach turned when they happily gave him the money, but they wouldn't lend me $20 for school books when I went to college. They refused to help me get into college. I muted the group chat. I also found out that my sister has possibly outed me to mom. I came out when I was in high school as being bi with a preference for women. This didn't go well, to be quite honest, as my mom pulled I have a lesbian cousin who is married to a woman, followed up by a prejudiced story about how her friend traumatized her in college by taking her to a gay bar and she got hit on by another female. Not great. My brother fully believes that my love for women is trauma-based because of the abuse I faced from our bio father. My heart was broken when all of this came to the surface, knowing they both truly wouldn't support me. They would only lie to my face about being uncomfortable with my life. I basically promised myself that I would never tell them if I got a female partner, in hopes of saving not only my feelings but my partner's feelings in the long run. It makes me extremely uncomfortable to think about them looking me in the eyes and believing everything that they told me concerning their feelings about my lifestyle. I fear my sister has told our mom. About me dating a female now that I have moved further away from them, something that I never did while in the house living with them. I noticed on my girlfriend's Instagram that my sister had liked one of the pictures of me and my girlfriend. My girlfriend, after hearing all of this, supports me about not posting pictures of us, seeing as she knows that my family follows me on Instagram. My girlfriend has not tagged me in any pictures on Instagram, so my sister had been looking through my friend on Instagram. Not even a week after the photo was light, I had to see my sister in person for something. She started to make awkward comments about my dating life and if I was seeing anyone, which I only said maybe and left it at that. 2 days later, my mom is showing up at my front door with some store-bought cookies asking me if there's anything I want to tell her. I brushed her off and didn't say anything. She then left and hasn't said anything else to me. A few hours later, my little brother texts me asking if I had told mom about me dating because she is apparently going crazy and about how his dad is just telling her that it's just a trauma response. I haven't told anyone about me dating, so clearly someone told her about me dating, especially the fact that they are bringing up that I'm dating a female. My golden child brother disowned me for being adopted, but now wants favors from me. I was adopted when I was 16 by my half-brother and his wife, who were in their late 30s at the time. They already had 6 children when they adopted me, but it was never an issue. All the other kids liked me too. Except for one, their golden child, who was only 4 months older than me. Chad. Chad has always been an insensitive a-hole to literally everyone, including our other siblings. He would literally fist fight our older sister, say horrible and mean things to everyone and get away with it. He also had extreme anger issues that would cause broken doors, holes in walls, etc. He also got to do everything me and my sister were never able to do, got a free car, went out at night. When we were still in school together during high school, he got up in front of our whole class year and told everyone I wasn't his sister and never would be. He then told me in front of his friends that I would never be a part of his family and I should just get over it, and walked off. This was not a one and done thing. He would keep doing this up until he moved out and I stopped talking to him. Golden Boy once again got the limelight of the family after he got married right after high school. He moved out to his wife's family's house, and then had a baby, the first grandbaby. Since this has happened, I have stayed as far away from him as possible, only seeing him for family pictures every year because our mother asks. Recently I decided to come forward to our mom about what he said and did, because she was upset about how I was distancing myself from him. She basically pulled the "that's still my kid and it's my first grandbaby" card as the reason she wasn't going to be upset over it. I didn't really care, to be honest. I knew it wasn't going to change her mind on her kid anyway. Out of nowhere, I got a message begging me to come to babysit for them because you're the only one who can deal with these kinds of babies because no one will help. Apparently they are weaning their kid off of breastfeeding and the baby is extremely clingy because of that, and the fact that the mom is a germaphobe who has basically isolated this kid since birth. It literal has only been held by like 6 people since it's been born. They know I don't sleep for the most part because I'm an insomniac with ADHD, and I also am not bothered by crying. For some reason, I can sit for hours with the baby crying and it doesn't bother me. I can't tell if that's a blessing or a curse at this point. My sister is mad at me because apparently they haven't asked anyone else in the family for help but me, and everyone wants to go see this baby.
I'm in love with my straight best friend. Last weekend, my best friend Tom and I were at a get-together to celebrate another one of our friends moving. Tom and I ended up getting into some pretty deep conversation about our relationship. We both come from tough upbringings. He gets pretty mushy and very honest when he's intoxicated. He was telling me how much he appreciates having such a healthy friendship with me. We hugged it out for a while, then he kissed me. I was in the moment, so after he moved away I kissed him back. We never found the mic. Some time later we were in the living room and he made a saucy joke about us. My friends are all pretty flirtatious people, myself included. Usually it's benign and playful. I'm the gay one, so I compliment my female friends, they do the same back. Tom and I joke flirt with each other all the time too, though again, being the gay one and much more reserved than he is, I'm careful not to let things go too far. This time though, I responded by pushing his chest and pinning him to the wall in a seductive way. It probably looked funny because he's so much larger than I am. He had an excited look for a microsecond before pleading, for the sake of our friendship, please don't do this. Unless you mean it. I jumped right off him, of course. It sounded like a very offhand, roundabout way to say that he does want this and it hurts that I am joking about it. That was the vibe I got. I don't know what to do with that except to not. We kept joking around with everyone and eventually he and the other guy present went to smoke some Zaza. My other friends asked me what Tom meant too, with emphasis on the unless. Tom had a past roommate that was also gay who tried to make a move on him. When his feelings were left unreciprocated, and his physical advances went too far, it really messed Tom up. We've talked about it a lot and Tom sometimes says how much he appreciates how unlike past roommate I am. I don't think I could ever tell him for fear of damaging our friendship, but I can't ignore that somewhere inside I'm hoping he actually feels something too.
I had passionate intimacy with my cousin. My cousin Dave was getting married, so our whole extended family had gathered in his home. On the wedding day I was getting dressed and had not locked my room door when suddenly Garv's brother James walked into my room and saw me half undressed. My honkers were fully exposed and my hands were little entangled with me trying to wear my dress. I told him to please go out because I'm getting dressed, but instead he locked the door behind him and approached me saying how beautiful I look. I was a little uncomfortable with him seeing me like this, but he sat down next to me and started chatting casually, Then he mentioned how he is still single and also has his V card. He was telling me that I'm the first girl whose honkers he's seen and he's glad because mine are very amazing. He starts touching them and I try to push his hands away, but he's stronger and with one hand he holds both my hands. Then he kisses me deeply and starts slobbering my nips. This is a major feel-good thing for me and I stop trying to push him off. He takes this opportunity to pull my dress off, leaving me unclothed. He tells me to stand and pose for him and tells me how beautiful I am, saying I'm much more beautiful than his brother's wife and so he is much luckier because he is getting to see me like this. This makes me more comfortable and I start posing properly for him and showing off my body. He gives me lots of praise till suddenly he again pushed me over my dressing table and grabbed my butt. He squeezes my behind and tells me how perfect and round it is and how I'm making him have a stiffy and he's going to fully take this rare opportunity. He pushed his pants down and I feel his stiffy against my back door. After a few more minutes we reach home base. It was amazing and he nutted me. I'm now 7 months pregnant with my cousin's child.
My father destroyed a Karen for punching me when I was 10. I was at a cafe with my father where he was ordering a coffee. I was leaning with folded arms on the counter's edge, with one foot bouncing by the toe on the floor behind me, which is a product of my Tourette's syndrome. While bouncing my foot, I felt someone tripping over it, and this was followed by a surprised and angered, "Hey!" Finally, I felt the impact of clenched knuckles between my shoulder blades. I turned and saw a woman, perhaps in her late 50s, thin almost to the point of frailty, glaring at me with an anger that quelled my goody two-shoes heart. The woman spoke, frantic and shrill. "You can't just do that. You can't just stick your leg out like that?" Like a shot, my father's arm was out and had caught her by the upper arm. All in a flash, her face lost all its anger, along with all the color bequeathed to it by the last vestiges of middle age. Then my father spoke. And he spoke with the voice of a man bearing a 10-inch PP. "My son," he began, "has Tourette's." I remember nothing more of what he said, but even now I can hear the terrible, nearly song-like cadence of those first 4 words, like the opening notes of a funeral dirge. He spoke for but a moment, and when he released the woman, she fled silently and swiftly away. All I remember is her tripping on one of the legs of a chair on her way out of the cafe. The whole affair was perhaps 20 seconds. And though I cried in my mother's arms in the aftermath, I would not undo the experience now, even if I could. For those few, painful seconds and years of reflection, since have taught me 2 true things, that there are villains in the world, yes, but there are heroes, too. Have you ever come across an entitled Karen? I met a Karen who had the audacity to swipe my legs with her walking stick when I laughed at her disabled daughter. I work in customer service. So I was working in the gift shop, stocking up and working the till. At around 12:30 p.m., this absolute beluga of a lady walks in. Big with all caps. She and her family were walking around the store and browsing our various trinkets to purchase. Approximately 15 minutes later, I noticed her child laying on the ground. It was really hot today and I was worried she'd passed out, so I turned to my coworker and said, "Hey, do you know if that child is alright? Do you reckon I should go and check if she's okay?" My coworker had no time to respond as the girl's sister came over and they started laughing, so I naturally assumed that they were okay and were playing. I smiled to myself as it's nice to see kids of large age differences, and this set Karen off. "Excuse me, can I say something?" "Me absolutely, Karen, do you think it's okay to laugh at that girl?" "Me pardon?" "I'm confused, Karen, do you think it's appropriate to laugh at that child?" "She's special needs and means a lot to me." "Me, I can assure you, ma'am, I was most definitely not laughing at her. I was Jew." "Karen, yes you were." "Me, I promise you I was not." "Karen, don't you lie to me." She put her finger up at me at this point. "Me, I did not do that, ma'am. Now please pay for your products." The line is getting long, she loses it. "Karen, don't you effing lie to me. You laughed at my child. I'm fed up of people like you not treated us like crap. You're effing rude. F you." She flips me off as she storms off and talks to her family loudly about me. I put my arms up in the "you what" tone that Brits who are reading this will be familiar with. Now I know I shouldn't have done this, but there was a lot more back and forth between us. I then complete the rest of my shift. As I was clocking out of work and I bumped into the M. She had a walking stick and swiped my legs as I was working past. I just glared at her. Why do some people move on after relationships so quickly? Because they already did their grieving while they were dating you. Nobody who's in a loving committed relationship wakes up with the thought of leaving someone on Monday, and then follows through with it on the coming Thursday. It takes time. When leaving someone first enters their mind, they push it away. In an effort to get rid of those thoughts, they redouble their effort in the relationship. They initiate intimacy more, they get you a bunch of little gifts, they start planning trips. Anything to rekindle the spark they once had. But the feeling doesn't go away. So they start Googling help at work. They keep hoping that what they're feeling is just due to stress of some new situation in their life. But nothing is helping. And that thought isn't going away. So they confide in a close friend. They go out for drinks, and after weeks or even months of not daring to say out loud what they've been thinking, they blurt out their darkest thoughts. And what they get back from their friends is consideration and understanding. They're there for them. They want what's best for them. After a couple of weeks of talking it over with their friends and family, they finally make the decision that they're going to end things. But that's going to be so hard. How are they supposed to move on from this? How are they supposed to live life without this other person by their side? So they get really sad and despondent. You recognize that something is wrong, and attempt to console them. You start doing all these extra nice things for them, because you can tell something is wrong, but you don't know what. They cry in your arms constantly. They want to tell you their feelings, but they're afraid of you lashing out. So they just remain in the relationship, miserable, and sad, and wondering how much longer it's going to take before they finally actually commit to ending it. And then one afternoon, after much support and insistence from their family and friends, they sit you down and tell you that it's over. And that's why when you ask to talk about it, they refuse. That's why all your texts go unanswered. That's why they appear to be so cold. That's why weeks after you break up, they're on Instagram and Facebook having a great time with their friends. That's why a couple months after you break up, they're able to start seeing someone. Because they've already done the grieving part. Everything that you're going through right now, they've already been through it. Only they were able to use your love to help get through it. This is what happens if you stay friends with an ex. You will want to end yourself the first time she calls you by your name and not your pet name. You still want to call her babe, but you're Hubert to her now. You will tell yourself that it's fine while you call her Steph again, because you will think that this is all temporary. You will still text her good morning when you wake up. She will still reply, but it won't have all the other things that she used to include, like the kisses or cute gifts. You will feel something heavy in your chest, but you will brush it off because hey, at least you still have her. Maybe she will still message you about random things that happen in her day. You will still send her the funny memes you see. It's going to feel normal the first few days until you feel like the conversations are getting shorter and her replies take longer. You will brush it off and say she's just busy. You will realize that for the past 5 days, you're the one who always initiates the conversations. You will try not to message her for a few hours to see if she will initiate, and your heart will sink when she doesn't. You will cry when you see that she's posting on social media or is online during the times when your messages are unread or left at read and you religiously wait for her to reply. You will have a long conversation once in a while, and you will feel renewed. You know that this is the break you were waiting for and things will get better from here until you two are back together. But you will feel like crap the next day when she doesn't call or message you. You will slip and call her babe or say I love you out of habit in one of your messages. You will be gutted when she doesn't react. Occasionally she will still say some of the things she used to. Drive safely, take care, what's for dinner? You will realize that while these things made you happy before, they no longer make you happy now because even if it's the same words said by the same person, they don't mean the same anymore. You will lose yourself. You will barely be able to eat or work, you will be distressed and anxious all the time, thinking what you need to do to get her to talk longer to you, thinking why hasn't she replied, it's been 2 hours since your last message and she's online, thinking if she's talking to some other guy that's why she has so little time for you. Maybe you will ask her about it. And then she'll tell you. You said you were okay with just being friends. I'm gay and my wife doesn't know. My wife and I have been together 9 years, married for 7. But I know that I'm gay. I've never been attracted to another woman other than her, but I've been attracted to lots of men. I've never been in an intimate relationship with a man, but if I wasn't with my wife, I know I would be. My preferences when I'm by myself have only ever been over men. But it's strange, my wife is my soulmate in the most absolute sense. It doesn't matter that she's a woman, I'm so in love with her mind and her heart and her as a human being that she could literally be in any body and I would love and worship her. Even being with her intimately is incredible because it's her. Edit, I did decide I wanted to tell my wife and my friends helped me articulate it. So I sort of blurted it all out to her over the weekend. I told her I'm probably bi and demi, and initially wasn't sure whether to tell her she's the only woman I've ever been attracted to, but I did in the end. I told her my love for her wasn't defined by her gender, but that she's my soulmate and I'm truly in love with her heart, her mind and her body. She probably knew more than I thought. She was sort of surprised but not entirely. She said she assumed I wasn't straight because she had a vibe, and she'd noticed I'd never talked about how other women were attractive. I think she was surprised that my preference other than her skews so significantly towards men, but she knows I don't want to pursue it so she said it doesn't matter. She also told me she thinks she's on the bi spectrum too somewhere herself, and would actually be open to introducing a third party into our bedroom, something I've been pushing for a while.
My husband wanted me to change my outfit 4 times because I looked attention-seeking. My husband Mark and I have been having a rough few years. I had the misfortune of getting a pretty bad case of the vid, which turned into a long vid. I wasn't completely disabled but dealt with a lot of the typical symptoms. We racked up $20,000 in debt between the medical bills not covered by insurance and loss of some of my income. Although I try to be mindful of my eating, I also gained 45 pounds thanks to being on antidepressants, several rounds of medication, and not being able to exercise. Through all this, Mark was incredibly loving and supportive. He never said a bad word about my weight, lack of energy, or inability to contribute financially at the same level as before. Finally, last summer I started to feel a lot better, and most of the long vid symptoms subsided. I was able to return to work full-time, and had energy to work out again. In the past year, we have paid off all our debt and rebuilt our emergency fund, and I have lost 35 of the 45 pounds I gained and my doctor says this is a healthy weight for me. Mark and I hadn't been having many date nights since we got married because of all that's happened. However, to celebrate my birthday, we decided to have dinner at an upscale bistro and then go see the Barbie movie. This was last Saturday and I was excited to dress up. I decided to go full Barbie decor, a pink sleeveless dress and pink kitten heels with a matching bag. When I put on the outfit, I felt really pretty for the first time in a long time. Unfortunately and surprisingly, Mark reacted badly to it. He said I looked attention-seeking, and essentially accused me of trying to get the attention of other men and that I should cover up more. I protested because we were going to a restaurant and a movie theater. When exactly was I going to be interacting socially with other men? Also, the outfit was quite dramatic and striking but it wasn't revealing, Sleeveless dresses are pretty normal date night wear for a hot summer day, and the dress wasn't low cut, and was on the longer side. But I didn't want to argue, so I put on a black knit cardigan over the dress. Nope, still no dice for Mark. He said it was still attention seeking. At this point, I really wanted to get going and not miss our reservation, so I gave up on the dress and changed into fitted jeans and a pastel pink tunic top. Nope, said Mark, I still looked like I was trying to attract other men. So I threw on a hoodie over the top, but then he said I looked sloppy. I was really exasperated by this point and asked if he just wanted to come to my closet to pick an outfit that was acceptable, and he started yelling that I was too stupid to even understand that I was disrespecting him and that I didn't know how to dress myself. Then he said he was going for a drive and going to the movie without me. He came home after midnight, said he didn't want to talk and that he was going to sleep in the guest room. He has barely spoken to me since. My actual birthday was a couple days ago and he didn't even acknowledge it. I begged him to please talk to me and tell me what was really going on, but he said he was still too angry. My husband wanted me to change my outfit 4 times because I looked attention-seeking. I stayed at my mom's place for the weekend, and on Sunday I texted my husband Mark to say I was coming home in a couple hours, and that I hoped he would be ready to talk about storming off, calling me stupid, going to the movies without me, and not speaking to me for days on end. I told him that I would gladly hear him out regarding anything that had been upsetting him, but I really couldn't take the silent treatment anymore as it had been over a week by then. He just texted back okay. We did talk after I got home, and boy, it was a doozy. It turns out Mark had been building resentment for years, since I first got sick with the vid nearly 3.5 years ago. Not so much in the first few months, but when it was clear my illness had turned into long vid and an ongoing disability, he started to feel very put upon due to my not being able to generate as much income, not being able to do my share of the housework and cooking, etc. He put up a good front because he knew it wouldn't be fair to take it out on me, especially when he could see I was doing my best to get better and to do what I could on my better days, but ultimately he got very burned out. And then after a year or so, started seeking outlets, as in other women. He said at first it was just basically anonymous online texting because the vid was still raging, but by early last year he had formed an online emotional connection with someone in the area, whom he eventually met in person for a physical affair, someone he is in love with now and still seeing. He said he has been trying to figure out what to do, especially as I have been getting better over the past year, lost most of the weight I gained, got back to fulfilling all my responsibilities at work and home, etc., but when I walked out in my Barbie Acor dress, expecting to have a romantic birthday date, he just couldn't do it. He couldn't go out and pretend to love me and be celebratory when he wanted to be with someone else. So he picked a fight, one I couldn't win. And then yes, when he walked out he did take his affair partner to dinner and the movie instead. I asked if he would consider marriage counseling and recommitting to our marriage, but he said sadly that his heart had moved on. He did say he was so sorry, that he never meant to fall in love with someone else and was just trying to be less lonely, and that I didn't deserve this, that I especially didn't deserve the way he treated me a couple weeks ago. So, I guess divorce it is.
Why NASA stopped exploring the deep sea. I am a former NASA scientific researcher. NASA fired me and a small team of fellow researchers from the Oceanographic Division, hired completely new personnel, and switched to space exploration due to 2 main events. No information about these events has been released to the public, at least to my knowledge. Case Study 1, Montessori Oil Rig Diving Incident. I was involved with a study that was sanctioned between NASA and a private corporation to investigate an unknown anomaly. Metal parts at the bottom of the rig had taken damage from an unknown source and a dive team of 3 was sanctioned to investigate it. The dive did not go well. Something we'd never seen before was down there with the divers. We do not know much about it, but I can tell you what we do know. It resembles an extremely intelligent class of giant squids, more intelligent than any other sea creature ever encountered. They are strong and carnivorous, and extremely large. It's theorized they purposely damage the rig to lure humans deep down. It's unknown what they normally eat, or why they sometimes decide to target humans, but it is clear they will not hesitate to eat us. The 3 divers that were attacked had little means to defend themselves. These squids worked in unison, with an extreme understanding of human equipment. One squid removed a diver's air tank from his back while another removed his fins. Their tentacles have extreme suction and can attach to any object. Dive knives did not appear to damage their bodies. A second diver was choked by a squid from behind as another created a distracting light display with its body, showing they had an understanding of how humans breathe. Of course, none of us saw them coming in the research vessel up top, and it was too late to warn anyone. The 2 divers who were attacked perished and we can only assume they were likely consumed. Amazingly, the 3rd diver was able to use an underwater flare to escape, and report back the events in detail. As it stands, fire is this lifeform's only known weakness. Case Study 2, USS Cyclops missing ship log recovery. What began as a normal shipwreck investigation has arguably become one of the biggest cover-ups in history. The ship's location has not been released to the public. The beings that took that ship down should be avoided at all costs. To this day the public does not know anything other than that a US ship disappeared. Perhaps these creatures can be blamed for other missing ships, though we cannot prove that. This ship had a log that detailed the same beings encountered at the Montessori oil rig. Black-blue giant squid resembling entities that work in teams and can use tools. These squids engaged the ship at night in a surprise attack and damaged it beyond repair. They dragged down survivors, including many from atop lifeboats, using their tentacles. They left no trace of their encounter. They are clearly incredibly strong and can easily hold humans underwater. There's a theory that they may even derive pleasure in unaliving, shown by them flashing certain patterns on their bodies immediately upon the taking of a life, although this is still just a theory. Men, have you ever been the creep? A few days ago, my friends and I went to brunch to go day drinking, and we ended up drinking a lot. It was all you can drink mimosas, and I got my Barbie on. We ended up back at my friend's place and he was laying down on the couch. In total there were 6 of us, me, a single guy, and 2 couples. I honestly can't remember what started everything off. But the 2 girls kissed. Then the 2 guys started making out very heavily. Then they all joined in together, and essentially had a big ol' 4-way right there and then. My biggest problem at this point was that I had drank too much to just leave to drive home, and I didn't know what else to do but watch all of the glorious actions take place. At one point, the other girl even encouraged me to jump in, but I declined, saying my own girlfriend wasn't there to say it was okay or join in herself. The truth is, I declined because one of the girls is a beluga and I would rather be unalive than get in between them roles. We were supposed to go to the pool to continue partying, so part of me was hoping this would all end and we'd move on to the pool like nothing happened. But I was just kinda shocked at it all and was watching it all go down, intoxicated in awe, at certain points going on my phone, and at certain points even snapping a few cheeky photos and videos for my amusement later. Of course, I captured photos with as little beluga features as possible. The way my friend's house is, there was nowhere else to really go that guests would go. I did end up rubbing one out in front of them all and staining the couch. A stain one of the girls was more than happy to clean up. However, for the most part, I just kind of sat there and watched them have a massive 4-way. What's the most profound realization you've ever had while on substances? My best friend was my high school crush. One day, she was intoxicated texting me at a party, and she said to me, if I weren't as stuck up as I am I would totally be down for you. Of course, I was extremely happy to hear this and thought maybe she would fall for me, but everything seemed to change, and she got more distant. I had to leave town for a fishing trip, and of course, there wasn't any cell phone reception where I was going. When I came back 3 days later, we texted a bit, and she told me she thought about it, and we couldn't be together. It absolutely crushed me. She said something about not being ready, so I replied I would wait for her, and wait for her, I did. I waited 3 years for her to be exact, but in the meantime, she got a boyfriend, and things were complicated since he was also my friend. I went on to feel extremely sad because I still had feelings, to feeling seemingly alright for the next couple of years. I was literally addicted. We were best friends by then, and we texted almost every day. When we didn't talk for a few days, I got worried and very sad. She was my substance. I loved seeing her and texting her, it gave me so much joy. Of course, she didn't know about all of this, but she had some ideas of what was going on. My friends and hers knew though. She sometimes told me about how she doesn't really like what her boyfriend is doing, and fast forward to recently, she bluntly told me and my friend that she doesn't know if she really loves him, but she can't break up with him yet because of their planned trip a few months later, and that her mother helped her pay for a part of their plane tickets. Needless to say, this gave my friend and me false hope. Fast forward to 2 days ago, and we had a trip planned to her mom's second house in a remote location. We planned to do mushrooms with 7 other friends and one who wouldn't do it. The experience was amazing. During my trip, I was so happy, but I couldn't hold back my feelings for her. She was so beautiful, I loved her so much. While coming down, I started to think I would never be able to be with her, I would always be stuck suffering. I went to see a friend and talked to some others on Discord about what to do, and we thought the best thing to do was to explain to her that we couldn't be friends. I did it today, I explained why, and it absolutely destroyed me. The funny part is that I lost Snapchat streak of 1,173 days with her.
I'm afraid my husband is becoming a robot. My husband came home at around 6 p.m., and after he had something to eat I took him to the bedroom to talk. I sat him down on the bed and told him I was worried about him and explained everything to him, and how he is becoming a robot, how he is blank and expressionless. When I finished talking he started crying, like full-on crying. In all the years that I have known this man, I had never seen a tear roll down his eye. I held him for a few minutes until he could recompose himself, and he told me everything. He told me that the world was in a crappy place right now, and that we're bringing a child into a stressful time. He said when I became pregnant he felt he had to step up. He needed to take care of things because it was his responsibility. He said that the weight of carrying the family was so much harder than he anticipated, so he thought if he doubled down he could get through it. But the more he tried the darker the tunnel got and eventually he couldn't see an end. He said that he feels like he's constantly drowning, and the only breath of fresh air is on the car ride between home and work. He said that sometimes the stress is so much that he throws up, but doesn't tell anyone and instead keeps going with his day. He then pulled out a pack of gum from his pocket and said this was for when it happens. I asked him why he couldn't tell me any of this, and he said he didn't want to burden me with the truth. He said that he thought if he told me everything, that I would stop seeing him as a protector and provider, and that I would inevitably stop loving him. Hearing him say that brought tears to my eyes because I didn't know where he got the notion I would feel that way. I asked him if he wanted to quit his job, but surprisingly he said the job doesn't bother him. He said the work itself was fine. It's just now he feels an added weight to provide because we have another kid on the way. He said that some days he feels like packing a suitcase and running to some tropical island for a week and not telling anyone. But then he feels guilty and doubles down even more. I told him that maybe he should go on a trip. I said that he deserved a break, and maybe if he did exactly that he'd feel better. He tried to protest, but I insisted. In the end said that he'll only go if we go together. Like a romantic getaway between spouses. Once things start to clear up and before the baby is due, he wants to take a week off from work, drop the kids off at grandma's house and have us go on a vacation. Just the two of us, like we used to when we first got married. He also said he wants to take the day off tomorrow and just sleep in, so that's the plan. I'll call his boss tomorrow and say that he's sick and can't come in. Right now he's playing with the kids and it doesn't feel like he's doing one of his chores. He actually seems to be enjoying himself. For the first time in months I don't see the robot, I see my husband.
I finally got the guts to tell my abusive wife I want a divorce. My wife doesn't have any tolerance or even understanding for things that are not done the way she would do them. She idealizes her childhood and is very close to her mother and sister. Over the years, this annoyed me, but it became way worse once our children were born. Everything had to be as she wanted in the house. I couldn't choose how to dress the kids because I didn't pick the right blend of colors. If I put on a diaper, it was redone. If I packed lunch and snacks for school, she would change the snacks to the ones she wanted. That was still the short end of the wedge. The major issue is I wake up early in the morning. 5:30 a.m., I always have and I love it. My wife is a demon if she doesn't get 8 hours. That means that I take care of the kids waking up at nighttime, and I do the morning prep, such as lunch boxes, breakfast, getting dressed, for which she chooses the clothes the night before. I always take the kids to school. Another reason I do this early is that, if I do it when she's awake, I get criticized for using the wrong spoon to serve the food, or using the wrong milk for oatmeal, or not cleaning up every tiny spill the second it happens, or using the wrong dish rag, etc. Every criticism is exasperated and aggressive. I've even been told going to the bathroom is a problem because they feel me being awake. The issue is that our oldest loves to wake up early to be with me. It's a really cool time for us. We have breakfast, we watch the news, we talk about nerdy stuff. But she won't have it. She insists he has to stay in bed until 6:30. I wouldn't mind, but it's torment for the kid. He hates it, he cries and moans and whines and just wants to be up and about. Now that our second is doing the same, she has begun blowing up at me aggressively. The other day, she woke up at 6 and accused me of just putting them in front of the TV in the morning and that our eldest is short because he doesn't sleep enough. And I finally snapped. As I was getting yelled at again, in front of both my kids, I just said enough. I calmly said I wanted a divorce and that she would never speak to me like that again.
I saw my daughter violating her dolls and now I am speechless. I went into my 6-year-old daughter's room to find her playing with dolls. She had a Ken doll effing a Barbie doll from behind. I was shocked. She didn't see me, and before I knew it, she changed position. Now Barbie was on top. I left the room without her noticing me and thought long and hard about what to do. I decided to talk to her about it. I asked my daughter about it without my husband present. I did not berate her. I was showing as if I am curious to what she was doing because I never saw her play out like that. I asked her what she was playing with this afternoon. She said she was playing with dolls. I described what I saw and asked her what was she doing to those dolls. She told me she was making Ken and Barbie wrestle. I asked her where did she see this kind of wrestling. She told me she saw me and my husband doing it 2 times. Sometimes when she would wake up to use the restroom and then he saw my husband and I wrestling unclothed on our bed. The bed is opposite to the door. So, it is difficult to see who is there. Also when me and my husband are doing it, we do not care much around the surroundings. Sometimes when we are really into the mood, he would forget to lock the doors, so she must have seen my husband and I going at it. We are always careful, and yes, my husband is a really big fan of dirty talking. And my daughter has learned a lot from it. While she was playing with her dolls, I heard her talk in this way to them. Good girl. She called Barbie over and over, and now I have to live with the knowledge that I was the one who exposed my 6-year-old child to adult films. Women, what's the most crazy girlfriend thing you ever did? About a month ago I got a text from a friend of mine with a picture of my boyfriend eating ice cream with a woman I didn't recognize. He was supposed to be at work, and my friend saw him there instead. I got paranoid, but I talked myself through it and decided it was most likely a friend, and forgot about it. Fast forward to Friday, I got an early day from work and wanted to surprise my boyfriend at work and take him out during his lunch break. When I got to his office though, the receptionist said he was out of office for a few days and wouldn't be back until Monday. I tried not to freak out, but I did a bit, and drove to his place. He was there and let me in, and it was just him. He told me he wasn't feeling too well and called out for a couple days, and he was sorry he forgot to tell me. I stayed over and we got takeout, and eventually we both fell asleep on the couch. I woke up around 3 a.m. needing to use the washroom and saw his phone, and unfortunately curiosity got the better of me. I knew his password by catching it a few times when he entered it, not on purpose. His text messages seemed normal besides 2 conversations, one to a group chat with a bunch of people I didn't know, and one to a man named Jay. The group chat stood out because the people in it talked to my boyfriend as if they were family, inviting him to vacations and outings, but I knew they weren't his family because I had met them before. One person in the chat named Kristen also talked about how much their ice cream date meant to her, so I assumed she was probably the woman from last month. The texts to Jay were sparse and one-sided, with my boyfriend sending random I love you and I miss you messages every now and then. I probably should have realized then what was happening, but being the idiot I am, I took it as him having a partner and me being the side piece. I woke him up immediately and showed him the phone, asking who the F. J and these other people were. He looked so furious, I knew then and there I effed up real bad. He's usually very stoic and collected, but the moment he saw the unlocked phone he got up and snatched it. He opened the Photos app and pulled up a picture of him and a man together. This is Jay, my ex-husband. He took his life 5 years ago. He then explained to me that every year on Jay's birthday, their wedding anniversary, and Jay's death anniversary, he and sometimes Jay's family members would do things Jay liked to do. On his birthday, which was last month, my boyfriend and Jay's older sister Kristen got ice cream at his favorite ice cream place. He had taken a few days off this week because this week was when he went through with suicide, and they all planned on visiting his grave. I had known my boyfriend was bi, but I had zero idea about Jay or his family. After he was done explaining everything, he calmly asked me to leave and not to contact him until he contacted me first. I'm afraid my husband is becoming a robot. My husband works from 9 to 5, comes home, does his chores, plays with our 2 kids, talks to me for a little bit, and then goes to sleep. But he doesn't seem to enjoy doing any of it. Like this whole thing is one big chore. He used to be this goofy guy who smiled and told jokes all the time, but I haven't seen the man smile in months. It's not like he's neglecting his duties as a husband and father, but he acts like it's just that, duties. Like hanging with the kids and me is a second job. I'm grateful for all he's doing, and he makes all of our lives so much easier, but it's like he's constantly on the clock and I think he might be depressed. I tried asking him if he was doing okay and he told me he's doing fantastic, but I know he's not. That's the line he uses at work when customers try to make small talk and ask how he's doing. He doesn't take any time for himself. He doesn't take any breaks, he stopped playing games and stopped watching TV. He just does what I feel he thinks needs to be done and I don't know how to help him out. Our intimacy life has become one-sided. We do it frequently but only because I initiate frequently. Even if he doesn't seem in the mood he'll do it. Like it's his responsibility to make me happy. It feels like he isn't there in the moment, like his mind is wandering the whole time we're intimate and that, to me, feels worse than getting rejected. I don't know what's going on, and I don't know how to help because he won't let me in. To anybody else he seems fine, but I know something is wrong and I don't know how to fix this. I miss my husband, the guy who complained, and told jokes. Not this robotic shell that looks like him. My husband won't have intimacy with me unless it's to conceive kids. My husband Edward and I come from very religious backgrounds. Until we got married, he refused to even hold hands with me. It bothered me a bit, but I think that he was doing it out of respect. The roller coaster was our wedding night. During the ceremony, we danced for the first time, we held hands, and when we got to our hotel we hugged and he kissed me for the first time on my lips. It wasn't like making out or anything, just a peck. That's it. Nothing else. We didn't do anything more. Not even cuddled. We just showered and went to sleep because we were extremely exhausted. Right when I was about to fall asleep while we were talking, he told me that he won't have intimacy unless it is to conceive kids. He refuses to even give or receive neck. I wasn't sure of what to say so I just remained silent and dozed off. This literally crushed my expectations. I love my husband with all of my heart and I would never leave him as he is the best and most respectful human being I've ever met, but I can't seem to accept this. Ever since I was a teen, I have been addicted to Wattpad and spicy stories, so of course, I have always dreamt of my wedding night. I didn't really want to keep my expectations really high because I knew that it would most likely not come to reality. But I never thought that this could happen. I was disappointed for the rest of our honeymoon, which lasted a week. I know it's my fault for not talking to him about it, but I was really afraid of doing so. In our culture it's not appropriate for a woman to talk about these things, nor initiate intimacy. Plus Edward is religious, so I was afraid of him judging me if I did anything that he could consider unholy or whatever. I even tried to seduce him for the past couple of months but he wouldn't look at me. Not in a mean way, but he would just laugh it off and give me a peck or something like that.
I slept with my wife's affair partner's wife and I am divorcing her. I started having an affair with her coworker 1 year ago. I got to know that because I saw his car outside my house one day. I had my suspicions, hired a private investigator and gathered evidence that she was having an affair with him. I was angry. Then I got a call from the coworker's wife that she came to know about the affair. She only had texts they used to send but I have all the receipts of their hangouts. Together we decided to confront them. We used to meet up a lot. She told me she had suspected his affair since her pregnancy. They have 3 children together. One day we had an idea that we should sleep with each other as revenge. We did and not going to lie it felt good. We have been meeting and having intimacy for a while. She is an amazing woman. I would say she is better at some things in bed than my wife. Mostly, I am very angry towards my wife. Because in some of her texts with her affair partner she and affair partner made fun of affair partner's wife. Saying things like she has gained weight, her womanhood was destroyed and other disgusting stuff. I cannot believe that she would say something like this while being a woman. She even made fun of my fertility issues saying that I am not a man because the chances of me having kids is very low. I do not feel bad about my affair. I like the intimacy life I had with affair partner's wife way more than my wife. She hardly ever gives me neck but expects me to give her neck. At least affair partner's wife was more enthusiastic about it, and it was the best neck I ever had. Affair partner's wife wants to tell his husband. I guess we are both tired about carrying out the revenge affair. We both got carried away. We were both so driven by revenge that we got addicted to it. We decided to stop. I served my wife divorce papers at her work. When she came home, I packed up her things and told her to go and stay with her dad. She did what typical cheaters do. She begged, apologized, and blamed me for her affair. I was prepared for all of that. She was stubborn and told me she will not leave and will fix our marriage. I reminded her the house belongs to my parents. Their name is on the house. If she doesn't leave, I can call them and have her evicted. I had already called her sister. I thought she would take her away from me, but her sister blamed me instead. That I am not a good husband if I am giving up my marriage that easily. This is where I became a bit petty and told her, this is very hypocritical coming from a woman who left her husband for his cousin. I guess the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. She slapped me. I warned her this is their last chance or else I will call the police on her for assaulting me. After she left, the messages didn't stop. I didn't block her because I wanted to screenshot most of it. She said she was sorry, begging me to take her back. She mocked me and said she never enjoyed any love making that we did, and she and her affair partner had intimacy on every bit of furniture in our house. I wanted to tell her I defiled her car by having intimacy on it, but I didn't. The last time I spoke to her, she apologized to me. This time the apology seemed sincere. She told me she got carried away. Lately she has been thinking about having kids. I asked her if she was pregnant. I don't know, but it looked like she was. She murmured yes. I knew this wasn't my baby. All hopes for reconciliation is out the window now. Imagine if I never discovered the affair, she would have passed this pregnancy as a miracle baby. I just congratulated her and said I hope she has a wonderful baby. I want this divorce ASAP. As for affair partner's wife, she also served her husband and taking him to the cleaners. She is not backing down. I only talked to her a couple of times. She ranted a lot that she wasted her best years and youth on a disgusting man. She complained she left her modeling career just to be with them and whatnot. I think she still looks hot. We didn't have any contact for a while. There was one time she intoxicated texted me with a sleazy picture asking me to come over. But I refused. She did apologize after that. We are not planning on dating anytime soon. Not unless all the divorce proceedings are over. But I do miss her a lot. Also, I got a cat. My soon-to-be ex-wife hated cats. Now my house will be a cat kingdom. Has lying on your CV ever backfired? I recently graduated as a software engineer from a Canadian university this April, and I've been struggling to get a role since. I've applied to countless positions and haven't gotten even a single interview, until today. After a long time of applying, I got a Zoom interview today with a recruiter from a fairly big company in the US. I was so happy. The role was good, so were the pay and benefits. So I woke up early to prepare for the interview. When the interview started, the recruiter asked me some basic questions about my history and why I was interested in the role. Okay, easy peasy. Then he asked me the next question. So, you worked at this company as a software engineer. What was that like? It was a huge tech company. Immediately my heart stopped. What is he talking about? I was never an engineer at that company. Did I F up? I was so flustered and stunned, I didn't know what to say. So I just decided to be honest. I was never an engineer at that company. I believe there's a mistake, recruiter. Chuckling, it says here on your cover letter. Then I suddenly realized it. I quickly opened my cover letter PDF and realized I forgot to change the cover letter template a little bit. I had previously applied for another position at previously mentioned company, and when I applied for this position, I forgot to remove and replace references to the previous application, which made it look like my title was engineer at this company. The cover letter template I got off the internet puts the title of the position I'm applying for right under my name. Gives the misleading impression that I actually have that title. But of course, it was only today that I realized it. And at such a bad time. I immediately went into a shock and couldn't believe what was happening. I immediately came clean and told him I had messed up writing my cover letter. He immediately went from enthusiasm to coldness, and it stung me so bad. He wasn't rude or anything, he just looked like he was disappointed. The entire vibe of the interview died and I felt as if I was about to be put on trial. I apologized so hard, but he didn't respond to that and just asked me if I had any questions for him. I didn't want to be rude, so I asked him some questions about the work culture and dev process. And shockingly, he patiently and enthusiastically talked about his company and answered my questions. Then when I had no more questions, he said, "Thank you for your time, all the best out there." And I apologized one last time, profusely, to which he didn't say anything. I also thanked him for being patient with me despite my mistake, and he gave me a cold no problem. When the call ended, I felt the worst I've felt in my life, no exaggeration. I felt so humiliated, defeated and embarrassed. Almost to the point of crying. And the cherry on top is that if I don't get a job soon, it could negatively affect my immigration prospects. I am in pieces, man.
A strange woman harassed me at home, demanding to see someone that never lived here. I work from home, so I'm usually inside my small house, and sometimes I don't have a lot to do as I live alone. It was about 4 p.m. and someone knocked on the door. It was a woman who looked early 50s, very smartly dressed. It was stuff I could never afford. Most people around here generally couldn't afford it either. This lady stuck out like a sore thumb. She looked flustered and agitated, glancing towards the back garden before trying to look through the tiny, frosted glass window on the front door. I noticed she was carrying a dog's lead, but I didn't see a dog. As it happens, At the far side of my back garden there are two hedges. There's the hedge that I own within my property boundaries, and there's a second hedge outside my boundary that's council-owned along a small grassland where people walk dogs. Because of my hedge, I can't reach it to do anything about it myself. Consequently, when I saw the dog's lead I thought her dog has gone through the hole. If it's a big dog, it's not getting into my garden, but if it's a small dog it might be able to work its way through, and I've always got some cooked meat, so I figured I might be able to lure it out. I am a dog lover, so of course, I want to help this woman if I can. I opened the door and this woman gives me the weirdest look. Like she was expecting someone completely different to answer the door and that I shouldn't be there. To be fair to her, my mum used to live here too, so I didn't think much of that weird look to begin with. Maybe she was expecting my mum? I say, hello, and she just stares at me for the longest 30 seconds before she tries to look past me and asks to see Margaret. I don't know what it is about other people's mistakes, but whenever someone has the wrong number, I always end up apologizing as if it's my fault. So that's what I did, apologized and told her there was no Margaret at this address. Again, she gives me that look, only this time there's anger behind it. Yes, there is, she insists. It occurs to me at this point that I have a relative called Margaret, but she lives about 60 miles away and I haven't seen her in years. Nonetheless, just in case she's got her addresses muddled, I ask, are you looking for Margaret? But she just hisses at me, you know exactly who I'm looking for. What have you done with her? I'm absolutely lost at this point. I've lived here 20 years, and I know the name of the previous owner, so I know she's not asking for them. I also know the names of the neighbors, and the names of the people who have lived on the street in the time I've been here and since moved. None of them are called Margaret. So, all I can do is tell her she's got the wrong address. No, this is my address. You're lying. That was a tad alarming. She's at the right address. She's not knocked on the wrong door. However, she clearly thinks I've done something to somebody who to the best of my knowledge has never lived here. I don't know how long the previous owner had this house, but we must be talking about at least 30 years since anyone called Margaret might have lived here. It's at this point that I notice that she subtly wrapped that dog lead around her now clenched fist like she's planning to use it as a weapon. In my youth, I did plenty of self-defense training, so I'm not exactly scared of her, as such, but I'm obviously getting a bit concerned about the situation that's brewing. I don't particularly wish to get involved in a brawl on my doorstep with a complete stranger. I'm torn between shutting the door in her face or trying to de-escalate the situation. In the end, I close the door a little so she's got less to aim at and tell her, look, I don't know who you're looking for, but if you think something's happened to your friend, maybe we should just call the police and let them sort it out? Sure enough, the woman slams her fist with the lead wrapped around it into my door. I later discovered she'd struck the door hard enough to crack the frosted glass window in the middle of it. She's bleeding from doing it. It must have hurt, but she doesn't flinch or show any sign of pain. What the hell? Any confidence I had in my self-defense classes started to waver here because I'm not used to people who don't feel pain. All I can think now is that she's on something and having a really bad trip, so at this point I put on my scariest voice and tell her to get the F back. I let her know I'm calling the police, and if she's still here when they get here, she can deal with them because I'm not dealing with her anymore. She tries to stop me from closing the door, but I shove her back and manage to get it closed and locked. I make a point to stand next to the door while I'm calling 999 so she can hear me. While I'm waiting for the police to turn up, I watch her on the surveillance feed. She moves out of shot multiple times, presumably to check the back of the house, and I hear her calling out for Margaret. A few minutes before the police finally turn up, I see her kick over my wheelie bins in a rage, but then the most chilling thing happens. She walks back to the front door and literally stares directly into my camera. That camera is pretty well hidden. I'm not saying that nobody could spot it, but most people would only know it was there if they'd been looking for it. Most people aren't looking for cameras, right? She knew it was there. She must have eyeballed it previously. I later reviewed all of the footage I had from that day, and she never made eye contact with it once. She never even looked in that direction. I only had about a week's worth of footage before the oldest footage is overwritten, and I checked everything I had and she was only on camera that day. All I can think is she'd been here more than a week prior. While she's staring right into it, she flips me the finger and then makes a throat cut gesture. Before walking off, I head to the window to watch her leave, and she's walking like she doesn't have a care in the world. She doesn't look back, just wanders away. Police finally show up, take a statement, I give them a copy of the surveillance footage, and that's that. I called a couple of times to follow up, but nothing. Nobody ever called me about it. I won't lie, this effed me up for a few weeks. I moved the knife block closer to the door. I started staying up really late and not getting much sleep, which really didn't help. On some nights I was so tired that I started experiencing auditory hallucinations. I'd hear people who weren't there talking, and because this woman was the cause of all my stress, I heard her voice and the name Margaret most of all. Every time I heard the gate open it put me on edge. I'd review the surveillance footage every day. Eventually, as the weeks passed and I hadn't heard anything else, I started to regain some of my comfort and just put it down to a weird experience. It didn't last. About 4, maybe 5 weeks after the first encounter, she came back. It was just after midnight. I was in the living room mucking about on my phone with the TV on low volume for some background noise. I heard a car door slam and peeked out the front window. A dark-colored car was parked at the end of my driveway. I didn't see anyone moving about, but a minute or two later, the front gate swung open with its metallic groaning and there was a knock on the door. Even when I'm not involved in a blood feud over imaginary Margarets, I'm not going to answer the door at that time. I checked the surveillance camera. Its night vision mode is pretty crappy, but I'm positive it's that woman again. I can even see what I think is the dog lead. And of course, she knows I'm watching her because she looks at the camera again, and I tell you, when someone is already giving you the heebie-jeebies, the way night vision makes people's eyes look like soulless black voids doesn't do much to make you feel better. Suddenly, she yells out, "Shut that effing racket off and come out here. Now." A strange woman harassed me at home, demanding to see someone that never lived here. I had the TV on, but it was on a very low volume. There's no way she could hear it from outside the front door. I couldn't even hear it if I walked into the hallway. I'm convinced at this point she's mentally unwell, so I call the police again. I want them to stay on the line, but they just tell me that someone will be over soon and to call them back immediately if things escalate. So I'm waiting, watching, and just hoping she doesn't start trying to smash a window or something. She kicks over my wheelie bins again and yells that she's going to unalive me. She was loud enough for one of the neighbors to come and investigate themselves. I watched the neighbor talking with her for a minute. She's remonstrating about something, wagging her finger towards my front door, but my neighbor is eventually able to get her to leave. He even sticks around for a bit to make sure she's gone. Sadly, that also means she'd gone before the police turned up again and made me feel like I was a bother to them. Another statement. Handing over more security footage. More nothing. I caught up with the neighbor the next day, and he apologized because it didn't occur to him to make a note of the registration plate, but he told me that she'd said much the same thing as she'd said to me previously. That she wanted to know where Margaret was and what I'd done with her. I'm grasping for answers at this point. Even if she's mentally unwell, the fact she's sticking to this Margaret story and has the right address makes me think there's something more to this than somebody having a breakdown. Then it clicks. Is Margaret her dog? Does she think that I've stolen her dog? Did she have a dog go through the hole in the back? Does she think I've hurt her dog? Is that what this is about? It'd be another few weeks before she came back. This time at 3 a.m. I'm awoken by knocking on the door. A few minutes later, I hear tapping on the bedroom window. I know it's her. I can hear her saying things, but I can't really make them out because they're too muffled through the windows. It's like she didn't want to get the neighbor out again, so she's trying to keep it quiet. I jump out of bed and put some clothes on as quickly as I can. I try and follow her as best I can as she moves around the outside of the house from room to room, knocking, tapping, and muttering. I think I hear a few coherent words like noise, racket, and I'm pretty sure she called me a beach, but maybe I was imagining that. I can't check the surveillance footage this time because she spray painted the damn lens, not that it'd matter much this time. She's not lingering by the front door. I think about calling the police again, but it's proven a waste of time so far, and I get the feeling if I call them out a third time and she's gone, then they're just going to start accusing me of wasting their time even if I do have the evidence. They've not exactly been that helpful so far. In the end, I wait by the front door and listen for her. Eventually, she knocks again, and I call out, "Is Margaret your dog?" Dead silence. Nothing. I can't see anything through the frosted glass because it's too dark. I have no idea where she is, and I don't want to turn the outside lights on. I don't even know why. She knows I'm in the house because I've called out to her, but I still don't want to draw any more attention to myself. I end up standing there for who knows how long? At least an hour, probably more because the sun starts coming up. My heart is going a mile a minute pretty much the whole time. Once it's bright enough, I start checking through windows to see if I can see her. Nope. Nothing. I tentatively open the front door and look outside. Still can't see her. I grab something to arm myself with just in case, can't remember what now, and check all around my house and the back garden. She's not there. As I'm heading back to the front door, I spot the oddest thing. The gate's closed. That gate is physically attached to the side of my house, and when it opens and closes, it makes a fair bit of noise. You'd definitely hear it if someone opened or closed it when you were standing next to the front door, but it's closed. So, what does that mean? Did she jump it somehow? It's possible, I guess, but I wouldn't want to try it. Anyway, I open the gate and head out to the end of the driveway. I look around and there's no sign of anyone. I turn back to the house and see she's spray-painted liar on the front of my house and left the dog lead on the floor beneath it. That was, thankfully, the last time I ever heard from or saw this woman, but I think she still comes by sometimes.
My brother hacked into everything and is trying to control my life. My brother is very controlling and has a bit of an overblown ego. I'm a much more relaxed person, and the two of us share very little in the way of interests or guiding philosophies. He's the type of person who watched Fight Club and thought that Tyler Durden was onto something. We get along but have hostilities. My brother resents the fact that I am not like him and that I don't look up to him as a role model. He is very fond of mocking my career plans, and he often talks literally about a plan for me in which I change my major to engineering and start taking his advice. When he brings this up now over the phone, I stop talking to him for whatever amount of weeks until he apologizes and we do it all over again. 2 weeks ago, my brother made a joke referencing a piece of digital art I drew on my laptop. I didn't think anything of it until I realized after the call ended that I never posted that piece of art anywhere, not even onto any cloud service. It had only been available on my physical laptop. I was nervous and downloaded Malwarebytes, but it didn't find anything. Thinking back, I also recalled my brother making a joke about something I said to a friend privately on my Discord, which also was not publicly available. Checking Gmail and a few other websites I'm on that showed options, I discovered someone had been logging into my accounts from an unfamiliar computer and had then been doing so for about a week. I called my brother about this and he laughed and told me that he had remote access to my computer and that he'd be checking up on everything I was doing from this point on. I told him that was ridiculous and he basically laughed and said that people today have no reasonable expectation of privacy anyway. I've basically discovered that my brother literally has access to everything in my life. My bank account, school account, my chat accounts, all the files on my computer. He has even referenced information that leads me to think there is a very good chance of him having a camera and microphone in my room. My brother hacked into everything and is trying to control my life. I actually found a camera he planted. I have gone to the police station and for now have an injunction against my brother. I also reported the computer hacking along with texts and a phone message he sent where he both alludes to and directly confirms it. After getting served the temporary restraining order, my brother told my parents and chose to immediately violate it. He left me several messages that essentially was low-key threatening to ruin my life and I was scared, so I reported it. He was taken to jail and to my current understanding is going to get a type of misdemeanor charge for it if he already hasn't. I knew my parents were going to take his side, but they have effectively disowned me for this. My parents are very religious conservative Catholics and they were very upset by me reporting it. That's an understatement. I have enough scholarships where I will be able to continue paying for my living expenses and school with my part-time job, but the way they treated me was horrible. They're very upset because this'll probably screw up his college according to the talks we've had. They said I'm disgusting and not welcome home. My dad sent me a video of him and my mom burning most of the belongings I left at his house. They don't believe me about the camera and my dad said he specifically didn't care even if it was there. Just screaming the entire time, I stopped answering my phone and checking my email because it terrifies me. I bought a new cheap computer because even though someone helped me wipe it clean, I'm honestly too scared of using the old one at this point. I haven't left my room in a week. The worst of it is over I think, but I feel like I felt in a pit. I can't stop crying. Update 2. My brother hacked into everything and is trying to control my life. I had to stop school this semester because I've become extremely depressed and couldn't handle the workload of both school and work. I've also realized I'm gay. I'm planning on going back to school next semester, but I will never come out to my family. My brother is still in police custody and still in the process of getting convicted, which apparently takes much longer than I'd thought. My parents and a few random people their age who I think they have recruited for this have been continually harassing me through various electronic means, random phone numbers, and spreading false rumors about me, my mother even going as far as spreading rumors to family about me roping a little girl, and I was too depressed to deal with it properly. My main problem at the moment is that I'm trying to get a new job but I can't because I need my SSN. When I broke off with my parents and this happened, I had some of my important documents with me but not the ones that college students won't use on a daily basis. I'm embarrassed but I don't have it memorized. The last time I needed it my parents sent me a picture but I no longer have that in my texts. I called my parents to send them to me and tried to make it sound like I'd call the police if they didn't, and my father implied that he either burned them or would never give them to me. I have trouble talking to him right now and I couldn't maintain it. I tried calling his parish leader who I know and he told me he'd talked to my parents about not giving me the info and harassing me, but it hasn't done anything. If he did, surprise surprise. The only documents I have to prove ID are my permit and my school ID, which is useless in this scenario. I need more documents if I want to get a new SSN card. I'm also scared of my parents having this information because I think they might try to mess with my life. I'm afraid that if I call the police my dad will just claim that he never had it and burn it or hide it forever, and then I'm screwed without any way to fully prove my current identity to get new documents. Update 3. My brother hacked into everything and is trying to control my life. The last 5 months were the worst months of my life. I ended up getting my documents back without too much trouble, but after that everything has been a loss. My brother was not really punished in any substantive way. My parents have endeavored to protect him and he basically got something on the level of probation, no jail time. He was fired but has been hired again with a much better job with a small private company because of a connection with a colleague. He had various people call me up from unlisted numbers with vaguely threatening messages calling me names or just breathing on the phone until I had to get a new number. Rumors have been spread about me to the point where I don't feel comfortable even talking to nice people I know because I'm afraid they'll judge me based off things they've seen that aren't true. The rope accusations are still present but thankfully no legal action has taken place. I still am not going to be able to go back to college this semester because of personal and financial reasons, and I basically have lost all my friends due to either personal insecurity, severe depression, or the rumors. I don't leave my house outside of work and I'm not taking care of myself in the way I should. I'm grossly thin and pale and I've been having very terrible dreams about going to hell and burning forever, which are driving me crazy. I'm not going to do anything dramatic, but mentally I'm not where I need to be. I'm not trying to make this a pity party, and I acknowledge that I'm a big part of the reason this happened, and I'm not asking for help, but I want to emphasize how effed up the whole system is. This is the second time in my life I've been put in this position and my first time as an adult and someone trying to report it, and either way I've been screwed, lied to, and watched the person who ruined my life get away and live happier ever after. Nobody cares about people who get violated, and I understand why they don't come out and report. It's all rigged. My brother, His girlfriend and my parents are on an almost 2-week-long Hawaiian cruise right now, smiling and laughing. Edit, my brother just got into a car crash and effing died. Hallelujah. Who is the most badass person you've ever met? When my father-in-law was 13, the Russians came into his village in Serbia. The Russians knew his father well, as his father was very corrupt. The Russians tried taking my father-in-law and his family to a work camp. As that was happening, my father-in-law managed to unalive his father with his bare hands in the front parlor and tried to flee. Unfortunately, as he was 13, they stopped him. As punishment, they made him watch the rope of his mother and older sisters there and then. The Russians dragged the whole family off and put them in camps where they were worked to death bit by bit. His older brother was sent to the mines in Siberia. He escaped from the camp 3 times with his 2 older brothers, and got their mother and sisters out of the women's camp. He was recaptured and almost had his life taken, but they kept them alive because he could repair electric circuits. He finally escaped, and smuggled the whole family of 7 out of there. They walked across the Alps into Austria. He wove baskets from reeds and traded them for food. Finally ended up in a US-run displaced persons camp. He worked for 5 years doing construction, delivering milk, and any job they could find until they were able to immigrate to the US. He worked as a welder and ran a cleaning business. Bought a house. Raised 2 children and sent them to college. Never became a citizen because he never learned to read or write English, but he could speak it. Dying of emphysema, he got a notice that ICE was thinking of deporting him because he had let his green card lapse. I drove him up to the federal building and wheeled him in his wheelchair. The officious clerk said, "So we may have to deport you." He laughed and said, "To where?" "Read his green card." The card read, "Citizen of no country." "Oh," exclaimed the clerk. He laughed and told jokes. The ICE lady started laughing, and liked him so much she got his green card renewed in record time. What's the best punchline to a joke you've ever heard? 2 men and a blonde woman are on death row. The warden calls one of the men and asks, "How would you like to go? Firing squad or electric chair?" The man decides on the electric chair. After he has sat down on the chair and has been tied, one of the guards pulls the switch. The man is awaiting his death, but nothing happens. He tries his luck, and to the warden he says, "Look, nothing's happening. This must be a divine intervention." The warden, being a religious person, doesn't want to get in the way of God, so he agrees. "You may be correct," he says, and then tells the guards to escort him back to his chamber. While on the way to his chamber, he sees the other man lined up for death, and he quickly goes up to him and whispers, "The chair isn't working, trust me." The other man thinks to himself, "What do I have to lose if it does work?" So once again, the warden asks the man, "How would you like to go? Firing squad or electric chair?" The man immediately replies with, "I'll take the chair," and the warden nods. The guards sit him down and tie him up. One of the guards pulls the switch. To the warden's surprise and the man's favor, nothing happens. While the man says, "Must be God intervening." The warden gets suspicious, but again, not wanting to take his chance with God, tells the prisoners to escort him back to his cell. On his way to his cell, he sees the blonde woman on her way to the chambers and thinks, "The other man did me a favor, I should pass it forward." He goes up to the blonde and whispers, "The electric chair is broken, trust me." The woman nods her head and goes on her way. The warden once again asks, "So how would you like to go? Firing squad or electric chair?" The blonde responds, "Well, apparently the chair is broken, so I'll take the firing squad." What's the creepiest thing you've discovered in your house? As a kid, we lived near a graveyard with an abandoned house beside it. I would explore this house thoroughly. One day I decided to look through the basement. As I got to the bottom of the stairs, I looked around at everything down there. It looked like a dungeon. I noticed some exercise equipment down there in a corner of the basement, and on the other side there were boxes that had who knows what inside. So naturally, that's where I went. I started opening them up. As I got to the last box, I noticed what looked like a manhole cover to a sewer on the basement floor. I thought to myself, why is there a manhole cover in the basement? Shouldn't that be outside on street level? I looked inside it and it was pitch black in there, and then I heard something come from the hole in the floor. It sounded like a moan of a woman. All of the hairs on my body stood up at once and I stood paralyzed in front of the hole. I looked back at the hole, but saw nothing. I grabbed the flashlight I kept on me and shined it inside of the hole. There was a ladder that led to a dirt floor underneath the basement and what looked like a tunnel that led in the direction of the graveyard. I was stunned at what I had found, and my curiosity grew more intense. So down I went with the flashlight in one hand and a screwdriver I also kept on me in the other. The tunnel looked like it was miles long. Not even my flashlight could illuminate the end of it, so I started walking. It was quiet. Then I heard footsteps behind me, so I turned around as fast as I could and shined the flashlight in the direction that I had heard the sound come from, but there was nothing there. I did a complete 360, and saw nothing around me, but dirt walls. I kept pressing forward trying to figure out where this tunnel led to. As I kept walking, I tripped over something I hadn't seen. I went face first into the dirt, half mad and half embarrassed at myself for not paying better attention. I started to get up slowly with one knee still on the floor when I heard heavy breathing that wasn't my own. I looked up while I was kneeling on the floor and that's when I saw it. A humanoid-looking creature on all fours right in front of me. Pale, hairless, almost wet-looking skin. It had a mouth, a very flat nose with slits instead of holes, but no eyes, yet I felt like it was looking right at my soul. I held my breath for what seemed forever trying to think of my next move. Should I drive the screwdriver into its forehead, or should I make a run for it? I decided to run back to the basement. As fast as my legs could take me, I got up and ran. I ran faster than I have ever run in my life without looking back. I could hear it running behind me, getting closer with each second. It also made that moaning sound I had heard earlier. Now at least I knew what it was that made that sound, and it terrified me even more. I ran and I cried at the same time. I peed while running. Who knows what that thing would have done to me if I slowed down even a little bit. I managed to make it, but heard the creature say one last thing to me before I went up the stairs. 1738, I'm like, hey, what's up, hello? What's the most epic thing you've ever done at work? My boss was short, fat, and as useful as Anne Frankstrom said. He would hire intimacy workers and take pictures of them and himself in bed. My boss was also extremely nosy and found out I was seeing a young lady at another one of our offices. It was a long-distance relationship. He was the type who liked to control everything and mess with people for fun. He was also married to another employee, but he was very unfaithful as mentioned. On top of being unfaithful and taking pictures in bed with intimacy workers, he would probably parade around the entire office bragging about how little he paid for this girl and how good he was in bed. It was very strange. Well, on his next trip to this other office where my girlfriend worked, he tried to get my girlfriend to sleep with him, but she spurned him. He made up some lies about her and got her fired. It took a long time, but I was patient. I knew he kept the photos of him and intimacy workers in his office. He could not risk keeping them at home where his wife might stumble upon them. One Saturday I was working overtime and the cleaning lady came through. She unlocked his office to clean it. I came in acting like I was taking dimensions on some drawings. The lady just asked me to close the door when I was finished. She left and went down toward accounting. That's when I went through his desk. Sure enough, in the back of one drawer I found a stack of photos 4 inches tall. I took them all. Then I waited until he went on another trip. When he did, I went out for lunch. I had a dozen pics of him, in the act with many different intimacy workers, all showing his face. The women all had dark or red hair. His wife is a blonde. I drove to the town he lived in, to the closest post office to his house, and mailed the pics to his wife with no return address. She divorced him, and her lawyer took him to the cleaners. My girlfriend is now my wife. My ex reached out to me after 10 years. I have been with my current girlfriend Michelle for 4 years. We have no plans of marriage and have cheated on each other, but both have forgiven each other. Recently my ex Nicole contacted me. Nicole and I dated through high school and went to college on opposite ends of the country. We did long-term for 2 years until she became a victim of rape at a college party I told her not to attend. I was so mad at her and I broke up with her. Recently, I have been getting calls from a weird number once every month but never answered. Then I realized I had been left a voicemail. Hey, I know neither of us have been in contact in the last 10 years, but I'm asking if you still remember the promise we made about marrying each other one day. I have no right to ask of it, and if you have moved on then it's okay, as I want you to be happy. First and foremost I want you to know this isn't a desperation attempt because I'm lonely. This is more along the lines of I just can't imagine my life with anyone else. I have been on many dates and had one relationship that lasted over a year, but there was always this lack of feeling in me that, well, in all honesty, they weren't you. You're the guy I knew instantly when we were young that I would want to be with forever, the guy who made me smile, that I could wake up next to and was genuinely happy knowing that we were together. In my mind you have been my only one and desire. That day you broke up with me, it took me about a year to realize how stupid my decision to attend the party was. You are my soulmate, my love, my life, and that is why what comes next I say with all fear aside. I am ready to leave everything and find a new job, to move back and be with you. I'm fully prepared to do this if you even think there can be a chance for us again. I love you. I love you and nobody else will ever take the place you have in my heart. I will be fully committed to being yours and I promise to not try sleep with your brother again. That was a stupid mistake of me. I want to be part of your life and want you to be in mine forever. Growing old, seeing the world change the lives we live together as one, and most importantly I just want us to be happy. I've wasted enough time holding back what I have wanted to say for the last few years. I love you so much, I want to live my life with you. I'm prepared to leave it all for you, and lastly my love, my childhood friend, my soulmate. I'm more than prepared to be your wife and be the mother to our children. If I don't hear back by the end of the month, I will assume you have moved on for the better and will do my best not to reach out again. If you decide otherwise I have left my number and email. With love, Nicole. She said all of this, and I do not know how to respond. My ex reached out to me after 10 years. I talked to my current girlfriend Michelle first about my ex Nicole wanting to run away with me. I sat her down and told her Nicole left me a message and let it play out. Michelle went feral. She stated that Nicole sounds crazy and called me stupid and an idiot for even thinking that such a thing was even an option. She literally tried to sleep with your brother, she yelled. Okay, and you actually cheated, so what? I replied. She snapped at me and blamed me for cheating on her too. I yelled back and told her she was the one who cheated first and I was merely getting even. We continued arguing for the day and she ended up giving me the silent treatment. I was already debating calling Nicole but I decided to hold off. The next day I tried sitting down with Michelle to talk normally, but she was having none of it. She just called me an idiot for it over and over, and started crying. She was blaming me for throwing away 4 perfect years for something that happened a decade ago, blaming me for never truly loving her. That's false, I told her. I did love her. Nicole just happens to be my true love, and not you. I could tell this broke her heart. And she started sobbing. I tried holding her, but it did not work, she pushed me away. Michelle called her best friend to come over and convince me I'm being stupid, and her best friend came over. Hence an argument started. These two were relentless, blaming me for everything, trying their best to guilt trip me. Michelle asked, how could you leave me for some trashy white girl? That was quite low of her, and in the heat of the moment I called her the N-word and told her not to speak about my love, Nicole, like that. They were astounded, and I told them me using that word was equivalent to them calling Nicole a trashy white girl. They brought race into it first, not me. After I said that, the relationship was dead and I forced them out of the house. A bit of physical force had to be used, but the job was done. I called Nicole. Update 2, my ex reached out to me after 10 years. After I called Michelle the N-word and ended our relationship, my ex Nicole and I started to make plans for when she could come over. The initial hello was awkward as hell. When she got out of the terminal, I recognized her right off the bat and was amazed that she pretty much looked exactly the same as when I last remembered. As soon as we got home we had intimacy, we went 6 rounds in a row. It was glorious. A few weekends later she left and I cried at the airport. Flash forward a few weeks, and we decided that I go visit her this time around. I texted before I got on the plane and told her my arrival time, landed and felt like I was ghosted. Not there to pick me up, wasn't answering the phone, didn't respond to any texts. Facebook said last online 4 hours ago. I started to feel like maybe this was some joke on my behalf and was worried. About 45 minutes go by and I'm walking towards a hotel when the phone rings and I find out she was so excited about me coming that she spent the night awake, and upon hearing I was on the way, she promptly passed out hard. By the time she got to me I was a sweaty mess and she was apologetic all the way to her place. Meeting her friends, her dog, hanging out and doing things we each love was just tranquil in every way possible. When it came time to say goodbye she asked if I had any vacation time left and if I did if she could come back up for longer, and I of course said yes. 4 months go by of back and forth traveling on weekends, always on the phone, and by that point I feel like it's time. I ask her if she wants to move in with me, she immediately said yes, and we made our last vacation week into a road trip to bring her up to where I live. Our dogs got along and she was able to transfer to a new department based pretty close to where we lived. It was a dream coming true, and it too went by so fast that honestly it feels like it was yesterday. She actually asked me to marry her a few months later and I of course said yes. She had glow-in-the-dark rocks set up to ask me in our yard when we went up to the deck to watch the stars. It's been close to a couple years now since everything started. We have a beautiful daughter together, Ariana. Our dogs are jerks and doofuses. Michelle and Nicole ran into each other at a car park one time and Michelle tried swinging at Nicole, so we pressed charges. I'm going to take my life on my wife and I's anniversary. I lost my wife Lillian 3 months ago. We have been together since we were both 14, I'm now 70. She was the first and only love of my life. I always knew I would marry her and we would die together. Not 1 minute before, not 1 minute after. But life had other plans. She has been complaining about heartburn and pain in her chest. I should have known. I took her to the doctor and he said it's just gastric. Gave a bunch of medicine but the pain still stayed. We went 2 more times. Again he said heartburn. 3 months ago, that night, I told her we will get a second opinion. But I was too late. I woke up in the morning feeling her cold body against mine. Imagine seeing your wife, your soulmate, laying beside you dead. I became paralyzed. If it wasn't for our maid, I probably would have stayed with her body all day. Everything just went by flash. I saw my kids and grandkids at the funeral. I said my goodbyes. Cried my eyes out, but the pain didn't end. I want my wife. I wish I could see her one last time. The night she died she said, "Goodbye my love." Not good night. She said goodbye. You knew, right Lillian? You knew you would leave me but said nothing. It is just too painful to live without you. Life has no meaning. We promised we will be there for each other. Now I am all alone. I don't know what I will do without you. I have made this decision to take my life. I do not want to stay here and painfully wait to die. I cannot live another year without you. I will end my life 1 week from now. I have sorted out my things. The house will go to our child Sandra. Poor girl, she has 3 kids and no one to help. Our sons will get each share of our property and money. I cannot take it anymore. Just wait, I will be there with you.
What's something that happened on a first date that made you decide against a second date? I ended up giving the creepy guy a chance. The creepy guy was actually a cousin of a good friend of mine and she pestered me about it until I gave him a date. She warned me that he has bipolar disorder and ADHD, but he's overall a good guy. He took me out to Wendy's. He was actually quite gross while eating his food and ended up getting a lot of Baconator sauce all over his jeans. He then wiped his hands into his shirt. During the date he was overall very creepy and I regretted agreeing to go on a date with him. I wanted to leave when he told me, "I'm a nice guy, you know. I'm strong enough to rope you if I choose to, but I would never do that to you." I just stayed silent and prayed for it to be over as soon as possible, as well as being slightly worried. Not even a minute later, he put his hand under the table and I assumed he was just wiping his jeans or something. Then he leaned over, and he whispered, "I'm out right now," and winked at me. I said, "Excuse me?" For some reason my first thought was, out of the closet. Unfortunately no. He said, "I've just whipped it out, I done it under the table." Look under the table. And, like an idiot, I looked. His PP literally had Baconator sauce on it. I just looked at him bewildered. Then he said, "That's what you do to me, baby girl. Could you please use your feet on it?" I asked him, "What?" He went on to explain that a viral internet joke was going around about getting an FJ under the table at Denny's, and he really wants to experience what that feels like. He repeated again, "That's what you do to me, baby girl." I said, "This is what you do to me," and I left.
I got a girl who accused me of rope fired. This isn't the first time I was accused, but it is the first time it was a potentially false accusation. For this specific situation, we were friends from work, she had flirted with me before, and we were both intoxicated that night. We attended a party and I'm pretty sure I got the go-ahead from her. All I remember is she never said no. During said act she seemed into it but stopped halfway through. I remember convincing her it was okay for us to sleep together and dragging her back into bed, where once again she seemed into it. Now, she was more intoxicated than I was, but we were both under the influence. The one thing that I did wrong was that I knew she had a boyfriend but still did it. The next day she was crying and felt guilty. A few days after that she called me and told me she thought I made her a victim of rope. I don't think she told anyone else, but at work she started to avoid me. It was a problem since I was the team lead. A few months after that, my manager told me our company was doing layoffs and if I could spare anyone from my team. I felt guilty about it, but I wanted to stop feeling uncomfortable at work. I could not risk this girl explaining what happened and then having a big investigation occur. These types of things always go against the man, so if there was even any debate I'd be toast. I did what I had to do to protect myself and I told my manager that the girl wasn't needed. On the positive side, she got a very generous severance package. I helped her out afterwards and helped get her a great job at a company she always wanted to work at. I knew a guy pretty high up there and got her an interview. However, I never told her the reason she got laid off. She thanked me for the help and even apologized for the accusation. She actually ended up breaking up with her boyfriend, and I supported her through it, as we were friends by that point. We ended up having intimacy one night after agreeing for me to come over and console her when she was feeling down. This time, I made sure to stay sober the whole time. Her, not so much. People who have ever unalived others, what's your story? There was a neighborhood kid, who in hindsight, was definitely the mentally challenged kid. We all saw him as the creepy and weird kid, but in reality he was very sweet. He always offered to share his sweets in school in an effort to be liked, only for those sweets to be taken and then for him to be pushed to the ground each time. I'm not proud to say I was one of the bullies and pushed him to the ground a few times for a cheap laugh or validation from my bully peers. One summer's day when we were 15, myself and the group of bullies were hanging out at a big cliff, and were smoking grass. We saw this weird kid wandering around a bit away, and being baked and stupid, we decided to F with him. We invited him over to the cliff and said, this cliff was quite steep, and although not dangerous at all to climb, if you did somehow lose your balance while climbing it, a serious injury could occur, perhaps even death. When the kid got up we noticed he had a bag with him. We asked him what's in the bag and told him that if she showed us we would be his friend. The kid, of course excited about being friends, opened his bag and gave us his belongings. He had some toys and snacks. He said his mom packed them for him for his adventure. He said during summer he liked to hang around the area all day playing with his toys, and he calls it going on an adventure. Of course, being dirtbags we laughed, we threw his toys down the cliff and ate his food in front of him. This kid actually protested this time, and ran up to one of us, the guy who was eating his food. All of us started berating him and before we knew it, he was apologizing while we were walking him down to the edge of the cliff without any of us realizing. Then as he was saying one of his sorries, she reached edge, and ended up slipping off. He fell, and fell. I remember being baked with my friends freaking out. We made our way down the hill as fast as we could. The kid was not breathing. He was bleeding everywhere. All of us, now pale, started blaming each other, and darted home. We were all sent to juvie, as we were only 15 at the time. My parents threw me out as a child, and then expected everything from me when my grandparents died. My mother and father had me when I was 16 and used to lay hands on me all throughout my childhood. My father used to yell at 5-year-old me and blame me for ruining his dreams and aspirations in life. I was already unloved, but when I was 6 my younger sister was born, and I was left completely uncared for and unwanted. We lived in a 2-bedroom apartment. And as my sister got older, it went from me sharing a bedroom with her, to me kicked out of the room entirely. I slept on the couch for 2 years, then the couch was put into the basement, meaning I could sleep either in the basement or on the floor. When I was 10, my parents decided they were going to move away. But this move did not include me. I ended up actually being fine with this, as my grandparents had agreed to take me in. My life was instantly better. I got my own room again, and my grandparents gifted me a brand new N64 in 1996. I was finally happy. As time went on, I grew up and eventually moved out. But later moved back in to help my grandparents' house as they were getting old and living off their retirement savings. So some rent money from me went a long way in paying the bills. Then my grandma died. She was mugged by a robber, who took her life. My grandpa was heartbroken. He also passed about a year and a half later. He took his life. Pretty much everything they owned was willed to me. Their savings, their house, their vehicles, their stuff, everything. The house was long paid off, and grandpa knew how to keep up with its maintenance. In fact, after grandma died he kind of doubled down on renovating the place. He had the roof redone, the house was repainted by us inside and out, and we fixed a lot of little things. Grandpa's neighbor George even came by to help redo the plumbing. One morning I was fixing breakfast and my grandpa never came downstairs. You couldn't keep the man from his bacon. So I went to check on him. I found him there, suspended via a rope. My parents made grandpa's funeral a crap show. They didn't bother to show up for grandma's. They were too busy. And at grandpa's funeral they didn't seem to grieve at all. My sister also showed up wearing a brightly colored designer dress. Which I wasn't happy about as it was a church clothes only function. I noticed my parents repeatedly whispering to each other and glaring at me whenever I looked at them. Come to find out at the will reading that my parents knew that they'd been disinherited long ago for their treatment of me. And they thought it extremely unfair I got everything. They threatened to sue me to contest the will. And I got repeated calls and messages from my father, mother and sister telling me I needed to do the right thing and give my father what was supposed to be his. I told them all to flake off in far more unsavory words. My parents ended up taking me to court to challenge the will. But the judge ruled in my favor after seeing the will and hearing us both out. So it wasn't a long drawn-out legal battle. The judge even looked at my parents with absolute disgust after seeing the will and hearing about their mistreatment of me in my childhood. He called my father a terrible parent, and that my grandparents were right to disown him. My father just hung his head in silence, but he made sure to stop me outside the courtroom and tell me I was always the biggest mistake of his life. And that if he could go back in time, he'd make sure I never existed. He should have been a football star. And instead he has to wear a name tag for a 9 to 5. I told him that mistake or not, Grandma and Grandpa could see what kind of nasty person he was. I didn't ask to be born. And the only real love I ever got was from my grandparents. And he was no father of mine anymore. I got a few more threatening and harassing phone calls, as well as some letters from my parents. All demanding money among other things. But, over time they just stopped because I completely stonewalled them. The last call I ever got from them was telling me that my sister needed a kidney transplant and if I could help them out. I actually agreed and told them to meet me at a hospital that was a 2-hour drive from them. They rode out, and I never showed up. I blocked their number as soon as I got the first call that they're there. My ex came crawling back to me after cheating on me in a disgusting manner. I woke my ex Sarah up in the morning to let her know I would help her escape my brother, who was an abusive substance addict boyfriend. I made the decision with my best friend, who advised me that this was the right thing to do. Sure, she did me dirty, but cheating does not warrant a life of abuse and misery for anyone. Our plan was simple, we'd just move her in and accommodate her until she finds her own place to stay. She blocked her boyfriend and told him she was leaving. Unfortunately, that didn't last long. He managed to find her in 3 days. How he did it, we do not know. Either way, he showed up one day and rang the doorbell. My best friend opened it and my brother Dave strolled in. He saw Sarah in the living room and lunged at her. I was in the toilet at this time and upon hearing Sarah scream I ran out. I came out to find Sarah with a gash on her cheek, a broken glass on the table next to her, and my best friend and brother swinging at each other in the living room. I ran up to Sarah and got her into my room and locked it before heading back out. There, my best friend and Dave were still going at it. I got in the middle and managed to separate them. My brother yelled at me. F you. And F you too, Sarah. I'll unalive you, you little beach. How effing dare you leave me and block me? Not answering my calls. I'll effing stab you. I swear to effing God. And what the F are you looking at, macho man? He turned to look at me for this last sentence. You think you got some muscles now so you can just steal my girlfriend, punk? I realized I could F with my brother here. He's always hated when someone gives him a smartass response. While he was standing there, looking at me like I was free lunch, I walked over to the counter. I'm glad you asked, Dave, this is how I became a macho man. I said as I pointed to my kingmaker. I worked out, I never laid hands on a woman like you. And I ate all of my veggies. You know what else eating my veggies helped me do? F Sarah last night. That last part was a lie but I wanted to rile him up, so I kept talking. Yeah Dave, she was bouncing all up on my schmeat, boing, boing, boing. As I was doing thrusting motions, Dave lunged at me, and I had to fend for myself for a moment, as my best friend was busy laughing at what I was saying. By the time my friend got to rushing over to help, Dave and I were fighting. F you and your stupid kingmaker. I actually managed to flip him over and he landed on his backside. I was surprised myself, I never had the strength to take my brother down by myself. This thing really does work wonders. See Dave, it isn't so stupid, I can now slap you up, thanks to how strong it made me. I was taunting Dave, as my best friend now had him in a light chokehold. I've never seen someone look so evil before, but looking into Dave's eyes, I saw Satan himself. If he could have unalived me there, he would have. We then tied his arms behind his back and had him sit on the floor, in order to prevent him from doing any more harm to us. We told him to never go near Sarah again. Eventually I got Sarah out of the room. And showed Dave to her. She was speechless, looking at him tied up on the ground, slightly bruised, and with the house in a mess. Dave tried pleading with her, he tried promising his love to her, but we shut him up. No way would she seriously believe him, right? Sarah heard him out, turned to us and said, you guys really hurt him. You didn't need to. No effing way did she allow herself to be manipulated again. Then she stated, this is what you needed to do, and with that she stomped down on his manhood with her heel. Dave shrieked in pain, and my best friend and I felt for him at that moment. Chances of future kids were gone. We untied Dave and kicked him out. We told him if he ever comes back or reports anything, we will accuse him of everything he has done and ruin his life. Me and Sarah F that night for real. It was amazing and she asked me to take her back. I told her I'll think about it, and I will, but I'm not sure I can actually forgive her. Ex's perspective, my ex came crawling back to me after cheating on me in a disgusting manner. A year and a half ago I made the mistake of falling in love with and hooking up with my boyfriend's psychopath brother. When he caught me cheating on him, I was so caught up in the moment I didn't even realize. My ex-boyfriend's brother Dave was really into rope. He made us watch rope adult films while we effed and I was so in love with him that I allowed it. He managed to convince me that since I had already gone through rope at the hands of my grandfather, I had experienced the most true form of intimacy, and anything else was not pure. After my boyfriend caught us, he left my birthday presents for me the next day. I threw them all out, I didn't care at the time, I was infatuated with Dave. I let him move in the next day. What followed was the worst year of my entirety life. I was the victim of rope daily, and I thought this was the right way as Dave convinced me of it. He got me hooked on substances. I was doing blow with him a lot, and he had started convincing me to sleep with our plug for cheaper prices. So that's what I did. Then Dave started laying hands on me, more and more. Over time marks started to show. I was depressed, and thought about taking my life. I knew I needed help. Then I heard Dave mention how he saw my ex-boyfriend and my ex's best friend together at a grocery store. I thought maybe they could help. I know I wronged him, but maybe. The last straw came a few weeks later. Dave poured boiling hot water on me. On my neck specifically. He did this because I refused to give him intimacy. At night time he went to sleep, and I left. I found my ex-boyfriend's best friend's house. They invited me in and made me feel safe. I could never thank my ex enough. He was looking so hot too. I asked him how he built such a physique and how he looked so manly compared to when we were together. He told me about his workout routine and supplements he takes. He highlighted one called Kingmaker, and I cracked a joke at the hope of intimacy there and then. Maybe it can make you a king in bed too, though he just gave me a side eye. Either way I was thankful. Then 3 days later Dave unexpectedly showed up at the house. He came storming in and struck me, leaving a bruise on my cheek. Luckily my ex managed to lock me into his room and keep me safe. I heard a lot of commotion, stuff breaking and shattering, and 20 minutes later I came out. Dave was tied on the ground with his arms behind his back, the house was smashed, and all three were bleeding. I gave Dave a final goodbye while he was tied, a heel kick to the manhood. I know he felt that. It's been half a year since that all happened. I haven't seen or heard from Dave, and I'm glad to say my ex-boyfriend and I are back together. He took me back. I love his new body. He is lean and muscular, which I love most about him. I literally feed him his Kingmaker every morning and even bought some off Amazon for Christmas. I always jokingly tell him to never go back to being skinny and frail. Yesterday I made a sassy joke to him, and he took me up to the bedroom and made me regret it, in the very best way possible. He takes care of me, and is an animal in bed. Unlike Dave, he has never resorted to roping me. Before, he could last for maybe 2 minutes max, whereas now it takes 20 to 30 for him to nut. He's the man of my dreams. Our intimacy life is amazing, and I wake him up with neck literally every morning. I love my life with him, and I can't believe I was ever stupid enough to cheat on him. Edit, never mind, he just broke up with me after I caught him with some dumb blonde. This is what I get, I suppose.
My boyfriend found old memorabilia of me and my late ex-boyfriend. I had my first boyfriend when I was 12. He was 16. He was a little older than me, but we figured love was love. My father unalived him when he found out we were having intimacy. My mother didn't allow me to attend his funeral. A few weeks before he died, he gifted me a beautiful silver necklace with an open heart-shaped pendant. My second boyfriend came into the picture when I was 15. I thought I had lucked out as he also was amazing, loving and treated me well. He knew the story behind my silver necklace that I wore all the time and said it was beautiful. He never said anything bad about me carrying the memory with me. For my 16th birthday he gave me a silver open heart-shaped pendant for my necklace. It was not identical, but sort of matched the pendant on my necklace without one taking anything away from the other. They looked beautiful side by side on the chain. Then 3 months after my 17th birthday we got into a car accident that cost him his life. It was the day before his 18th birthday. Because of my own injuries I was in a coma for 19 days and therefore missed his funeral. I didn't go to therapy as my mother forbade it. So after the car accident my life sort of spiraled. I had a few abusive relationships and there was a lot of substances and alcohol involved. At 28 I was in an abusive relationship. Both emotionally and physically. The boyfriend I had at the time would rope me daily. I never told him about my late boyfriends or the meaning behind my necklace that I still carried around my neck. One day we had a few friends over. I don't remember why it came up, but I talked to the girlfriend of one of his friends about my necklace and my late boyfriend while he was in the room. He interrupted the conversation and wanted me to explain the whole thing again so he could hear the whole story, so I did. He lost it. He called me every word in the book and said I was stupid for thinking that a necklace would bring them back and it was disrespectful of me to bring my past relationships into our relationship. He then ripped the necklace of my neck and broke both hearts and threw it all in the trash. I was crushed. He broke something of mine that all the money in the world could never replace. I went into the bedroom and stayed there for the rest of the night. When the last guests had left he went to bed. I pretended to be asleep. When I was sure he was sleeping I quietly got up and took my shoebox of memorabilia and left the room. I went into the kitchen and dug through the trash looking for my necklace. Luckily I found every broken piece. I left what had been my home for over 2 years with only a box of memorabilia, my broken necklace and the clothes I was wearing. I had nowhere to go since it was in the middle of the night. The next morning I took the bus to my grandmother's house. She had a lot of health issues and was in no way capable to take care of me, a grown woman struggling with substance abuse. I felt worthless and unlovable. But when I entered her house she welcomed me with open arms and went straight to the kitchen to make me pancakes, just like she used to when I was little. Fast forward until now. I'm now 36 and have found myself again. I have overcome my substance abuse, I finished school and have a great job. And I finally found true love again. A few weeks ago my boyfriend and I decided to move in together. A few days ago I was going through some of my stuff and asked if he could help me carry a couple of boxes upstairs. He took the first box, and while he was upstairs I opened another box, and there it was. My memorabilia box with my broken silver necklace in it. I hadn't opened the box since I put my necklace in it the day I left and went to my grandmother's house. I broke down in tears. He came back and found me crying, sitting on the floor holding my necklace and old pictures from my childhood and teen years in the open box in front of me. He didn't say anything. He just sat down next to me and hugged me while I cried. After a little while I got it together and we carried the last 2 boxes upstairs. We sat down on the sofa, and he asked me if I wanted to talk, but I was so emotionally tired so I said no. He let me know that he was there anytime if I changed my mind, but no pressure. This is one of the things I love about this man. The box was open and he asked if he could look or if it was private. He knows about my late boyfriends but has never seen pictures of them. He's a smart guy though, so I'm sure he has put 2 and 2 together. I was nervous about saying yes because there are pictures in the box of me and my late boyfriends kissing each other, pecks on the cheek, holding hands, etc. cutesy stuff, you know. I still told him he could look, so he did. He didn't say anything or ask questions, but he smiled in a sweet way while looking at the pictures. He put everything neatly back in the box and told me I was a cute baby and I haven't changed much since I was in my teens. He then hugged me and we cuddled while watching a show before we went to bed.
Boyfriend's perspective. My boyfriend found old memorabilia of me and my late ex-boyfriend. I met my girlfriend at work a couple of years ago. We started talking about life and I found out she owns a house and she is a 4th degree black belt in Taekwondo. Dang, this girl is a badass. The only family she has left is her 81-year-old grandmother who lives with her. This spoke volumes to me. I still remember how nervous I was about asking her out and how I was jumping from joy inside when she said yes. She slowly started opening up about her past, how neglected she was as a child. Her father had schizophrenia and she told me he went to jail. Never told me what for though. Her mother and stepfather hated her. They laid hands on her on a daily basis and tormented her regularly. She has several scars and burn marks on her body to this day. She was repeatedly locked in her bedroom for days, a few times for up to a week without food, water or access to a bathroom. She ran away from home many times even at a young age and got into trouble in so many ways. She started taking the bus on her own when she was 5 to her grandparents' house. It's a 5-hour drive. One time when she was 6 a bus driver wouldn't let her on the bus without her parents' consent, so she just wandered the streets until she fell asleep in a park. They never reported her missing and no one intervened. She has always done relatively well in school. This is just because she's smart as hell, and therefore the school never worried enough about her to intervene. She lost her V card when she was 12. He was 16. That part does make me sick. I haven't gotten the whole story, but she was eventually forced to watch while her father took his life with a firearm. He died instantly. She was in a car accident a few years later that unalived her second boyfriend and almost unalived her. She had a lengthy recovery at a rehabilitation center out of town. Her mother didn't even visit her at the hospital or at the rehabilitation center. Because she was only 17, her grandfather had to take her back to her mother after. She wanted to stay with her grandparents, but her mother didn't allow it. I don't understand why. About 2 months ago I moved into her house. Last week we were doing stuff around the house, settling in, but out of nowhere I came into the living room and found her sitting on the floor crying, and I immediately saw the emotional pain she was in. I had no idea what was going on or what to do, so I just let her cry it out while I held her. Eventually I looked around and there was a small open box with a lot of pictures in it. It looked old, so I realized she was crying about old trauma. I later, with her consent, looked through the stack of pictures, and for the first time I saw pictures of her at a young age. Adorable and hot. Baby and childhood pictures of her and her friend who was unalived. Puppy love pictures from her preteen years. She was just as beautiful back then as she is now. How could anyone hurt this tiny adorable baby and child? I don't get it. I was scrolling on Reddit after work and somehow stumbled upon her post. She explained the story behind the broken necklace and asked if it is disrespectful to me if she keeps the pictures and the necklace. In between the lines I can sense some hesitation because of an a-hole, an ex that I didn't know about, who berated her for keeping the necklace and broke it many years ago. I am going to look into having it fixed tomorrow, but I don't know how realistic this is as it is broken pretty badly. I am heartbroken after reading her story. I am so angry. I am so frustrated. Why did no one help her out of her misery? Why did nobody take care of such a fine little girl? Update on boyfriend's perspective. My boyfriend found old memorabilia of me and my late ex-boyfriend. So my girlfriend came home and immediately sensed something was off. I told her the truth, how I found it all out. How angry I was, how sad I was, and how I was struggling with the situation. I made sure to tell her not to blame herself because none of this is her fault. I asked her if she was okay with me seeking help to become a better partner to her because I'm feeling kind of lost in this part of our relationship. She gets that I don't stand a chance at understanding everything, so she thought this was a good idea. She's all for therapy in general, so I shouldn't be so surprised, but she was the one who asked about couples therapy in addition to individual therapy. We decided to take yesterday off work because this was a lot. Her therapist is great, he knows his stuff, and we had a good session. We talked about our life in general, where we're at as a couple, plans, each other's strengths and weaknesses, and our future together. At one point she asked me what my biggest fear is in regards to our relationship. I told her if she ever tells me she doesn't love me anymore. The therapist asked how often I think about this. The thought had only crossed my mind not even a handful of times during our whole relationship. I asked her what her biggest fear is. She answered losing you, And I was like, "Hun, I love you so much, the thought of leaving you never entered my mind, ever," she said, and this really broke my heart. But what if it's not by choice? I had to take a few seconds to process what she just said. Then I asked, "Are you afraid I'm going to die?" She nodded and I realized how stupid my question was. Of course the thought entered her mind, just think of her history. I asked how often she thinks about this. Every day. Every day my girl fears I'm going to die. I mean, I get it, it's not that. It's just. Here I am, oblivious as can be, thinking life is great, I'm so happy in our relationship, and in my mind I'll still kiss her good morning and good night every day when we're 100 years old. She has mentioned a few times how she has felt alone most of her life. A crippling feeling that doesn't just go away because some guy tells you he loves you. I thought she still struggled with feeling alone sometimes, and I have been fighting that feeling off her, but today she had to tell me she doesn't feel alone anymore for me to realize the feeling I have been sensing is not loneliness, it's a fear of losing me. Every day. We talked about what she could do with her box of old pictures. I assured her I am more than okay with having the memory of them in our home, and explained to her that I am really glad they made her happy and feel loved, and I have nothing but respect for these men. Even though I still find her being 12 having intimacy with a 16-year-old weird, I left that part out. They are a part of her as a person, and I love her. All of her. As long as she doesn't want their portraits in our bedroom so I would feel like they were watching us have intimacy, that would be weird, I'm okay with anything. And it's not that I mind the box, and I didn't know if the box itself has sentimental value, but I wouldn't mind bringing her shopping for a couple of photo albums for the pictures. We did that after our therapy session, and while she took her time browsing in the store, looking comfortable, relaxed and safe, I caught myself getting a little teary-eyed while watching her. During our session we talked about the necklace, and she told me she took it to a jeweler the same day her ex broke it. She was told it was broken beyond repair, so she didn't think it was possible to get it fixed. I asked if she would be okay with trying again or asking somewhere else. Maybe the tools are better nowadays or something, I don't know. She agreed to this. We went to the jeweler after shopping for photo albums, but when we got there it became too much for her. She couldn't handle another no and asked if I could go in while she waited in the car. Good call, because I got the same answer as she did. The lady was really nice about it, and I asked if she knew anywhere on earth I could take this necklace and have a small chance. She recommended a place about 40 minutes away that might have some connections. It was 30 minutes before closing time, so I didn't make it yesterday. I asked my girlfriend out to dinner spontaneously, and while we were looking at the menu I had a great idea, if I say so myself. We ordered dinner and I told the waitress no desserts. I excused myself to go to the bathroom and went outside, called her grandmother and told her granddaughter had a rough day and asked if she could help me comfort her a little by making her favorite pancakes. My girlfriend's grandparents' pancakes are very sentimental to her. Her grandmother jumped on the bandwagon and I told her when we would be home. When we drove home my girlfriend asked if I wanted ice cream. "Girl, I'm trying to surprise you." I told her no, my stomach felt a little off. When we got home even the front yard smelled like pancakes and she sent me a deadly look. "You don't feel off." I had to admit I didn't, and we both laughed. She had a genuine smile on her face for the rest of the night. Before her grandmother went to bed, she laid her hand on my shoulder and whispered, "Thank you." I put my hand on her hand and whispered back, "Thank you." I don't know how to explain it, but it felt powerful, like in a movie. Like we accomplished something beautiful together for my girlfriend. I really appreciate this old gal. She has been nothing but nice and loving to me since day one. This morning before work we went to this jeweler 40 minutes away. I went in first for the same reason as yesterday. They called this guy on video and I explained the situation and sent him pictures of the broken necklace and a picture I took of one of her old pictures where you can see the necklace clearly, so he knows what it's supposed to look like. He was optimistic about the possibility but told me it will likely take a few hours of work, hinting that it will be a bit pricey. I really don't care about that and asked him not to mention anything about money to my girlfriend. I'll take care of that part. I asked my girlfriend to come in and these people were really sweet and explained the process again to her. She was a little overwhelmed, so I thanked them and told them I would call them when she had decided what she wanted. We went to work and during lunch she came over and told me she wanted to do it, so I called them. We'll hear back from them within 2 to 3 weeks. I'm really looking forward to it and I hope she will be comfortable enough to wear the necklace whenever and as much as she wants. Edit, we just got the necklace back. My girlfriend cried of joy and we held each other for what felt like years. My wife has been missing for 15 years, until she called my phone out of the blue. 15 years ago, my wife Sarah left home to run an errand, and was never seen again. They hadn't even recovered her body. 15 years later and they still didn't have a shred of evidence. Somehow, not a single person had seen her. It was like she had just vanished without a trace. I think about Sarah a lot. I could never quite bring myself to take down the photos of her from around the house. 2 days ago, I found myself staring at our wedding photo. I was looking at it so intently that I almost didn't notice the phone ringing. When I looked at the caller ID, it was an unknown number. I picked it up anyway. The call took a moment to connect, but when it did, I heard a strange rustling sound on the other end of the line. "Hello? I wasn't in the mood for any prank callers. Is anyone there? Hello? Daniel? Daniel, thank goodness I finally reached you." The voice on the other end of the line was a woman's voice, shaking and breathless. "Daniel, it's me. It's Sarah. Are you there?" When I heard her name, it was like my heart had stopped beating for a moment. Sarah. My Sarah. But that was impossible. Sarah had gone missing 15 years ago. Whoever this was, it was not my wife. "I don't know who you are, but you're not Sarah," I hissed into the phone, coldly. "Stop calling this number. I had dealt with a lot of these calls, especially when Sarah first went missing. Con artists, fraudsters, anyone who wanted to manipulate a grieving husband. I knew none of them were my wife. No, Daniel, wait. Wait, you have to listen to me. It's me, Sarah. You have to believe me. She was sounding shrill and desperate now, even a little hysterical. The lengths that people go to in order to sell a lie is astonishing. Why are you doing this? I asked, angrily. It's been 15 years since my wife disappeared. What do you want from me? For a moment, the woman on the other end of the line didn't respond. I was beginning to think that the call had disconnected, when she finally spoke. Daniel, please. It's me. It's your wife, Sarah, the woman begged. I'm telling the truth. It's me, she continued to plead, but I'd had enough. I wasn't going to listen to this liar anymore. Don't call this number again, I firmly told her, hanging up. I thought that would do it. She wouldn't be likely to call me again. I assumed it was all over. The next day, I had asked a friend to help me repair my plumbing system. He had been there for me when Sarah disappeared, getting me through it. We were both taking a break, catching up on the important events in each other's lives, when my phone began to ring again. Sorry, I have to take this. It might be important, I said, getting up from my seat and making my way to the phone. I noticed that the call was coming from an unknown number, just as it had the day before. I didn't make a connection right away. I picked up the phone, and I heard the same rustling sound. It was unsettling, in a strange way. I almost felt like I had heard it before. I just couldn't put my finger on it. Hello? I was already beginning to get a good idea of what this call was, and I wasn't happy about it. I told you not to call this number. Daniel? Daniel, thank goodness I finally reached you. The very same words that she had said the day before. Daniel, it's me. It's Sarah. Are you there? It was undoubtedly the same woman. I don't have the time for this, I hissed into the phone. I know you're not Sarah. Stop calling me. I hung up the call and walked back to my friend, who looked confused. Who was that? He asked me. I heard you saying Sarah's name. Is everything okay? It was some prank caller, trying to pretend to be Sarah, I told him, rolling my eyes. I thought that I had left it all behind. I even changed my phone number. I don't know how this woman got hold of my new one. Pretending to be Sarah? My friend echoed. That's really strange. Did you tell anyone about it, like the police? No. I shake my head. There's no need. It's just someone trying to cause a bit of drama. They probably want money. I made it clear that was the end of the conversation. I didn't want to continue talking about it, bringing up harmful reminders of the past. I woke up the next day, not expecting to get any more calls from the unknown number. I made it very clear that I wouldn't be participating in her charade. However, I was quickly proven wrong. As soon as I started to walk downstairs for a glass of water, the phone rang again. I thought about letting it ring, but I had a better idea. I was going to issue a much stronger warning to the caller, even threaten to get the police involved if the calls wouldn't stop. That would scare her, I was certain of it. I picked up the phone, hearing the very same eerie rustling. I couldn't explain it, but it made a shiver run up my spine. Finally, the call connected. It was just the same as the other times, the same pathetic monologue. Daniel? Daniel, thank goodness I finally reached you. Maybe it was even a recorded message. Daniel, it's me. It's Sarah. Are you there? If you don't stop calling this number, I'll have no choice but to involve the police, I told the caller. This is harassment. If you want money, try conning someone else. Before I could even give the woman on the other line a chance to answer, I hung up the call. Hopefully this would show her that she wouldn't be manipulating me. I could see right through her elaborate scam. I was sure that my warning would stop the calls coming in. I was so sure of myself that when I was woken by a loud, persistent ringing sound the next morning, I didn't even think to connect it to the unknown number calls. I first assumed it was my alarm, waking me up, but when I turned to look, I saw that the alarm hadn't gone off yet. That was when I reached the conclusion that it was the landline phone. I rushed down the stairs, wanting to tell the caller that I would be taking police action, wanting to catch out the desperate scammer. Fortunately, I got down there in time, and picked up the phone. Holding it to my ear, I heard that creepy rustling that I had become familiar with. It still made my heart beat faster, just for the few seconds until the call connected. Daniel? Daniel, thank goodness I finally reached you. The usual message of hysteria came through the phone. I was well used to hearing it by now. Daniel, it's me. It's Sarah. Are you there? I gave you a warning. I said that if you called again, I would be taking legal action. I spoke into the phone, loudly so that whoever was on the other side would be sure to hear me. You've gone too far now. I have to do something about this. I waited for the woman to respond. Daniel? No, it's me. I'm not lying to you. I would never lie to you. Daniel, it's me, Sarah. Your wife, it's me. I can't stand the high-pitched whine of her voice. You're not Sarah, I told her, bitterly. I know you're not Sarah. I will be taking action. Goodbye. I hung up the call for the final time and placed the phone back. I know that woman wasn't Sarah. I know for a fact she wasn't. I know it, because, on January 7, 2008, Sarah, a beloved member of the community, was killed. And I was the one who unalived her. Sarah was an incredibly beautiful woman. I couldn't believe my luck when she first started showing interest in me. I loved her, for every single second of our marriage. I loved her, even when I found out that she was cheating on me. I had accidentally stumbled across a string of romantic messages between Sarah and one of her coworkers. She was planning to leave me for him. I couldn't have that. She was so beautiful, so bright, so full of life. I couldn't lose her. So I unalived her. I didn't have to think about it for long. It was the only way that she would be mine, only mine forever. If she was dead, she would never leave me. She would always be my Sarah. When the police arrived, I made up an elaborate lie that she had gone out to run an errand and never come home. That very same lie ended up on headlines of the national news. I didn't know if I would even get away with it, but a year passed, and then another year, and then another. 15 years passed, and no one ever saw through me. I was about to walk back upstairs, when I heard a small tapping at the window. Click, click. That was the sound of the window opening, and that's when I heard it. Rustling, right here in my own house. Rustling that paralyzed me with fear and sent my mind into a state of panic. Then I heard her. Daniel? Daniel, thank goodness I finally reached you. The voice was coming from inside the house now. Daniel, it's me. It's Sarah. Are you there? My son broke his bully's nose. My son is black, and has been getting bullied by a kid in his year. This kid is 11 calling my son the N-word and acting like a monkey around him. I have done almost everything I could do regarding this situation. I've contacted the parents and I've contacted the school. The parents basically blew me off and told me that it was a situation of kids being kids. The school pretended to care, but didn't do anything in their power to actually stop it. My son has been diagnosed with both autism and ADHD, and the bully picks on him for these things too. The little bully has been doing this to him for years, but lately it has gotten much worse. He's been shoving my son in the halls and the lunch line, causing him to fall many times. Now he calls him slow, and a vegetable, as well as the N-word. He used to pick him up by his backpack and toss him to the ground before he had a growth spurt, but now my boy is taller than most kids in his grade. Still, he didn't know how to stick up for himself. My wife always encouraged killing them with kindness, but it never worked in his favor. I have told him repeatedly for the past year that he needs to stand up for himself and fight back. Yesterday he came home crying and it just broke my heart to see how much pain he was in. I wasn't mean to him, but I was very stern and told him that if he didn't fight back the next time I was going to take him out of that school whether he liked it or not. Well, today I got a call from my wife after work and she told me what had happened. Our son was on his way to lunch and got shoved onto the ground, causing his knees to be a bit bruised. My son then got up and left hooked him. It connected right in the noggin, causing his nose to immediately bleed. My son said that the boy started to cry and ran away yelling the N-word at him. His parents have contacted us. They're threatening to sue and told us that his nose had been broken. I told my wife I'm really proud, but she's very angry at me for encouraging my son to fight back. My wife has been missing for 15 years, until she called my phone out of the blue. I could hear her clearly, now. Panic rose in my chest. I don't believe in the supernatural, but all signs were pointing to something horrifying. My mind was a mess, debating whether to stay, out of morbid curiosity, or run as fast as I could out of the door and never look back. Daniel? Daniel, thank goodness I finally reached you. The shrill voice cut through my panic. Daniel, it's me. It's Sarah. Are you there? It sounded even closer to me now, like the source of the voice could only be a few meters away. Hello? I call out, hearing slow, small footsteps. Hello? Is anyone there? I stay rooted to the spot, my legs paralyzed in fear. I still didn't know what was happening here, and I wasn't about to risk my life. Suddenly, it was as if someone had flicked a switch. The loud, eerie rustling came to a stop, almost being sucked out of the room like a vacuum. I noticed that the footsteps had stopped too, and after a few moments of terrified silence, the voice also seemed to have gone. I started to walk downstairs, my hands still shaking. What was that? What just happened to me? Could there be a chance that after all these years, I was going crazy? I rushed downstairs to the phone, yanking the wires out and disconnecting it. I couldn't let a scam caller get inside my head. I didn't leave the house at all that day. The fear still made my head spin and my heart pound in my chest. There was no logical explanation for what had happened. When I woke up the next day, it was like something had changed. Something was different, and it wasn't in my mind. It was almost like, overnight, everything had shifted. I wasn't an avid reader, but I had a small bookshelf in my bedroom, with about 5 or so books on it. For some reason, it was looking a little empty. Was that just my imagination? I got out of bed and walked downstairs. I needed to get a glass of water. Clearly, my mind was going into overdrive. I was starting to become paranoid. I opened my drawer to get a butter knife for my slice of toast, when something caught my eye. An empty space in my knife rack. Every other knife was in the slot, apart from one. I could feel a lump in my throat. Knives don't just go missing. I pulled my mobile phone out of my pocket, not even daring to touch the landline, and called my friend Adam. I really was going crazy. Some sort of delayed guilt response, I guess. Whatever it was, I was afraid. Adam, I hissed into my phone. I don't know what's happening to me, but I need you to come over. I think I'm going mad. Adam promised to be on his way, and I didn't have to wait long for him to be at my door. When I let him in, he seemed concerned. What happened? He asked me. Your call really freaked me out. You sounded scared. I think I'm going crazy. I explained, as we sat down. I'm seeing things, imagining things. I think it's something to do with Sarah. Losing your wife is tough, Adam agreed. Right. He doesn't know what really happened to Sarah. I know how that feels. 10 years ago, Adam's wife, Laura, had suffered a fate similar to Sarah. She had gone out to work one day, and had never returned. It was tough on me as Laura, being her best friend, was the closest thing I had to my Sarah. It was 15 years ago, I said, wide-eyed. How is it only hitting me now? About a year after Laura went missing, I really broke down, Adam told me. I started getting really paranoid and suspicious. It took a few years of therapy for me to fully accept everything. I nodded, pretending to understand. Therapy won't help me. It seems like nothing will help me. I pretended to listen to the rest of Adam's advice, until he had to leave. I told him that I would try out some of his coping methods, but in reality, I had no intention of doing so. That night, I found myself tossing and turning, obsessing over everything that had happened, the phone calls, the disappearances. I couldn't sleep. Begrudgingly, I got out of bed and walked over to my medication cabinet, in search of some sleeping pills. I didn't use them often, just when I couldn't sleep. I felt around in the cabinet for the meds, but they were nowhere. I flicked on the light, and looked again. They were missing. This wasn't my mind playing tricks on me, this was happening. I raced down to my basement. I don't step foot in the basement often, it just reminds me of everything. It reminds me of them, because that's where they are. The victims. That's right, I said victims. Multiple. It started with only Sarah, but I couldn't live with myself knowing that her lover was still out there. The man who had tempted my Sarah away. He had to go. I lured him to my house, with a great plan. Once he was there, I got him a drink, and we talked. A drink, laced with sleeping meds. He was dead within the hour. The next one was Laura. Adam's wife. She didn't just go missing, she was unalived. And I did it. I had a good reason. She found me out, she found out what I did to Sarah. She had rushed over to my house to confront me. In a panic, I unalived her. I unalived her with the book from my bedroom. One sharp blow to the head and she was dead. And the knife was Sarah. I didn't want her to be afraid, I couldn't have that. She was my Sarah, and I loved her. I didn't want to frighten her. So I stabbed her in the back, like she stabbed me in the back by cheating. I did it with that knife from my knife rack. She fell to the floor like a sleeping angel, and died. And the knife was in my hands. But I didn't put it there. My vision was clouded, but I could see that I was standing in my basement. How did I get here? I don't remember the past few minutes, but my hands close around the bottle of sleeping meds. The sleeping meds? I try to bring it up to my face, my entire body swaying. My sight keeps going and reappearing, and all I can feel is the blood rushing around my body. I feel a small, heavy object. I'm holding the book now. But that's impossible. I drop the book to the floor, my legs suddenly buckling from under me. I fall to the ground, just like each of my victims, my eyes closing slowly. I can't feel a thing anymore. I imagine this is what happened to them. I imagine that this is what they felt, too. Just before my eyelids close, I almost think I can see something in front of me. A face I know so well. Sarah.
My husband and I opened up our relationship and everything is going downhill. My husband Eric has always been a really intense person, but he's a good man. I forgave him for sleeping with my little sister while we were together. When we got together at first, I noticed he had a much higher intimacy drive than I did, but I would usually have intimacy with him when I wasn't in the mood anyway because I love him. He's never vocalized any problems until somewhat recently. Over the last year my intimacy drive has been almost non-existent. I've been checked by doctors and they say nothing is wrong physically, but I should talk to a therapist, which I haven't done yet. I haven't even been able to just have intimacy with him to have intimacy like I was doing. About 6 months ago he sat me down and we talked about all this and he said he needs intimacy, which I told him I understood, but I can't give that to him right now. We argued for a bit and he ended up roping me. It took me a lot to forgive him. 2 months later he suggested we open the relationship. I was heartbroken. He explained that we either give this a try or end the relationship. So I agreed. We set boundaries, no bringing the person to our house ever, no talking about it, always use protection and regularly get tested. He agreed to all of this. I was actually surprised how okay I was with this as the months moved along. Even when he'd text me that he's going to be late, or when he'd kiss me and tell me his plans that night. It almost felt like a burden was lifted from me. Well, yesterday my husband sat me down again and said something really difficult to tell me. For the last couple of months he's been seeing this one girl and she's pregnant. I think I dissociated a little because I heard him talking but couldn't understand the words he was saying. When I came back to reality I asked if it was his and was she keeping it. Yes and yes. And he plans on being in this child's life actively. Edit. I found out the girl is 16 and she gave him a disease. We're getting divorced.
Lawyers, what's your sweetest moment in court? I had a case against a man who nearly took his wife's life. The attack was so bad she was in a coma for 5 days, but woke up. His name was Joe. I was hired by Joe's brother-in-law, the brother of the wife that Joe hurt. My client was also Joe's ex-business partner. Joe was a shady business partner. My client took it to the business part of it to court, and gave me the case to handle. Joe was confident that his BS and outright perjury would carry the day. It had always worked before. His BS, and his fists, had won him a good settlement with his ex-wife, free of child support, so maybe he thought that threats and lies would carry the day once more, but he was wrong, and after the trial I had a judgment against him, a big judgment, far bigger than he could pay. Joe twisted and he turned and he shimmied and shaked, but after a while I'd located and taken all his assets. It was easy really, Joe had no thought of consequences, and so he didn't lawyer up until it was too late. I went through Joe's finances like a meat grinder, and after a while Joe had one property left, a house, and he clung to that house, for it was rented out, and his sole source of income. Joe lived in the unfinished basement, and he survived on what the upstairs tenants paid him. He cashed their rent checks at payday loan places, paying hefty fees, but it was worth it, because he knew that I'd garnish any bank account that he opened. Joe managed to hide his rental place from me for a while because he owned it through a numbered company, but my investigator found him one day, and followed him home. Joe self-repped his way through the next stage, which took a couple of years, while I punctured his corporate veils in his sad efforts at a fraudulent conveyance, but in the end, I had his last house, the house where he lived in the unfinished basement. Joe stepped out one day to get a pack of cigarettes, and when he came back the sheriff had changed the locks. Can my client at least live in the basement? Joe's lawyer said to me, pro bono, because by this point Joe had nothing to pay lawyers. I knew the pro bono guy, he practiced law nearby. As I was talking to him, I could see pro bono guy's office window across the parking lot from my office tower window. Ask the purchaser, I said, it's out of my hands, and it was. I told Joe's lawyer that the new owner wouldn't let him back into his basement apartment. Joe, a man who had owned this and that here and there and all over town, had just lost the last thing he owned on earth. Except for his truck. He still had his truck left. Joe's truck was this big gas-guzzling beast that he drove around in. It was too old and too frail to be worth seizing, so I let Joe keep it, and I was glad I did that, because now the truck was where Joe slept. Until he made a mistake. He decided to make a little girl the victim of rope. A small mistake which cost him serious prison time. I'm dating my sister's bully, but I think my sister is blowing it out of proportion. My younger sister Anne had a bully in high school named Andrea. It started off as mostly name-calling, and then became physical. My sister would come home with bruises sometimes, and the school did nothing about it. I always supported him through it. By the time they got out of high school I still absolutely hated Andrea. Then 2 years ago I met her at a local cafe where she started working. She ended up apologizing to me for how she treated my sister. She'd been wanting to apologize to Anne, but she had no way of contacting her. I still kept my guard up when I saw her after that, but I felt like she'd really matured since high school and told my sister about her. Anne wasn't interested in any apologies, which I get, but I decided to try convince Anne that Andrea has changed and maybe they could even be friends. I kept talking to Andrea and she asked me out on a date after a few months. I figured my sister would be happy for me, regardless of her and Andrea's past. Either way, I never told Anne. Our first date went really well and I was falling more and more for her. She's everything I would ever want from a girl and is no longer a bully. Throughout that time I kept our relationship a secret from Anne and our family, aside from dropping little hints that Andrea's changed. The only people who knew were our closest friends. Then when I was confident I really wanted to be with Andrea, I told my parents first, who were shocked but were willing to meet her, then and who told me she'd disown me if I brought Andrea home. I didn't take her seriously since I did so much for her and thought she could put her feelings aside just this one time. We set up a date for Andrea to meet my family, and aside from Anne not showing up it went really well and my parents warmed up to her. So everything was going well until one day Anne went off on me, said some truly awful things and threatened to go no contact with me and my parents if I didn't break up with Andrea, and they kept her out of our house. No matter how much I begged her to give Andrea a chance she kept bashing my relationship. Our parents took her side and I had enough of the BS, so I told them they could accept my relationship or I'd distance myself from them. Mom took the first option and my dad and Anne took the second. I don't see or talk to Anne anymore, barely see my dad, and my mom's constantly heartbroken that our family will never be whole again, all because Anne is too selfish to accept that people can change. F Anna, I really don't need her, I have Andrea. I've neglected my girlfriend for the past year. I have always hated going out with my girlfriend. I'm slightly embarrassed by her as she is slightly overweight and not very pretty. However, I love her personality so I stay with her. She loves going out however, and posting each other on social media, something I try to avoid doing. As far as our relationship goes, we are having some trouble. She had a very out there, flirty personality. Something I cannot deal with. I need her to have me as the only guy she speaks to, and I need to be her old shoulder to lean on. I have a long history of mental disorders, hurting myself, and suicide thoughts. During the first year she still stayed in contact with some guy friends, but I told her to cut them off as it was making me jealous. Then a year and a half in I realized she was still talking to her gay best friend, and her broken promise to cut all guys off broke me. Now this is where the neglection starts. Whenever I'm in a depressive state, I isolate myself. Well, it's pretty hard to isolate while in a relationship. For the past year, she's told me things she wants to do and places she wants to visit. Every time she suggested anything fun to do, I instantly shot it down. I stopped doing anything for her. I stopped caring. Evidently, this caused problems. About a year ago, she stopped being affectionate. She stopped making an effort to make me feel good or compliment me. And, of course, our bedroom relationship went downhill severely. Me being a pessimist and egotistical, I thought it was her problem. I constantly had conversations with her, telling her I needed to feel loved and she wasn't making me feel it. Last night, I was sitting in the shower when I realized the problem was indeed her. It was the fact she lied to me, and lies cannot be forgiven. She has deserved the neglection I put her through. But I think it's time to forgive her. I plan to talk to her later on tonight. My wife's behavior is absolutely insane and I don't know how to deal with it. My wife and I have been together for 10 years. Recently, she began working at a new company. At first she found it difficult to fit in because she's always been reserved, but after encouragement from me she made friends with a group of girls. At first I was happy she made friends, but then she started going out for drinks and partying. I became concerned by her change in behavior and tried to talk to her about it, but at the same time I didn't want to restrict her in any way. It also started to affect our relationship in the bedroom. My wife wasn't one to initiate intimacy, but with her continued going out she was either too tired or wasn't in the mood. Her company got a new manager whom my wife and her friends had taken a liking to. She began mentioning him in passing, but it got a point where she talked about him non-stop. I questioned her on her fascination with this man and she brushed off my concerns. She even started asking if I regretted not having more experience with women, to which I said no because she is all I ever needed. I swore I thought for a moment I saw a flash of sadness in her eyes, but she quickly changed the subject. She started mentioning open marriages, as a way to spice up our marriage. I was taken back because my wife was never this kind of person. I at first refused, and questioned if this had anything to do with the new manager, to which she denied but said she felt like missed out, but at the same time didn't want to lose me, so this was a safer option. I warned her that she was playing with fire, then reluctantly and naively agreed. So we set some rules, mainly not to sleep with another person in our home. So for a year my wife goes on dates, has one-night stands, then as if I didn't see it coming, somehow is in some kind of relationship with that manager. I on the other hand had a few dates but no one-night stands, because it felt wrong to me. At some point I felt the love I had for her, that pure special innocence of marriage was gone and it was killing me inside. I ended up going on a date with an amazing woman who migrated over from South Korea. Conversation was effortless, she was witty and had a smile that made one forget himself. This of course led to more dates until we were intimate. I honestly never had intimacy like I had with this woman. I never knew a woman could be so giving and make one feel so desirable. At first my wife thought it was cute, but as the months went by she began questioning my relationship with my lover. I promptly pointed out that this was her idea and even she was in a relationship with the manager I was concerned about. She was silent, looked like she wanted to say something but held her tongue. She began coming home early to surprise me with dinner and get the house extra clean. She started coming to my workplace to drop off lunch and began to initiate intimacy in the bedroom. Honestly, if it wasn't for her opening up our marriage, all this would have had me jumping for joy. I barely gave in to her attempts at intimacy, and when I did it was simply to get it over with. Something in me towards my wife died and I could see she felt it too. I asked what brought on this change in her. What was different? The response I got was that she wants to show me that she loves me and is happy with me. I never intended to, but I burst out laughing. I asked about her little group of friends, her manager lover or her one-night stands. She didn't respond that day and simply went to bed in tears. The next day I got home to find her waiting for me. She told me she wants to close the marriage, that this whole experience was a horrible mistake, that regrets everything and wants us to be the focus of our relationship again. I told her to be honest with me and tell me what inspired all this in the first place, and wouldn't you know it, it was her group of friends that planted the idea because of their numerous intimate exploits. And when her manager came around he surprisingly supported that lifestyle and encouraged my wife to live free. Apparently it developed into an emotional affair but only got physical once the marriage opened. She described it as being intoxicated behind the wheel of a speeding car. It was thrilling and intoxicating, but the price of this decision has become too much for her to bear. She sees now that she never needed a comparison, that what we had was truly unique and special, but now she feels like she unalived our marriage and any chance of a life together. I told her I might not to ever be able to see her as my wife again, and this made her break down in front of me. I simply held her in silence as she cried until she fell asleep in my arms on the couch. She has since left her job and cut off contact with all her friends and her manager, and even told me she's willing to spend the rest of her life making it up to me and working her fingers to the bone to be seen as a wife by me, but I haven't cut contact with my lover. My lover quite frankly makes me feel like a man, like I can challenge the world, and my wife hasn't in a while. We have our first marriage counseling session in a couple of hours, not sure how that will go. My wife's behavior is absolutely insane and I don't know how to deal with it. My wife and I went to marriage counseling to deal with potentially closing the relationship back up. Even though it was our very first session, my wife took it as an opportunity to lay it all out, it seems. She confessed that this group of friends made her wonder if she had missed her chance because she was committed to her first boyfriend and had no other experiences, that she never had the same adventures some of these supposedly amazing women had. The therapist pointed out that this can be and often is detrimental to a marriage due to the difference in mindset. My wife seemed to agree, then added that after the new manager started approaching her, some of these friends encouraged her to see where it goes, that this was a chance for her to explore or discover herself. She states she felt guilty, so she never did anything physical until one of the divorced beluga-sized friends in the group suggested an open marriage as a loophole. She told her that some couples come out stronger because of it. So after regrettably convincing me to open up the marriage, her so-called adventure began. It was intoxicating and blinding but lacked real substance, not like the kind we built over the years, and she started to question her reasons for doing this. She said she could see the hurt in my eyes but told herself this was an adventure. She had a chance to have an amazing experience, so the gravity of it all never happened until she noticed a change in me. At first she assumed that because I went on dates, I would gradually accept her situation and be okay with it, but that all changed when my lover became a constant appearance in my adventure. Apparently I started to smile again for no reason, and my eyes would light up when I would get a text message or when I cheerfully left the room to answer a call. She said she suddenly felt a pit in her stomach and started to get mini panic attacks. For no reason. She went to her friends for advice again, but they said it was a normal reaction for me to have during the adventure. When the same divorced beluga who suggested this in the first place said, "It looks like his lover makes him happy," is when the reality of it all finally dawned on her, and the very real possibility that another woman and not his wife gave him joy almost made her pass out. She realized how ridiculous this all was and begged them to help her win me back, but they just told her if she couldn't deal with it, why did she open her marriage in the first place? She knew then and there that these people were toxic, a threat to our marriage, and the life we built. Hence she's been on a mission to win me back by any means necessary. I on the other hand didn't share much, but I did let the counselor know about the situation on my side with my lover still being in the picture. To this, my counselor said no resolution could ever be reached with my lover still in the picture, and suggested we book another appointment after tomorrow. The counselor did say it was unusual for someone to stay with their first this long and gave the impression that any storm can be weathered. Our next session is tomorrow. Update 2. My wife's behavior is absolutely insane and I don't know how to deal with it. I have since moved into my brother's apartment. During our second session of counseling, I asked my wife some hard questions. 1. If she was sure nothing physical happened before the opening of the marriage? She looked towards the ground and begged me not to make her say it. She said if she said it then it would destroy us, but after some pushing she shared it. She had got on her knees in his office and gave him neck. I was absolutely floored by this and she started shaking and hyperventilating. Snot even began flowing from her nostrils as she cried and apologized to me. At this point even the counselor was taken aback and had a look of disbelief. My wife got on her knees and hugged my legs saying how sorry she was. I then asked her what really changed her view of him. She said after she started pulling back from the group as a whole, his behavior towards her changed. Then one evening as she was leaving a meeting she passed his office and heard him speaking about her to another male colleague. He said he was surprised at how easy it was to get her and how she is living proof that you can't trust the quiet ones. When the colleague asked if he actually fancied her, his response was that she was a pleasant distraction, and that he had absolutely no intention of breaking up with his fiancée. He even added that this was simply to get it out of his system because the only woman who has ever understood him was his fiancée and he didn't want to break up with her. He also mentioned how he felt bad for me, but you snooze you lose. My wife, realizing that she was nothing more than a piece of meat to this man, added by the fact that she betrayed me for a cheap thrill, actually started contemplating suicide. She said she left her workplace and vomited in the parking lot. I then asked her if she loved him and if she stopped loving me. She looked me dead in the eye through tears and said she never stopped loving me, and that he was just something different. She thought it was love but now realizes how foolish that was. She squeezed my arm with surprising strength and said she knows she messed up but she misses us. She says she misses the connection we had before all this. She even suggested we move away and start fresh, just the two of us, just as it was meant to be. I then told her it wouldn't be fair to my lover and that I need time away from her to process all of this. It was like she had a meltdown at those words. She started sobbing harder and saying incoherent things. She held on to me as if I was going to disappear. It took some time for both me and the counselor to calm her down. The counselor managed to convince her that maybe time apart could help us heal. When we got home I began to pack. My wife got a video call from her laptop. It was one of her former friends in tears. It turns out that after my wife resigned, this friend and the manager began a fling of their own, but apparently she had a pregnancy scare which caused him to basically turn into Dr. Hyde and Mr. Jekyll. To make matters worse, she had a boyfriend whom she apparently could see a future with him, and the only reason why she even had a fling was because she was curious of the experience. Her boyfriend found out because he discovered an email between the two discussing the potential pregnancy, but the manager basically accused her of baby trapping him. Of course he left her, and the reason why she made contact is because she was under the impression that my wife managed to save our marriage and was desperately seeking advice. I just turned and left and have been staying in the apartment ever since. Update 3. My wife's behavior is absolutely insane and I don't know how to deal with it. Turns out, the former friend who had the pregnancy scare with the manager was indeed pregnant. However, the stress of losing her boyfriend and being humiliated by the affair caused her to lose the baby. She basically turned ballistic and went full scorched earth on the manager. She exposed him to all upper management and his fiancée, who left him. The former friend actually got in contact with me. She wanted my side of the story because she was collecting evidence against him, but she wanted to do it in person and I agreed. From the moment I saw her face I knew she was broken. The dark circles under her eyes and her red-colored iris clearly showed she didn't get any sleep and was haunted by her own thoughts. She thanked me for agreeing to meet her and immediately apologized for her role in my wife's adventure. It turns out her and my wife spoke again, and that's when she learned I had moved out. She didn't shift the blame and wanted to take responsibility, hence why she wanted to meet in person. I thanked her for her efforts but asked her why she would go this far. She said losing both a child and the love of her life changed who she was at the core. She said she can hardly look in the mirror without feeling disgust, and she can hardly sleep because all she sees is her ex's face the day he found out. This woman clearly hated herself, and this meeting might have been a form of punishment for her. She tells me since fraternizing among coworkers is a breach of conduct, and more so because he was in a position of influence, he will most likely be fired and possibly blacklisted from that field as a whole. But the same may be true for her as well, and she has accepted it. She left after getting my side of the story and apologized again. I needed to get a few things from the old place, so I picked a time when I thought my wife wasn't home. Unfortunately, she was there, but what surprised me is that she had most of our wedding photos out on the coffee table as well as others, and she was staring at them. When she noticed me I could see she was crying. She tried to hug me but I gently pushed her aside. She tried to offer me lunch but I told her I wasn't hungry and that I wouldn't be long, I just needed a few things. Before I could proceed, she said she had something to show me. She pulled out her phone and showed me a message she received 2 days ago from her former manager who berated her. It was from a new number since she blocked his old one. Apparently my wife helped her former friend expose him to all relevant parties and he was fuming. She thought by exposing the secret she was removing its power, as well as giving us a fighting chance. I told her I was glad that she had the courage to do that, but it doesn't change anything between us. I also informed her that I will be stopping marriage counseling but will do individual counseling instead. This made her sob softly and she said she understood. I know I am supposed to feel either elation of the actions taken or rage because it took this long, but I feel numb towards her. This isn't normal, hence why I want to address it in individual counseling and not marriage counseling. I have also seen a divorce lawyer at my brother's recommendation just to be safe. As of now I am not really willing to fight for this marriage, and it seems my wife can sense it. Before I left she tried to initiate intimacy, but when I refused, she yelled and asked what my lover does for me that she can't. She said this in a voice so loud I am sure the neighbors heard. I shook my head and told her if she still couldn't tell after all that's happened, then it's clear where our marriage is headed, and left. I kicked my wife out for trying to force my daughter to do things that make her uncomfortable. I am a father to my daughter Emma. My first wife and I were middle school sweethearts. Emma was a happy accident and we were thrilled to be parents to her. But my wife died while giving birth to her. I remarried in a year and a half to my second wife Samantha. She was also struggling raising her son Tom due to financial difficulties. It was a marriage of convenience and we were very open about that. She would be a stay-at-home raising both kids while I will financially provide for them. Samantha always gave her son preferential treatment emotionally, which I never took issue with. After all, she was my daughter, not hers. But I always provided equally for both of them because I always felt obligated to be fair with both of them. There were not any major issues growing up. Both kids maintained a healthy relationship with each other while maintaining a bit of distance. My first wife and I both had an insurance policy. It was paid out when she died. For some reason, we once randomly talked about what we would do with money if one of us passed away. We both decided it would go to our kids, and if we didn't have a kid then the surviving spouse should travel the world. I have kept that money in a trust that has grown over 17 years and has been yielding significant profits, and now, it's quite a bit of money. I have never borrowed even a penny from it because it belongs to my daughter and I am just a guardian. This year both kids applied to colleges and Emma got into the Ivy League with a full scholarship. Our plan was if Emma did not get a scholarship, I would pay her tuition with the trust. Tom also applied to Ivy League and got admission but without scholarship. He and I both discussed our options and I told her that I can help him with living expenses while he pursues his studies. But I can't afford the tuition without getting a massive hit. He was understanding and said that he will take out a loan for it. It was settled then. Or at least, I thought it was. One night Samantha asked me if I can pay his son's tuition with the payout. She knows the width of that policy. I was startled for a second. But I said I will think about it. I delayed it because I wanted to ask Emma whether she wanted to help Tom out because I have always let her make decisions of her own as I feel it's the important part of parenting. I wanted to ask her alone without Samantha present because Samantha can be a bit pushy and I wanted Emma to make decisions on her own without any pressure because she is the sweetest kid who would rather be hurt than hurt anyone else. I explained the whole thing to my daughter and asked what she wanted to do. She asked me what I think she should do and I told her that I have no opinion, but no matter what decision she makes, it will not change anything between us. She will always be my world. She told me that she wanted to travel the world with me as her mom wanted, with half of the money and invest the rest so she can have extra cash flow. She asked me for the weekend to think about it, which I was happy to give her. On the weekend, she texted me to come into her room. She asked me to explain the profit yields, the amount and everything related to the amount, which I did. After contemplating, she decided that she can pay for half of Tom's tuition while touring the world and maintaining a healthy cash flow. I stressed on her that if she does not want to do it, she does not have to. Tom is not her responsibility. But she said she wanted to help her brother out. During a family meeting, she told it to Tom in front of Samantha and me. Tom teared up and hugged her and was very grateful. I noticed Samantha was a bit off, but I ignored it. We all went out for dinner. In bed, Samantha asked me who decided about Tom's tuition. I told her about the whole situation. Samantha was shocked for whatever reason. She said that I didn't have to ask Emma and could have made the decision on my own as it was not Emma's money. I told her in plain words that she does not get a say in that since it was decided between me and Emma's mother what we will do with the money. Then she said why didn't I involve her during the discussions with Emma? And by this time, I was at the edge and I told her because it was none of her damn business. She said that she would talk to Emma and Emma can pay for her brother's full tuition and traveling the world is not necessary. I calmly yet firmly told her that she would not say a word to Emma about this and this matter is closed. After a week, I was out with my colleagues when I received a text from Tom that I should come home immediately. I rushed home. I was home in 10 minutes. Samantha was shouting at Emma how she should pay for Tom's tuition and Emma was crying. Tom was trying to calm her mother down and to get her to shut up, but to no avail. I told my wife to shut up and go to the bedroom as politely as I could because I did not want to insult her in front of Tom because after all, she was his mother. I picked Emma up and was taking her to her bedroom when I heard Samantha yell, "You were always a monster. You unalived your mother while coming into this world." And this was the end point. I told Samantha that I am going out and I will come back in 2 days. She better be gone when I come back. I took Emma with me and asked Tom if he wanted to come with us. Tom was reluctant but eventually came with us. I drove them to a nearby hill town and got us checked in. Emma was crying all the way and I let her after a few initial tries to calm her down. By next morning, we met at breakfast. Emma's eyes were swollen with crying. And Tom basically got to his knees and apologized for his mother's behavior. Emma told him that it was not his fault. We three had a heart-to-heart discussion once Emma and I had talked in privacy where Emma was reassured that she wasn't responsible for anything. Emma will still be paying half of Tom's tuition. I also talked to Tom and told him that I would be divorcing her mother and there is no turning back from that. But that doesn't have to change my relationship with him unless he thinks otherwise. He asked me to consider my decision and I asked him if what I was doing was unfair. He said no and he understood. By the time we got home, my parents were already there and Samantha was gone. My parents asked about what happened and apparently, Samantha had fed them half a story and told them the whole tale. They were furious but tried to lower the temperature and asked if there is any way to make amends. I told them that my decision is final. I have served Samantha with papers.
Women who gave the nice guy a chance, how did it go? He tried to rope me because I belonged to him and only him. He thought a girlfriend couldn't say no. I ended up putting him in the hospital. I was 16. He was 20 years old and managed to manipulate me into thinking that the difference was normal. We were at my house when it was empty. I lied down on my bed after doing a home workout. He tried to pin me down on my bed. He started telling me that I belonged to him, and that now he was about to have his way with me. I tried to tell him no, but he would not listen. Apparently, since I was his girlfriend, it was my duty to do as he says. I managed to muster up the strength to free my leg, so I kicked him in the stomach and shoved him off the bed. I used to play baseball when I was little and still had a baseball bat in my room from those days. I leapt up out of bed and grabbed the baseball bat. I started laying on him with it. I broke a few fingers of his. I also did some major damage to his jaw as far as I was told from some mutual friends. I heard he was not able to speak properly for a long time, and for a while made me out to be a psycho girlfriend who attacked him with a baseball bat for no reason. After the ordeal and me cracking his jaw, I kicked him out of my house and just never spoke to him again. I should have pressed charges, but I didn't know if I would get in trouble for slapping him up with a bat. I ran into him at a house party a few years later, and I remember how scared he looked when he saw me. He was with a girl at the time, and I told her what happened a few years ago. I do not know the aftermath of that, but I'm sure she dumped him too, or at the very least, slapped him up with a baseball bat.
What's the absolute weirdest date you've ever had? I was invited on a date by a gorgeous woman I met on Tinder. She said her friend was in town and they were going to see a live podcast and invited me with them. It only cost $25 to get in, but when we got there, my date and her friend forgot their cash and asked me to pay, which I did. We got in, I bought both my date and I a drink, and we all sat down. Then, my date and her friend proceed to talk to each other, not involving me in conversation at all. Then, some random guy comes along and sits next to her friend. He introduced himself to me, and I thought he was just being friendly. After the podcast, my date and her friend are still talking to each other and ignoring me. This guy who introduced himself to me is kind of following us and he starts having a conversation with me, which is fine because my date wasn't talking to me at all. It turns out this guy was her friend's date, but I had no idea because no one was saying anything to me. The girls then wanted to meet the guy who was doing the podcast, so we waited in line for a full hour. Of course the girls never said anything to us guys. The girls then started talking to another woman in line and seemed to make a friend. After they got to meet the guy who did the podcast, my date's friend turns to us guys and says, "Well, we think we're going to have a girls' night out now." So our dates and the woman they met just left to go get drinks, their cash just appearing out of thin air. The other guy and I just turned to each other and looked super confused. We then decided to go to a nearby bar for a beer and have a bro date. Long story short, him and I are now best friends. I just found out my son is not mine. A couple of weeks ago I found out that my wife cheated on me 6 years ago with her own cousin. The way I found out is that her sister told me after going to visit her to find out how the delivery of her first child was. She confessed to me that 6 years ago my wife told her that she slept intoxicated with her cousin. In her words, my wife was very sorry and disgusted with herself. At the time she told me I was with my son, and immediately after leaving her house I went to take a paternity test with him, fearing the worst. A week later I get the results and my fears came true. My son is not mine. For some reason, I began to see the boy differently, more as an acquaintance than a son. With proof in hand, I confronted my wife at night when the child was sleeping. She asked me who told me and I simply told her that it is none of her business. Regardless of that, I asked her for a divorce, which is now in process. She was devastated. She swore to me more than once that nothing happened with anyone again, that she has been faithful to me in body and soul since then. I held back the urge to insult her to avoid complications during the divorce issue, not believing a word she said, mostly blaming the alcohol instead of taking the blame herself. After talking about it, she threatened me saying that she would demand full custody of the child. I was so annoyed at that moment that I told her okay, I don't want anything to do with something that is not mine, that she keep the child and I'll keep the 2 dogs we own. After my words she tried to convince me to take care of the child with her, that I am his father. At that moment I exploded. I was so angry and yelled that she is disgusting, to want me to father a child formed by effing inbreeding. A week has passed since that and I am at home. She went to her parents' house with her kid. She has not called me since then. She left with everything and the half-asleep kid when I yelled at her. Especially since it was the first time I really yelled at her, it sure affected her. I talked to my parents and my dad told me that I did the right thing and that I shouldn't be raising something that is not of my blood, and I agree with him. However, the pain is still there. I am currently seeing a therapist 3 times a week, who told me that I have already taken the first step, which was to leave behind what causes me pain. It just hurts to know that my family no longer exists. Regarding why my sister-in-law told me everything, according to her, she felt guilty seeing me always happy with my son, knowing that he may not be mine, and that the fact that we went to visit her in a moment of weakness caused her to completely break down with guilt. I don't know how true that is. I just know that right now I feel tremendous hatred for my wife and a feeling between pain and resentment for the child, although it's just time to get ahead.
Everyone tells me I gave my kids an eating disorder, but I disagree. I grew up as a fat kid, but when I got to college I began taking control of my health and lost 150 pounds. I had a personal trainer, who is now my husband. I've been able to keep the weight off for 20 years and are both giant health nuts. We have 3 kids, Our daughters are 14, 12, and 9. We've always been strict about health with them. They each have a workout machine in their room which they have to use for 2 hours unless they don't get dinner. When my husband and I walk in, if the girls aren't on their machines, they get phones and toys taken away. My 2 oldest girls have rebelled against this a lot. We've also been really strict with nutrition. We never had anything but fruits, veggies, and lean meats in our home, not even bread or pasta. At birthday parties, we took them home as soon as the cake and pizza came out, never took them trick-or-treating for Halloween, had teachers send them to different rooms when they had class parties with food, told their friends' parents not to feed them junk. I'll admit we definitely sheltered them from junk food in fear they'd grow up unhealthy. People thought we were ridiculous for the way we raised our kids, and we were warned about them having eating disorders, but thought we were doing what was best and everyone was being ridiculous. 3 months ago, we found out that our oldest daughters, who go to the same middle school, were sneaking food at vending machines from school with their allowance cash. My husband found out about this from hearing snacks rattle in their backpacks, and had a long talk with them about the dangers of eating those snacks, and took the snacks and their money. I heard him talking to them and he was gentle and calm about it, but both girls ended up in tears. Recently we got a call from our 12-year-old daughter's school counselor. Apparently she has been chewing up her food and then spitting it out, and making herself throw up in the bathroom when she ate lunch. They also talked to my 14-year-old, who said that lately she has been skipping breakfast and lunch a few times a week for the past couple of years because she was scared we would be mad at her when she ate. The counselor was not happy with me and recommended a treatment place for eating disorders. However, I told the counselor I'm simply making sure my kids eat healthy, as I want them to be healthy. I feel proud that I didn't raise kids with a junk food addiction and I put their health before their tears about not eating pizza. My daughter snuck into my son's room without permission and killed his cat. My son Jake moved out at 18 and got his own place. First thing he did was get a cat. Our daughter Amy is allergic to them, so he wasn't allowed one when he lived with us. He gave us a key to his place, and was very firm about it being only for emergencies, if something should happen, God forbid. This Thursday he went to a wedding to another city, and his plan was to drive home as soon as it finishes, even if it means he drives at night. His place would be empty the entire day. Unbeknownst to us, Amy took the keys Jake left with us and went to his place with her friend. The reasoning behind this was that his place is in the city, close to the places they had plans to go to, whereas our house is more in the outskirts and further away from all the fun. So they wanted to go to Jake's place to get ready and pregame, because he wouldn't be home until very late at night or more likely early in the AM. While the cat was sleeping on the floor, they had drinks and accidentally stepped on it, and unalived it. In a panic, they just left the place. When Amy came home she went straight to her room. Jake calls me at 5 AM extremely upset, and I piece together from the frantic rambling that his cat is dead. I even stupidly asked him if she was sick. He starts crying and goes into disgusting detail about how he came home to blood everywhere and his cat squished. At this point I have no clue about Amy sneaking in and using the place as a get-ready lounge. Obviously I'm upset and ask him about what happened and whatever, and he says he is going to ask his landlord for the security footage for the building. I try to console him the best I can and we end the call. At breakfast I tell my husband and Amy about it and she visibly panics at the mention of the security footage and comes clean. She says she is really sorry. I'm in shock and don't know what to do, call Jake and tell him, or wait for him to find out, or what? He calls again around 11 strangely calm. Says Amy unalived his cat, but you already knew that, didn't you, and how she just couldn't let him have a pet even now, she just had to ruin it. I ask him to calm down, to come over to talk this over. Is he going to sue his damn sister? He starts absolutely screaming at me about how he knew I wouldn't make the golden child take responsibility. I tell him Amy has been inconsolable since it happened and he tells me all she has to do is turn the waterworks on and she becomes the victim, and you let it happen every single time. He starts making threats again. Amy is now really sad and I'm trying to console her by telling her it was an accident. I've been ignoring my husband so much that he left the house. I am 6 months pregnant with my husband's Harry's baby. During this pregnancy, I've been very exhausted every day and would usually come home from work and go to bed an hour later, then I'd wake up at midnight and reheat what Harry had made us for dinner. I've been part of a huge work project that's been going on for months, and I've been extremely overworked. On top of this, my husband doesn't have a job at this moment and isn't looking for one unless I remind him. I've been working overtime and for a few hours on my days off to get as much money as I can before maternity leave. Our anniversary was on the 6th of August and I'd asked him if we could have a romantic dinner at home and then snuggle up to watch TV under a warm blanket until we passed out. I thought it was a wonderful idea since I was too tired to go out and because I knew that Harry was doing most of the household chores. However, he seemed a little annoyed when he agreed, but I thought nothing of it. The next morning, Harry seemed quite cold towards me and barely looked me in the eyes when I asked if he was feeling well, but I had to go to work and so I left without an answer. Once I got home, he wasn't there, but that was normal since he could have been out with friends or at an interview, and so I went to sleep. I woke up at 11 that night to see that I was still alone in the house, so I checked my phone. I had about 8 missed calls from Harry and a long text from 40 minutes ago. The text read, I understand how tired you are because of this pregnancy and you having to work extra hours most days, but I'm over being ignored every day and having a 5-minute conversation with you every so often. You expect me to do all the housework and plan our lazy and boring anniversary alone. I'm really annoyed, so I'm staying at a friend's tonight. Text me when you see this. Of course, I called him and texted him about being sorry and wanting to talk, but I never got an answer. In the morning, I called my boss about having a personal day and spent most of the day waiting for Harry and planning my big apology. However, when he came home, he silently handed me a rose and a heartfelt, emotionally written card before he went out for an interview. His card told me how much he loves me and how he doesn't want to leave this conversation, but needs a few days until we talk to plan out what he wants to say. I've been ignoring my husband so much that he left the house. Then, those days he said he would be gone for became a week. I messaged him every day and he would constantly say that he needed one more day, or just another night at his friend's to figure this all out, but 8 days later, I decided to go to the friend's home he was staying at to confront him. So I drove over and banged on the door so hard that I could hear it echo from inside. By this point, I'd realized that I should have put more effort into our relationship, but he also should have talked to me about this instead of running away. Harry's friend came to the door and was confused but pleased to see me. He seemed a little on edge as I talked to him, and he had to break the silence every so often with comments about my pregnancy and how he couldn't wait to meet the baby. Finally, we stopped talking and I practically demanded to see Harry, saying that I wanted to apologize but also explain how childish he was being by hiding from me. The thing that I found absolutely hilarious was that his friend said that Harry wasn't there and had left for Ireland on the 4 days ago. Ireland. To say I was absolutely beyond furious and extremely confused would be such an understatement. His friend invited me in and sat me down to talk. Turns out that Harry had told his friend of our problems and had come up with the solution of going on a holiday as a couple to sort everything out and learn to love each other again. So, of course, his friend thought that it was a lovely idea and helped him to book the flight. Since it was a last-minute booking, Harry's friend had stayed up with him for quite a while before they found a flight who was taking a few more passengers due to canceled tickets. His friend then explained how he'd been confused when I arrived at the door but didn't want to say anything about the holiday in case it had ended early due to us arguing. Harry's return ticket is booked for the 20th of August. I am just so angry and quite heartbroken, to be completely honest. I messaged him the moment his friend had finished talking and Harry only responded an hour ago with nothing more than I had to figure things out. Sorry. So now I'm home alone, again, and trying to figure out what I'm going to do when he gets home. Update 2. I've been ignoring my husband so much that he left the house. For the last few days, Harry's friend has been living with me and helping me through Harry bailing to a different country without telling me. Harry's friend scheduled a couples and individual counselor for Harry and I. I have also been calling my mum every day since the day I found out Harry left to Ireland, and with the one counseling session, Harry's friend, and my mum all giving me the same advice, I scheduled an early maternity leave with a slight bonus to each paycheck because off all my overtime and unpaid help. I officially leave work in 4 days. Yesterday, Harry's friend went to pick Harry up and sent me photos of who he was with as reassurance that it was his sister, Tiff. When they arrived, I'd prepared dinner and cleaned the downstairs of our home so that we could have a civilized conversation without hunger or distractions to stop us. Harry looked extremely tired and he seemed to be on the verge of crying the moment I opened the door to them all. I was incredibly patient for the sole reason of being able to get through this discussion in one piece, and so when Harry wouldn't speak, I let Tiff explain why she had gone with him. Tiff is a lovely lady who helped me through the few months before my pregnancy. However, Harry didn't stay in close contact with her and I lost touch when the work project started. Because of this, she had no clue about anything going on until Harry called her and said that he had a spare ticket to Ireland. At first, she was reluctant since she knew that I was pregnant, and so she tried to ask why he would leave and if I was with someone who could care for me. Eventually, Harry snapped and told her the real reason of why he was going away, and so she joined him to make sure that he knew it was wrong, but also to help him through all the emotions that he was feeling. She was the reason that Harry came back to me. If she hadn't gone with him, then Harry admitted that he might have moved to central London or a small village in the countryside to hide from this. It took everything in me not to cry when she admitted that, and I could clearly see the shame on Harry's face. I found some things out. Harry did use the backup savings account like I thought to pay for the tickets. The reason that Harry's friend didn't see who the other ticket was for was because once they had found the tickets, Harry's friend went to bed. Tiff was by Harry's side the entire holiday in Ireland and confirmed without a doubt that this wasn't to find a fling. They spent most of the days in the cheapest hotel room possible in silence before Harry started talking about everything. When we met and married, Harry was a loving, hardworking, job-having man whose only dream was to have a wonderful family, and then retire to one of those cute stone villages in the south of England. After an hour, Harry finally spoke up. Tiff and Harry's friend went into the living room, but I never realized how strange it would feel to be with Harry again. He confessed that he'd stopped loving me a month into my pregnancy. It wasn't to do with the fact that I was sick all the time, dirty as a mole, or wouldn't stop talking about the baby. He just didn't have a reason. Since he couldn't think of why he stopped loving me, he assumed that the love would come back in no time, that maybe it was some delusion caused by the stress of a baby on the way. Over time, That love didn't come back and he started feeling incredibly guilty and alone in it all, which is when he got fired from his job. He told me it was because his work performance was belittled by new management, but it was really because he was too trapped in his feelings to think of anything but how much he still didn't love me. Then, he never tried to get a job, because sitting at home without me was much better than sitting at work and possibly getting fired again. He came to love how he had alone time until the moment that he felt alone. That was when he refused to work just so he wouldn't have to see me. He wanted to sit and wait and see how long it would be before I came to him. The trip was to test the waters. It was to see if life would be better without me. He still hasn't decided. In his whole explanation, he kept emphasizing how he didn't love me and said it like I was a child who needed to hear something 1,000 times just to understand it. He never apologized. In a rough way, I was shocked, distraught. If you have a word to describe that awful emotion, then I felt it. I cried, I shouted, I cried again, and we sat in silence until I could talk. Then I told him how I could never trust him again. How could I possibly trust him not to walk out on me or the baby? How could I trust him to tell me these things or explain his emotions or to see the story from both sides? How could I possibly work myself dry again for an unloving husband? And so I made the decision for him. We would go to couples counseling, not to be a better couple, but just to understand each other and learn to communicate properly while together and to other people. No matter what, our lives would always involve each other because of the marriage and baby, and so we need to be able to talk. I've moved into my mom's home and I'm free to stay for as long as I need to. My mom is helping me to make the spare room into a nursery and is being the most amazing, supportive, incredible mom anybody could be. Tiff and I are going to stay in closer contact, and Harry's ex-friend said that he can be the appointment driver and is going to be my second emergency contact. As for when I'm in labor, my mom will be with me, and Tiff and Harry's ex-friend will be waiting to meet the baby and to stop Harry from even seeing the delivery room. Finally, I made it clear to Harry that we will separate for now but will divorce after the baby is born. I will make sure that he is not mentioned in my emergency contacts. My boyfriend destroyed a sentimental item of mine and sees nothing wrong with it. 2 years ago, my sister was killed in a car accident. A teenage boy plowed through a red light while texting on his phone and hit the car my sister Carrie was in. Carrie was unalived instantly and her friend June was in a coma for 3 weeks before her parents took her off life support. Carrie and I had been extremely close. Our parents were extremely busy with work most days, and Carrie and I would often cook together and do crafts when we weren't too busy with school work. Carrie wanted to be a nurse when she grew up and I helped her find a volunteer position at a local hospital to help her gain some experience being around patients. I was a mess when Carrie died and was inconsolable. The last craft Carrie and I made together was a set of candles. We made each other a candle and decorated the jar it was in. That was the day before she was unalived. At her funeral, Carrie was buried with the candle I made for her. The candle Carrie made for me sits on my desk next to my favorite picture of her and I together at the beach. Or it did, until last week. I met my boyfriend Eugene about 1.5 years ago, which was 6 months after Carrie passed. I wasn't looking for a relationship, I was still grieving my sister's death. But Eugene came along and it was love at first sight. He was extremely supportive, let me cry on him when I needed to, didn't push me into getting over grieving or anything. After 6 months of seeing each other pretty regularly, we made it official. Eugene came into my life at a very low point and he has always been very respectful of sentiments I keep for my sister. Never asking me to take them down, always giving me space when I needed to cry. Eugene, along with most, if not all, of my friends and family know about Carrie's candle. There was a point after she died where I would take the candle with me everywhere out of fear that someone might light it, or steal it, or who knows what. The point is, Eugene knew that candle was and still is a very important part of my life and something that my sister made for me and me alone. When Eugene and I moved in together about 4 months ago, I packed away most of the reminders of my sister and put out the candle and picture on my desk. I felt that this was a huge step because when I lived just by myself I had pictures everywhere and a few knickknacks laying around from my sister. I wanted to make Eugene and I's home our home with just a small part of my sister there. Eugene understood and was very supportive. Last week, we had a massive winter storm that knocked out power. We didn't have power for 2 days. The power was knocked out at Eugene and I's house while I was at work. Eugene texted me that he was going to light some candles and try and get a generator so we could have some form of power or at least be able to charge our phones, use lights, etc. Now, we have probably 30 candles in our house. We have candles scattered all over our house. When I arrived home from work last week, I noticed a bunch of candles burning in our living room. One of these candles was the candle that Carrie had made me. I burst into tears and when Eugene heard me crying he came out from the bedroom and asked what was wrong. I was a wreck and couldn't get any words out. When he tried to calm me down, I shoved past him and locked myself in the room where my desk was and just cried. I don't know how he could be so stupid. He knew and I thought he understood how sentimental the candle was and how much I cherished having a candle that my now deceased sister had spent time making with me just a day before she was unalived. I haven't been able to speak to Eugene since it happened. He has tried to explain why he did it, because he needed candles to be able to see, but I just can't wrap my head around it. He hadn't gotten into the large candle stash I have upstairs right by the living room where Carrie's candle was, but went downstairs, out of the way to grab the most sentimental, cherished item I have. The candle was burning most of the day while I was at work and is now melted and pretty much gone. I do still have the jar it was in, but I can't look at it without bursting into tears. My boyfriend destroyed a sentimental item of mine and sees nothing wrong with it. On my way home from work, I stopped at a local craft store to pick up supplies to make a new memorial candle for my deceased sister Carrie. My parents and I spent a day remembering Carrie and making a new candle using some of the wax from the original candle. I also ended up purchasing a locket and having some of the remaining wax from the candle put inside and the locket welded shut by a friend. I got home and Eugene said he wanted to talk. I agreed we needed to clear the air before Thanksgiving, so we sat in the living room and started to talk. I was not ready for what he told me. Eugene told me that when we first met, he was extremely turned into the fact that I was essentially a damsel in distress. I just lost my sister recently, I was in a massive depression, I wasn't myself. And that turned him on both intimately and in a protective way. Over the past few months, I've started to become more myself. I got promoted at my job, I've joined a cooking class and I've gotten out more, and I've definitely moved away from being a damsel in distress in the eyes of Eugene. He went on to explain that he burned the candle in hopes that it would throw me back into that phase because that is the only time he felt he was attracted to me. That's right, he is not attracted to me unless I'm upset, crying, and a damsel in distress. When I prodded for more information, he told me that everyone prior to me that he had dated had either just experienced a loss or was in need of rescuing. Eugene told me he was no longer attracted to me. He dreaded having intimacy with me because he could no longer be the hero that was rescuing me, which is what he was into in the first place. He didn't like to go out in public with me because I had started to put myself together more, and that attracted the stares of other men that he saw as a threat. Eugene had a whole laundry list of things he hated doing now. Because I wasn't in a funk anymore. I told him if that was the case then we needed to break up. He agreed and said he would go stay with a friend until he could make new living arrangements. My name is the only one in our house and I told him I would give him 60 days to vacate the house, which he agreed was fair. Over the past few weeks, I've spent a lot of time with my parents and with close friends. I don't really feel like I've been dumped, or broke up with someone. I just feel like me. Carrie's candle sits on my desk where the original was and I wear the locket every day.
I'm pretty sure my girlfriend is a gold digger. I make good money, around $50K a year. We first met when I was working retail at a sports shop when I was making nothing, but since then I have got a way better job. She works as well but makes less than me. Sometimes she gets upset because buy her cheap and small birthday presents or Christmas presents. I mean, we're in our 30s, we're a little too old to be making a big deal about birthdays and Christmas. She wants nice gifts and to go to nice places. Last birthday I got her hand-picked sunflowers and a $30 bracelet from Walmart. She got really upset. She started telling me that all her friends' boyfriends buy them really nice presents, such as real diamonds and designer for their birthday. She called me ghetto for gifting her a $30 bracelet from Walmart. My mistake for leaving the price tag on the bracelet. She said she doesn't wear cheap jewelry because it makes her break out, which I think is just an excuse to get me to spend more money on her than I already do. My girlfriend is too materialistic sometimes. She already has a bit of jewelry, a handbag for going out, and clothes. My sisters are saying girls just like things like makeup, jewelry, bags, and I should stop overthinking it. It's true I don't really buy her materialistic things. The most expensive gift I ever got for her was a $50 necklace, but she doesn't wear it anymore because over time the material started breaking down and smelling weird. You see, I'm the type of guy that'll take you out on romantic 3 a.m. night drives and McDonald's milkshake dates. I'm not the kind of guy you see buying his girlfriend useless and expensive stuff. I think if a girl is being too persistent to buy her something nice, then she's probably a gold digger. My girlfriend also told me that since I've always been cheap, she expects her engagement ring to be a decent price and very pretty. She even gave me an affordable website to buy diamonds so I don't cheap out. Money's not an issue for me. I just don't like spending it on stupid things for her. Also, my girlfriend should be happy if I proposed with a ring pop. It's the person proposing that you're not marrying a ring. What's the dumbest joke you've ever made in an inappropriate situation? I've always known my son had an interest in men. He was very slow to learn about incognito mode, and from snooping through his laptop sometimes while he was at school, I came to find out he was at least bi since he hit puberty. Well, last year, he started bringing a boy around, and it was obvious they were dating, to the point I figured that he knew I knew, and it wasn't a big deal to anyone. I could literally hear their bed upstairs squeaking, and I took that as a sign of him being comfortable in his skin around but just not ready to vocalize his interest to me just yet. Well, apparently, I was wrong. After school yesterday, he and his boyfriend came up to me and said there was something really important they needed to tell me. My son sat down and told me that he needed to get something very serious off his chest. He proceeded to say that he and his friend had been dating for a year. Well, I was very surprised that he wasn't aware I knew and was a bit thrown off by it. This man literally had gay intimacy in my house with me present and still figured I never knew about his interests in that moment after he told me he had been dating a boy, my mouth moved faster than my brain and I said, well, that's pretty effing gay. Now, I thought it was peak comedy, since it is in fact gay, very effing gay, to be dating a man. However, I understand using the word gay in that way gives it a very negative undertone, which is not what I meant to do. Now my son and I are usually pretty edgy with our humor, this being fairly tame for the stuff we joke about. While probably not appropriate for the situation, it wasn't our norm for a conversation between us. However, he and his boyfriend were very upset and left.
I just found out how disturbing my dad truly is. My mom and dad split up when I was 8 and he tried to get custody of me, but I chose to stay with mom. My mom still let dad visit me, and every visit he kept prying me to talk crap about my mom. I cut him off entirely after I entered secondary school because his malicious comments about my mom really got on my nerves. The reason my parents divorced was never disclosed to me, but I gathered that he cheated on her. I remember when I was in 3rd grade, after he picked me up from school, he disappeared into our only bedroom and forbade me to come in despite the fact that I wanted to shower. But he glared at me, so I obeyed and did my homework in the living room. I remembered seeing a weird pair of shoes at the bedroom door, and I was certain those weren't my mom's shoes, but my 8-year-old brain didn't catch that he was probably cheating on my mom on the same bed the three of us sleep at night, while I was doing homework in the living room. Dad loved to play good cop to mom's bad cop to me. He took me to his colleagues to brag about me and how he raised such a good daughter. I always found it uneasy when his colleagues made comments about my appearance that stemmed beyond cute. Later my mom told me that dad was always jealous of her accomplishments and once yelled at her to be a stay-at-home mom, but she didn't comply. He only allowed himself to brag about me but forbade me to talk about myself. He didn't like that I was good at math like my mom. He had a temper but never raised hand at me, except once. I was 7 and my house used to have a mezzanine floor where it had my study space, his computer set and a small TV. One day I was studying and he was watching something on his PC. A guest came and mom waved him down. I finished my homework and asked him if I could play games on his PC. Maybe he was in a rush. He just grunted an all right in response while running downstairs. I skipped over to his PC and what greeted me was a video of my mom, unclothed, giving neck to my dad. I didn't know what she was doing at the time. I froze, horrified, then in an impulsion closed the video tab and ran back to my study desk. I heard him running and I scrambled downstairs as fast as I could, watching him rushing up the mezzanine floor, and a beat later I heard him shout and he ran back down again, asking if I saw anything on the screen. I was so scared because he looked so mad, so I denied again and again. Mom asked what's going on and he just slapped me with an open palm, and I bit my lips. I bled because of the slap. Today I asked if mom knew she was being filmed. She said he asked to film but she didn't agree and he still filmed them anyway. Mom told me that he courted her by rounding her everywhere she went, blocking her on her way home, love bombing her, begging her to accept his proposal, and getting her pregnant with me. Mom told me that he cheated on her the day after the wedding. The biggest shock to me is that, when I was 6, mom found out he coerced a girl, 6th grade, into having intimacy with him and secretly filmed that. I was aghast hearing that. Mom lost her mind finding it out and wanted to report him to the authority, but the parents begged her not to because of their stupid pride over the well-being of their daughter. Mom sold the house and announced to dad that she and I would move to another house as they would take a break. He kept begging her not to, even threatened her that he would ruin her if she went away, but she still took me and we lived in a house far away from the old house. I remembered that I didn't understand why mom told me we would move, just me and her, out of the blue, but now I understand that and I feel so disgusted with both my nut donors and the parents of that girl. Over the course of 2 years since that day, he kept coming to the new house to beg for another chance, or to threaten that he would call the cop on mom because to him, she had kidnapped me. He showed up at my school and told me my paternal grandma would like to see me at her birthday party, and after a while, mom agreed for me to go. But when I was there, my paternal family isolated me and kept talking trash about mom, calling her names and laughing at me when I said what they were saying upset me. I ended up calling mom to take me home in tears, and the day after that dad showed up at my school again to yell at me about why I left without telling him, and forcefully tried to drag me to his motorcycle. The school guards ended up calling the cops on him and he ran away before the cops arrived. The nail in the coffin for mom filing a divorce against him was one night, just after New Year, a month before my 9th birthday, he rode to my new house and yelled at mom. I heard commotions downstairs, so I sneakily climbed the stairs down, trying to get to the house phone in the kitchen so I could call the police. Mom spotted me in the kitchen and angrily motioned for me to go upstairs. I pointed at the phone and mom discreetly shook her head, kept motioning me to go upstairs. I remembered spending 2 hours just sitting on the top of the stairs, clutching the handle and crying in silence, listening to the intangible commotion downstairs, waiting for mom to come up to the bedroom to see if she's okay. I fell asleep right there and mom was in the hospital when I woke up, and aunt woke me up and took me to her. Today mom told me that the commotion was dad pulling up at the new house, banging on the door to get mom to talk to her, yell at her about things he would do to her if she didn't take him back. He wanted to go upstairs and grab me and rope me, and when she tried to stop him he grabbed her and laid hands on her severely. My mom had been opening a call with her sister so that a third party knew what was going on. My aunt and her husband immediately rode to my house after hearing the first yell, and when they arrived, mom had already passed out. My uncle-in-law bashed his helmet onto dad's head to get him to release mom, and my aunt called both the cops and an ambulance. Then after cops took dad in and mom got transferred to a hospital, my aunt and uncle woke me up and took me there. I cried like a baby after she told me everything today. Mom and I moved 2 times after that. The third house's address got leaked because a student of mom's was brought by dad to tell him. He pulled up while I was home alone and I didn't know he was there because I was studying in my room. Mom came home with a new boyfriend that day and the new boyfriend scared dad away. She told me today that she kept dating because she needed a man to keep both her and me safe from dad. She told me that later she found out he didn't only rope one 6th grade girl, but 3. My mom told me that she asked her new boyfriend and my uncle-in-law to take turns picking me up from school because my dad stalked me until I graduated middle school. My mom told me that when I turned 14, he sent her a package as my birthday gift. Inside was a pair of undies. Turns out he confessed to touching my chest while I slept to my mother too. She sent every confession SMS from him to a cop she had gone to know and let the authorities do their jobs, and she cut every contact with him, changed her phone, emails, etc. I will pray for the day my nut donor gets what he deserves. Entitled mother tries to sue me when I defend myself from her daughter. I had a friend named Patricia when I was a sophomore. But when junior year rolled around, I noticed that Patricia was very toxic. She started to control where we would go in the mall when we hung out, where I sat in the cafeteria during lunch, stuff like that. She also acted like she was superior to other people. Many people didn't like her and complained a lot. I started to distance myself from her because I didn't like that type of behavior and it was annoying. I also didn't want people I met to associate me with her and think that I acted the same way she did. Patricia did not like this. I guess she liked being in control somewhere in a relationship. Patricia didn't have many friends to begin with, so when I started not being her friend, she had nobody to hang out with. During winter break I learned that she started hanging out with Dave, this guy in one of my classes. By the time we came back from winter break, they were making out in the halls. Very touchy-feely with each other. Skip to summer of 2017, I saw Patricia and Dave literally everywhere I went. I went to the fair, and they were there too. I once went to the mall to get a custom-made umbrella for my cousin's birthday, and lo and behold, Patricia walks in, with her boyfriend in tow, and walks up to me and says, "Oh hey, didn't know you'd be here." I was very confused. What would a 17-year-old girl and her boyfriend want from a custom shop that only sells umbrellas and other winter items in the middle of summer? And I also knew that she wasn't invited to my cousin's birthday because she didn't even know my cousin. By that point I was convinced she was following me around. Senior year swings around, and Patricia starts trying to talk to me again, and I was having none of it, considering the obvious reasons. Then the day before spring break, she said to me, "I've seen that you've been ignoring me, and I really don't appreciate it. I am such a good friend." Me, honestly Patricia, you're really not. You're kinda manipulative. Patricia, how can you say that? I'm really good to you. Me, I beg to differ. Then I walked away. She would shoot daggers at me when I saw her after that. And Patricia was also extremely jealous. When Patricia saw Dave talking to a girl, she would walk up to him, and say, "How could you cheat on me with this beach?" Friend, who was still semi-friends with Patricia, had Dave's story sent to her by Patricia. Basically he posted a story on his Snapchat that said, "With the most supportive person in my life," over a picture of him and a girl, and Patricia went nuts. She complained to her friend that her boyfriend was cheating on her with, who she called that ugly beach. Turns out that was his sister. Fast forward a few months when crap hit the fan. I was partnered up with Dave in my chemistry class that we had together. Patricia learned about this and went berserk. She had the nerve to come up to me and say, "Keep you filthy hands off of my boyfriend beach." So a week after that happened, Dave had to come over to my house to finish the last part of the project. Turns out Patricia was planning to go to the mall with Dave that day, but he had to cancel to come to my house. Patricia was steaming. So the next fateful day, I was in class with Dave, and we turned in our project. We were talking about what grade we'd think we'd get, when Patricia came in with these big scissors. Neither Dave nor I saw her coming. That day, I was wearing my hair in a low ponytail. At this point, I was growing out my hair. And it was very important to me since I had to shave my head in 8th grade after an accident. I had a hard time reviving my locks, and I was proud. Until then. So, on account of a mutual friend, who was also in the class, and Dave, Patricia came up behind me, pulled my hair, and cut it to about shoulder length. At first I didn't know what happened, but when my brain had processed my snip sound, I knew what had happened. I whipped my hair around and stood up, and there was B, holding my hair in one hand, and the scissors in the other. Here's the dialogue. Me, did you just cut off my hair? Patricia then dropped my hair on the floor and said, "That what you get for sleeping with a boyfriend beach?" Then Patricia proceeded to slap me across my face. It didn't hurt, but I was angry. I looked down at Patricia's hand, and it looked like she was getting ready to slap me again. So I did what was necessary and socked her square in the nose. All I heard was a deafening crunch. And her hitting the lament. Then she started screaming she hit me, get her arrested. Next thing I know, I was in the principal's office, explaining what happened and all my previous experiences with Patricia while waiting for my mom to get to the school. I was also very emotional because all my hard work to grow out my hair had been foiled. Principal, so, what you're saying is that Patricia came into the room, cut off your hair and slapped you because you were doing things with Dave, correct? Me, That's about right. Principal: okay, so how about you wait here for your mother? 10 minutes later, my mom walks in and starts getting angry when she sees my hair, because she knows how long it took to grow it all back. The principal quickly briefs the situation to her, and she gets even more heated. Basically, I was suspended for a week. I still don't know why I was suspended, even though I was just defending myself. We were told to come to the school for a meeting with Patricia and her family and all the witnesses the next day. So, the next day we walk in and we are guided to a big conference room with a big rectangular table in it. We were seated directly across from Patricia and her Karen mother. They were both shooting us dirty looks. Also there was the mutual friend, Dave, another friend of Patricia, and Principal. Principal recounts Patricia's side of the story first. She accused me of attacking her with my fists. When the principal asked why my hair was cut off, Patricia said that she grabbed scissors and cut off my hair so I would stop. There are many reasons why that makes no sense, such as the fact that when the principal came into the room, she was still laying on the floor from my punch, so there's no way she could have cut my hair off after I punched her. Also, 26 other people said that she attacked me first. Then the Karen mother speaks up that wild animal attacked my daughter and broke her nose. She deserves to be in jail. Then my mom spoke up: no, your daughter attacked mine, and cut off her hair. Karen, that's not true. My little angel is innocent. Mutual friend: I saw Patricia cut off all of her hair, so that's not true. Karen: this is bullcrap. You just paid all these people to lie about this. Dave: it's true, Patricia attacked first. Patricia: you're supposed to be my boyfriend L and support me. Dave: not anymore, I'm breaking up with you. Patricia: what? Patricia then starts bawling her eye holes out, and I was trying to hold in my laughter. So was the mutual friend. Karen: you don't even have any proof that Patricia did anything. Lisa, Patricia's ex-friend: actually, that's why I'm here. I recorded everything. Turns out Patricia told Lisa what she was doing, and Lisa had enough of Patricia's crap and recorded everything she had done. Lisa then played the video and it clearly displayed my side of the story to a T. Karen: this video is doctored to make Patricia look bad. Principal: well, everyone and everything says otherwise, Karen. Principal then turns to me and asks, would you like to press charges against her? Of course I said yes. Principal then reached out to the police and let me and my mom file a complaint and press charges. The Sunday before I get to go back to school, my mom gets a letter in the mail telling me that we're getting sued for $50,000 for assault. We immediately got an attorney and looked into this. Entitled mother tries to sue me when I defend myself from her daughter. Yesterday, me, my mom, Patricia's boyfriend Dave, and our mutual friend all went down to the courthouse at about 11 a.m. When we were seated, I was getting my defense and my counterclaim against Patricia. Patricia and her mother Karen were glancing at me like I was gonna lose. Karen is trying to sue me for $50,000, but little does she know, I'm suing for $60,000. So court starts and Karen states her claim by saying that I broke my daughter's nose on purpose, and that I owe her for medical bills, emotional trauma, and Patricia's plastic surgery. They provide that judge with proof that I did. There was a TV in the courtroom and the pictures were displayed there. The pictures were of Patricia's broken nose, but it was clearly photoshopped to make it look worse. She tried to photoshop in more bruises and blood, but she failed miserably. The judge said, Miss Karen, are these photos doctored? Karen: no. Not at all. That's what she did to my baby. Then I spoke up and said, Your Honor, this is photoshopped, I have a copy of the actual photo. The look of shock on Karen's face could have powered an entire city for a couple minutes. Karen tried to intervene and say, Your Honor, you don't have to look at those, just take my word on it, that one is the doctored one. When the judge looked at my pictures, she asked Karen, Why would you bring doctored photos in my courtroom? Karen: they aren't. The judge dismissed the evidence and we moved on. I stated my counterclaim. She caused me emotional pain and physical pain. I showed evidence like the pictures of my hair and stuff like that. Then it was time for the video. When the officer was bringing the TV in for the video to display, Karen said, Your Honor, I have suspicions that that video is doctored. Everyone was shocked because she was the one to bring in photoshopped stuff. The judge ignored her. After the judge and the whole courthouse watched the video, the judge said, This looks too real to be fake. Karen: but it is. Trust me. She hit my daughter. Judge: don't raise your voice in my courtroom. Karen: but Patricia doesn't deserve this, she's a good kid and hit no one. Karen then had to be escorted out the room. Patricia: I did nothing to her, she slapped me in the first place. Judge: but I see you cut her hair and assaulted her first. Patricia: but. She had no valid answer for that. We discussed some other things, it was really boring. The lawyers talked most of the time during this part. Then came the verdict. It's Tuesday now, and I'm up $50,000. What really weird thing do you and your partner do? I bought a ring that purposely breaks. My boyfriend and I decided that if the ring breaks we have to take a break. Recently my boyfriend decided to spontaneously surprise me and bought those hematite rings from Soulmate Charms. For those that don't know, hematite is a material that can break depending on the energy that it's given. Typically it's used to sense bad energy within yourself. My boyfriend decided it would be fun to try, so we bought the rings and went to a rage room. We went full on berserk there and destroyed every shard of glass. Without even realizing it, we stepped outside and realized our rings were broken. The thing is, we were terribly angry in there. We both agreed that we had never been that angry. So we decided to buy another pair of rings, but this time the deal was that we put them on if we're angry in an argument. If we ever piss each other off so badly that a ring breaks, that's a point of no return and we'd need to break the relationship off before one of us gets hurt. We think this is a really smart system and has been working for us for a month now, and we haven't had any close calls.
I secretly pay for my neighbor's medication, and it's the best feeling in the world. I've lived in this quiet suburban neighborhood for a decade now, and right next door is Mrs. Robinson, an 80-year-old widow with twinkling eyes and stories from days gone by. Our bond strengthened when a few years back she lost her husband, and I'd find myself sitting with her on lazy afternoons, sipping tea and listening to tales from her youth. A year ago, during one of our tea sessions, her hands trembling slightly more than usual, she opened up about the financial strain she's been under. With no immediate family and limited savings, she's been struggling to afford her much-needed heart medication. The heartache in her voice, contrasting with her usually spirited tales, was unmistakable. I decided then, seeing her vulnerability, to step in. Not overtly, because her pride and resilience were evident, but covertly. I set up an anonymous prescription delivery for her, ensuring she received her medication at the start of each month. To explain the deliveries, I crafted a letter, purportedly from a charitable organization, telling her she had been randomly selected to receive medical aid. Every month, I eagerly wait for that day when she receives her package. The pure joy, the relief on her face, is heartrending. Sometimes she'd talk about it, about this miraculous charity, tears glistening in her eyes, and every time my heart would swell, knowing I could make such a difference. I've often battled with the decision to tell her, to share this secret bond, but there's something incredibly rewarding about anonymous kindness. It's a testament to the power of quiet, unseen gestures in a world that often clamors for recognition. Today, Mrs. Robinson celebrates her 81st birthday. It fills me with warmth knowing she's healthier, happier, and still here, sharing her stories. I regret leaving my wife for my girlfriend. I don't know if I have the right to ask her to take me back. My wife and I separated a year and a half ago. Before that we were together for 15 years. We have 2 young teen daughters together. The last 2 years of our marriage I thought that we have achieved all that we could achieve. Nothing changed and we knew each other by heart. The vid years were hard on me mentally, being stuck at home 24/7. When I went back to the office after 2 years, I thought my change of humor to the positive was because I wasn't with her, instead of the fact that I could actually get out again. I met Anna. She was one of the new people that we hired. Anna is free and happy. Social and high-spirited. She took the office by storm. She was the opposite of my shy and calm wife. I remember when I first met my wife. I was the one who asked her out, and first 2 years into our relationship she confessed to me that she had liked me for at least a year before I asked her out. With Anna, she was honest and verbal about how she had a crush on me. Like an open book. She proposed to me. I told her that I was married and she said that we only lived once and that she just wanted to tell me how she felt no matter if I reciprocated or not. I felt strongly for her. I confessed to my wife that I was out of love with her. She asked me if there was someone else and I said yes. That was enough for her not to try to dissuade me. I know that she was hurt and suffering in secret, and I never tried to console her because I didn't want her to know that I knew how much she was hurting. Her pride has always been her dearest possession. I moved out a week later, into Anna's. I thought that I was going to be over the moon now, but something that was missing even when I felt happy. I thought it was me missing my children and my home. I used to be with my daughters every day and now I see them only half the time. I thought it was my daughters crying and not speaking to me that hurt me. I thought it was the disappointment in their eyes that disturbed my sleep at night. My wife was my rock even in separation. She made sure that the girls didn't refuse to see me. She kept my image whole and always spoke to them about how I loved them and how good a father I was. I knew she was hurting and I could see her missing me, but she never once lost her dignity. It was around Christmas when it hit me how much I really lost. Anna had surprised me with a trip to a warm destination because I was feeling down that this would be the first time I wouldn't celebrate with my daughters who chose their mother. Anna always understood that my blueness was because I missed my girls all the time and she tried everything to cheer me up. The night before we took our trip I dropped by my wife to leave my daughter's presents. My wife opened the door and she just looked so serene. I lost my balance on an ice patch and fell, and she just said oops and ran towards me to help with the gifts. I caught a whiff of her smell and that was when it all hit me. I did miss my children and my home and my stability, but most of all I just missed my wife. I missed her warmth, her voice, her calmness, her wit, and most of all her smell when I buried my face in her hair and neck on Saturdays when we could sleep in. I knew that I never really stopped loving her. She wasn't the reason I went through a dark period, she was the only light that pushed me forward. I have always missed her. I have tried to explain it away because I have this new brilliant girlfriend who is so different and who is teaching me how to be excited again. Every time my wife's face is the first thing I think of when I wake up in the morning and look at the person next to me. And every time Anna kisses me I close my eyes to try and imagine my wife's smell. My wife was putting up the Christmas tree and I asked her if I could stay for a beer and she said yes. I started crying in our kitchen. When she asked I told her that I was missing the girls and how strange it was not to celebrate with them. She comforted me and told me that everything will be okay and to have a nice trip. Change is never easy even if we want it. For the last year, picking the children up or dropping them off has been what I look forward to just to see my wife's face. I have noticed how she has become happier and more in terms with the changes, and I envy her. I wish I could just tell her how I feel, but I don't want to disturb her healing when she's come so far. I love her like I never loved her before, but I don't deserve a moment more of her life after what I did. I'm losing my fiancée because I went against her wishes. I proposed to my fiancée 2 months ago and she said yes. I love her with all my heart. Only problem that we were facing was that I haven't met her family because she has not had any contact with them for 20 years. For my family, that's a red flag. My mum suggested to me that since we are engaged now they're my family too, so we contacted them. Her mum was so sweet and she started crying the moment I introduced myself. Her father is also very kind. They talked to me about her childhood, how wonderful she always was, and it made a lot of sense what she turned out to be. I thank them for raising such a beautiful human. I kept in touch with them and I soon met all her siblings. She has 3, then I introduced them to my family and I was happy they got along. Mum suggested then that the next step is to invite my future in-laws to my parents' house and take my fiancée there so she could finally work on the dispute that she had with them. I agreed and brought my fiancée over without the knowledge of her family being present. When she got there she screamed, "What are they doing here?" and ran out. I have never heard her raise her voice like this before. I ran after her but she just drove off. I went back and apologized. Her mum was crying her eyes out and so were her sisters. Her dad and brother looked shook up. When I went home she was crying and packing. She told me that she needed to move out and that she was staying with her friends. I also started crying and asked her to tell me what happened. Then she told me all of it. When she was 18, her brother roped her best friend's little sister. He apparently had feelings for this girl for years but she never was interested, so one New Year party he waited until she was very intoxicated and roped her. He later boasted about how he finally had her and now can move on. He got away with it even when everybody knew he did, but there was no evidence. My fiancée tried everything to help convict him because she was the one who overheard him boasting to his friends and discussing what he did to that girl. My fiancé's family did everything to protect him. A year later the girl went through with suicide. That broke my fiancée, who still suffers from severe depression. She said the indifference in her family's reaction when they found out about the girl's fate still makes her blood freeze in her veins. She knew she could never forgive them. The way she was talking, like this happened yesterday. I felt sick and I wished I didn't have to ask. I have seen her brother and how proud her parents are of their only boy who's successful and a father of 2. I apologized and begged her to stay. Told her that had she told me all this before, I would never have brought them back to her life. She said that I should have trusted her judgment since I always boasted about how kind and just she was. She called me later and told me that she couldn't do this anymore. She left the ring while I was at work, and took the last of her stuff. Mum says that my fiancée is being overdramatic now and all this has happened so long ago and we should all move on since her family still loved and wanted her back. Today, I decided to call my fiancée before breakfast. I told her that I love her more than she knows and that I know she loves me. That I never in a million years thought people who loved each other this much would break up. I apologized and promised to make it up to her for the rest of my life if she gave me a second chance. I told her we can move away from our families and I promised her that it would be the 2 of us from now on. Nobody will have a say in how we live our lives but us. She was crying the whole time and I must admit that I'm not a crier myself, but I haven't stopped crying since yesterday. I hope she gives me a new chance to make it up to her. I'm losing my fiancée because I went against her wishes. We are no longer together. She said that she couldn't come back from this and that she wanted to be alone now. I told her that I love her like I never loved anyone before. She said that she loved me too but that she needed to do this on her own now. Edit, my now ex-fiancé's best friend called me now and we talked. My fiancée is pregnant and she's terminating it. She doesn't want me with her when she goes through with it. I am shattered now and I don't know if I can ever collect the pieces. Edit 2, I somehow managed to convince my fiancé to agree to couples therapy, but without the promise of forgiving me or taking me back. I feel like I got a new shot at life. My fiancé called me today after her appointment at her shrink. She asked me if I wanted to have lunch with her. I of course said yes. She looked so sad and it broke my heart. This was the first time I saw her after she moved out. I just wanted to hug her and break down crying, ask her forgiveness, but I didn't want to make it about me, so I just kissed her cheek. She didn't talk for at least 30 minutes, just looked out of the window. I waited. She then told me that it didn't matter, that I didn't hurt her intentionally, I just did. I agreed. She started talking about her appointment with her gyno. She's 6 weeks along. We have been trying for a year, we never made a big fuss, we just thought that if it happened it happened, but I know that she wanted a baby and that's why her friend told me, because she was terrified that my fiancé is going to regret it. I told my fiancé that it was absolutely 100% her choice whether she wanted to keep it or not, but that she should never do either from a place of hurt, or anger. She should do it because it feels right for her. She then told me that she is going to think a little bit more. She also told me that she was ready to talk to me about her life with her family but never any details, and only in therapy sessions. She also said that she was ready to listen to me and what made me do this stupid thing to her, but also only in therapy. She also told me that she doesn't want to move back with me and that she wanted to postpone the wedding. She refused to take the ring back and said she would ask for it if she thought we had a chance. She said that if we separate, she wants to know she's done everything. I told her I love her more than anything and she said she believed me and that she did too. We are starting therapy on Tuesday and will hopefully continue every week.
Update 2. I'm losing my fiancé because I went against her wishes. So we had our first session with a therapist. It was emotionally draining. The therapist sent me to be a little biased and favored her side of the point, but I did overall. We had a good discussion and I learned some heartbreaking things. It turns out, the girl her brother roped originally wasn't his first victim. He had done it before, to one of her friends, and she had always hated him since that day. Sadly, she couldn't do anything to successfully press charges against him the first time, so when it happened the second time she realized she needed to escape. I hated seeing her so hurt, but I realized how important it was for us if we have a shot. I always view her as this beautiful, stubborn and strong creature, and maybe I have handled her accordingly. She is tough so I can be tough. That's how I have always viewed it. Besides therapy, she has asked for space, and I would have obliged had she not called me every night to talk for hours about very random things or just to keep each other's company. Last night I asked her to move back and she didn't hang up. She didn't answer me first and we continued talking about other things. Before saying goodnight she told me that she wanted to come home. We will continue therapy but she is moving back tomorrow. I have also decided to cut contact with my own family after realizing that them bashing my fiancé over her reaction was not normal. My mother also harassed my fiancé when she first broke up with me and I cut contact with her then. Since we both have no relationship with our families we are contemplating an elopement around Christmas. A wedding seems too excessive and a waste of money. Instead, we could do something small and romantic for our friends and maybe donate the rest of the budget. This idea excited her very much and she already started planning and dreaming while I listened. I just effing love this woman.
What's a personal story that you tell with pride? When my ex and I first started dating in high school, we had gone to her place while her mom was supposed to be at work. 10 minutes of cuddling and slow teasing later, we heard the deadbolt unlock to her front door. Her mother was back and proceeded to yell in a super loud tone about how upset her stomach was from the Taco Bell she had eaten the previous night. Not thinking, my ex ran me to the bathroom while I was entirely unclothed and had me lie down in the tub and close the shower curtain. Her tub was quite dirty and actually sticky. She then made a towel hat and put it over her head. She came out of the bathroom acting like she just got out of the shower. Then, I heard one small sentence that made me want to cry. Her mom once again yells, "Oh f yes, you're finally out. I need to take a poop so bad." And with that she literally ran up the stairs, into the bathroom, and proceeded to unload the nastiest nuclear warhead of modern times. So I'm hiding in a tub a foot away from her mother. In total, I was in the tub for nearly an hour, smelling every bit of her Taco Bell. Once she was finally out, my ex had distracted her and had me run through the back door and wait under her second-story bedroom window. So here I am, sitting outside unclothed, in the crisp cold of January waiting for my clothes. What seemed like hours went by, and my clothes finally rained down on me. I ran to my car after getting dressed and drove home with the scarring memory of listening to my ex's mother take the most audible poop I've ever heard. The smell haunts me 3 years later. I also get those memories flashing in my mind every time I see a shower tub combo. What singular action do you regret most in your entire life? When I was 12 years old, one of the maid's daughters named Jen, who was 14 at the time, had a pretty weird relationship with me. We both mutually liked each other but the relationship just couldn't happen because my mother strictly forbade me to associate myself with any of the attendants or their family. Their family was black and my mother was strictly against that. We did some mild petting I guess. She touched my pee-pee and I played with her vey. We never had full-on intimacy but we did cuddle unclothed a lot in a nearby forest. One time she actually got ants stuck in her womanhood and 13-year-old me had the pleasure of taking them out. We also had a bunch of dogs in the backyard, mainly German Shepherd mutts. I frequently spent my time in the back lot with the dogs. I watched the dogs mount each other and was interested in what they were doing. I even once saw one of the dogs lick its own pee-pee and it would grow. I saw fluid come out of the pee-pee after a certain amount of licking and was very intrigued. Yeah, it was kinda gross but I was interested. I went over to feed the dog and Jen was in the back lot helping her mom hang some clothes. I told her about my pretty effed up idea. I wanted her to get mounted by one of the bigger dogs and she agreed to it. We waited a couple of days when absolutely no one was home except for maybe a couple of other of the attendants' kids for her to do it. She got fully unclothed and walked over to one of the bigger dogs and kneeled down on all fours in front of the dog. The dog started sniffing her behind for a few seconds and she got up and ran. The dog then chased after her and jumped on her back. Shell fell down to the ground in a face plant. The dog then went on to have intimacy with her. All while she cried, and I just stood there. A few weeks later she went through with S aside. A child who is not embraced by the village will burn it down to feel its warmth. What is an example of this that you've seen? I worked in an office for a Fortune 500 company. One of our longtime team members, Gina, worked as a level 2 employee for quite a while. She was good enough to be a level 3 or level 4 employee but never took the offer because she was a single mom. Her friend, Perry, started at the same time she did and was a level 3, working up to a level 4. Perry and Gina were all good, until Perry discovered that Gina made more than Perry because she was constantly getting merit raises and performance bonuses. One day, Gina made an honest mistake. It was a no harm, no foul situation, but Perry went to the level 4 employees and senior management and suggested that Gina be fired. They all went to HR who said that while there was no valid reason to fire her, they could move her to a crappier team that would basically guarantee her failure. Gina realized what was happening and secured another job. We were going to be off for 4 days for Christmas, and Gina quit Thursday by leaving an after-hours voicemail. G knew that the message wouldn't be received until Monday morning so she sent out an email to the entire building, time to be sent at 11:59 Christmas Eve. The email detailed how Perry was having an affair with her manager while her husband was deployed in Iraq, how one senior manager took this job because he was fired for embezzlement and lost his CPA license, and how one of our female level 3 employees requested a transfer because our married department manager threatened to rope her. We got in at 8, HR and IT got in at 9. It was a crap show Monday morning. Quite a few people quit that day. And to think, it all could have been avoided. Guys, what's the most down bad thing you've ever done? A girl from Plenty of Fish messaged me out of the blue. Our chat basically consisted of her saying, "Here's my address, come F me." Of course, I made the 2-hour drive to her house. I get there, and not only is her house super messy, but she looks almost nothing like her profile pics. She was a beluga of the highest order and had literally black teeth. I shook it off. She's got pretty eyes, I'll focus on those. I should mention that she's basically chugging beer while I'm there. She had 6 cans in 20 minutes. We went into her room, and it's covered in clothes. We have to throw all of them on the floor so we can get down. She takes off her pants. Only her pants. I take all of my clothes off. She tells me to turn off the lamp and F her. I do that and it's pitch dark. I can't see a thing. I try to fumble around with her for a few minutes before I'm like, I can't see, I need the light back on. She reluctantly agrees and I start kissing her. We kiss for maybe 10 seconds and she's like, "You kiss too much, just F me." So I stick it in and we're going at it for about a minute before she says, "I'm getting self-conscious, get in behind." Okay, fine. Then she flips over. Suddenly the worst smell I've ever smelled hits me like a truck. I don't know how I didn't smell it before. I immediately realized this was a mistake. But my stupid brain goes, "You're already in it, just finish." So I grit my teeth, literally plug my nose with my fingers, and do it as fast as I can just to be done. I pull out and the smell hits me again. I can smell it all over my hands and pee-pee. I go to the bathroom and try to wash my hands. The smell doesn't come off. So I get dressed and try to make an excuse to leave. She then says, "I'm gonna reheat some leftover ham and potatoes, do you want some?" I politely decline, but she's blocking the exit through her kitchen so I have to wait for her to make her food. Then, when it's out of the microwave, I see this glop of potatoes and ham that she starts shoveling in her mouth. It looks awful. Then she takes a fork full and basically shoves it into my mouth. It was the most disgusting thing I've ever eaten. But I smile and say it's good. Okay, gotta go and shove past her. I get to my car and can just smell her all over me. It made me dizzy. I rolled down the windows and hightailed it to the first truck stop I saw, thinking truck stops have showers, I need to wash this smell off me. Unfortunately, I get there, and there are no showers. So I proceeded to just start washing my junk in the bathroom sink the best I could. It did not help. So F it, I'll take a long shower when I get home. I get in my car and realize the smell is in my clothes, so I take my shirt off and speed the F home, shirtless and reeking. I get home, straight up throw my undies away, and take the hottest shower I could stand for an hour, scrubbing my bits multiple times. I actually decided to smell the undies before throwing them away out of curiosity. Big mistake, I threw up at the smell.
My friend's boyfriend is hurting her, but she doesn't realize it. My friend Kay has been dating Andrew for almost a year. He was always quite creepy and even called Kay's 11-year-old sister attractive once. In the beginning, Andrew has always been known for being clumsy, occasionally spilling drinks on himself, tripping and sometimes just being an overall goof. It started with a simple mistake, Andrew spilling wine on Kay's white dress on a night out. He seemed so apologetic, and genuinely sorry. Then a couple days later at a potluck, Andrew bumps into Kay while she was bringing out a salad bowl, causing it to fall on her foot and giving her a pretty nasty bruise. Again apologetic, but this time just rubbed me the wrong way. It seemed awkward the way he had bumped into her. Then there were just more of these accidents, like ripping a dress when he was falling trying to catch his balance, dropping a bowl of chocolate ice cream on her shoes, and spilling an ashtray that landed all over her hair. Recently we were having a movie night. Kay was sitting on the floor and I had gotten up from the couch to get some more popcorn when I saw Andrew walking over with hot tea. I'm thinking, no way I'm going to have her get piping hot tea spilled on her by accident. So I get up and say, "Oh, thanks for grabbing this, do you mind grabbing me popcorn since you're closest?" He kind of gets a defensive tone with me saying, "Yeah, but let me give this to Kay first." I said, "No, it's not a problem, I'll give it to her." As sweet as possible, and took the mug out of his hands and gave it to Kay. He seemed kind of distant the whole rest of the evening. I talked with one of my friends in our group just about the tea drama, and she said that Andrew might have been ticked off feeling like I was babying him. I think that if he's been prone to hurting his girlfriend, wouldn't he want to avoid situations that could get her seriously hurt? I plan to talk to Kay about it. My friend's boyfriend is hurting her, but she doesn't realize it. So I talked to Kay this morning about her boyfriend Andrew. Before I could even ask about Andrew, Kay said, "Hey, why were you concerned about Andrew bringing me tea?" I replied, "I had noticed he'd been more clumsy lately and I wanted to avoid either of you getting hurt." She was quiet for a bit, then asked me, "Do you think it's odd how he's been acting?" I replied, "I care about you and want you to be safe. I don't want to hurt you or Andrew, but I feel like most of the accidents have come at your expense. I don't want it to get to a point where you have a worse injury." This is when Kay burst out crying like I have never seen. After composing herself enough to talk, she says she's been so suspicious of how these accidents have been centered around her and how validating it was to have someone feel the same way. It's been causing her a lot of anxiety, and she felt so relieved when I took the teacup away from him. She has tried to suggest to Andrew that he should go to a doctor, but he just says he's perfectly fine. Kay is not confrontational, so she just drops it. She said how recently Sarah, a mutual friend, Andrew and her were all hanging out together. Kay told me something really disturbing, how during a conversation Andrew and Sarah started joking about Kay being a battered wife. The three of them were talking about Andrew being clumsy and how ridiculous the idea of Andrew abusing her is. They were making some really dark jokes. This had Kay feeling like she was crazy to think that these accidents might be on purpose. Also, they had also cracked jokes about my previous relationship and especially how my ex-boyfriend laid hands on me. Kay said she's felt trapped, living with Andrew and how he's intertwined in our group. I feel horrible that she's felt so alone in this. I was pretty blunt and just asked, "Do you still love him?" She responded, "I don't. I think I don't even like him anymore." So we talked about the best way for Kay to leave Andrew, being as safe as possible. Kay called in sick to work and we went over to her house and talked with our friend Leah, her roommate. Andrew was out at work, so we quickly moved all their things into Leah's room. She has a key to her door. Anything that was super sentimental to either of them we packed in my car. Kay is going to stay at my house and Leah wants to stay with a family member who lives not too far away. Kay has written a letter to Andrew ending things. She is going full no contact. She set a date that she expects him to leave. He moved in with them so he doesn't have his name on the lease. Our friends Mike and Corey will be staying at the house. This is to ensure nothing will be damaged due to an accident, also to let Kay and Leah know when it's safe to come back. Update 2. My friend's boyfriend is hurting her, but she doesn't realize it. Last week, our mutual friend Sarah had dropped by one of our friends' houses to leave a letter for Kay in her mailbox. It was very odd, and was written from both Sarah and Andrew's perspectives. The letter was saying how hurt they were, that the way they have been treated was so unfair. That it isn't healthy to go from being someone's everything to just shutting them out entirely. They said how they were happier without outside influences and hoped Kay could find the freedom they had found together. They stated a lot of gross comments about personal struggles such as abuse and rope to paint us as crazy people. They literally weaponized rope. They ended it with how they just wanted to move on, that this was their goodbye and that they would welcome her back if she ever wanted to reach out to them but would respect her wishes to go no contact. They ended the letter by admitting that they have been having an affair for the past few months. Kay has opened up with her counselor and us about her stories with Andrew. She has come to believe his accidents were a tactic to control her appearance. Apparently he had a thing for a certain aesthetic and would want her to dress in that way. Behind the scenes he would remark how her clothes wouldn't show off her figure and how it would be more flattering for her to wear goth-style clothes because it would just look better. He would even make jokes about her outfits and overall style. When she would tell him to stop he would get apologetic and say he was just trying to be funny. Kay told us Andrew always joked about her appearance, and accidents would only happen if she was wearing what he didn't approve of, had makeup on which he didn't like, or even put her hair up the wrong way. She said it feels like a heavy burden has been lifted. She is truly special and she deserves true peace and happiness. Our friend group has really gone above and beyond to support Kay, which is the least we can do. I think my long-lost sister is my neighbor. Growing up, I was always told by my adoptive parents that I was adopted. They framed up a picture of me and my bio parents and placed it in my room so I would always remember them. They even tracked down their grave and took me there once every 2 years. They didn't change my last name to theirs and allowed me to decide whether I want to change it, which I did in my teens. I'm now in my late 20s. I live on my own with my cat named Josh, and just a few hours away from my adoptive parents. I have a neighbor named Anna. She's a marine biologist, married and has 3 kids. We often chat. 4 days ago, I got a knock on my door and it was Anna. Turns out her nanny went MIA on her at the last minute and is already late for a close friend's wedding and was wondering if I can watch the kids for a couple of hours while they're gone. She asked me if I could watch them at her apartment instead since her youngest is sleeping. I grabbed my stuff and went over next door. We played with dolls, ordered food and watched a movie after that. So I told the kids to keep their toys before the food arrived, and while we were at it, I saw something that made my heart drop. I saw a picture of my parents. They look so much younger and it was a different picture from what I had. I asked Anna's kids if they knew who these people were. They told me they have no idea who it was. My curiosity grew more and more. I texted my adoptive parents if they knew I had any siblings. They told me they were not too certain, but in the adoption profile, it stated that I'm alone and without any siblings. A few hours later Anna got home. I was inquisitive to know and I couldn't wait any longer. I asked Anna who this young couple was. Anna told me it was her parents and they died when she was 6. She was then raised by her aunt. I was shocked. I felt like throwing up. This can't be real. I have a sister. I went home and did some social engineering. I went on Facebook and Instagram to see what I can find. I found the profile of an old lady who I believe is the one that raised Anna. I see that she refers to Anna as her daughter, and I was looking at pictures and I found a rather similar picture to what my adoptive parents gave me, just without me in it. I called my adoptive parents, crying, telling them what I found. They drove for hours to come to me, and when I showed them, the 3 of us cried together. They told me that I should let her know. I don't know what to do. I think my long-lost sister is my neighbor. I spoke to Anna. I invited her to my apartment and I showed her the picture that I have of my bio parents. She's as confused as I am. I told her that we might be sisters. I could see the tears building up at the edge of her eyes. She told me she wants to be excused. She left my apartment and I thought that was it. A few minutes later, she knocked on my apartment door. She brought her laptop, the photo of her parents and her phone. We compared our pictures and yes, they're the same people. I showed my birth certificate and how I changed my last name during my teens as well as my adoption papers. I told her that I have a birthmark on the left side of my butt cheek, and yes, she remembered. We looked at each other and we started sobbing. She came to hug me and told me that at times she couldn't believe that I'm gone because she loves me so much. She told me how she thought I was dead and that broke her. She video called her aunt, Lucy, the one that raised her. When Anna introduced me to Aunt Lucy, she looked horrified. She even asked if Anna got mixed up because she was pretty sure I was dead. We showed her my birth certificate and all the adoption documents, and when she saw there was evidence, she started crying and kept on apologizing. Aunt Lucy was hesitating at first, but we told her how we deserved to know the truth. So here goes the side of the story that I never knew. Firstly, my parents died in 2 separate accidents. My mom and I met with an accident first. I was fine, but my mom suffered multiple injuries, and when my father got to know, he rushed to the hospital to meet my mom, but he lost control of his car as he was driving too fast, and crashed onto the road divider. Both died at the same hospital, just minutes apart. My sister was then told that I died too. My sister got sick shortly after my parents' death and couldn't attend the funeral. My parents were well-to-do. My dad was a marine biologist. Just like Anna, and my mom was a general surgeon. We have an uncle, John. So apparently, Aunt Lucy and Uncle John needed money. Aunt Lucy has lots of kids, hence she couldn't afford to raise both of us, while Uncle John and his wife were into traveling and could use some money for their adventures. I have no idea how, but somehow, they managed to get whatever our parents have left us and split it into 2. I was given to Uncle John, but he must have placed me at an adoption home and then fled the country. All this while, Aunt Lucy knew about me and how I was placed at an adoption home, but she chose to keep quiet. A few years after I was sent to the adoption home, Uncle John and his wife came back to the nursing home to get me back, but they learned that I was already adopted. It's sad to learn his motives were to receive government reimbursement while I was under their foster care. I felt extremely lucky to be adopted by a family who loved, cared for, and raised me like their own. My adoptive parents were a mature couple when they adopted me. They tried to conceive for so many years, but it failed, and so it resulted in me being adopted, and they told me it was the best decision they'd ever made. Anna is not speaking to Aunt Lucy now. She told me how she felt betrayed and deceived, all these while denying a sibling love just for her own personal gain. She's even looking into taking legal action against both of them.
My friend and I heard the last screams of a woman's life while camping. While in college, my best friend Jake won a small lotto of $150,000 and blew all the money on a huge Jeep. He convinced me to go camping with him and take the Jeep. We drove up into the Rocky Mountains for a while until we found a break in the trees with enough space to fit the Jeep through. We set up a fire pit, chairs, and the tent we'd be staying in for the night. The sun was starting to set. Jake went to the car and pulled out a bag of hot dogs for us to cook over the fire. As we were cooking the hot dogs, there was an extremely loud female screaming, maybe 200 feet away. I looked up and saw Jake's head turned towards the direction of the screams. At first, there weren't any words we could make out, but then there was a help, a please, and a no, all of them sounding more desperate than the last. Then, the loudest, most gut-wrenching scream was abruptly cut off mid-scream. Jake looked back in my direction. The look on his face was pure horror. As far as we knew, the closest man-made structure was the road, and even that was far away. No one should have been out here. Whatever it was that we just heard didn't matter. We knew we needed to leave as fast as possible. We started frantically throwing things in the back of the Jeep, stuffed the still fully made tent inside, and as we closed the door, I tried calling 911 as we started driving back to the road. I had practically no service out there, but somehow managed to get on the line with an operator. I did my best to explain what we heard, and they said they'd send out a trooper as soon as possible. It took us twice as long to get back to the road just because this time we couldn't see anything. Finally, we saw the pavement and stopped for a second. We didn't know if we should wait for the cops or not. That's when we saw a figure walking out from the trees in front of us. He was wearing jeans with an all-black sweatshirt, with a hood covering his face. He was dragging something behind him in some kind of bag. His head was down, limping as he walked. He looked over in our direction when blue and red police lights revealed themselves down the road. The man turned his head and started sprinting back into the forest, letting go of the bag. The police saw this and started chasing after him. The bag he was dragging turned out to contain the body of the woman he had just unalived.
My mom cut me off for being homophobic and disruptive at my brother's wedding. Last week, my older brother Rick and one of my best friends Hannah got married. I was the maid of honor. As the ceremony was about to start, all of my relatives had arrived except one, my older brother and middle child, Jeremy. I called Jeremy multiple times, but he didn't answer. I informed Rick and my parents about the situation. Rick assured me it was fine and that we could continue with the plan. However, my mom seemed oddly excited and cryptically told me to wait for it. Despite all of that, We proceeded with the plan, and the ceremony ran smoothly. The reception followed, and that's when Jenny, formerly known as Jeremy, unexpectedly burst into the wedding with a broad smile and highly inappropriate wedding attire. Jenny wore a beige-colored modified wedding dress with a sheer top, revealing their torso. The dress is a puffy princess gown, featuring a long, torn-looking train with bright purple and black paint splatters. To top it off, she had applied elaborate makeup. I was initially shocked and then horrified by her appearance. Although she technically didn't do anything yet, the attention shifted from the wedding to her. Mom stood up from her seat, embraced Jenny, and loudly expressed how proud she was. Despite Jenny's attempts to gracefully lead Mom back to the table, the damage was done. I exchanged a worried glance with Hannah, who seemed on the brink of tears. I decided to address the issue and pulled Jenny aside for a confrontation. We argued about her inappropriate behavior, while she defended it as a form of self-expression. Mid-argument, one of the groomsmen, also Hannah's older brother, intervened with security personnel and instructed Jenny to change into more suitable attire or leave immediately. Jenny protested, calling us homophobic and other nasty names. The security team escorted her out, and I returned to my table. Mom noticed my return and asked me about Jenny. I explained that Jenny had been asked to leave due to her refusal to change into appropriate clothing. In response, my mom hurled hurtful words at me, labeling me as a homophobic bitch and saying "you are dead" to me before leaving. She later returned with Jenny wearing a more simple dress about an hour later. I'm relieved that she cut ties with me. I've been raised in a conservative, traditional, Christian family. My parents, especially my mom, are very sensitive to changes and new ideas. Jenny has always been the golden child. She was born premature and wasn't breathing. She had to be resuscitated and kept at the hospital for months. Jenny is frail and my mom always said that the fact that she is still alive is a miracle. Mom always pays attention to Jenny because of her poor health. Jenny became accustomed to the constant attention and disliked being out of it. When I was born, Jenny threw tantrums daily and even exhibited dangerous behaviors, throwing hard toys at me. This prompted my parents to entrust my care to my grandparents for my safety. The deal was my aunt would take care of Rick and Jenny on the weekends and my parents would stay with my grandparents to take care of me. The idea is so that I still have an attachment to my parents. It worked for 3 weeks, then Jenny started throwing more tantrums because Mom is not home and hurting my aunts by biting or pulling her hair. Furthermore, Jenny got a high fever because of too much crying and refusal to eat without Mom. So, after only a month, my mom gave up the idea and stopped visiting me. My dad stuck to the plan and brought Rick with him most of the time. This is also why my mom had her tube tied, although it is against her beliefs. I returned to our home when I was 5. At that point, I didn't have any relationship with Mom and Jenny, but we managed. Jenny is very close with Mom and Mom always took her side. She would snitch to Mom when Rick and I did something bad or blame us for something they did. Rick moved out at 18 because of this. Rick and Jenny shared a room when Rick was a high schooler and Jenny was in middle school. Rick had a secret girlfriend and Jenny found out because she went through Rick's backpack and found a love letter given by the girlfriend. Mom always told us to not date, so when Jenny tattled to her, she was mad. Mom forced Rick to break up with his then girlfriend, which he reluctantly did. The next year, Jenny becomes a freshman in the same high school where Rick is a senior. Jenny immediately got a girlfriend. Mom was excited about it, telling Jenny to bring her often. Every time Jenny's girlfriend came to visit, Rick would come to my room because Jenny would tell him off. One day, Mom was cleaning Rick's and Jenny's room and found a ripped rubber wrapper. Although it is obvious who uses it, Mom immediately blamed Rick even though Rick didn't have a girlfriend nor brought a girl home. He was grounded for the rest of his senior year and barred from going to prom. Their relationship was hostile from then on out until he moved out after graduation. When I was 15, I realized that I am a lesbian. Due to my family upbringing, I kept it a secret and only told Rick. Unfortunately, Jenny discovered this somehow and threatened to reveal it to Mom unless I became her personal servant. I agreed. I would do everything for her, her homework and projects, clean after her when Mom was not home, give her part of my allowance, etc. But, when Dad went on a business trip for 2 months and was not home to defend me, Jenny told Mom and Mom kicked me to the curb saying I needed to pray to God and clean my sinful thinking. I called Rick and he picked me up, allowing me to stay with him. When my dad went home, he was furious at Mom and demanded she apologize to me. Mom refuses, but Dad threatens he will divorce her if she does not yield. In the end, she comes to Rick's apartment, begging me to come home. Things seem to go back to normal, but when we fought, sometimes Mom would bring this up and state my shameful way of living almost cost her marriage. I moved out as soon as I could support myself financially. It's ironic she labeled me as homophobic despite her own rejection of me when discovering my interests.
Guys, how did you absolutely blow your shot at a second date? I went on a date with a girl I met off Hinge. She was stunningly beautiful. We had been talking for a while and had a lot of pent-up feelings for each other when we met. Those feelings exploded as I pulled in front of her house. We had intimacy in my car and made out for a solid hour and a half. While I knew she was a Harry Potter fan and thought it would be funny to yell Los Pollos Hermanos. She looked at me very strangely. As I was about to leave, I checked for all my stuff including my wallet. I could not find my wallet and spent the next 30 minutes searching my car in her driveway. Things got mixed around as we were doing the deed, so I thought it was there, but as I couldn't find it, I found myself becoming more panicked and more suspicious of my date. I immediately suspected her because she was a little bit crazy and she had lamented her financial troubles as her mother controlled all of her money and she was not allowed to spend anything outside of essentials. So she's essentially broke. I couldn't get through to her phone as I had poor signal, so I knocked on the door and ended up telling her mom I thought she stole my wallet. She said she patted her daughter and she didn't, but I didn't believe them. I didn't want to get the police involved, so I just left but made a big stink that I knew she had my wallet. I get home and take one last look, this time in light. Lo and behold, I found it. I had searched every inch of that car before but found it in the one place I never thought to look. It was in the armrest compartment, but when she climbed over the seat to get on top of me, she leaned on the compartment and the wallet was literally stuck under the lid. I texted her apologizing, but she refuses to give me a second chance.
My mom cut me off for being homophobic and disruptive at my brother's wedding. Last week, my older brother Rick and one of my best friends Hannah got married. I was the maid of honor. As the ceremony was about to start, all of my relatives had arrived except one, my older brother and middle child, Jeremy. I called Jeremy multiple times, but he didn't answer. I informed Rick and my parents about the situation. Rick assured me it was fine and that we could continue with the plan. However, my mom seemed oddly excited and cryptically told me to wait for it. Despite all of that, we proceeded with the plan, and the ceremony ran smoothly. The reception followed, and that's when Jenny, formerly known as Jeremy, unexpectedly burst into the wedding with a broad smile and highly inappropriate wedding attire. Jenny wore a beige-colored modified wedding dress with a sheer top, revealing their torso. The dress is a puffy princess gown, featuring a long, torn-looking train with bright purple and black paint splatters. To top it off, she had applied elaborate makeup. I was initially shocked and then horrified by her appearance. Although she technically didn't do anything yet, the attention shifted from the wedding to her. Mom stood up from her seat, embraced Jenny, and loudly expressed how proud she was. Despite Jenny's attempts to gracefully lead Mom back to the table, the damage was done. I exchanged a worried glance with Hannah, who seemed on the brink of tears. I decided to address the issue and pulled Jenny aside for a confrontation. We argued about her inappropriate behavior, while she defended it as a form of self-expression. Mid-argument, one of the groomsmen, also Hannah's older brother, intervened with security personnel and instructed Jenny to change into more suitable attire or leave immediately. Jenny protested, calling us homophobic and other nasty names. The security team escorted her out, and I returned to my table. Mom noticed my return and asked me about Jenny. I explained that Jenny had been asked to leave due to her refusal to change into appropriate clothing. In response, my mom hurled hurtful words at me, labeling me as a homophobic bitch and saying "you are dead" to me before leaving. She later returned with Jenny wearing a more simple dress about an hour later. I'm relieved that she cut ties with me. I've been raised in a conservative, traditional, Christian family. My parents, especially my mom, are very sensitive to changes and new ideas. Jenny has always been the golden child. She was born premature and wasn't breathing. She had to be resuscitated and kept at the hospital for months. Jenny is frail and my mom always said that the fact that she is still alive is a miracle. Mom always pays attention to Jenny because of her poor health. Jenny became accustomed to the constant attention and disliked being out of it. When I was born, Jenny threw tantrums daily and even exhibited dangerous behaviors, throwing hard toys at me. This prompted my parents to entrust my care to my grandparents for my safety. The deal was my aunt would take care of Rick and Jenny on the weekends and my parents would stay with my grandparents to take care of me. The idea is so that I still have an attachment to my parents. It worked for 3 weeks, then Jenny started throwing more tantrums because Mom is not home and hurting my aunts by biting or pulling her hair. Furthermore, Jenny got a high fever because of too much crying and refusal to eat without Mom. So, after only a month, my mom gave up the idea and stopped visiting me. My dad stuck to the plan and brought Rick with him most of the time. This is also why my mom had her tube tied, although it is against her beliefs. I returned to our home when I was 5. At that point, I didn't have any relationship with Mom and Jenny, but we managed. Jenny is very close with Mom and Mom always took her side. She would snitch to Mom when Rick and I did something bad or blame us for something they did. Rick moved out at 18 because of this. Rick and Jenny shared a room when Rick was a high schooler and Jenny was in middle school. Rick had a secret girlfriend and Jenny found out because she went through Rick's backpack and found a love letter given by the girlfriend. Mom always told us to not date, so when Jenny tattled to her, she was mad. Mom forced Rick to break up with his then girlfriend, which he reluctantly did. The next year, Jenny becomes a freshman in the same high school where Rick is a senior. Jenny immediately got a girlfriend. Mom was excited about it, telling Jenny to bring her often. Every time Jenny's girlfriend came to visit, Rick would come to my room because Jenny would tell him off. One day, Mom was cleaning Rick's and Jenny's room and found a ripped rubber wrapper. Although it is obvious who uses it, Mom immediately blamed Rick even though Rick didn't have a girlfriend nor brought a girl home. He was grounded for the rest of his senior year and barred from going to prom. Their relationship was hostile from then on out until he moved out after graduation. When I was 15, I realized that I am a lesbian. Due to my family upbringing, I kept it a secret and only told Rick. Unfortunately, Jenny discovered this somehow and threatened to reveal it to Mom unless I became her personal servant. I agreed. I would do everything for her homework and projects, clean after her when Mom was not home, give her part of my allowance, etc. But, when Dad went on a business trip for 2 months and was not home to defend me, Jenny told Mom and Mom kicked me to the curb saying I needed to pray to God and clean my sinful thinking. I called Rick and he picked me up, allowing me to stay with him. When my dad went home, he was furious at Mom and demanded she apologize to me. Mom refuses but Dad threatens he will divorce her if she does not yield. In the end, she comes to Rick's apartment, begging me to come home. Things seemed to go back to normal but when we fought, sometimes Mom would bring this up and state my shameful way of living almost cost her marriage. I moved out as soon as I could support myself financially. It's ironic she labeled me as homophobic despite her own rejection of me when discovering my interests. I can't explain to my husband why I won't have sex with him anymore. My husband and I have been together for 4 years and both pride ourselves for being open in our feelings and communication. Until recently, I felt like we were soulmates. My husband watches adult films, as do I, but our tastes differ. We don't incorporate it into our intimacy lives by watching it together, and he watches a lot more than me. Sometimes he wants to try things he sees in adult films, which he has always talked to me about first, and has always said something like, "Hey, I saw this in adult films," and then explained it. If it is something I think might be fun, I am happy to comply. If it isn't, I refuse, and he lets it go. If we try it and I don't like it, we don't do it anymore. And our intimacy life has been nice. I've never before had a complaint in this part of our lives. 2 weeks ago, we were having intimacy, having fun with it, and both enjoying ourselves. However, he accidentally went from front door to back door at full thrust. It hurt a lot. I immediately pulled away. He apologized and it seemed like an honest mistake. About a week ago, we were having intimacy, and he did the same exact thing, but this time, we were in a different position. More importantly, because of our position, I couldn't pull away like the first time. I yelped and then told him to stop, but it took him a few seconds to hear me, or so I thought, and he kept going for a few seconds. But I thumped his chest to get his attention. He apologized again. And then, he said something like, "We could have just kept going. You enjoy the back door." That's true if I am able to prepare both physically and mentally. I do not want a surprise. And I cannot express how much it hurt because I wasn't expecting it. Well, intimacy was over for that night. I was mad and I felt and still feel disrespected. After this second time, it didn't seem like an accident. I mean, if he had wanted to go into the back door, we could have talked about it if he had warned me beforehand. The next day he was sulky and distant, as if he were the wrong party in this situation, which only served to anger me more. And I just had this sneaking suspicion about the situation. In my 11 years of being intimately active, I have never had a partner accidentally do this before. I was off work that day after, while he went to work. When he left, I got onto our laptop with the full intention of checking his browser history to see what kind of adult films had been watching recently. I had this feeling he was watching some abuse adult films, which I am neither into nor do I particularly want my husband to watch for tips on how to act in bed. I didn't realize this whole thing had a name. Wrong hole, or surprise backdoor, were his 2 most recent searches according to his history for the adult film site he uses. And he had watched at least 20 different videos of it. I clicked on one of the videos. I have no idea if it was typical for that particular search term. In it, the male actor just goes for it and the female actress is nearly in tears. For days I have stewed on this without mentioning it to him, while he goes about his happy life thinking all is well. He got over his pouting, but how do I get over knowing my husband intentionally lived out his adult film's desire on me, by surprising me with entering my back door? I need to talk to him. I can't explain to my husband why I won't have sex with him anymore. I spoke to husband last night and it wasn't a very long conversation. I asked my brother to come to my house before my husband came home from work. I told him I needed to get husband out of the house, and I wanted brother there waiting on the porch in case husband refused or turned violent. My brother is an ex-Marine, and he scares the hell out of my husband, so just his presence would be enough. Husband came home to find brother sitting on the porch. He greeted him like usual, although he did ask brother if something was wrong since it was late and normally brother is early to bed, early to rise. Brother just told him to talk to me. Husband came straight to the kitchen where brother said I would be. I asked him to sit. I told him about what I discovered in his adult films history, and how our intimacy accidents make me feel very unsafe around him. My husband tried interrupting, but I didn't let him. Mostly, what husband kept repeating was, "Why are you doing this? You're being dramatic. You're blowing this out of proportion," and the one that made me glad I confronted him was, "You're just making this up." The last comment really got to me. He was there when it happened both times. It's not like we were intoxicated or half asleep. I do not have memory problems, neither does he. Luckily, him saying I was making it all up was the last thing he said right before I told him I wanted him to leave the house for a while, because when he said that I got very angry. Before that point, I tried to remain very calm. I remember standing up and telling him to get out of my house. I'm not going to listen to this crap, and I will not be told I am lying when we both know what happened. Husband was red-faced and irate at this point. He said something self-righteous about how this was as much his home as mine. And then brother came charging in, so I guess I was either screaming when I told husband to leave or brother had become worried. When brother came into the kitchen, he just stood between me and my husband and said, "Don't worry. I'll stay here with her tonight. She'll be safe. Go pack your bags." I'm not sure if brother meant that as a mild threat, but husband took it as one. And so my husband went upstairs and was gone for maybe 15 minutes. He didn't pack much. I assume because he expects to be back in the house soon. He didn't say another word or even come back into the kitchen, he just left. I have not spoken to husband today. I texted him shortly after he left to remind him I needed time alone to think, so I blocked him for now, and I said if there was any emergency he could call brother. He has not tried to contact me. I know he went to work tonight because a mutual friend of ours from his workplace texted me to ask what was wrong with husband, that he was in a mood. And I have spent all day thinking, and still am not sure what I want to do or how long this will take before I decide. It hasn't been easy to find a therapist at such short notice, but I'm looking. Update 2, I can't explain to my husband why I won't have sex with him anymore. So a few days ago my husband came over uninvited while I was carrying groceries in through the door. The door was open for a second and he burst into the kitchen where I was sitting grocery bags down. My brother was taking his dog for a walk at this time, but he wasn't too far away. My husband was in a rage, saying things like, "How dare you lock me out of my house? And I'm tired of this stupid bullcrap." The moment I saw him, I began to thread my way around the kitchen table towards the patio doors. Husband grabbed my arm, and kept arguing. I truly have no idea what he was saying at that point. I kept telling him, "It doesn't matter. This is over. This is over. We're over." I don't even remember him laying hands on me. One moment I was trying to pull my arm free, then the next I was falling against one of the kitchen chairs, but I don't even remember him lifting his arm. But I remember the pain of my ankle twisting. I remember that very well. The pain from the hand to the face came afterwards. I guess my brother was near the house at this point, and heard the commotion of me falling, but my brother's dog, a German shepherd named Roscoe, got there before him. Roscoe is a sweet dog. But Roscoe was not a sweet dog at that moment. Husband just tried to shout at Roscoe to sit down, but Roscoe wasn't having it. When husband came forward, maybe to drag the dog away or to get a hold of me, Roscoe attacked. I remember hearing my brother shouting at Roscoe to get down a moment later, and luckily he's a very well-trained dog and listened, because when he bit husband's leg, he got him close to the inside of his upper thigh and was not letting go. Husband was on the floor, screaming obscenities and threats about Roscoe and how he was going to unalive him. Brother calmly told me to walk outside for a moment, to take Roscoe with me. So we went. I hobbled outside and Roscoe unwillingly came with me. He stood at the patio door though. I couldn't get him to come out onto the patio where I was. I think he wanted to watch to make sure husband wasn't a threat to brother. I heard brother talking calmly, which I later learned was him calling 911. I sat in a patio chair for 15 minutes. It felt like forever until I heard the sirens. Long story short, husband was arrested for assault. He went to the ER and then the infirmary of the county jail. Roscoe had to be taken away by animal control, but has since been released back to my brother. I'm sure the fact that Roscoe was protecting me will work in his favor. As stupid as it sounds, I'm more worried about Roscoe facing some consequences for helping me than I am worried about what happened to me. My brother worked with dogs in the Marines. Roscoe is the love of his life. If he loses Roscoe over this, I will never forgive myself. So, husband has criminal charges and now has a protective order against him. Brother has refrained from saying to me, "I told you so," but I can see it in his face. However, he's reassured me at every point that he is glad Roscoe did as he did, and that if something happens where he loses Roscoe, it is not my fault. Roscoe got a T-bone steak for being a good boy. And I am looking into divorce lawyers at this very moment, with my ankle up and iced, and Roscoe lying beside me snoring. My idiot fiancé broke up with me and ruined his life in the process. Last week my fiancé Mason broke up with me because I told him that I didn't want to leave my job and move across the country so he could be a full-time Twitch streamer. I make very good money in my hometown, my family is here, and I love the scenery of the area. My ex was basically a stay-at-home boyfriend. He worked only 20 hours a week as a barista at the Starbucks that is literally a 5-minute walk from our apartment. I work as a NICU nurse and I make good money, so I was never worried about our finances. What worried me was that, despite Mason having a biology degree, he was never able to get a full-time biology job. I think he was never even looking in the first place. I told Mason that I would be happy to help him pay for the master's program he was supposedly interested in doing, but he never put in the work to do any research into it or apply. Instead, he was obsessed with the idea of becoming a streamer and moving to LA, but Mason never had time to stream, or work on building a social media presence. He has literally 2 followers on Twitch and the last time he streamed was a year ago. I paid for everything, The apartment, our groceries, his medication, his pet fish, all of our dates that I always planned, but despite working crazy hours I was always the one grocery shopping on my way home and cleaning the dishes and cooking and doing laundry. The only thing he would do consistently was clean his fish tank and turn on the Roomba. But sure, I'm the problem when I tell him to stop piling the trash up 12 inches over the edge of the bin and actually take it out, and I'm the problem when I told him that I was not going to leave my job and pay for us to move to LA, and leave my entire family behind, when he's literally done nothing to make his own aspirations come true. Dude sits at home for 50 hours a week in his underwear eating Takis and playing video games that he isn't even streaming. And expects me to cook dinner as soon as I get home from the hospital. So we had a fight and he broke up with me. Genius move. So I canceled the lease on my apartment in which we live, and I'm staying with my sister while I go house hunting and deleting every trace of that idiot from my life. He's tried calling and texting me, but I'm done with his leeching. I just wish other people could see through his carefully crafted lies because I have lost 2 friends who are just eating up his sob story. Can't believe I'm such a mean girlfriend who won't be my man's mommy. I'm seeing a guy and I'm in love with him. But he has been convicted of unalive. I met this guy on a dating app a little over a month ago. We talked and hit it off really well. There was very little flirting and it seemed like he was serious about taking it slow. I was too and everything was going great, so eventually we met up for coffee. Coffee date goes really well. He looks exactly like on his profile and he's funny, charming, smart and doesn't take himself too seriously. Afterwards we went for a walk because neither of us wanted the date to end. By the end of the date, he asked whether he could kiss me. I said yes and he did. Just a light kiss. We continued to text and occasionally call afterwards and had a second date a week later. It was at a restaurant that he had suggested. I texted I wasn't sure what to wear and he said I should wear whatever I felt most comfortable in, but then also add the silliest thing I had. I said, "What about you?" He replied, "Yes, what about me?" And I told him I'd do it if he also did it. He agreed. We met up at the restaurant and I wore a dress with a print on it that made it look like an apple core. He showed up with a button-down shirt and a blazer. And giant purple carnival glasses. Whatever they're called. He refused to take them off the entire night because I couldn't take my dress off either, so that wouldn't be fair. This date went great too. We kept texting and calling afterwards. For our third date, we went to a local foods event where lots of wagons and vans were lined up in the street and gave our free samples of food and drink. We went for a walk and sat down on a bench and he said he had something important to tell me, namely that he had been in prison for 6 years for 2 convictions of unalive. This obviously came as a shock to me because nothing in his behavior had led me to believe something like that was possible. He said several times he had been convicted, but never said whether he actually did them or not. He was specifically not saying he was innocent either though. He just said it was something he had been convicted for and had been in prison for. It was something from his past and that's where he wanted it to stay. He would not give any details about it, not then and not at any later point, and he had never told anyone else more details either and never would. I could look up news articles and stuff if I wanted to. He didn't care about that. I asked why he only told me now because that's information I'd like to know ASAP. He said, if I put convicted for unalive on my dating profile, would you have swiped right? And although I have always had a thing for mysterious and dangerous men, I probably would have not. He said he didn't want the first impression of him to be that he had been convicted. Nobody would give him a chance, but he understood too that it's not something he could keep a secret because it wouldn't be fair to others. That's why he had waited until the third date. I'd gotten to know him a little and wasn't in too deep yet. Now I could make a good choice. If I wanted nothing to do with him anymore, he would understand. He didn't put any pressure on me and appeared genuine about what he was saying. I still felt really uncomfortable about what I'd learned. I tried not to show it, but clearly I didn't do a good job of it. I asked a few questions about his past and he answered some of them, but nothing about the unalive. He wasn't evasive, but just said that he wouldn't answer like he had said earlier. It's not like he got irritated or anything though. We eventually said goodbye and it was a bit awkward. He said if I didn't want anything to do with him anymore, he'd understand. I replied I needed time to think about it and he said of course. I still texted him when I got home safe. I looked up his name and I found some old news articles that he'd been convicted and sent to prison. It was longer than 6 years, but I guess he got out earlier. I couldn't find anything about that. The unalive was apparently related to gangs, but that's all I got. It's been a few days now and he hasn't contacted me. I'm not planning on ghosting him, but I don't know what to do. My husband refuses to stop talking like a baby. Sometime in the last year, my husband has picked up a habit where he talks like a baby. At first it was funny, but passed into embarrassing, cringeworthy behavior quickly. Some examples are doggo, pupper, woofer, pipple, hootie boy, peepo, burb, meow meow, Sammy, samishes, Sammy whammy, chicky nuggies, chicky tendies, adding a toddler-esque lisp to words, and the ones that really get gross are childish euphemisms for intimacy. I cannot emphasize this enough. It is not endearing or attractive to have my husband talk about his whiner and weenie and wee wee, who is and bajingos. We have not had intimacy for 6 months because he cannot stop dirty talking in this way during intimacy, and it makes me sick. Just before 2020 hit, we were out at a restaurant with some friends. He actually ordered a chicky Sammy, said that exact phrase. Chicky Sammy. Look, it's totally fine that he ordered the chicken sandwich. That's not the issue. Our friends noticed the baby talk, because he insisted on continuing the joke and even started talking with this god-awful toddler accent. After that, I just couldn't stomach the idea of going out with him to adult places. I don't know where it came from. I don't know why he's doing this. I finally hit my limit when we were grocery shopping and everything seemed normal and fine until he gasped like a kid, ran to the ice cream section and jumped up and down yelling, "Ice cream, ice cream. I want chocolate." I was mortified. People were staring at him and me. He kept going and kept saying, "Can we get popsicles?" And I just said, "Either talk to me like an adult or I'm leaving." He started saying, "Ooh, you must be fun at parties and lighten up, will you?" All in a baby voice. I just said F it, and left the store, leaving him to walk home because I couldn't even look at him. Since then, things have been very tense, and he keeps telling me that he wants an apology for embarrassing him by leaving him in the store. I told him that people don't get to demand apologies. If someone wants to apologize, it's up to them, and I am absolutely not going to apologize for saving myself the embarrassment of a 35-year-old man with a mortgage and retirement account asking for chocolate ice cream. He got his effing mom involved, no joke. She keeps telling me it's just a phase and that he's probably bored and I should be happy this is his midlife crisis, rather than him effing 19-year-olds at the local bar. My husband refuses to stop talking like a baby. I talked to my husband after doing some soul searching. There was no tumor, no tic, no childhood trauma. I asked him first if he understands why I am upset, and to please clarify if he was doing this on purpose or if we needed to seek medical intervention. He didn't want to tell me at first and I got worried. He eventually caved when I suggested we look for a doctor because of how worried I am. It was a bet with one of his friends that started as them trying to embarrass each other in public. He bet my husband that he couldn't keep it up for the whole year. The only off-limits part was at work, because he couldn't jeopardize his career. No. He decided to jeopardize his marriage instead. For what prize? What was he going to win? A baseball. A baseball. I thought he was still joking. No. He was dead serious. How was the friend verifying? My husband would share little videos he took here and there of him upsetting me with the baby talk, including times he tried to initiate intimacy by whispering this baby talk in my ear. And by seeing us in public. Like at the brewery. He got cross with me in the grocery store because I interrupted the recording and almost blew the whole operation. He wasn't remorseful or apologetic. He thought we were both in on this little joke and that I'd find it hysterical. I asked him, did he understand we haven't had intimacy in months? No, it didn't matter. It was all worth it to him. He kept saying, "You just don't get it, it's not just a baseball." I told him the joke was over, it was time to stop for good, but that I was willing to move on with him. I could forgive him. No. He wanted to keep going. There are only 2 months left in the bet, so he's so close. He said, "We can have intimacy if you want, we'll just have to pretend that we're babies," and I was just like, why does thinking about your friend even factor into this? What's wrong with you? You never had to do this and ruin our intimate moments. But I just didn't get it, he had to be in character all the time. After a lot of arguing and tears, I left him. I'm heading up to Colorado to be with my family through Christmas, and then I'm going to move in with my sister for a little while to figure out next steps. I hope it was worth it.
I sent my 3-year-old to bed with no dinner, but I had a valid reason. Tonight for dinner, my wife made some delicious tacos. She and our 3-year-old preschooler had gone to a local farm this morning and picked corn off the stalks that he then helped prepare for dinner as a side dish. Typically, in order for him to get dessert he has to eat everything on his plate. If he doesn't want to eat it all he doesn't get dessert. However, he usually doesn't like veggies, and as a result, gets no dessert most nights. As we were sitting down, I told him that tonight he would every single piece of food on his plate regardless whether he likes it or not. He started trying to tell us that he didn't like some of the things on the taco and tried to remove them from the tacos before even taking a single bite. He claimed he doesn't like them, but he's 3 years old, how can he know what he likes and doesn't like? He has never even tried some of the foods he was picking off. He then tried to eat one of his tacos, with most of the veggies tossed on the side of the plate. I grabbed it out of his hands and proceeded to shovel all the veggies back into the tacos. I tried to ram it inside his mouth, but he proceeded to cover his mouth. I asked if he would like to do it himself or if I should help him. He stated he didn't want to eat the tacos with vegetables on them. I reminded him that no, he was going to eat the whole taco, and that since he was choosing not to do it, I would help him. I explained that he is lucky to have these veggies, and told him all about how people in some countries have absolutely no food, and told him that he should be thankful, instead of starving like children in some other places do. I then held back his hands, and forced him to open his mouth. I placed the taco in his mouth, he spit it back out. I told him if he didn't eat it he would need to go straight to bed. He again refused to eat the tacos. So I brought him upstairs, got him in his pajamas, brushed his teeth, and tucked him in bed and left. My son is a serial killer. My son James is 18. During my freshman year in high school, my girlfriend got pregnant. She bailed once he was born and I raised him alone. We live in a 2-bedroom apartment duplex. Evenings often find him with pals or outdoing me in our spirited Call of Duty face-offs. For a time, a thought played at the back of my mind: could my boy be gay? Not that it mattered, but his absence of a girl by his side was peculiar. I broached the topic. He shot me this grin: "Nah, Dad, I'm straight. Just holding out a bit longer, you know? Last thing you need is grandkids while you're still in your 30s. That was our intimacy talk. A while back, he informed me he'd be out late for a date. No need for details, I thought, slipping him a $100 bill, with the simple instruction for him to be back for lunch. James was good to his word. After that, it became somewhat of a routine. He'd give me the heads up on Friday, and come Saturday, he'd be back. As for the women he was seeing, I hadn't had the pleasure of meeting any of them, but I reckoned he liked his privacy. One evening, I found myself sitting in front of my television and figured, why not see what the news has to say? The screen shifted from some product jingle to the solemn visage of the news anchor. The news lady began, her tone grave: "There's been a disturbing development. Several women from our town are missing. Authorities are piecing together whether there's a connection." Our town was the quiet sort. The thought of my son being out and about while danger lurked scared me a bit too much. I approached him, my concerns laid bare. He waved them off, reminding me of his towering height, just a hair shy of 6'8". In the dark folds of the night, a protective streak got the best of me. Unbeknownst to James, I sneaked his phone and slipped in a tracking app, just for peace of mind. With memories of my own invulnerable teen days, this felt like the least I could do. Hidden and set, I returned the device, and my concern quickly tucked away. I figured that if I ever got worried while he was out, a quick glance at my phone would show me his whereabouts. It was a safety net. As I lounged, the unsettling case of the vanishing women, however, had me obsessively scrolling online. In a span of 10 weeks, 6 women, all different in age and looks, had disappeared. No bodies turned up. The 7th name that cropped up froze my blood. Rochelle. She'd reappeared a decade back, attempting to mother James, a role she was wholly unequipped for. A string of broken pledges and missed dates later, I had her undergo a substance test. Her failure led to the court severing her ties with James, and I thought it was best if he wasn't exposed to her decline. It was a Saturday dawn, an unease twisted in my gut. Rochelle wasn't a regular topic between James and me. After James, she plummeted into the abyss of substance abuse. Seeing her was a stark reminder of the toll substances taken. Taking a deep breath, I stood before James, breaking the news about his mother. He paused his game, met my eyes, waiting. "Rochelle's missing," I muttered. "Police say there were signs of a struggle at her trailer." He stared blankly at the screen, unpausing his game, and with a note of resignation remarked, "Well, it's not really breaking news, then is it?" James and I treaded lightly around the subject of his mother, mostly because he didn't like talking about his mother. My involvement with the legal system was, in large part, due to one distressing incident during her custodial visit. She'd taken him away to her apartment, where, unbeknownst to me, she was conducting her intimacy work business. The sobering realization that his first genuine interaction with his mother had him bearing witness to addicts lining up, cash in hand, for her services was nothing short of horrifying. The day's ordeal ended with a man James referred to as Stephen dropping him back off at our doorstep. He'd spent hours outside, shivering in the cold, jacketless. I rushed home to find him, and all he'd say was that his mother didn't want to see him anymore. I immediately enrolled James into therapy. With time, the vibrancy returned to his eyes, and the therapist's sessions grew less and less frequent. In the time since, I think he may have only brought her name up once. James informed me of another impending date the subsequent week. My unease took root that evening, compelling me to check the app. It showed him driving to a nondescript address, then to an isolated location, someplace in the middle of nowhere. The app's features had eluded my prior notice, and I was taken aback to discover that the app had tracked his every move. To my alarm, it revealed recurrent visits to that very desolate spot over the last month and a half. A chill ran down my spine when the app showed that my son went to Rochelle's trailer, the very night she went missing. Skepticism clawed at me, but my heart, blinded by parental love, refused to entertain the bleak whispers of my mind. In a swirl of denial, I threw my phone on the bed and chugged whiskey. I woke up with a heavy head the next day. I went into James' room and saw him playing Call of Duty. I took that time to entertain my curiosity, the need for clarity. I found myself behind the wheel, and drove to that isolated location where James had been taking his dates to. The GPS led my car down a gravel road, which soon went into a clearing. A pond came into view. I parked, noticing faint remnants of a recent campfire. On drawing closer, its warmth still lingered. An involuntary sigh of relief escaped my lips. Perhaps this was just a clandestine romantic spot James had chanced upon, where he'd bring his dates to. However, the tranquility of the scene was marred when my eyes landed on tracks leading to the pond, looking as if something heavy had been dragged. A growing unease settled within me as I noticed splashes of blood on the grass. I waded into the water, and about 10 feet out, my worst fears were confirmed. I stepped on something hard. Reaching down, my fingers grasped a coarse chain tethered to a sodden, blanket-wrapped form. The cloth revealed a face distorted by water and decay, unmistakably, Rochelle. Shock propelled me back to my car. I sped back home and found myself paralyzed in the driveway. My heart's frantic beats competed with the deluge of tears, and a torrent of denials and theories to somehow make James seem innocent. The dark silhouette of James obstructed my peripheral vision. He was standing near my driver's side window, nearly causing me to jump out of my skin. Hesitantly, I got out of the car and was met with James wrapping his arms around me. His embrace was firm, warm, grounding. "We'll get through this, Dad. Just tell me," he whispered. I walked in the house, and after putting on some dry clothes, I sank into an armchair across from James. The silence was loud, tension thick. Finally, as my eyes were fixed on the ground, I uttered, "I found your mother." He responded, "Oh." I looked right at him and said, "Please tell me you didn't do anything stupid, son." He looked off to the side and said, "Define stupid." I raised my voice a little. "God damn it, James, did you unalive your mother?" He laughed and said, "That bitch was dead a long time before I clocked her on the head and dragged her to my car. Any bitch that would try to sell her son for dope has been dead for a long time." I couldn't speak. I had always wondered about that night, but James never talked about it. James continued, "You know, the a-hole that gave me a ride home and told me never to go back to my mother. I guess it could have been a lot worse. But really, that was the day I snapped. I understood how meaningless life really was. Of course, I unalived her." My son began a chilling confession, admitting to having unalived 15 people. I sat there, paralyzed. Once the heavy words stopped pouring from his mouth, I was trapped in a daze. I mustered up the courage to speak. "James, we need to get you some help. This isn't a path you should tread." He was quick to interrupt, "No therapist can fix me, Dad, let's not kid ourselves. My 18th birthday is around the corner. Soon I'll be out of your life, besides, I have my own plans." I just stared at him, grappling with the enigma he'd become. By the time of his 18th birthday, I'd quit my job, spiraling into a haze of booze, numbing the pain of the revelation. True to his word, the morning after his birthday, James vanished. A sliver of hope that maybe, just maybe, he'd find redemption, was crushed when the police discovered his mother in the pond. My son was long gone. I'm helping my brother run away from his wedding. My parents divorced when I was very young due to our mother's insane God complex and narcissism. She quickly rebounded with a guy with 2 kids and had shared custody for a while. But when my dad got remarried, she went crazy, calling his new wife every horrible name and claiming he was cheating on her while they were married. I had 2 brothers, and was always closer to them and dad than my mom because she was always very mean to me. While on a visit to my bio-mom's house, my stepmom died in a bad car accident and my dad called my bio-mom in the middle of the night letting her know he would pick us up earlier so we could attend the funeral. My bio-mom decided to take us on a fun trip to celebrate something. It was the happiest we've ever seen her, but when we realized what happened and started crying, she told us, "Only worthless people cry for beaches." Needless to say, things went nuclear and my dad asked for full custody with visitation for her. He always left the line of communication open and paid for us to visit her when she moved away, but it was still very bad, and as soon as we turned 18 we started to lower contact with her. Last time we saw her was at my high school graduation, where she made a point of letting everyone who would hear we were ungrateful kids, and her husband would call us bad names too. We have been no contact since then. My brother Sam started dating his ex, Jess, 3 years ago. She has heard all the stories and the reasons we are no contact, but she believes we are just dramatic. They had many issues due to her opinions, but she eventually seemed to drop the "you need to reconcile with your mother" crusade. During the wedding planning there was no indication of things going wrong or fishy. Then we got to the church and lo and behold, Mom, her husband and 2 kids were sitting in front. I immediately panicked and called my brothers. Sam thought maybe somehow she found out and wanted to crash, so he called Jess to let her know of the potential drama, but she told him it was fine since she invited them. Sam hung up and asked me to go get him while the other, elder brother dealt with things at the church. We went home and barricaded ourselves there even when Jess, her family, friends, etc. came to try and make sense with him. Mom's husband even called and said he always knew we were worthless. Now that the dust has settled, most of Sam's friends are on his side and so is most of our family. Ex's parents already threatened to sue for the money they paid if he doesn't marry her, but Sam says he would rather pay them back for their contribution than marry someone that betrayed him. I've no clue what will happen next. I'm helping my brother run away from his wedding. My brother Sam's ex, Jess, has not yet apologized for what she did at the wedding, but invited Sam over to talk. Sam accepted the meeting, but only because she sent videos and photos of all of Sam's belongings on the floor to his best friend Tom, and told him that Sam either talks to her or she would burn all of Sam's stuff. The meeting was, for lack of a better word, a ridiculous event. She came with her parents and sisters, tried to talk to Sam alone, but when he didn't allow it she just started talking. Not once did she apologize. She said it's not her fault, we don't understand the value of a real family and we were raised to hate mothers. That her only intention was for Sam to learn to value mothers because she was scared he would take her children away from her, because that is what he was taught to do. Sam didn't say anything until she threw that this family is like a cult and you are a terrible father, while looking at my dad. As you may imagine, this is a sore spot for all of us and we don't allow insults towards our dad under any circumstance. Sam just unloaded about how she was a hateful liar. He was disgusted he ever touched even her hand. He was grateful to the universe that I am chronically early to everything. He told her staying with a cheating husband as Jess' mom does is nothing to be proud about. He said she pretended to be nice just so he would marry her. Unloaded all the minor things that he was willing to overlook because he truly did love her, or at least who he thought she was. He said he would never forgive her for the hurt she caused his siblings, but he doesn't hate her because that would require him to spend energy thinking about her and she doesn't get that. At the end he said she had enough time to clear things, and since she has acted like a victim he will be the one to let everybody know why he didn't show. It was brutal but cathartic and necessary for Sam, her parents said. Nothing but were very red. She was crying. Her sisters attempted to defend her in their parents' relationship and were kind of expecting my whole family to argue too, but we didn't. Then Sam told his ex-father-in-law he could sue if he wanted, but if he did Sam would expose all his family's dirty laundry to the world and he doubts he wants that. Amazingly, the dad still argued Sam could try and make amends and marry his ex because they are not getting any younger and all families fight. I've never rolled my eyes harder. Ex just kept crying and trying to talk to Sam, but he was in business mode and didn't want anything from her. He only replied to her directly when she said she was keeping her engagement ring with nobody asked for it. They left without issues. When the booze was delivered, mom and husband sneaked through the gate when we opened it. She said she just wanted to talk to her kids and my dad asked her to leave. She kept screaming he raised us wrong and we just embarrassed her with our behavior. She couldn't believe we were such bad people and we should start making amends with her because we clearly lack maternal love. She got that right, and this was the pathetic result. At that point Joe went out and told her to leave since the police were on their way. She took it as an opportunity to cry since it's the first time in about a decade he talked to her and tried to sweet talk him into going to grab dinner with her and her husband. But Joe just told her to leave and the only news he ever wanted to hear related to her were the ones about her funeral so he could go celebrate. Cue hysterical crying and screaming from the husband demanding an apology and threatening to lay hands on Joe. Dad and Joe went back inside and left them there until we saw they left and closed the gate. We are all going to have some family therapy besides our individual ones. Sam doesn't want the house anymore, but my dad says to take it slow and the first step is to mend his heart. Update 2. I'm helping my brother run away from his wedding. This week has been really chaotic. Sam's ex, Jess, started posting about her pregnancy online, trying to weasel her way back into our lives this way. People were freaking out again and calling Sam asking him if it was true. Sam called her and asked that she delete it. She continued claiming she was pregnant. He asked her to delete it and to come talk about it. She deleted it, met up with Sam, and somehow this crazy woman thought he wanted her back. I went with Sam. She was very happy until she saw me enter the place. She started crying, holding her stomach, and when Sam asked her if she really was pregnant she said yes. She told him she didn't want her child to be from a broken family. Sam told her they were going to the doctor immediately to know for sure, and she cried even more, screaming he didn't trust her. Long story short, she isn't pregnant. But she posted online that Sam was forcing her to have a termination and she was devastated. As you may imagine, this was a horrible thing to say. People were calling Sam because they are so whipped from the drama they don't know what to believe anymore. When my sister-in-law Anna found out about the posts and the meet, she called Jess. I am unsure what was said in that conversation, but I also never saw Anna this angry. The posts are down, but Anna wrote an email with all relevant information, including that Jess was never pregnant, and sent it to everybody in the wedding list. This morning we heard Jess had a breakdown after leaving voicemails telling Sam if she couldn't be with him she wanted to die. This is another tactic straight out of our mother's playbook, and Sam simply called the police and told them what happened. Her family forced her into therapy and she is in observation right now. It brings us no pleasure that it came to this, but we don't want to get involved anymore. We are also changing our numbers, already requested it. Our mother emailed Anna threatening to sue her for defamation regarding the email blast, but we are not worried about it either. Anna's parents are amazing and they have made it perfectly clear they are on our side and 100% agree with the way she handled things. Joe was enraged, but Anna convinced him to let it go and simply move on. Mother's husband has been a jerk as usual. Dad is considering a restraining order.